Chapter 701. Are you satisfied? A. Murong Feng's arrival was both unexpected and reasonable. Because everyone wanted to know why Princess Mo Yu was so generous this time. If you really posed it to Zhu Xiaobao, then this idea is a bit too stupid. Hey! What Princess Mo Yu did this time was your idea. Right. Zhu Xiaobao was now very proud again. Because Murong Feng had proved that he had indeed done nothing. Of course, Mo Yu the princess stripped naked. But Zhu Xiaobao never confessed in front of everyone. That's right. The 20,000 war horses were approved by me. But other things have nothing to do with me. Don't think that I asked Princess Mo Yu to come to you. This kind of inferior strategy will only destroy me. The reputation of this military advisor. Murong Feng said with a chuckle and shook his head. Well, Murong, what is the purpose of Princess Mo Yu? To say that it is a congratulatory gift for you and Mr. Duanmu is a bit too heavy. Zhu Rong asked with some confusion. They were all very polite to Murong Feng now. Because Murong Feng is not only a strategist, but also Jumei's senior sister. This time Jumei has inherited the heritage of the mythical beasts. Murong Feng's bloodline has also been activated. And his cultivation has also skyrocketed. Now he is also a great martial artist. Ha ha! Of course she has her purpose. Murong Feng also replied with a smile. Since being with Duanmu Qi, Murong Feng has become much more cheerful and kind. He patiently told everyone the reason why Princess Mo Yu did what she did. It turns out that since Prince Yu's sandstorm was wiped out, Princess Mo Yu took the title of Prince Yu herself, and also borrowed Murong Feng to assist her. In the past 6 months, the development has been very smooth. However, after the foreign aggression was calmed down, internal fighting began. This seemed to be a rule, and the Shijue Kingdom was no exception. When Great Khan Imohan saw Princess Mo Yu's rapid development, he couldn't help but become a little wary. He tried to transfer Princess Mo Yu back to the royal court several times, and even enthusiastically recruited Princess Mo Yu's consort. But they were all rejected by Princess Mo Yu. This aroused the suspicion of Great Khan Imohan. He knew that his ability could not compare with Princess Mo Yu, now that he had Murong Feng's assistance. This made Great Khan Imohan a little uneasy. He even came up with the idea of forcibly bringing Princess Mo Yu back to the royal court. Similarly, Princess Mo Yu felt it immediately here. This kind of intuition is very sensitive. And Princess Mo Yu felt very uneasy. In terms of strength, she couldn't compare to Wang Ting. Not to mention that Imohan was assisted by Qiu Baisheng, a military advisor as famous as Duanmu Qi. In addition, kings with Jialanga also obeyed the king's orders. If a fight really breaks out, Princess Mo Yu will still be at an absolute disadvantage. This made Princess Mo Yu very uneasy. She didn't want to return to the royal court. She was developing very smoothly here, and had a sense of accomplishment. Then she thought of Zhu Xiaobao. If she could get Zhu Xiaobao's support, then Great Khan Mohan would not dare to take any action. And Princess Mo Yu regrets it now. She should have been less arrogant in the beginning. And she would not have had so much trouble with Zhu Xiaobao. Who would have thought that Zhu Xiaobao actually inherited the inheritance of the mythical beasts? Now he is not only highly cultivated, but also shocking the world. Lingyu Mountain, Lingyu Island, and the 19th princess are all based on Zhu Xiaobao. Even Jialanga is also more inclined to Zhu Xiaobao. Although she is the assistant king of Shijue Kingdom. Once a war breaks out, Jialanga will definitely be on Zhu Xiaobao's side. She will force all her daughters to Zhu Xiaobao. What a treasure. This also reminded Princess Mo Yu. And coupled with Mo Shangxijian's bad idea, Princess Mo Yu really wanted to commit herself to Zhu Xiaobao. But she didn't do it well. And when things happened, she was scared again. This was a thankless fuss. And now I am hiding in the inn feeling angry. Angry and aggrieved. But the 20,000 war horses were indeed Murong Feng's idea. She knew that if she wanted to preserve Princess Mo Yu's status as the king of support and her fiefdom, she had to find someone who could suppress the Great Khan Imohan. This person was undoubtedly Zhu Xiaobao. Of course, by giving the 19th princess 20,000 war horses. You are showing your goodwill to Zhu Xiaobao. Ha ha! I see. I have to think carefully about how to solve this problem, Zhu Xiaobao said proudly. But before he finished speaking, Murong Feng said with a smile, You don't need to worry about this matter. The most important thing for you now is to deal with the demon Geo. These small matters will be solved by Princess Ing, Princess 19 and me. Already? What are you talking about? I am the head of the family. People are coming after me. If I don't come forward. Zhu Xiaobao shouted a little dissatisfied. Okay. Just go out first, and let us sisters talk. I promise to solve this matter to your satisfaction. Murong Feng grabbed Zhu Xiaobao's arm and pushed him out of the yard. Secretly pinched him. Winked and said with a smile. It turns out that Murong Feng still wanted to bring Princess Mou and Zhu Xiaobao together. Over the past 6 months, she had known that what Princess Mou had been thinking about all day and night was that she couldn't find an entry point. And the one Princess Mou is most dissatisfied with is Princess 19. The two have similar origins and identities. But Princess 19 has now developed into a powerful overlord because of Zhu Xiaobao's help. So Princess Mou is very unconvinced. Zhu Xiaobao was bored and rode his horse to the top of the mountain. Below was the training place for the 19th princess. From a high position, he could see clearly. Dust was flying for dozens of miles around. And people were shouting. The horse neighs. It's being practiced. There are also many female warriors among them, who are specially there to guide the new recruits. Brother-in-law, congratulations. You can form a super powerful cavalry with 20,000 war horses. Duanmuki also came over with a smile at this time. He smiled happily as soon as they met. He had already put the two of them together. Thousands of war horses have been dispatched and are ready to start training tomorrow. Alas, what's there to be happy about? If you can't defeat the demon Geo, it won't be all in vain in the end. Zhu Xiaobao sighed and said. Only then did he dare to reveal his worries. From the consciousness of the devoured white tiger beast, I learned that Tianmoji is so powerful that even Jumei has no confidence. Back then, the 4 great beasts plus a beast master slave all died together in the end. Now only he and Jumei have inherited the heritage of the beasts. Their chances of winning are less than 50%. But he didn't dare to say it in front of others, because everyone believed that he could finally defeat Demon Geo. Do you want to hear what I think? Duanmuki was also anxious. But he had to let Zhu Xiaobao build up confidence. Otherwise he would definitely fail. Huh? Tell me. What do you think? Zhu Xiaobao said lazily, sitting on the ground and looking at the soldiers training at the foot of the mountain in trance. But his heart was in chaos. Although the old man is not of the blood of a divine beast, he is just a mortal. But as far as I can see, those so-called immortals have not taken action until now, because they think that we can deal with the demon Geo. Otherwise, with the vast magical power of the immortals, how can we know that Tianmagio is reawakened? Besides, the current Tianmagio is no longer the original demon body. It just occupies the body of the great lord of the wilderness. Its strength is far inferior to that of the original Tianmagio. So you can rest assured. According to my guess, you and Jumei have at least a 50% chance of winning. Coupled with the Suzaku sword, the chance of winning should be more than 70%. Duanmuchi shook his head and said, as if he was very confident. Well, it seems to make sense. Go on. Zhu Xiaobao was also moved in his heart. It seemed that this was really the case. Since ancient times, evil has always prevailed over good. Since Tating Immortal doesn't plan to take action, then let them solve it on their own. Little did he know that Duanmuchi was actually talking nonsense, just to let Zhu Xiaobao build up the confidence to win. So, you should step up your practice. Eat what you should eat. Drink what you should drink. And don't miss out on the wife you should marry. To be honest, you really didn't touch Princess Mou yesterday? This is really incredible. Duanmuchi was very serious at first. But when he said this, he asked in a very vulgar manner. Go away! I am a principled person. Once I get involved, I will be responsible to the end. I will never let it go. But if she wants to use this to take advantage of me, then don't even think about it. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly shouted angrily. Yes! 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 Brother-in-law, this is your true temperament. Come here. Put on a banquet. I want to drink some good wine with King Chitos. Duanmuki nodded repeatedly, then turned around and said loudly rode. Immediately, more than a dozen female guards began to set up a tent. And then all kinds of dishes were brought in one after another. That's fine. I'm a little depressed today. And I just wanted to drink a few drinks. Zhu Xiaobao didn't look back. When the tent was set up, he turned around, walked into the tent with his hands behind his back. Hey, brother-in-law, you go in and sit down first. And I'll go get the 2 jars of 9-year-old treasures. It's such a good wine. It must be drunk only at critical moments. Duanmuchi seemed to have remembered something, said repeatedly, and then ran away quickly. Zhu Xiaobao didn't care and walked into the tent. But the next moment Zhu Xiaobao was stunned. There was only one person inside. A woman. Princess Mou, who was sitting there looking at Zhu Xiaobao quietly. Why is it you? Are you here to get your BMW back? Then take it back, Zhu Xiaobao said with some surprise. At this time, it was still a bit awkward for the two of them to meet. After all, Zhu Xiaobao did too much yesterday. He saw everything that should be seen and shouldn't be seen. No, that horse is just for you. I'm here to post it, Princess Mou still said with a bit of resentment. But this time she was not so arrogant. No, you have a purpose. I hate using this as a deal. Zhu Xiaobao sat down and hummed unceremoniously. No, I'm serious. If you don't believe it, I, the King of Blessings, will stop doing this. I'm here to help you too. Okay? Princess Mou cried out in a grieved manner, with tears in her eyes. Tears? Damn it. No wonder you said I was satisfied. It turned out you were waiting for me here. Did Murong Feng give you some advice? Yes. But I am telling the truth. Okay. It's much better than the last plan. It's worth a toast. Pour the wine. Good. Chapter 702. Are you satisfied? B. This scene is a bit weird. And this Princess Mou has also changed from her previous coquettishness and become much more pliable. The dishes on the table are not dishes from the Shijuet kingdom, but dishes that Zhu Xiaobao often eats. Some of the dishes are made by his old apprentice. Thinking about what Murong Feng said before leaving, I guarantee your satisfaction. This made Zhu Xiaobao confused. It seemed that Murong Feng was very confident and had already made arrangements. Yes. Xiaobao Qiansheng. Please. Princess Mou said a little stiffly. This is the first time in her life that she has taken the initiative to entertain others. People have always complimented and taken care of her. So it's a bit awkward. Even a bit aggrieved. Wait! Let me see why the old man Duanmu hasn't come yet. Zhu Xiaobao became more and more confused. Opened the tent, stretched out his head, and looked outside. Duanmuki was nowhere to be found. But Imo Sang Xiaojian was standing outside, smiling at Zhu Xiaobao. She didn't care at all about the third sister being looked at by Zhu Xiaobao. Sooner or later, it would all be Zhu Xiaobao anyway. People. Well, no need to read. Mr. Duanmu has left. It's just the two of us here. And military advisor Murong said that Sister Zhu Rong also approved it. Princess Mou said in a low voice, with a blush on her face. Wait! What are you talking about? In just a moment, you managed to take down Sister Rong? Can you tell me, what trump card do you have? Zhu Xiaobao was a little dazed. This was Murong Feng's. The handwriting is much better than those bad ideas of Imo Sang Xiaojian. It can be said to be watertight. I won't tell you. You sit down and drink with me first. You don't even have the courage. Right. Princess Imo, you seem to have taken the initiative and asked a little provocatively. Huh? Just drink. At worst it won't be the first time for you to have sex after drinking. Zhu Xiaobao also returned to his nonchalant look. Since Murong Feng has already arranged everything, there is no need to worry about anything else. And this scene is a bit provocative. The tents are lit with red lanterns. And the atmosphere is a bit charming and hazy. And a bit romantic. At this time, maids would come in from time to serve dishes. They were all freshly cooked and smelled very familiar. They were definitely the work of an old apprentice. Moreover, they were still busy outside the tent quietly, although the sound was very soft. But he couldn't escape Zhu Xiaobao's ear. With his current cultivation level, he could even sense the small moissanite arrows outside the tent, let alone the movements of these maids. What are you doing? Why are you sitting next to me? Princess Mou asked a little panicked. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao actually sat directly next to her instead of sitting opposite. This made Princess Mou panic. Well, I think it is necessary for us to come and have a deep understanding and exchange. Really, I am a gentleman, and I will never take advantage of others' danger or take advantage of others' troubles. Zhu Xiaobao had already sat down next to Princess Mou and looked serious. Said, Bah! Who believes you? You bullied me yesterday. Princess Mou couldn't help but blushed and reprimanded in a sweet voice. But her heart was panicked and a little happy. Come on! Come on! Drink! Drink! In fact, I am very considerate. And of course, I am also considerate of others. On the contrary, Zhu Xiaobao took the initiative to pour a glass of wine for Princess Mou, regardless of whether Princess Mou agreed or not. Clink the glasses first, then drink them all in one gulp. The two of them were finally able to communicate thoroughly this time. because they were sitting very close to each other. Even if Mo Sang Xiaojian outside the door tried to get close to the tent, trying to eavesdrop on something private, he couldn't hear clearly. He just listened. From time to time, Princess Ma Yu laughed, and it seemed that she was already having a very interesting conversation. She seemed to have forgotten that although this wine was of the highest quality, its alcohol content was also quite high. In the blink of an eye, she drank almost all of the jar of wine. Princess Mo's face was already flushed, and she didn't know why. From then on, the maid stopped coming in, and my clothes began to be messy again. In the end, Princess Mo simply stood up, took Zhu Xiubo's hand, walked to another curtain, opened it, and found another small tent. The bed tent had been prepared inside, and there was also a tent for the royal family of Shijue. There were 2 maids waiting in front of the quilt and mattress. At this time, they quickly came over and helped Princess Mo to the bed. There was also a large bathtub in front of the bed, which had already been filled with hot water. It also exudes curls of water vapor, and the tent is also filled with an elegant fragrance. Zhu Xiaobao was served by 2 maids and climbed into the bathtub. He was not at all restrained. He was already used to being served and bathed. He originally wanted Princess Mo to come with him, as she had already taken a bath. And at this time, Princess Mo was hiding in the bed tent, not even daring to look, huddled in the bed, trembling nervously. "Ha ha! You don't have to do anything this time. I'm here." After Zhu Xiaobao finished bathing, he couldn't wait to rush to the bed. This immediately caused Princess Mo to scream in surprise. And then, there were the sounds of hand-to-hand fighting. Something incredible happened. Describe things. After almost half an hour, both of them finally calmed down a little tiredly. Princess Ma Yu also completed the transformation from a girl to a woman. And their Western girls are very open-minded by nature, apart from being a little shy and flustered at the beginning. By the time in the end, she became very passionate and devoted. And coupled with Zhu Xiubao's abundant fulfillment, Princess Mo fully enjoyed the happiness and pleasure that only a woman can have. Princess Mo was even a little annoyed. If she had known how wonderful it was, she should have committed herself to Zhu Xiaobao a long time ago. Now you should tell me why you are so confident that they can accept you. Right. Zhu Xiaobao was lying there, and Princess Ma Yu was still wrapped around him tightly like an octopus, seemingly still there. Enjoy the aftertaste of just now. It's just my 20,000 war horses. Also, this princess is no less than the 19th princess. Do you think my performance is better than hers? Princess Mo hummed a little coquettishly, at this time still competing with the 19th princess. Nonsense. It's definitely not the reason for the 20,000 war horses. Otherwise Murong Feng wouldn't be so confident. Tell me quickly, or I don't mind doing it again. Zhu Xiaobao turned over and pressed Princess Mo on top of him again. Come on. He is absolutely strong now. Yeah. No. I'm afraid of you. My waist is about to break. Well, I said it's because I gave a treasure passed down by my ancestors to the 19th princess. Alas, that thing remains useless for me. But it's what the 19th princess needs very much. Princess Mo, you said a bit begging for mercy. Since Zhu Xiubao's cultivation has skyrocketed, he has become inexplicably very powerful in this regard. In addition to Zhu Mei, everyone else, including Zhu Rong, who has the highest level of cultivation, also has to bring a bedside companion to be able to cope with it. Generally, Zhu Rong likes to take Lu Fang with him, because Lu Fang is relatively quiet, and very well behaved and sensible. And Princess 19 likes to take Ying Xiuxiu with her, because Ying Xiuxiu has been following her the longest. Oh! What treasure! It can actually impress the 19th princess? Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but ask in surprise. Princess Mo and the 19th princess were evenly matched. Apart from not having the blood of a mythical beast, Princess Mo has always been very proud and confident that she is not inferior to Princess 19, just because she met Zhu Xiaobao too late. But now, it was the two of them who had reached some kind of tacit understanding first. This makes Zhu Xiaobao puzzled. Moreover, this treasure can actually make Murong Feng so confident. Even this fragrant tent has been prepared in advance. And Mo Sang Xiaojian is responsible for holding the handle outside the door. He is definitely prepared. Yeah, it's another Jinshin. Huh? There is another Jinshin? At the same time, Princess 19 was facing a box with Zhu Rongjume, hesitating whether to tear off the seal on it. She could feel the smell of Jinshin inside, which she was very familiar with. But now it is sealed in the box by this seal. But it already exudes a cheerful atmosphere. because this Genshin has also sensed the blue dragon bloodline on the 19th princess. Let's wait until Xiaobao comes. I'm worried that you won't be able to conquer this Genshin. After all, you are not in the Daxiangwu temple now. There are Dharma ministers from the Green Dragon Beast to help you. There are only a few of us now, so it's better to be safe. Zhu Rong, he said it very cautiously. But he was also amazed in his heart. Princess 19 was so lucky that she got another Genshin like this. What are you afraid of? As long as I'm here, nothing will happen. Jumei has already used the golden armor hammer and turtle shield, and she can't wait to open the seal. She is even more interested in this Genshin at this time, because she can best sense the super energy contained in this Genshin. Nonsense! If something happens, 19th sister will be in danger. Xiaobao won't blame us then. Zhu Rong scolded, a little annoyed, so scared that Zhu Mei didn't dare to say a word. In the harem, Zhu Rong has absolute intimidating power. Well, Sister Rong, do you think Xiaobao will blame us for betraying him for this Dragon Ball, so that Princess Moyu gets what she wants? Princess 19 also felt a little sour in her heart. After all, there is now another woman, and her life experience and appearance are not inferior to mine. Humph. I'm afraid he's extremely happy now. How can he blame us? It's too late to be happy. Zhu Rong also hummed, very depressed. And then the three of them couldn't help but look at each other and smile again. To be honest, this time Princess Moyu's performance was quite sincere. More importantly, with this Dragon Ball, the 19th princess's cultivation will be greatly improved again, and she will have a better chance of winning against the Demon Geo. The next day, Zhu Xiaobao hurried back. He wanted to see if this Genshin was real. He was also very excited. If the 19th princess got this Genshin, what would happen to these mythical beasts like them? There are great benefits to succeeding. Is this the box? It is indeed a divine object. I can't tell what material this box is made of. It can actually seal Genshin inside. Let's change places and find a place where no one is around. It's the best place to compare. Empty. It's best not to let too many people know about this. Zhu Xiaobao became more and more delighted as he looked at it. Like Jumei, he could also feel the huge energy and mana contained in it, as well as the kind of thick breath of mythical beasts. Chapter 703, The Second Dragon Ball. Now everyone's attention is focused on the second Dragon Ball. No one mentioned the matter of Zhu Xiaobao and Princess Moyu. As for why this Dragon Ball is in the hands of Princess Moyu, it is unknown. Princess Moyu also got it from her father. When the Great Khan passed away, Prince Mohan got the throne. And Princess Moyu got this treasure box that has been passed down from generation to generation. But what exactly does this treasure box contain? It works, but no one knows. It was because Murong Feng got closer to Princess Moyu that she was lucky enough to see this box. She had the blood of a divine beast and actually sensed a trace of the divine beast's aura. Later, Jumei inherited the Xuanwu inheritance, and her bloodline, it was also activated, and its cultivation skyrocketed. Only then was it confirmed that the aura in this box belonged to the Azure Dragon Divine Beast. As for why this Dragon Ball is in Princess Moyu's tribe, we can only know it after the 19th princess inherits the inheritance of the Azure Dragon Beast and reads its memory. Why else would Murong Feng be so confident this time? Of course she knew that this box must be of great significance to the 19th princess, because the heavy aura of vicissitudes of life emanating from the box is definitely not beneath the giant golden armor hammer and turtleback shield. Zhu Xiaobao took Zhu Rong, Jumei, the 19th princess, and 5,000 personal guards to a very remote mountain kernel. The surrounding 20 miles were sealed off, and no one was allowed to approach. Open it! Seeing that everyone was ready, Zhu Xiaobao nodded and said. At this time, Jumei had already sacrificed the turtleback shield, and the treasure box was placed on the turtleback shield. Jumei stood aside with a golden armor hammer in hand to prevent any unexpected events. The 19th princess sacrificed the Dragon Ball in her body, and immediately there was a strong response in the treasure box. The treasure box also shook violently, but the seal on it still could not be broken, and there was nothing that could be done about the Dragon Ball break out of the box. But Princess 19 was pleasantly surprised to realize that this was the other Dragon Ball she needed most. However, several people tried their best and still failed to break the seal, which made several people very frustrated, especially the 19th princess, who was angry and anxious. But there was no way to deal with this treasure box. Why don't you try using my Suzaka sword? This sword is also a dragon-slaying sword after all. Maybe the seal was left by the original Beast Master? Rong said hesitantly at this time. She was afraid of using it. If the Suzaku sword is used, this treasure box will be destroyed. Or the Suzaku sword will be damaged in some way. After all, this treasure box is so weird. I don't even know what material it is made of. Well, then try it. Be careful. Zhu Xiaobao also said very cautiously. But even if Zhu Rong sacrificed the Suzaku sword, it was of no use. She still couldn't open the treasure box. Even the Suzaku fire on the Suzaku sword couldn't shake the treasure box at all. The giant golden armor hammer was smashed several times. But under the huge force, the treasure box was unscathed. Zhu Xiaobao's tiger head spear was given to him for free. Even the 19th princess tried to drip it with her own essence and blood. But it still had no effect. This left several people at a loss. Oh! Forget it. I'd better take the treasure box to Daxianglo Temple. To untie the bell, you have to tie the bell. I'm afraid only the Qinglong Dharma of Daxianglo Temple can unlock this seal. Princess 19 said with disappointment. It will take several days to go back and forth. And it is not certain that the seal will be unlocked by going to Daxianglo Temple. Because the clan members of Daxianglo Temple and the Great Venerable Wu Wei have never mentioned this second Dragon Ball. The Qinglong Dharma appearance never conveyed this information. Wait! What are you talking about? To untie the bell. You need to tie the bell? Yes. Since this treasure box belongs to Princess Mou. Can she open it? Zhu Xiaobao suddenly thought of this possibility. No way. If she could open it, wouldn't she have opened it long ago? I think she has tried hundreds of times with all the methods we can think of. Princess 19 said hesitantly. Yes. Several of the descendants of the mythical beasts were helpless. What use can Princess Mou do as a mere mortal? Try it. Maybe you can get unexpected results. Zhu Rong was still more careful. Nodded and said softly. Zhu Xiaobao flew out on the BMW and rushed out at high speed. In less than half an hour, he came back with Princess Mou. It should be said that Princess Mou rode the BMW and came back with Zhu Xiaobao. Because she's riding skills are much better than those of Zhu Xiaobao. Of course, this is a more powerful horse than a BMW. And nearly twice as fast as an ordinary war horse. Seeing the Dragon Ball sacrificed by the 19th princess, Princess Mou suddenly felt inspired. She actually caught the Dragon Ball. And surprisingly, the Dragon Ball did not seem to repel Princess Mou. I saw Princess Mou muttering something silently, then biting her middle finger with her right hand, and using her bloody finger, she began to draw along the mysterious symbols on the seal. Gradually, a magical scene appeared. The seal on the treasure box began to slowly emit golden light, and it became brighter and brighter, until Princess Mou traced all the runes on it. The seal suddenly glowed with golden light. A gap appeared in the middle of the treasure box, and the upper half of the treasure box began to slowly open, and cyan light emitted from the inside. At this time, everyone was stunned. They did not expect that Princess Mou could really open this treasure box. This shows that this treasure box was indeed passed down from Princess Mou's tribe. Zhu Xiaobao was even more delighted. Could it be that this wife, who came here also had the blood of some mythical beast? But no one paid attention to Zhu Xiaobao's thoughts at this time. Several people stared nervously at the treasure box that was gradually opened. Because a Dragon Ball inside, that was exactly the same as the one in the hands of the 19th princess, was finally suspended in midair. At the same time, the Dragon Ball in Princess 19's hand also flew up. The two Dragon Balls rose slowly together. The aura exuded by the second Dragon Ball seemed to be stronger. The 19th princess also had some insights and sat cross-legged. Behind her, a green Dragon Dharma slowly condensed. The green Dragon Dharma rose into the sky and headed straight for the two dragon beads. The two dragon beads also turned into two knives of green light and shot towards the green dragon. One on the left and one on the right shot into the two dragon eyes of the green dragon. Suddenly, the green dragon's appearance seemed to have been reborn. The green light flourished, and the entire mountain call was shrouded in a rich green halo. At the same time, the 19th princess was also surrounded by green light, and she pinched a magic formula with her hands, as if to communicate with Qinglong Dharma's mind. At this moment, Princess 19 was like a fairy, and even her body gradually began to become illusory. In the end, Princess 19 completely disappeared. She became one with her own Qinglong Dharma. At this time, the Qinglong Dharma in midair was solid and vivid, swimming happily in the air. At the same time, the two huge dragon eyes also emitted a strange light. Not only did the entire Qinglong Dharma form double in size, it also looked full of energy. There is a lot more spiritual energy than before. Oh! This is the finishing touch of the legend. With this second Dragon Ball, this green dragon has the spirit of a mythical beast. Zhu Xiaobao stared blankly at Pan Shui's green dragon in the air. Dharma Prime Minister murmured in his mouth. These two dragon beads should be the two eyes of the Azure Dragon Divine Beast. No wonder the ninth princess's Azure Dragon appearance always lacked something. Now I know that it's because of the missing Dragon Pearl. What's the finishing touch? Why can't I understand? Zhu Rong asked in surprise. There would be some allusions or words that they didn't understand in Zhu Xiaobao market, but he could always explain them. Clear and fascinating. Hey! I'll tell you a story with the finishing touch. You'll understand after listening to it. Zhu Xiaobao saw that the 19th princess was now one with his own Qinglong Dharma, and had no intention of coming back at all. So he simply sat on the ground. Start telling this story to a few people. After hearing the finishing touch of the illusion, everyone was surprised. It seemed that it was really like this. As soon as the second Dragon Ball came back, the 19th princess was able to become one with her origin. She couldn't do it before. It arrived, and the previous Qinglong Dharma was not so vivid, and looked a little half-dead. Well, who are your tribesmen? How did you get involved with the Azure Dragon Divine Beast? Zhu Xiaobao hugged Princess Mou's waist and asked without restraint. Now no one rejects Princess Mou anymore. Even Zhu Rong's eyes, when she looked at Princess Mou, became much softer and kinder. Humph. I don't know. I'm just a mortal and one of your wives. Princess Mou said a little proudly. But in the end she added, otherwise her beautiful eyes could kill people. At this time, the 19th princess in the air seemed to still have some unfinished thoughts, and actually flew toward Shiyuan City. She just waved her dragon tail at Zhu Xiaobao and others, and then disappeared. Where is she? She doesn't want to come back? Zhu Mei asked in confusion. At the same time, I am also envious that she can become one with her Dharma. But she cannot fly like that. Do you even need to ask? She wants to take a dip in the sea as a dragon roams the world. Zhu Rong explained to Zhu Mei with a chuckle. Oh, I didn't expect her to be so strong. I've always wanted to compete with her. Princess Mou sighed a little frustrated. There is no comparison at all. No. You are also very strong. It's all thanks to you that I can lift the seal and open the treasure box this time. Zhu Xiaobao quickly comforted, and then whispered in her ear, you are definitely better than her in bed. Really? Yes. She is not as good as you in this regard. Roll. In the Daxiangguo Temple, the appearance of the green dragon beast also appeared. It looked excitedly in the direction of Shiyuan City. It could feel that its other Dragon Ball had returned and had been recovered by the 19th princess. Got it. Chapter 704, Injured. The 19th princess flew over Shiyuan City. Seeing this huge green dragon flying by, many people knelt down and cheered excitedly. This was a sign of prosperity and prosperity for the Western King's fiefdom. Arriving on the sea, Princess 19 was a little unfamiliar at first. This was the first time she had become one with her Dharma, and she was somewhat excited and nervous. After flying to a very far sea, when there was no one else around, he started to make waves. He changed his usual calmness and swam happily in the sea. From time to time, he made huge waves, and from time to time, he got into the bottom of the sea and swam in the sea to his heart's content. I feel so happy. I didn't expect that I could become one with my Dharma and be able to do whatever I wanted. This speed was dozens of times faster than my own fastest colorful ship. At this speed, it only takes a quarter of an hour to reach Lingyu Island. In her excitement, the 19th princess actually arrived at the sea area close to Luofeng Island. In order not to disturb the female warriors on Luofeng Island, the 19th princess did not get too close, and she still dived into the sea and swam happily. But sometimes I am too excited, and danger is coming. Unexpectedly, a group of merchant ships appeared in the distance, and there were dozens of warships escorting them around. The 19th princess didn't take it seriously, and just thought it was a caravan going to Luofeng Island to do business. This was a very common thing in normal times. She still had the consciousness to stay away, for fear of alerting the caravan. But unexpectedly, when the 19th princess wanted to dive deeper, she suddenly felt a warning sign. From the sea surface, two huge blood axes actually split the sea surface, and they actually hit the 19th princess and condensed out. This green dragon. The 19th princess was shocked. This was definitely not something that ordinary warships could do, let alone the lethality that a great warrior could possess. Then there is no need to ask. The one on the sea must be the demon Geo. That is, the great venerable savage. However, these two blood axes have locked onto the 19th princess. And they are powerful and heavy. And they are shooting at them with lightning. The 19th princess does not have any inherited magical weapons. So she does not dare to resist these pair of blood axes. But Princess 19 remained calm in the face of danger, and reacted very quickly. She quickly flew downwards, relying on the speed of Qinglong Dharma to avoid the attack of the blood axe. At the same time, the huge dragon tail also rolled up a powerful stream of water, and threw it towards the pair of blood axes. Although it could not block this fatal blow, it also slightly slowed down the speed of the pair of blood axes. At the same time, it also knocked the pair of blood axes away. The line of attack of the blood axe has also been shifted a bit. However, in the end, the 19th princess still could not completely avoid the killing move of the demon Geo. The tail of the green dragon was still caught, and the extremely hard scales were also scratched. The 19th princess's green dragon was immediately beaten. As dissipated, Princess 19's calf was also injured. She didn't care about it anymore, and dived down quickly. You can't sense this green dragon anymore? Stop the boat, and let's wait here. If she can't condense her departure direction, she won't be able to stay at the bottom of the sea for long. The great master of wilderness stood on the bow of the boat, and said with a frown. With the attack just now, he also felt that the direction of the attack was biased. I recalled two blood axes, but there were obviously tiny cyan scales on them. It should still have hit, but it was not fatal. In fact, although Princess 19 was a little careless this time, she inadvertently saved the female warriors on Lingyu Island and Luofeng Island. It turns out that the great master of wilderness forcibly absorbed the essence of his original body in the sinkhole on Jialong Island. Although the progress was not fast, the effect was still very significant. He is now a half-demon. Even the great venerable Shemale and the great venerable Join have learned the first-level demon body cultivation method. Although the progress is limited, it is enough for them to eliminate the unbearable swelling and pain. And their physical fitness has also been greatly enhanced. Now the great venerable Join can withstand the fierce and domineering harvesting of the great venerable wilderness. But the great venerable Man Wang was not satisfied. The great venerable Join was too old. Although his appearance had recovered a lot, his figure and skin were still not comparable to those of those young women. And they were not as good as those of the female warriors. This kind of resistance and fierce confrontation makes the great venerable man dare to be boring. He also likes something fierce and tough. So I started to get tired of Master Join again. At this time, Ji Jiwei took the opportunity to give the great venerable man Wang an idea. Jialong Island is not very far from Luofeng Island. As long as you go to Luofeng Island, you can capture as many female warriors as you want. Moreover, there is huge wealth and various high-end goods there, which they need very much. Nowadays, the great master of wilderness is becoming more and more picky. He only drinks wine that is more than 5 years old. The strong women and girls who usually serve around him also have to wash themselves with the best soap. Although these strong women and girls basically don't live long time, but you also need to keep it fragrant. Therefore, during this period of time, Ji Jisheng took great pains and sent several caravans to purchase these things. Not only was it a waste of people and money, but he also couldn't keep up with the huge demand. This made Ji Jisheng complain secretly. Now when he saw the great master of the wilderness coming out of the sinkhole, and still thinking about the two female warriors from the past, he couldn't help but have an idea, and came up with such a sinister idea. Originally, the great master of wilderness was too lazy to do it himself. But when he heard that he could capture enough female warriors, he couldn't help but be moved. It just so happens that I can try out my half-demon body. More importantly, it can also dampen the momentum of Zhu Xiaobao and others. So Lord Man Wang readily agreed to Ji Jishen's idea. In order to please Tian Majiu, Ji Jiwei even sent a merchant ship. He also suggested that he and the great master Man Wang pretend to be in office, and go to Luofeng Island to have some fun. This makes the great venerable savage even more satisfied. Or would he be the disciple he picked up to please him? So this time we took a merchant ship and sailed towards Luofeng Island easily. The key is that he still wants to kill some time. Except for the female warrior he likes. When the next blood sacrifice is held, it will be used directly on Lingyu Island. Thinking about the tens of thousands of female warriors left in the blood sacrifice, the effect will be increased several times. Therefore, the great master of wilderness was not in a hurry along the way. There was still some time before his next blood sacrifice. So we were eating, drinking and having fun on the boat. And we were not in a hurry to leave. Of course, there were fewer healthy women and girls along the way. It has become his meal. In addition, many people were directly killed by him. The Great Venerable Jiuyin was also frightened when he saw it. He was afraid that the next time the Great Venerable Manhuang's cultivation level skyrocketed again, he would not be able to bear it. But today, the Great Master of Wilderness suddenly sensed a very familiar green dragon aura, and it was in the nearby sea area. He immediately concealed his aura and began to look for the source of the Azure Dragon aura. After carefully sensing it, the Great Venerable Manhuang was surprised to find that the aura of the green dragon actually came from the bottom of the sea. It was in the sea not far from them. He was also extremely surprised in his heart. Could it be the green dragon beast? But after careful sensing, I was denied again. If it were really the Azure Dragon divine beast, it would definitely not be so weak. He should have noticed this demon Geo a long time ago. But the savage venerable was still a little frightened in his heart. The descendants of the four great beasts actually began to appear, and they were actually able to use the magic of the beasts. This makes Tai Moju a little worried. Since she met her today, there is no reason to let her go. So while the 19th princess was unprepared, Tai Moju unleashed a fatal blow with all his strength. But I didn't expect that my success failed and I didn't kill the green dragon. So he decided to stay there until the 19th princess could no longer hold back at the bottom of the sea, emerged from the sea, and killed her with one strike. However, the great master Manhuang did not expect that when the 19th princess sank to the bottom of the sea, you would immediately condense the Dharma form. Although this time the Azure Dragon Dharma appearance became very illusory and very small, you could still be the same as the 19th princess. 2 in 1. Because the most powerful thing about the Azure Dragon Divine Beast is its recovery ability. Although she was injured, the 19th princess already had 2 Dragon Balls at this time, and her recovery speed doubled. She was able to retreat and recover in a short time. In just one stick of incense, the Qinglong Dharma can be recondensed. But this time, the 19th princess is a little worried. She is now locked by the consciousness of the Great Lord of the Wilderness. If she does not use the Dharma, she can avoid the lock of the Great Venerable of the Wilderness. Because the aura of the Qinglong Dharma is too strong, there's no way to hide it. But if I don't use the Qinglong Dharma, I won't be able to stay at the bottom of the sea. Finally, the 19th princess had an idea. She took out a gentian and placed it on the bottom of the sea. It was the second gentian with a relatively thicker aura. Then the 19th princess quietly swam out of the range of the savage Great Lord's spiritual consciousness, and then quickly fled back to Shiyuan City. Then he immediately went to find Zhu Xiaobao. Although the Great Master of Wilderness also noticed something was wrong, he couldn't figure out what was going on. Anyway, the aura of the blue dragon under the sea was still there, so he waited patiently there. At the same time, Ji Jisheng on the merchant ship was a little anxious about waiting. He was worried that the female warriors on Luofeng Island were ready, so it would be difficult to take action. Master, how about we go to Luofeng Island first? This green dragon has been injured and may have died at the bottom of the sea, Ji Jisheng asked cautiously. He didn't know that he was the descendant of this green dragon beast. He had been thinking about it a lot. The 19-year-old princess. Get out! You ignorant little brat. Below is a descendant of a mythical beast, and you must not let him go. Those female warriors don't matter. Get out of here. The great master of savagery suddenly became furious and almost gave Ji Jisheng a slap in the face. Fortunately, the great master Jiuyin quickly stepped forward and helped Ji Jishi with a good word, and he escaped the disaster. The great master Manhuang had a hot temper and was not easy to talk to. But the great Lord Jiuyin was not so lucky. He was directly pushed to the ground by the great Lord Manhuang and started to enjoy it in front of everyone. In the palace of the King of the West, Zhu Xiaobao was still having wine with everyone to celebrate. Unexpectedly, Princess 19 staggered back with injuries. Zhu Xiaobao was immediately shocked when he saw this, and quickly picked up Princess 19 and returned to the inner room. The faces of Zhu Rong, Jumei and Murong Fengren also changed color. Who could hurt the 19th princess, who is one with the Qinglong Fa? Chapter 705, Turbulent Waves. At this time, everyone came to the training place of the 19th princess. In order to keep it secret, no one familiar with the situation could enter. Only Zhu Rong, Jumei, Wu Yu and several close female guards can come in now. But this time, Princess Imo Yu was also allowed to follow. After all, she still had some connections with the Azure Dragon Divine Beast. This time she gave away the Ancestral Dragon Ball, which was also recognized by everyone. The 19th princess is doing exercises to heal her injuries. The injury on her calf is recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone is amazed by the powerful self-healing ability of the Qinglong bloodline. But what everyone is more concerned about now is Tianmozhou. This demon actually arrived in the waters of Lingyu Island and Luofeng Island. It is really surprising. Fortunately, he was caught by the 19th princess. Otherwise, Lingyu Island and Luofeng Island, the losses to Luofeng Island were huge. And everyone can imagine that the purpose of Tianmozhou's trip is definitely for the female warrior. Because this matter was so serious. Zhu Rong specially invited Duanmuki here. After listening to the statement of the 19th princess, everyone looked solemn. Unexpectedly, the great lord of the wilderness was already so powerful. Not only could he lock the 19th princess on the bottom of the sea, but he could also attack the 19th princess with a pair of blood axes, and even injure her. It's time for the 19th princess Qinglong Dharma appearance. Well, this is to be expected. After all, it was Tianmozhou who fought against the 4 divine beasts alone, which shows that its combat power is indeed quite powerful. But I didn't expect it to recover so quickly. It is already a half-demon body. It's over. Duanmuki sighed softly, twisting his beard. Although he was prepared, he still had to face the terrifying strength of Tianmozhou. When I think it is necessary, I still have to discuss an alliance with the great venerable Wu Wei. After all, the most important thing is to deal with the demon Jiu first. Murong Feng said very impressively. Now the great venerable Wu Wei has taken back the ancestral beast master slave. The remaining essence and blood may be a big help. Although many of venerable Wu Wei's motives are not noble. They are even selfish. It's useless to say this now. I have to rush to Luofeng Island immediately. If Tianmozhou can't find the 19th princess and vents his anger on Lingyu Island and Luofeng Island, the loss will be too great. Besides, I believe that Master Wu Wei will always be a hidden danger if he stays by his side. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head. The female warriors of the Lingyu tribe were still his mutated tribesmen. This time, the inheritance was activated. And they were also activated. His bloodline and cultivation level have greatly increased. But it is still impossible to compete with the demon Jiu. It has to be said that Zhu Xiaobao has too many things to worry about now, and too many people to take care of. He feels that he is a little tired, and wants to resolve the issue with Tianmozhou as soon as possible. Well, let's do this. I'll send you Shuang, and you Shui to Luofeng Island first. The two of them are quite powerful now. They have set up the 9 palace demon subduing formation in advance. Although they will definitely not be able to defeat the demon Jiu, they can still delay it for a while. Duanmuki thought for a while before saying, now apart from the descendants of the 4 great beasts, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui are the strongest. Then what? Let's go meet the demon Jiu. The 19th princess's dragon ball must be taken back. Zhu Xiaobao still stared at Duanmuki. Although he didn't want to fight the demon Jiu so early, there was nothing he could do now. If they avoid it, people have already begun to attack them. If they don't respond, there will definitely be another one. And another one after that. Then it depends on the recovery time of the 19th princess. Duanmuki also understands this truth. Even if he can't beat her now, he still has to make a strong response to make Tianmozhou have some scruples. But Princess 19th's injuries have not fully recovered. It will take me another day to fully recover. Princess 19 said a little tiredly. If both Dragon Balls were present, her recovery speed could be faster. But now there is only 1 Dragon Ball left. I feel that the speed of recovery is much slower. Okay. Then let's set off immediately. There will be almost a day on the road, which is just enough for the 19th princess to fully recover. Without further ado, let's set off right away. Try not to let too many people know about this. Duanmuki also said simply. This time, Tong Wuxin is still in control of the 3 auspicious treasures. And he has brought enough artillery LS, and the entourage is also a handy, experienced, and strongest female guard. Not all of them are female warriors. Some of them are still female guards of the original 19th princess. At this time, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui also began to gather people and rush to support Luofeng Island with great fanfare in order to provide cover for Zhu Xiaobao and the others. Of course, the 2 militants are also furious now. They are quite annoyed if they dare to defeat Fendao's idea. Even if they are the great master, they are not too worried because they are confident that they can definitely fight. After leaving the dock, Jixiang Sanbao left the other ships far away and quickly sailed towards the sea area marked by the 19th princess. The 19th princess also sat in the cabin and took the time to recover from her injuries. This time, Zhu Xiaobao did not laugh and laugh like before, but stood on the bow of the boat and thought about something. What is supposed to come will eventually come. I just didn't expect Time Moji to come so quickly. I thought it would take half a year. But now we have to compete face to face. Zhu Xiaobao was still a little nervous. Ha ha! Didn't you say that a husband and wife are of the same mind? And they can cut through metal. What's more? We are 4 people. What are you worried about? It was Zhu Rong who understood Zhu Xiaobao's mood best, and took the initiative to protect Zhu Xiaobao from behind. Saying softly said, her voice was still very calm, without any hint of worry or fear, which made everyone feel calmer, as if there was nothing to fear. Well, I'm worried about you. Zhu Xiaobao didn't look back, but he felt much calmer. This is what Zhu Rong is best at. She always makes people feel at ease and stable. Don't say it! As long as we are together, I can accept any outcome. As long as we work together. This is our greatest advantage. This kind of advantage will never be possessed by Demon Jiu. Zhu Rong immediately shouted. After Zhu Xiaobao finished speaking, although his voice was still very soft, it made people feel fearless. That's right. I'm not afraid of that Demon Jiu. Ju Mei behind Zhu Rong also said loudly at this time. She also wanted to comfort Zhu Xiaobao, but her literary talent was limited, so she could only speak out loud and straightforwardly. Idea? The originally calm atmosphere was broken by Ju Mei, and instead a surge of fighting spirit began to rise. At this time, the 19th princess also walked out of the cabin, full of energy. She had fully recovered, and the distance from Tianmoju is less than 100 miles. Okay, I can already feel the aura of the Demon Jiu. I will dive to the bottom of the sea first, take back my Dragon Ball, and then we will attack together unexpectedly. Princess 19 was in a good mood. She was originally very worried about herself along the way. This Dragon Ball? Now that she felt that this Dragon Ball was safe and sound, she felt relaxed immediately. In order to reduce the momentum, the 19th princess jumped into the sea first, and then condensed the Qinglong Dharma form, and then merged with the Dharma form, quickly dived, and swam towards her Dragon Ball. On Ji Jisheng's ship, Tianmajio was also a little depressed. He launched several attacks, but they were all dodged by the aura of the green dragon under the sea. It turns out that the Dragon Balls have a spirit. Every time Tianmojio's blood axe struck, it was able to avoid it in time, so it has remained unscathed so far. This makes Tianmojio very angry. If this stalemate continues, it may be difficult to kill the descendant of the green dragon beast, but it would be very unwilling to give up like this. At this moment, the great venerable savage felt that the aura under the sea suddenly became stronger. What the hell is this? Could it be that the previous injury was fake? Impossible. The great Lord Man Wang never expected that the 19th princess actually had 2 Dragon Balls, and she had already gone back and forth to the Western King's fiefdom during this period. Humph. I don't care whether you are really injured or fake, as long as you are locked by my consciousness. Don't even think about leaving! The great savage shouted angrily. Master's aura is unparalleled. The descendant of Qinglong has nowhere to escape at this time. He will definitely become a great help to Master. Ji Jisheng followed up, and said in a flattering manner. Even the great Master Jiuyin behind him nodded and bowed, complimenting. The great venerable Jiuyin is secretly praying to the great venerable savage not to get angry again. Once he gets angry, he will vent his anger on her. In the past 2 days, the great venerable Jiuyin has been sore and miserable. Although she is best at seducing men, the great master of the wilderness has grown to a giant man of almost 3 meters. And the thing under his crotch is 3 times that of an ordinary person. Even she can't resist it. But just at this moment, the sea suddenly began to churn, and huge waves surged into the sky. Unexpectedly, the green dragon Dharma appearance actually started to take the lead in attacking. Ji Jisheng's fleet immediately suffered a disaster. The huge waves rolling from the bottom of the sea immediately overturned several warships and merchant ships. Other ships were also heaving up and down, and they might be overturned at any time. But only Ji Jisheng's flagship remained unmoved. Despite the intrusion of the strong winds and waves, it was firmly restrained by the great lord of the wilderness. At the same time, 2 blood axes also appeared in the hands of the great lord of the wilderness. Ha ha! Can't help but want to come out? I, the demon lord, have been waiting for you for a long time. The great monarch of savagery was not angry but happy, and roared loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, a pair of blood axes struck out in a certain direction on the sea. But what surprised Tianmoju was that the aura of the Azure Dragon Dharma suddenly split into 2, separated to the left and right sides. Not only did it avoid the sharp slash, But it also made the great venerable man one a little confused about the real thing and the fake one. How could this happen? Two auras of the Qinglong Dharma appeared? Are there two green dragons? Absolutely impossible. It never expected that the 19th princess had two dragon balls, and she used them to the fullest. At this moment, a small boat came quickly from a distance. It was also unscathed in the stormy waves, and it was actually coming towards the demon dove. Three auspicious treasures? Zhu Xiaobao? How dare he come here? Ji Jihui shouted in surprise. In his opinion, Zhu Xiaobao must not dare to come. After all, he has to face the demon Jiu. But not only did Zhu Xiaobao come, but behind him stood Zhu Rong and Zhu Mei. Chapter 706, Siege of Demon Jiu A. The warships on both sides were still almost 3,000 steps apart, and the distance was still shrinking. Jixiang Sanbeiming did not slow down, but accelerated towards him. Even the great venerable man Wang was a little confused and didn't understand what Zhu Xiaobao and the others were going to do. Do you want to rely on the soldiers on the ship to fight against you? Isn't this a joke? There are still more than a dozen warships on the side of the great master of the wilderness. Besides, in this kind of battle that is beyond the capabilities of ordinary people, ordinary army warships cannot participate at all, and it is too late to hide. But the three auspicious treasures of Zhu Xiaobao are still rushing towards it. Ha ha ha! The descendants of the four great beasts are all here. Come! Come! Let me see how much weight you have. Give me a move! The great lord of the wilderness laughed arrogantly. Can you meet me here? Being the descendant of the four great beasts, it is still very unexpected and pleasantly surprised. It is confident that without the beast master slave and dragon-slaying knife, it will definitely have the upper hand. So with one hand, a blood axe flew towards the three auspicious treasures, with a strong evil aura, which had enveloped the three auspicious treasures in its killing range. The female guards on the auspicious three treasures suddenly felt a suffocating sense of oppression, and even their movements were much slower. Moreover, the fierce aura on the blood axe made them feel the shadow of death. But these female guards actually stood together very strongly, without flinching or showing any fear. They did not have confidence in themselves, but in Zhu Xiaobao. I also have confidence in Zhu Mei and Zhu Rong. It's this thing again! Let me do it! Zhu Mei yelled, and smashed the golden armor hammer in her hand against the blood axe. She had fought with Tian Majio once, and that time his turtle-back shield was hit. It's going to crack. But now and then, now that Zhu Mei has inherited the Xuanwu inheritance and has also developed a half-body body, she really wants to try this killing move of the great master of the wilderness again. Boom! With a loud noise, the two divine weapons collided in midair. The blood axe was forcibly blown away by the golden armor hammer, turning into a blood mist. But Zhu Mei also stepped back several times. If it weren't for the turtle-back shield, she would have been injured. But this was also very uncomfortable. She felt her heart was stuffy. Her right hand was numb, and her internal organs had been displaced. It was very uncomfortable. Okay, you are still stronger, but the gap between us is not that big. Zhu Mei was very magnanimous. Although she was at a disadvantage, she still said loudly, Huh? The body of a demigod? You can actually resist this killing move of mine? It seems that I still underestimated you a little. The great master of the wilderness was also a little surprised. This powerful woman can actually carry it. Can you withstand his full blow? This is incredible. At this time, the Qilong Faxian on the bottom of the sea stopped making noise, and the sea suddenly returned to calmness. It's just that most of Ji Jisheng's warships have been overturned, but the warships centered on Ji Jisheng are safe and sound, because the 19th princess did not dare to get too close to the great lord of the wilderness. Otherwise she would not be able to withstand the killer move of the great lord of the wilderness. At this time, the 19th princess also got on the lucky three treasures. Ji Jisheng, who was opposite, suddenly screamed, It's her! It's her! Master, she is the 19th princess! And the one next to her is the Princess of England. The one who did it just now is called Zhu Beautiful. The leaders are Zhu Xiaobao, Ji Jisheng. You, a slave with the third surname, actually have the nerve to appear in front of me? Come on, let's challenge each other. Zhu Xiaobao became furious as soon as he saw Ji Jisheng. This guy was still with him before. The brother-in-law didn't expect that he had molested the 19th princess and fled to her princess. And now he has climbed up to the great lord of the wilderness. This guy is getting more and more evil now. Humph. Zhu Xiaobao, don't be arrogant. In front of my master, none of you can run away. Master, It's best to kill him first. He is the backbone of these people. Ji Jisheng rushed towards the great venerable man Wang with his strength. He yelled wildly. Even though he was still at the peak of martial lord, he didn't dare to challenge Zhu Xiaobao in a one-on-one fight. He felt a little embarrassed when he saw Zhu Xiaobao. Ha ha! Are you Zhu Xiaobao, the descendant of the white tiger beast? Well, I can give you a chance to keep these 3 women and let you live. Otherwise, hee, I will kill you first. The venerable said a little excitedly at this time. He took a liking to Zhu Rong, Princess 19 and Zhu Mei at a glance. Especially Zhu Mei, which was very to his liking. Unexpectedly, such good resources were monopolized by Zhu Xiaobao alone. He already wanted to kill Zhu Xiaobao without Ji Jixi opening his mouth. Tai and Mojiu, I will also give you a chance to get out of this world. I can forget the blame, but Ji Jixing has to stay for me. Zhu Xiaobao stood upright, glanced at Ji Jixing, and then hummed to the great venerable man Wang. Huh. Okay. You are even more arrogant than the beast-taming slave back then. So don't blame me for being rude. Come on. Let me see how successful you are compared to the white tiger beast back then. The venerable couldn't help but laugh and said, he was not afraid of a war, but he was afraid of these people running away. If they really scattered, it would be really hard to find. Roar! With a tiger roar, Zhu Xiaobao was not polite and took the lead to launch an offensive. As soon as his white tiger aspect came out, he pounced on the great venerable man Wang. The 2 tiger claws still have a little red light, which is a fire attribute bonus. Although it is not as powerful as Zhu Rong, it can still have a very good effect. Ha ha! That's all you have? Isn't that enough? The great lord of savagery stood there motionless, seemingly disdainful, and 2 blood axes appeared in his hands again. But then, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The white tiger Dharma phase jumped over the great sage of the wild wilderness and pounced on Ji Jixin. Zhu Xiaobao's first target turned out to be GZ. Bold! How dare you cheat? You are looking for death. The great monarch was furious. He raised his hand and flew a bloody axe towards the white tiger. Ji Jixing, on the other hand, turned around and ran away in panic. He didn't dare to fight against Bai Hufa. But what is even more unexpected next is that behind the white tiger, there is another white tiger. This white tiger is much smaller than the one just now, but it is extremely hidden and appears strangely in the wilderness. In front of the great venerable, Zhu Xiaobao's true form was then revealed. He was still holding the Suzaka knife in his hand. At this time, he had already cut it from bottom to top. Ah? How come there are 2 white tiger beasts? Ouch! The great master of savagery immediately shouted in surprise. But his body movements were not slow to react, and he immediately turned sideways to avoid them. But he overlooked one detail. The member under his crotch was too long and a section was cut off. He screamed in pain. Lord Jiuying could see clearly from behind, and immediately felt a shiver in his heart, and then a burst of excitement. But it was a short section, and he would no longer have to suffer so much. Zhu Xiaobao was also stunned, and cursed angrily. It's really unlucky that I chopped up such a disgusting thing as soon as I took action. I still have to disinfect myself. As he spoke, the Suzaku sword returned to Zhu Rong's hand and ignited a fire. It was Zhu Rong who was using the Suzaku fire to clean up the stains on the island. Ouch! 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 Xiaobao! You bastard! Where are you going to chop? The great savage covered his crotch and screamed. At this time, he was no longer as domineering as usual, but his half-demon body was indeed very powerful, and it was healing the wounds quickly, and the bleeding stopped in the blink of an eye. At this time, the white tiger's appearance that pounced on Ji Jixing had dissipated. It was just a bluff to confuse the devil. Unexpectedly, the attack was successful, although it failed to seriously injure Tai Mojiu. Ji Jixi was stunned. What the hell is this? It was Zhu Xiaobao who succeeded first. The great lord of savagery has regained his condition at this time. He doesn't care much about this minor injury. The half-demon body will repair itself again. But at this time, he was very confused about the Suzaku sword. Dragon-slaying sword? No, this is not a dragon-slaying sword. But why is there the aura of the dragon-slaying sword? Tell me, what is going on? The great master of wilderness now no longer dares to look down on these descendants of the divine beasts. It is too weird. The green dragon divine beast can be divided into 2. And the white tiger divine beast can also appear as a second form. What is even weirder is that the Suzaku sword also has its smells like a dragon-slaying knife. But it is not a dragon-slaying knife. Now Savage Dazu can only be confused by these too many accidents. After all these years, are these mythical beasts still evolving? Impossible. Aren't they all just like me, with only a trace of their soul left? But now there are so many weird phenomena that make it feel a little crazy. Ha ha! You can't understand. Can you? It doesn't matter. I'll let you understand. Come on! Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile. But his hands were not slow, and he immediately took the lead and took action again. Now they have finally gained the upper hand. So of course they have to pursue and fight hard. In an instant, the huge Suzaku soared into the sky, and a sea of fire enveloped the great monarch in the wilderness. The huge turtle-back shield was also launched, protecting the three auspicious treasures. At the same time, the golden armor hammer struck again, slamming into the great monarch. His Holiness, a white tiger Dharma Prime Minister in the sea of fire, rushed over again, this time directly attacking the great venerable savage. The two tiger claws exuded a strong killing aura, and the 19th princess also got into the sea again, setting off another round of stormy waves. This scene has made the soldiers on the warships feel desperate, and they have no power to fight back. Ji Jisheng was also horrified. This was the first time he had seen such a huge momentum. He began to wonder whether the great master of savagery could withstand these ferocious attacks. Demon Blood Axe! The great master of wilderness also put up a posture to respond to the enemy with a solemn expression, looked up to the sky and roared, and saw two blood axes merged into one in midair, and then turned into a big axe that covered the sky and the sun. And suddenly the scarlet blood the light enveloped our own camp, and a strong bloody aura spread out, blending with the sea of fire. It actually made a sizzling sound and turned into a white mist. At this time, the giant golden armor hammer and Zhu Xiaobao's second Dharma form also attacked. Chapter 707, Siege of Demonjiu B. The merchant ships and warships on the sea, including Ji Jisheng's flagship, all sailed out one after another, striving to stay as far away from the fighting waters as possible. This was no longer something ordinary people could participate in, and getting even closer would lead to disaster. Even the three auspicious treasures are retreating quickly, and Zhu Xiaobao and the others are now standing on the huge turtle-back shield. At this time, the turtle-back shield has spread to an area of several feet in radius, which not only allows them to stand firmly, it can also provide the most solid defense. Now Ji Jisheng is complaining the most on the flagship. He can't leave, so he can only hide behind the great venerable savage with the great vengeance of the human demon and the great venerable Join. They have almost shrunk to the stern of the ship. As for he didn't dare to stay in those luxurious cabins. If something happened, he could jump into the sea to escape. If he stayed in the cabin, wouldn't he be waiting for death? Looking at the overwhelming flames above his head, Ji Jisheng could already feel the scorching temperature. If it hadn't been for the scarlet evil aura emitted by the demon blood axe of the great master of the wilderness, which blocked the attack of the flames, Ji Jisheng's flagship would have been there long ago. It turned into ashes. This can be regarded as a true battle of half gods and half demons. The soldiers, Ji Shishi and others were frightened, and their horizons were opened. Under the fear, there was also a deep awe. This scene has never happened before. I've seen it before. If you are lucky enough to come back alive, it will definitely be an experience you can be proud of for the rest of your life. Zhu Xiaobao and Jumei didn't think so much. They had already attacked together. Jumei's golden armor hammer used all its strength to smash the great venerable savage. But the great master of wilderness clapped his left hand and forcefully held down the golden armor hammer. And he and Jumei were actually in a stalemate. Zhu Xiaobao's tiger-headed spear also stabbed hard, and the tip of the spear was still filled with white killing energy. This made the great venerable savage a little afraid. At first, the white tiger beast was the one with the sharpest attack. But now this shot is indeed a bit of a threat. But compared with the original white tiger beast, it was still far behind. The great venerable wild man shouted loudly, stretched out his right hand, and quickly grabbed the tip of Zhu Xiaobao's spear, and then kicked Zhu Xiaobao fiercely. The blood axe was thrown out, hoping to take advantage of the situation and kill all the little treasures. At this moment, there was no space between Zhu Xiaobao and Jumei. A Suzaku sword had already arrived first. The great master of wilderness happened to be fighting the enemy with both hands. When he had no time to deal with it, the Suzaku sword struck quickly and fiercely. The tip still carries the scorching Suzaku fire, but it is the aura of the dragon-slaying knife and the indestructible demon-slaying power on this sword that frightens the great master of savagery. Ah! Is it really a dragon-slaying knife? Why the I do you have this knife? The great savage howled in fright and anger. But a deep bone visible wound had been opened on his chest. The great lord of savagery roared angrily, let go of the golden armor hammer and tiger-headed spear, and quickly retreated more than 10 feet, smashing the masts and the upper buildings of the flagship into pieces. Then he looked at it and stopped. It was frightened, looking at the Suzaka knife in Zhu Rong's hand. It was this knife that could make it fearful. Han Yuan blood armor! The great lord of savagery roared, and with a wave of his hand, a blood axe in midair was summoned back, and a set of scarlet armor condensed on his body, carrying a strong bloody aura. I saw the blood axe in the hand of the great lord of the wild wilderness quickly became as big as 1 foot, and it was slashing towards Zhu Xiaobao and others. Break it for me! Jiu Mei also yelled, and raised her turtle shield, blocking the 3 of them from behind, and resisted the attack of the axe. With a loud sound of boom, the huge axe of the great lord of the savage land was actually blocked by the turtle back shield. However, the 3 people behind the turtle back shield also felt uncomfortable and were shaken backwards by the huge force. Back and forth. Since there was 1 less blood axe in the air, the Suzaka fire took advantage of the situation and suppressed it. Suddenly, the soldiers on the flagship felt the temperature rise sharply, and they could no longer hold the weapons in their hands. Many people's hair and clothes also started to catch fire. Humph! What a trick! The great master of savage land looked at Ji Jisheng and the others, and couldn't help but snorted. With a wave of his left hand, the blood axe in the air turned into a rain of blood all over the sky, and scattered down, as if to extinguish the blood. There was a flame, and white mist suddenly formed above the entire flagship, which actually dissolved Zhu Rong's Suzaku fire. The Suzaku Dharma appearance in midair also gradually dissipated. It turned out that Zhu Rong's cultivation level was not high, and the Dharma appearance did not last long, especially when she had to use the Suzaku fire. Zhu Rong's internal strength of the divine beast was a bit unable to keep up. Charge again! Zhu Xiaobao gritted his teeth, fired a tiger-headed spear, and rushed over first. Now the great master of the wilderness has been injured. If he doesn't take the opportunity to kill this demon, it will be a disaster. However, when they fought again, Zhu Xiaobao discovered that the Han Yuan blood armor on the body of the great venerable savage turned out to be extremely defensive. When his tiger-head spear was thrust into it, it was blocked by it. Only the Suzaku sword was able to do so. Attacking and killing can make the great lord of the wilderness feel fearful. On the other hand, the offensive of the great lord of the wilderness made these people unable to withstand it. As a last resort, Zhu Xiaobao once again used his innate skills and relied on his weird footwork to appear in front of the great lord of the wilderness. This time, he held the Suzaku sword and chopped it down hard. When? Unexpectedly, the great master of the wilderness had already been wary of his move. The blood axe in his hand was actually blocked in front of him, and was cut in half by the Suzaku sword. I'll chop! I'll chop! I'll chop! I'll chop! Zhu Xiaobao became angry and turned the Suzaku sword in turn, and then used the old apprentice's set of tricks. He didn't seek exquisite moves, but wanted to win in terms of numbers. The great master of savagery was immediately thrown into a panic. The Han Yuan blood armor on his body began to be damaged in one piece and another here and there, but it was able to heal on its own immediately. This set of Han Yuan blood armor is condensed by the blood demon essence of the great venerable savage, so it can be repaired immediately. But this consumes a huge amount of the demon essence of the great venerable savage. Seeing this set of Han Yuan blood armor starting to become thinner and thinner, it is not as thick as it was at the beginning. However, all Shibao's inner strength of the divine beasts has also been exhausted. They all have demigod bodies and have just been refined, so they cannot last too long. Except for the 19th princess. Her self-recovery internal power is super strong, so she can display the Qinglong Dharma for a long time. But her attack power is limited, and she plays more of a supporting role. In the end, both Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong had exhausted their inner strength of the divine beasts, and could no longer display the divine beasts' magic forms. Jiu Mei was also out of breath. She had fought with the great lord of the wild for dozens of rounds, but she was still at a disadvantage. The golden armor hammer in her hand also had many cracks, which were caused by the blood axe of the great lord of the wild. There are also many cracks and damage on the turtle's back shield. What surprised Zhu Xiaobao even more was that the Suzaku sword in his hand actually had many scarlet spots at this time, and the Suzaku sword was not as sharp as it was at the beginning. and the Suzaku fire on it also disappeared. Give me the Suzaku sword! There is corpse poison on his blood axe, which has stained the sword. Ju-Rong cried out in shock and pain. With a wave of her hand, the Suzaku sword returned to her hand. Once in Ju-Rong's hands, the Suzaku fire was rekindled on the sword, instantly refining all the spots on the body, and the Suzaku sword regained its original power. Immediately afterwards, the blood rain from the great master of the savage land fell towards everyone again, which contained strong corpse poison. As a last resort, Ju-Rong had no choice but to release the Suzaku fire again, burning the blood rain to ashes. Both sides also retreated a certain distance. Now the great lord of the wilderness has also consumed a lot of energy. He only has one blood axe left in his hand. He no longer has the ability to use another blood axe. The great lord of the wilderness now also has physical strength, overdraft, but he still stood up to confront Zhu Xiaobao and others. Zhu Xiaobao and others did not dare to attack again. Now they were at the end of their strength, but they were unwilling to give up like this. At this time, everyone has forgotten one person. That is Princess 19. Her Qinglong Dharma has not dissipated, and now the two sides have distanced themselves. That green dragon Dharma image started to wreak havoc again. The stormy wave set off again, causing Ji Jisheng's flagship to bump up and down, as if it was about to be submerged at any time. And the great master of wilderness couldn't hold it down anymore. His consumption was too great, and he couldn't hold down his flagship anymore. The great venerable Jiuyin was even thrown off the stern of the boat by the violent jolts. Without paying attention, he was kicked into the sea. Just when everyone saw hope again, they did not expect that the scene in front of them suddenly changed completely. It turned out to be calm, or it was a leisurely scene of fishermen singing late in the sunset. And the great venerable savage and others on the opposite side can no longer be seen. This is the illusion of the great human monster. Be careful, everyone. Ju-Rong frowned and said. In normal times, she could burn the great human monster with a single blow of Suzaku's fire to reveal his true form. But now she is powerless. The 19th princess still wanted to take action, but was called back by Zhu Xiaobao. Her cultivation level was too low, and it was easy for the great master of the savage land to sneak attack by hiding in the illusion. So Zhu Xiaobao and the others drove the three auspicious treasures and moved back a certain distance. At this time, the illusion slowly disappeared, and Ji Jisheng's flagship had already driven away far away. The 19th princess returned to the ship and began to help everyone recover their physical strength and internal strength. Although it seemed to be a tie, Zhu Xiaobao was still a little depressed. He did not expect that the great master of the wilderness was so strong. If he was given another chance, if you have enough time to recover, can you still beat him? Just when Zhu Xiaobao was frowning, Tong Wuxing came back with two female guards. Behind them, they actually carried someone. When everyone took a closer look, they saw that it was the great master Jiuyin. It turns out that the great venerable Jiuyin actually woke up. The huge waves set off by the Qinglong Dharma just now caused Ji Jishi's flagship to bump up and down, ups and downs violently. It was very chaotic at the time, and the great venerable Jiuyin was hiding at the back. Knowing he didn't notice her, and was swept into the sea by a huge wave. Immediately afterwards, the great human demon master cast an illusion. The surroundings were silent, and Master Jiuyin's cry for help could no longer be heard. Then India was dizzy by the continuous huge waves in the core. In the end, he was swept away by the huge slurry behind him and fainted. Fortunately, Tong Wuxing and his men were cleaning the battlefield at this time. And then, they discovered the great Master Jiuyin and picked her up. "Ah? Is this the great Master Jiuyin? She's just like an old woman. She's so close. Why is she so old?" Zhu Xiaobao came closer and looked at it for a while, then exclaimed in surprise. Zuna has dealt with him several times, and he seems to be listening well. And he is becoming more and more enchanting. But why has he become like this now? Ha ha! You really don't understand? The makeup on her face has been washed away, and she has been soaked in water for such a long time. Of course she doesn't look that good. Do you think she is still young? She is hundreds of dollars. She is an old woman. Ju-Rong couldn't help laughing on the side, and the others couldn't help but cover their mouths. Zhu Xiaobao's words were really ridiculous. He thought women were all like Ju-Rong. It's the same as the 19th princess. Oh, what's going on? This old witch is not a good thing. Why did you rescue her? Take her out and kill her. Zhu Xiaobao then hummed a little embarrassed. Wait a minute. The great master Jiuyin has been following Tian Moju. We can just ask about Tai Moju. Maybe we can find his weaknesses and shortcomings. Zhu Rong was still thoughtful, and thought of it right away. Asked a very important question. This Lord Jiuyin might be able to get them some very important information. This sentence immediately reminded Zhu Xiaobao. So he let Jumei's true energy penetrate into the body of the great master Jiuyin to help her restore her breath. After all, he is a great venerable. After a while, his face became rosy, and even the wrinkles on his face began to slowly shrink. And he looked shiny again. Lord Jiuyin slowly opened his eyes, and saw Zhu Xiaobao's smiling face. He couldn't help shouting in horror. Indecent! Indecent! How dare you dare to be indecent to me? Ah! Bah! The old witch didn't even look in the mirror. And she still dared to say that I molested you? If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll iron your old face first. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly became furious and waved his hand. It turned out that the Suzaku sword was copied in his hand, and he yelled viciously at the great master Jiuyin. The firelight flowed on the Suzaku knife, and the scorching temperature made Master Jiuyin's face red and hot. She couldn't help but open her eyes in horror. What she was most afraid of was that her appearance would be damaged. Forget it. Let me be the judge. Jiumei, take her to the deck. Zhu Rong suddenly said at this time. She thought of the past rumors about Master Jiuyin, and was afraid that Zhu Xiaobao would listen to her. Those things would have a bad impact. So Zhu Xiaobao was immediately avoided. Lord Jiuyin just started to wake up at this time. But he still didn't understand why he was here. But she secretly gathered strength and confidently wanted to attack suddenly, and then take the opportunity to escape. But her wishful thinking came to nothing. Jumei picked her up with one hand. Even though he was a great venerable, there was no room for resistance in Jumei's hands. It was as if she was carrying a like a chicken. Chapter 708 Infernal Affairs A. The great venerable Jiuyin was held by Jumei with one hand. He could only kick and bite him. He was still yelling and cursing. But he was extremely frightened in his heart. This Jumei was so fierce and powerful. Unimaginable. However, the great venerable Jiuyin, one of the 9 great venerables, was still unconvinced and shouted, If you have the ability, put me down and let's fight in a duel. Ha ha. Let's fight one-on-one. What do you say if you lose? Jumei couldn't help but feel happy. Although she was also very tired. She had recovered 20 to 30% of her power. Moreover, she was holding back a bad breath and wanted to find someone. Let's vent. This will be delivered to your door. Humph. If you lose, send me a speedboat to take me back. If I lose, you can do whatever you want. The great master Jiuyin finally broke free from Jumei's hand, took out his peach blossom fan, and waved at the starting move to respond to the enemy is out. She knew that Jumei had consumed a lot just now, so she dared to say this. As for the huge disparity in strength, Master Jiuyin is still confident that he can avoid it with his excellent Qigong. Okay, let's do it then, Jumei said happily. But the two had already fought, and Lord Jiuyin regretted it. Jumei was not only powerful, but also quick in reaction. The key was that her strengths were completely ineffective against Jumei. She used charming, but Jumei slapped her back. She used corpse poison, but Jumei was immune to all poisons. She used Qigong, but it couldn't be used in such a small place. As for her hidden weapons and other methods, she couldn't do it in such a small place. It's all in vain. This is because Jumei got Zhu Rong's orders not to kill the great master Jiuyin, and not to hurt her. This person is still a great use. So Jumei didn't even use the golden armor hammer, but just relied on a pair of giant palms to deal with the great venerable Jiuyin. However, the Juyinda tribe could only fight and was at an absolute disadvantage. Their shoulders, backs, legs, and buttocks were slapped repeatedly by Jumei's big palms. And pop was heard on the bow of the boat. Snapped. Snapped. In the end, the great master Jiuyin's buttocks were swollen from the slaps. He was no longer able to resist, and was stepped on by Jumei. Hee. You lost? You should tell me what you want to do here? How did Tai Moju's half-demon body be cultivated? Also, how did Jijishi's cultivation improve so fast? Jumei stepped on it, Lord Jiuyin, and then started to talk like a barrage of literature. Zhu Rong asked her to ask these questions. Otherwise, how could Jumei have such a clear idea? I don't know. Just kill me. I won't tell. Let alone betray Xiao Ji. Lord Jiuyin felt aggrieved and was stepped on by Jumei, and said viciously, she never expected that she a great venerable man. How could he be so miserable in front of Jumei? There was not even a decent threat, which made her feel shameless, and she was even more embarrassed now. Fortunately, there were only 2 people on the bow. Zhu Rong and Zhu Mei. Huh? Zhu Rong opened her eyes at this moment. She was meditating just now to recover her strength. Her cultivation level was not as high as Zhu Mei's, and she was very tired now. But when I heard that Lord Jiuying was actually very protective of Ji Jisheng, I couldn't help but be stunned. Then he waved his hand and said, Zhu Mei, take her back first and don't give her food. How many days can she last? Now the 3 lucky treasures are heading in the direction of Luofeng Island. All Xiaobao and the others need to recover and rest. It is the closest to Luofeng Island now, so their destination is Luofeng Island. Besides, I have to go to Luofeng Island to make arrangements in case Ji Jishi and others come again. When they arrived at Luofeng Island, Yu Shuang, Yu Shui and others had already arrived, and their old apprentice was also there. Luofeng Island was ready, but unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao and the others arrived. Luofeng Island was immediately filled with joy. Zhu Xiaobao was now the idol of these female warriors. So when he saw Zhu Xiaobao, he immediately cheered. This scene was very useful to Zhu Xiaobao, and he felt warm in his heart. The great master Jiuying behind her was very surprised. She did not expect that Zhu Xiaobao was so prestigious here, and the atmosphere here also made her feel brand new, full of vitality and joy. However, the great venerable Jiuying was wearing a mask at this time. Zhu Rong was very careful, and did not want the female warriors on Luofeng Island to discover the identity of the great venerable Jiuying. After all, the great venerable Jiuying and the Shimei the great master captured 2 female warriors last time. If the female warriors knew that this person was the great master Jiuying, why not cut her into pieces? Sisters, I'm back. I'm here to see you. I miss you so much. Zhu Xiaoma put on a rogue smile and shouted loudly. Huh? The female warriors present all booed in unison, and then burst into laughter. The newly promoted female warriors were even more excited and excited. Their eyes were filled with little stars when they looked at Zhu Xiaobao. Returning to the meeting hall, he briefly explained the situation to Yu Shuang, Yu Shui and others. Sure enough, before he could finish speaking, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui were so angry that they wanted to kill the great master Jiuying. If not, Zhu Xiaobao is very intimidating now. I'm afraid he really can't stop them too. At the same time, Zhu Rong and Tong Wuxin both had many questions to ask Lord Jiuying. How did King Wen die? Who was the mastermind behind the idea of sending Zhao Shenlong to be assassinated? These are the questions they want to know urgently. Ha ha! Don't worry. I will make her speak. Not only will she explain everything, but she may also be able to use it for us. Let her make up for it. Zhu Xiaobao pressed down with both hands, and then said very confidently. This temporarily calmed everyone's anxious mood. At first, Zhu Xiaobao ignored the Lord Jiuying and tied her up in the dining room. However, he only gave her water but not food, and stuffed a rag in her mouth. The Lord Jiuying even made a sound. Don't come out. Zhu Xiaobao and others took the time to recover and rest. This time, the consumption was huge, and it took 2 days to fully recover. Moreover, with the help of the 19th princess, the recovery speed increased by 2 times. This time, the fight with Tian Majiu was indistinguishable, but it also let everyone know the strength of Tian Majiu, which was indeed very terrifying. But something was gained. With the power of the Suzaku sword, the demon Jiu was also injured, and the injury was not serious. This also gave everyone confidence. If Zhu Rong and the 19th princess can start the inheritance, their combat effectiveness will skyrocket, because Zhu Rong's improvement can make the power of the Suzaku sword skyrocket, and the 19th princess's improvement, it can increase everyone's recovery speed several times. With full blood restored, Zhu Xiaobao went to Luofeng Island to tease the female warriors again, especially those female warriors who had just been promoted. They were really a little green and immature, which made Zhu Xiaobao lament that he was getting old. Back in the dining room, everyone was sitting around, and the old apprentice also showed off his cooking skills. Although it was not as good as Zhu Xiaobao's skills, it was already 70% cooked, and the color, smell and taste were still very tempting. In addition, there was also 10 years old wine, which surprised everyone even more, and they had a great time. Halfway through eating, Zhu Xiaobao walked up to the great venerable Jiuying, removed the food from her mouth, and asked with a smile, How is it? Aren't you going to confess? The feeling of being hungry is very unpleasant. It's so uncomfortable. Little treasures, please give me something to eat. I'm starving to death. Lord Jiuying said weakly. When she was picked up from the sea, she drank a lot of water. And after applying it, she didn't eat again. It's been 4 days now. And I've been given a bowl of water every day. Okay. As long as you confess everything honestly, I will give you delicious food. Look. This beef with soy sauce. This roasted pigeon. This sweet and sour fish. It's absolutely delicious. Juzai Baiji, he said seductively, and put a mouthful into his mouth, making a slurping sound. I won't say it, Lord Jiuyin said weakly, before she finished speaking. The rag was stuffed back into her mouth. The next day, Zhu Xiaobao asked again. This time, he was holding pickled pepper chicken feet and a bunch of fried stinky tofu. Kill me! I can't say it, the great master Jiuyin said with great difficulty as he looked at the delicacies in Zhu Xiaobao's hands. But the rag was immediately stuffed back. On the third day, the old apprentice showed off his special skill. Beggar's chicken! Zhu Xiaobao's mouth was full of oil after eating, and he once again removed the rag of the great venerable Jiuyin. Before he could speak, the great venerable Jiuyin, he cried and begged. I can't do it anymore. Please give me something to eat. Did you tell me your original intention? Zhu Xiaobao maliciously held a chicken leg and dangled it under the nose of the great master Jiuyin, causing the great master Jiuyin's head to move back and forth. She was going crazy with hunger. Got it, I said. Oh, 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 you are so bullying. Wow. Oh, 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 oh. The great Lord Jiuyin finally couldn't help crying. As one of the 9 great sages, she had never suffered anything like this before. It's such an unbearable feeling to commit such a sin. The great venerable was also born in a mortal body, and he couldn't bear it even after 7 days of hunger. Oh, that's right. Why can't you live with your own stomach? Besides, you have no choice but to follow Taimoju. Right. We are saving you. Zhu Xiaobao graciously gave the great master Jiuyin a put it down. And you won't be afraid of her getting angry. The people here are all masters. The 19th princess, who is the worst in the battle, has an old apprentice beside her. Seeing the way Lord Jiuyin devoured her food, everyone wondered if she would choke to death. She was eating too fiercely. The amount of food in this meal actually exceeded that of Jumei, and he kept stuffing it into his mouth. After eating and drinking, Jumei also took the great venerable Jiuyin to take a bath, which again amazed the great venerable Jiuyin. He didn't expect there to be such a novel and comfortable shower here, and he didn't know it would be a constant stream of showers. Where does the hot water come from? After changing his clothes, Master Jiuyin had to put on makeup before he came out. When he came back in front of everyone, he was much better than before. His face became a little rosy, and he looked like an enchanting nobleman again. Married? Zhu Xiaobao nodded secretly. This old witch is really quite capable. Now she has become coquettish and charming again. She even winks at Zhu Xiaobao from time to time. But Jumei stared back fiercely. Zhu Xiaobao was quite polite to Master Jiuyin. He did not treat her like a prisoner. Instead, he made her sit face to face and had her served with a bowl of hot tea, which is the most favorite among women. Jasmine tea. Anyway, there is no need to worry about the Reverend Jiuyin rising up in this house. There is Jumei standing behind her. Tell me about it. Heavenly Demon Jiu. Oh, how many thousands of people can the great lord of the savage land be able to sacrifice with blood now? And how was his half-demon body made? Of course, what Zhu Xiaobao is most concerned about is the great lord of the wilderness. His recovery speed and method. His half-demon body is so powerful that not even Suzaku report can kill him. Well, the most recent time, Lord Heavenly Demon sacrificed 400,000 people with blood. When Lord Jiuyin mentioned Heavenly Demon Jiu, he was still in awe, and he didn't even dare to change his title. But she also knew that this method of cultivation was evil and cruel, so she couldn't help but look at Zhu Xiaobao and others. Oh! Suddenly, the scene fell into silence. The speed of Tine Moju's recovery was still beyond their expectations. Chapter 709 Infernal Affairs B. 400,000 people? Everyone was secretly shocked after hearing this. It seems that the original blood sacrifice of millions of people by Demon Geo was not a legend, but a real thing. And there may even be more. At the same time, I also hate this evil cultivation method even more. This is a cultivation method that will exterminate all living beings in this world. Therefore, the eyes of everyone looking at the great master Join also became unkind. This temptress is also practicing this kind of evil skill. Although her achievements are limited, it is still a heinous crime. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao seemed relatively calm. What he had to consider was not how to punish the great Lord Join, but how to obtain more valuable information from the great Lord Join, so as to find the whereabouts of Tine Moju. Weaknesses, master its cultivation rules, and predict to what extent it can recover. Now killing a mere 9 great master is not considered an achievement. Everyone, be quiet! Since she can explain honestly, it is a sign of making amends. Don't talk about it for the time being. Zhu Xiaobao waved his hands and said, and the meeting hall suddenly became quiet. Xiaobao's deterrence is still quite strong now. Even Yu Shuang and Yu Shui were obedient when they saw him. Zhu Xiaobao turned to the great venerable Jiuyin again and asked, copy down for me the blood sacrifice technique and devil body cultivation technique you have learned. As long as you cooperate with us as much as possible, I can guarantee that you will not even if I kill you. My cultivation will not be abolished. The great master Jiuyin lowered his head and thought for a while before he seemed to make up his mind and copied down the 2 evil skills he had learned. In her opinion, although these 2 evil skills are very miraculous, they are completely useless to Zhu Xiaobao and the others. They, the so-called decent people from famous families, will definitely not practice this kind of skills. Besides, there is no such thing. Condition. The blood sacrifice technique requires the sacrifice of a large number of civilians, and the demon body cultivation method requires the corpse of the demon Geo, or the corpses of other gods and demons. This is even more impossible, now that they have absorbed the few bones in their cultivation. The demon spirit or the great lord of the wilderness gave a little charity in order to enable them to better serve it. Now for the great master Jiuyin. He still wants to save his life. After all, he has cultivated to the level of the great martial master and still has hundreds of years of long life. And now it is possible to go one step further and be promoted to the realm of the martial saint. With these 2 sets of skills, Zhu Xiaobao asked people to take the great master Jiuyin down first. This time, he did not starve her, but arranged her alone in a single room. Everyone in the meeting hall was passing around these 2 sets of exercises. The blood sacrifice technique was indeed very overbearing, and Zhu Xiaobao did not allow anyone to copy it privately. But the set of demon body cultivation techniques is a bit crude. That is, the most basic first level of skills, and the second and third levels behind it. The great master Jiuyin has not learned it. It seems that Tine Moju, that is to say, let them learn a little bit and improve their physique a little to deal with the symptoms after the cultivation level skyrocketed. Zhu Xiaobao took Zhu Rong, Zhu Mei, Princess 19, and the old apprentice to study and analyze in the secret room for a whole night. And then he finally had some grasp and understanding. Everyone was overjoyed. The harvest this time was so great. They could basically deduce the speed of cultivation and recovery of the great master of the wilderness, as well as the interval between each blood sacrifice. In addition, Tian Muzhou's devil body cultivation technique also made Zhu Xiaobao and the others feel a little relieved, because his method of cultivating the demon body was very time-consuming and laborious, and the effect of refining and absorption was also very unsatisfactory. The reason was that it was wild. The great venerable does not have the blood of the demon, so he cannot directly absorb the essence of bones like Zhu Xiaobao and the others. Ha ha! It seems like it will take a long time for the great venerable man Wang to master the heavenly demon body. Whether he can master it or not is still unknown. Zhu Xiaobao clapped his hands and laughed. As long as the great venerable man Wang it's still a half-demon body, so it's not very difficult to deal with. Well, I didn't expect it this time. We learned a lot about Tine Moju's cultivation status. I'm afraid the great master Wu Wei won't know this information. Zhu Rong also smiled happily. She and the 19th princess are both it takes time. The 2 of them have not been able to inherit the inheritance of the mythical beasts, so now they are undoubtedly given ample time to practice. Master, What should we do about the great Master Jiuyin? Kill him? The old apprentice immediately asked after being happy. He now saw the rapid progress of the great Master Jiuyin, and his cultivation level has far surpassed he died. So I was still very uneasy. Killing Taiping? No! I still have great use for this Jiuyin. Don't worry. She won't take action against you. Besides, I will make you another sword as soon as I get back. I guarantee you will be satisfied. Zhu Xiaobao patted his old apprentice, said with a smile over his shoulder. The old apprentice has been very depressed recently. Unexpectedly, the Suzaku sword and the dragon slaying sword were fused together, and he would no longer have the magic weapon at his disposal. Originally, his kung fu was at the bottom among the 9 great masters. But now, he has fallen far behind again. The next day, the interrogation of the great venerable Jiuyin continued. Regarding the matter of Tien Moju, the great venerable Jiuyin did not care much and basically answered all questions. Anyway, she didn't have a good impression of Tien Moju. I just want to get some benefits from it. Of course, the price paid for this benefit is high enough. The great master Jiuyin is almost the slave and plaything of Tien Moju. So now she answers all questions and has nothing to hide. This allowed everyone to grasp a lot of details. But next, Tong Wuxin and Zhu Rong had other questions to ask urgently. Zhu Rong wanted to know how King Wen died. Tong Wuxin wanted to know who was behind Xiao Shenlong's murder. Tong Wuxin's question was soon answered. It turned out that it was not the 7th princess who instigated it, but the idea of the great strategist Wu Xuanzai. He had been suppressed by Duanmuqi. So after Duanmuqi escaped, he tried his best to pursue her. Killing Duanmuqi and Duanmu Xialong would be a good way to please Ji Jishan. That's why Yang Lu Tong was ordered to lead his men to ambush the 3 Zhao brothers, causing Xiao Shenlong to die tragically. Tong Wuxin became a widow on the day of their wedding. Is it Wu Xuanzai's idea alone? The 7th princess was not involved? Tong Wuxin asked sharply again. Probably not. That 7th princess actually trusts Duanmuqi a lot. If not for Xiao Ji, Lord Jiuyin said casually. Ji Jisheng had already mentioned these things when chatting with her. But when it came to Ji Jisheng, Jiuyin the Great Venerable suddenly stopped talking. When Zhu Rong asked Master Jiuyin again, the temptress was very unwilling to cooperate because it involved Ji Jishen. Zhu Xiaobao could see very clearly that the great Master Jiuyin had been protecting Ji Jisheng. I didn't expect that this old witch would have someone who cared about her so much. Of course, Zhu Xiaobao had already heard about the bad things that happened between the great venerable Jiuyin and Ji Jisheng. But he didn't expect that the great venerable Jiuyin actually meant it. Humph. The more you refuse to say it, the more certain it is that it was Ji Jisheng who did it. In fact, these things have been spread for a long time. I just want you to confirm it. Whether you say it or not, Ji Jisheng must die. Zhu Rong snorted with a rare cold face. Although King Wen was incompetent, his death was so painful that Zhu Rong still felt a little unfair for him. That depends on whether you have the strength. The great Master Jiuyin was not to be outdone, and also responded coldly. After all, she is one of the 9 great sages, so she is still quite domineering. Bold! How dare you act so boldly here? Come here! Zhu Rong suddenly shouted angrily, slapping the table. Slow down! Slow down! I still have something to say. Jiumei, please stay with Jiuyin. Zhu Xiaobao quickly took over the topic and took Jiuyin Master away first, and then solved the problem of whether to kill him or not. Killing. Now everyone's opinions are divided into 2 sides. On the one hand, they are led by Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, who are determined to kill the great Master Jiuyin. On the other hand, they are led by Zhu Xiaobao, who wants to use the great Master Jiuyin. Instead of killing her, she even let her go. After Zhu Rong calmed down, she agreed with Zhu Xiaobao's opinion. This woman is very smart and wise. But she was a little impulsive just now. One day later, Zhu Xiaobao was wandering around Luofeng Island with a female guard. However, there were guards who helped him block the crowds who wanted to get closer. There were not many people waiting everywhere he went. The female guard next to her was wearing soft armor, and her figure actually looked slim and graceful. However, her face was covered by a gauze veil, so her appearance could not be seen clearly. Why did you bring me here? I'm all yours. What, to show off your strength? I've already learned this. This person turned out to be the great Master Jiuyin. But now she is also being hacked by Zhu Xiaobao. I'm a little confused as to what this means. Ha ha! It's nothing. I just want to take you to visit my Luofeng Island and enjoy the food and various leisure activities here. It's nothing else. After all, We have to have a cooperative process. Zhu Xiaobao said. On his back he held his hands, and said with a faint smile. I said, if you want to know about the great venerable savage, that's fine. But if you want me to betray Xiao Ji, then I won't agree. Otherwise, kill me as soon as possible. Great venerable Jiuyin, the reporter still said firmly. Okay. I can promise that I won't kill Ji Jisheng before I kill Tian Majiu. But if I kill Tian Majiu, there will be an end between me and him. Then you can choose to take sides. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said. He couldn't understand that such a vicious woman as Lord Jiuyin would protect Ji Jisheng in such a way. Are you really emotionally moved? That's okay. Lord Jiuyin thought for a moment, and then said with some disbelief. She couldn't believe that Zhu Xiaobao could really destroy the demon Jiu. Her expectation for Zhu Xiaobao was to take the descendants of the 4 great beasts and his men and horses to stick to one side, so that it would be possible to hold on for several years. As for destroying the demon Jiu, that is impossible. Ha ha! Okay, we have reached an agreement. Don't worry. No one else will know what you are doing here. When you go back, you can just make up a random lie and get away with it. Zhu Xiaobao was also very satisfied. Smiled. Well, I have another request. If you can help me, I will. If you can't help, forget it. The great master Jiuyin hesitated for a moment, and then said a little depressed. Oh, tell me. As long as it's not something very evil, I think I can agree to it. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly said a little curiously. Kill the great venerable human demon. The great Lord Jiuyin said bitterly. Oh, why? Zhu Xiaobao felt even more strange. I was kicked out of the boat by that bastard. The great venerable Shimel. Do you think I was really shaken and fell into the sea? Great venerable Jiuyin shouted angrily. Oh? Ha 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 ha. This seems to be no problem. Come on. Come on. I'll treat you to a sizzling barbecue. One of the specialties here. Zhu Xiaobao didn't expect that the great master Jiuyin fell into the water. And there was such a reason. So he couldn't help but laugh. Road. In the sinkhole of Jialong Island. The great master Man Wang has been in seclusion for nearly 10 days. This time he was repairing the damaged half-demon body. Zhu Rong's knife still seriously injured him. Especially the Suzaku fire on the knife, which made him recover very slowly. What makes the great monarch even more depressed is that Zhu Xiaobao also cut off a section of his penis. Although the half-demon body can be regenerated, the length has not been restored and is shorter than before. Cut! Damn you, little treasures. You dare to hurt me. When I reach the peak of my cultivation, I will definitely castrate this guy. I'm so angry. The great monarch came out of the sinkhole and shouted viciously. Then he turned around and asked GZ, who had been waiting for a long time. What? Jiuyin, that bitch, hasn't come back yet? Has he gone to Zhu Xiaobao? Or has he been caught? No, absolutely not. She has always been at odds with Zhu Xiaobao and the others. How could she defect to them? I have already sent a ship to search for her. She must have been lost at sea. Ji Jisheng hurriedly vowed to help Jiuyin. The great lord argued. Damn it! I couldn't find anyone when I wanted to use this bitch. Forget it. Bring me those healthy women you raised. I want to enjoy it today. Well, there's also dinner. Prepare it for me. Both good wine and good meat are essential. The great sage of the wilderness frowned, and could only pick a few strong women to make do with it. At this time, on the pier of Luofeng Island, the great master Jiuyin changed his clothes, but still covered his face with gauze, and was saying goodbye to Zhu Xiaobao. I didn't expect to really go back to Jialong Island. I feel excited and a little reluctant at the same time. Zhu Xiaobao took her to eat, drink and have fun these days, which made her actually like the life here. She didn't expect people here to live so carefree. And all kinds of delicacies are everywhere. All kinds of novel enjoyments also opened her eyes. Especially the kind of bathroom and the toilet that flushes automatically. Jiuyin Master, the readers were a bit overwhelmed. This is more comfortable than being in the palace. But when I think of Ji Jisheng, the great master Jiuyin, I really want to rush back. Well, I'm leaving. I still say the same thing. As long as you don't move, Shiji, I will no longer be your enemy. And I will help you deliver the message of Tian Moju in time. The great master Jiuyin was still talking to you before he left. Zhu Xiaobao bargained. Didn't I say it? Before I destroy the demon Jiu, I can leave Ji Jisheng alone. Well, that's good. Don't worry. I keep my word. Farewell. When the great master Jiuyin boarded a merchant ship in Southeast County, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui quietly came over and asked unwillingly. Just let her go like this. TSK! You have no foresight. Once she leaves, all the information about Demon Geo will be in our hands. You two should each find a man. If women get together with women, they will only become stupider. Zhu Xiaobao snorted disdainfully. Get out! Do you want to fight? Come on! Come on! Who is afraid of whom? Chapter 710 Subtle Changes. A. Sisters Yu Xiaobao and Yu Shuang and Yu Shui started fighting as soon as they said they would fight. Zhu Xiaobao felt a little bored in his heart. It was far from the calm and leisurely manner he showed when he was with the great master Jiuyin. That was for the Reverend Jiuyin to see. In fact, he still has a lot to worry about. Now is a good time to take this opportunity to vent. The two sisters, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, are both militants. So of course they do their part in some fights. When the two sides fought, Zhu Xiaobao was really passive even though he was now a great venerable, and didn't use the White Tiger Dharma. Even Zhu Xiaobao was a little surprised. Because Zhu Xiaobao inherited the White Tiger inheritance. The bloodline was activated, and their cultivation reached the peak of martial lord. The two sisters working together are definitely much stronger than the average great lord. The key is the tacit understanding between the two, which makes Zhu Xiaobao a little overwhelmed. In the end, Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to use his innate skills. A white tiger magician appeared in front of Yu Shui with lightning speed. Zhu Xiaobao's palm also cut into her chest. Because it was of course. There is no need to use a knife in the competition. Ah! Yu Shui exclaimed. Her face turned red immediately, and her chest was grabbed hard by Zhu Xiaobao. This guy also bullied the sisters a lot, and often took advantage of him. But the sisters couldn't do anything about him, and the most they could do was scold him. Humph! Relying on the power of your Dharma appearance again! It's so boring! Yu Shui looked at Yu Shui and shouted unhappily. She knew that once the White Tiger Dharma appearance appeared, the two of them would have no chance of winning. Understood? This is the difference between me and you now. What I have to deal with are the half-demon savage great lords, not ordinary mortals. Letting go of the Nining great lord is also to deal with him. So don't I'm obsessed with this matter. Zhu Xiaobao also received the Dharma sign, then put his hands on their shoulders and said, Well, stop doing this. You are taking advantage of us again. Be careful we tell fifth sister. Yu Shuang Yu Shui nodded, then angrily threw away Zhu Xiaobao's two paws and scolded. Hee! I'm getting rid of this bad habit of yours. You damn won't blame me. Hee! You're quite feminine. Why don't you like men? Zhu Xiaobao said with a thick-skinned smile. Dealing with he is already very knowledgeable about the two sisters, and he really wants them to return to normal. But it doesn't seem to have much effect. Seeing Yu Shuang and Yu Shui running away in anger, Zhu Rong couldn't help but laugh. I hope that Lord Jiuyin can really bring us some help this time. See, you have been accompanying us these 2 days. I'm really jealous of you watching her having fun on Luofeng Island. You haven't been with me like this for a long time. Oh, really? Well, madam, please, wait for Xiaosheng to accompany you on a trip to Luofeng Island. Zhu Xiaobao bowed and saluted in an exaggerated manner, then took Zhu Rong's arm and headed towards the market on Luofeng Island. Go. Go away! I hate you! Who wants you to be hypocritical? Zhu Rong couldn't help but smile sweetly. But at this time, she still felt very good. The merchant ship from Southeast County is back. As for the mysterious woman on the ship, they don't know anything about it. They only know that she is a person of high status. She doesn't say a word on the ship, and rarely leaves the cabin. Go ashore. Throw down a piece of gold and walk away. Returning to Ji Jisheng's general's mansion in Southeast County, the housekeeper recognized the great master Jiuyin and quickly welcomed her in. Although he didn't know why the great master Jiuyin came back suddenly. This woman was not he can interfere. You immediately send a message to Xiaoji, saying that I have returned here and will rest for a few days before returning to Jiaolong Island. The great master Jiuyin was originally very eager to return to Jiaolong Island. But now, he is not so anxious. She really wanted to be quiet here for a few days. But when she thought about having to face the humiliation of the great master of the wilderness after going back, she felt a little conflicted and disgusted in her heart. Yes, yes. I will ask the maids to prepare fragrant soup for you to bathe in. And then I will go to the kitchen and ask them to prepare dinner for you. The butler said quickly to please him. This is a great lord who even Ji Jisheng must respect. How dare you neglect? Sitting in the bathtub, enjoying the service of his servants, Master Jiuyin felt a kind of relaxation and tranquility that he had not seen for a long time. It seemed that he had not felt this way for a long time. It turns out that this kind of peaceful and comfortable life is quite comfortable. Oh, by the way, how are King Wen's talented ladies and concubines doing now? Are they all still obedient? Lord Jiuyin suddenly thought of Princess Wen's questions, although she held them tightly without answering them. But she still knew a little bit about this matter. It was indeed Ji Jisheng who used despicable means to seize King Wen's property and women, and finally forced King Wen to death. This wealth has also become the guarantee for Ji Jisheng's rapid development in the 36 Southeast Islands. At first, Lord Jiuyin didn't realize there was anything wrong at all. But now, he suddenly felt that Ji Jisheng had gone too far. They are all living in the Shikwa courtyard. General Ji also ordered them to practice more piano, chess, calligraphy and painting. But these women are getting lazier and lazier. They just frown and sigh all day long. I really don't know how high the world is. And I think that they are in Prince Wen's mansion. The housekeeper snorted with disdain. In his opinion, these women have already burned a lot of incense to be able to live like this. Not buying them into a brothel is already a great favor. Of course, these talented concubines can only stay in the West Cross courtyard. They are always under strict supervision, and it is absolutely impossible to go out. Basically, he is kept here by Ji Jisheng. When you want to enjoy it, come here. Sometimes he even brought his close guards or officials who fell in love with him to have fun together. So these women are no better than those women in brothels. They live in fear every day here. I don't have the arrogance and reserve I had in the past. And I have no intention of reciting poems or writing poems. Oh, that's it. Okay. Tomorrow you will bring someone to make them some new sets of clothes. And then their food will be improved and they will be given some fruits every day. From now on, no one will be allowed to approach them without my permission. Jiuyin the Venerable pondered for a while, and then gave the order. She had responded to the hospitality of Zhu Rong and Zhu Xiaobao. So that you can feel more at ease? With nothing to do, Master Jiuyin changed into casual clothes, and went out for a walk in the market in Southeast County. At this time, she seemed to realize that the most prosperous place in Southeast County was not as good as Luofeng Island. And there was no such peaceful and cheerful atmosphere at all. Although there are not many people, people's faces seem to be more worried. Because in recent years, Southeast County has not only failed to prosper, but has become more and more depressed. The reason is that taxes have increased in recent years, and many regulations were nominally issued by the 7th princess. But in fact they were all Ji Jisheng's ideas. The shops originally opened by the 19th princess in Southeast County are also gone, or have been replaced by other shops. And the products sold have also been changed. There is no longer the original grand scene of queuing up to buy. Just when I was sighing, a group of guards came from the opposite side. They were extremely vicious. The pedestrians on the street were immediately driven away, and the street became empty in the blink of an eye. Behind these guards was a prison van, and inside was an elderly man who was shouting angrily, "Wu Shuangcai, you villain! You actually framed me! I will sue you in front of the 7th princess! False accusation? Old man Qin, you made arrogant comments on state affairs in public, and you excused traitors like Duinmuki. You even slandered General Ji and me many times. Was it wrong to arrest you?" Wu Shuangcai rode behind the prison car and shouted in anger. "Did I say something wrong? It's because masters and apprentices like Ji Jiwei came to Southeast County that you succeeded. And Duinmuki was framed. The situation in Southeast County is now dark and getting worse. He deserves to be executed. It's you, a villain." This old man Qin has been with the 7th princess for many years. Even in the prison car, he was still yelling at Wu Shuangcai with great sorrow. Now the old people around the 7th princess have been suppressed, and most of the official positions have been replaced by Ji Jisheng's people. So the 7th princess doesn't know many things. Humph. Let you show off your quick words for a while. Don't worry. I will take good care of your family. I heard that you have 3 daughters who are not yet married, and 2 young and beautiful concubines? Ha ha. Don't worry. I will take care of them. I will never let them be beheaded. Wu Shuang came closer to the prison car and smiled sinisterly, his eyes full of lust. Ever since Ji Jiwei took advantage of King Wen, Wu Shuangcai and others followed suit, not only taking advantage of the opportunity to make huge profits, but also the family members of the offending officials. So now Wu Shuangcai's home has dozens of young and beautiful female prisoners, marked as slaves, and they have become his private property. Wu Shuangcai, how dare you? I won't let you go even if I fight to the death. I want to meet the 7th princess. Old Qin immediately became enraged and shouted angrily. Uh-huh. Why don't I dare? I'm on an errand. By the way, I'll show you now. I've brought your 2 concubines. I'll interrogate them myself tonight. Well, here we are. Sometimes I can let you watch from the side. Ha ha ha. Wu Xuanzai laughed very arrogantly, and the guards around him also showed obscene laughter and echoed. They followed Wu Xuanzai and were already well aware of this kind of night interrogation of the family members of criminal officials. The beauty of it is simply indescribable and wonderful. You are just avenging yourself and lining your own pockets. I want to see the 7th princess. Old man Qin was really panicking. He was not afraid of death, but he couldn't bear the defilement and humiliation of his family members. His only hope is to meet the 7th princess and seek justice for himself. Hee. Are you still dreaming? How can the 7th princess see you? Now your whole family is in my hands. Whatever I want. Hee. That's it. I can do it now. Let the 2 of them parade naked through the streets. This is the fate of having an affair with Duan Muqi and opposing General Ji. Come on. Take off the clothes of these 2 women. Wu Xuanzai didn't have the demeanor of a first counselor at this time. On the contrary, he shouted arrogantly like a complete gangster. Yes. The guards under his command responded excitedly. They didn't expect that today's show would start so quickly. It was about to begin. Who are you? Be gentle. I can't even breathe. Just when Wu Xuan was getting carried away, his neck was suddenly pinched by a hand. Even though it was just a delicate hand, it was his face turned pale, and his neck bones felt like they were about to break. Wu Xuanzai said in fear and difficulty. At this time, Wu Xuanzai and his guards discovered that a woman had appeared in front of them. She had a charming smile, but her eyes showed terrifying murderous intent. However, these guards were not frightened by this terrifying murderous intention. Instead, they all looked at the charming and coquettish woman in front of them in a daze. Only Wu Xuanzai was relatively sober. The pain in his neck was unbearable, so he was not fooled by the charm of Master Jiuyin. But this made him even more frightened, because he has already recognized it. Isn't this the great venerable person in Ji Jisheng's house? Your Majesty, what do you mean by this? I am a member of General Ji. We all work for General Ji. Several ladies from the Qin family are also retained by General Ji. Wu Xuanzai he explained with difficulty that he was really considerate and left the best ladies to Ji Jisheng. At least they would not take their turn until Ji Jisheng had finished enjoying them. Humph. People from General Ji? You are ruining General Ji's reputation. Listen to me now, and let them go immediately. Send them back to me properly, and give me all the guards there. Withdraw it, and return all the looted property. If there is any missing item, I will cut off one of your fingers. Lord Jiuyin snorted coldly, and then let go of his hand. Chapter 711 Subtle Changes, B. Wu Xuanzai was finally able to take a breath, and clutching his still aching neck. He was puzzled. What happened to this great venerable today that he started to interfere in these common affairs? In the past, she had always been indifferent and even took pleasure in others' misfortunes. But now they are asked to put old man Qin back and send back all the confiscated property? Your Majesty, we are acting on orders. Besides, old Qin has publicly slandered General Ji and you many times. Are you mistaken? Wu Xuanzai asked cautiously. This great venerable is definitely much more vicious than them, and it won't be her who comes to stop him. Wu Xuanzai had long understood the trivial affairs between Master Jiuyin, Ji Jisheng, and the 7th princess. How could he please his master without a detailed understanding of his master's preferences? Huh? Didn't you understand what I said? Or don't you take my word seriously? Go back and tell the 7th princess that bitch. Just say it was me who said it. The great Master Jiuyin gave Wu Xuanzai a cold look. To be honest, she was really disgusted when she saw Wu Xuanzai's face now. Besides, this guy also knew about her own affairs. If the great Master Jiuyin didn't see that he was working for Ji Jisheng, I really want to kill him. Yes. Wu Xuanzai suddenly became excited. The one who dared to call the 7th princess that way in public was the great venerable. Moreover, he saw a trace of murderous intent in the eyes of the great venerable Jiuyin, and he couldn't help but feel a surge in his heart. Shit. If you keep rambling, I'm afraid I won't have a chance to talk anymore. After all, Wu Xuanzai was a very smart man. He immediately waved his hand and ordered people to release old Qin, as well as his 2 concubines. He also gave them a carriage and sent someone to escort them back. This moment made old Qin a little confused. and he asked in confusion. Who are you? Your Excellency. And why do you want to interfere in my affairs in Southeast County? Humph. I am Jishi's master, as you say. I am too lazy to interfere in your Southeast County affairs. But now you should stay at home and live a stable life to avoid getting into trouble. Isn't it good for me to live a peaceful life? Lord Jiuyin doesn't have a good impression of this old man either. After all, this old man is on the opposite side of Ji Jixing. It's just that the great master Jiuyin is also very strange. Why did he want to save him? Is it really because his conscience discovered it? It's a joke. I've killed countless people. But I didn't become a saint and a gentleman just after living on Luofeng Island for 2 days. Everyone dispersed full of doubts, including Lord Jiuyin. She was also very irritable. She seemed to have never meddled in such nosy matters. She herself felt a little baffled. After hearing Wu Xuanzai's report, the 7th princess couldn't help but be stunned. She didn't expect that the great venerable Jiuyin would take action. Wu Xuanzai didn't know. But the 7th princess had experienced the power of the great venerable Jiuyin. She had done so in front of the two of them before, facing to instruct Ji Zi on how to deal with the 7th princess. The method is definitely quite vicious. It can be said that the reason why the 7th princess is so surrendered to Ji Zi now is because her perverted needs cannot be separated from Ji Zi. Another reason is that she is also very afraid of this temptress. The key is that this temptress is still a great sage and is absolutely invincible in Southeast County. Forget it. Dr. Qin is an old man who has been with me for 20 years. As long as he stops talking nonsense, let him live his life at home, the 7th princess said a little helplessly, feeling a little more relaxed. She is still nostalgic for these old people and doesn't want to kill them all. Now there are no trustworthy veterans in the court, and they all seem to be recommended by Ji Jixing. The 7th princess has long felt that something is wrong, but she has become more and more dependent on Ji Jixing, so she is somewhat muddled along. All those previous ambitions seem to have faded away. When the great master Jiuyin returned to the general's mansion, he did not expect that Ji Jixing's flying pigeon letter had arrived. The letter was very simple, asking her to rush back to Jialong Island as soon as possible. And it was an order from the great master Man Wang. This made Master Jiuyin feel a little chilly in his heart. Unexpectedly, Ji Jixing didn't even say a word of concern and inquiry. He was just conveying the meaning of the great venerable man. But despite what the great master Jiuyin said in front of Wu Xuanzai, he still had to leave quickly after receiving this letter. He suddenly felt a little worried and scared. No need to ask. The great master of wilderness asked her to rush back as soon as possible, because he wanted her to serve him personally. Here you are still an arrogant master, but when you go back, you will immediately become a groveling slave. With a letter from Ji Jihui, his men moved quickly, and quickly helped prepare the vehicles and boats to escort the great master Jiuyin to Jialong Island. Returning to Jialong Island again, Lord Jiuyin was still a little excited. She almost couldn't wait to find Ji Jixing. This time was equivalent to a life and death farewell. To be able to come back alive again. She wanted to be with him. Ji Jixing talked and got some comfort. However, Lord Jiuyin entered Ji Jixing's bedroom directly, and saw a scene that was not difficult to see. Ji Jixing was having fun among several young girls. There were also sumptuous food and wine on the table. Thinking about how miserable he was when he was starved on Luofeng Island, Master Jiuyin couldn't help but feel a little angry. Moreover, these young girls are the female relatives of the officials, who were produced by Ji Jixing. They were all carefully selected by Wu Xuanzai and sent to Ji Jixing. Therefore, Ji Jixing hardly comes to see the great master Jiuyin now. He prefers these girls with graceful figures and delicate looks. Ji Jixing didn't feel embarrassed at all about the sudden intrusion of Lord Jiuyin. Anyway, they had known each other for a long time. Moreover, the great master Jiuyin often brought several maids and Ji Jixing to make troubles in the past, so he has long been accustomed to it. Ha ha! Master, you are back. Hurry and go to Master Tianma. He needs you very much these days. Go quickly. If you don't go, I will be driven crazy by him. Ji Jixing was busy while rushing to these 9 things. Lordin said, as if he didn't care at all about sending his master to Lord Savage. Xiuji, I'm back, and you don't show any expression? Not even a word of comfort? Do you know that I almost won't be able to come back this time? Lord Jiuyin asked a little disappointed. Oh, who can do anything to a great lord like you? Hurry and go to Master Tianma. He has been very grumpy these days. He went late, and even I was implicated. Also, be more diligent in your service. Be diligent. Everyone will benefit. Ji Jixing urged a little impatiently. He had just reached the critical moment, and was still hesitating about which woman he should put his essence in. Whoever puts it in the body means that the woman is likely to survive. Otherwise, it will be Lord Tianma's meal. The beauties currently supplied to the Great Master of the Wilderness are basically those eliminated by Ji Jisheng. Otherwise, these women would be desperately trying to please Ji Zi and want to survive. Hee. Junior sister Jiuyin. Master Tianma is waiting for you. He specially asked me to invite you over. Unexpectedly, the great human demon master also arrived at this time. As soon as he came in, he smiled strangely at the great master Jiuyin. Of course he knew why Lord Heavenly Demon was rushing to call Lord Jiuyin to come over. The great master Jiuyin felt sad, and he had to lower his head and quickly walked out of the room. The great master Jiuyin turned around and sighed to Ji Jishin with a smile. General Ji, you are so lucky. There are so many young and beautiful people. There are so many women vying to serve you. It's really enviable. Go away. Damn you, demon. I'm warning you. If you dare to attack my guards again, I will go to Lord Demon to sue you. Ji Jishin suddenly roared angrily. His bodyguards are now often snatched away by the great lords of the human demon, and then brought back after a night of torture. They are all great men. These bodyguards feel ashamed after they come back, even though these guards were all great martial artists. In front of the great human monster, they were like weak girls with no room for resistance. The cultivation level of the great human demon master is about to reach the realm of martial saint. It is not easy to deal with a guard at the level of a great martial master. The key point is that a big man was raped like this all night and came back the next day with his anus in his hands and a mournful face. He really wanted to die. Therefore, Ji Jisheng was very annoyed by the behavior of the great sage. What a psychological shadow this left on the guards. Ji Jisheng's current status is higher than the two great sages. He is not a disciple of Lord Tianma. So he roared and roared at the great lord of the human demon. But the great lord of the human demon still smiled and didn't care at all. Anyway, Lord Demon will not care about this kind of thing. He happily continues to do such sneaky things, which is quite exciting. When I arrived at the room of the great venerable wilderness, I smelled a strong smell of blood as soon as I entered the door. There were already 3 strong women lying on the floor. But it was no use. These women still couldn't bear the power of the great venerable wilderness. After felling, it was gone in a few moments. So when the great venerable man Wang saw the great venerable Jiuyin coming in, he immediately shouted with great excitement. Come here! You bitch! Where have you been these past few days? Don't you know I need someone to take care of me now? Master Tianma, I am at sea. The great venerable Jiuyin was about to tell the story he had made up. Unexpectedly, the great venerable wilderness was not interested in listening at all. He stretched out his hand and pinned her down on the bed. With 3 strokes, 5 divided by 2, the great venerable Jiuyin was stripped naked, while the great venerable Shemale was still watching with gloating. Papa. After being slapped hard on the buttocks a few times, the great master Jiuyin returned to the familiar rhythm and familiar environment. But this time her state of mind changed. Even though she was reluctantly accompanying her, he smiled, but there was such unwillingness and disgust in his eyes. Ha. If you don't have enough cultivation, you can't do it. Only a witch like you can do it. What did you want to say just now? After nearly an hour of fighting, the great venerable savage was finally satisfied. Then he laughed with satisfaction. The great venerable Jiuyin was also a little strange. This time, he was not as fierce as before. It was only later that he remembered that the great venerable Manhuang's penis had been cut off by Zhu Xiaobao, and it was now a quarter shorter. So she didn't suffer too much. But I was still disgusted in my heart. And at the same time, I was inexplicably grateful to Zhu Xiaobao. If it hadn't been for Zhu Xiaobao's knife, the pain I would have endured would have doubled. Life seemed to have returned to its previous pattern. But to Master Jiuyin's dismay, Ji Jisheng never came to visit her once. Although the great master of wilderness was very licentious and cruel, he was very self-disciplined in cultivating the demonic body. Within a few days, he went into the Tianqing to cultivate the demonic body again. But what disappointed Ji Jixi and the 2 great sages was that they were still not brought with them. It was obvious that Tianmoji would only let them practice the demon body cultivation technique after the blood sacrifice, and it was only used to deal with the surge cultivation. Others are not willing to give alms anymore. What is under the sinkhole is Tianmoji's own body. How can he let others absorb the essence of his bones casually? According to the current progress of the great master of savagery, the next blood sacrifice is not far away. The Great Master Jiuyin is already preparing to send a message to Zhu Xiaobao. But I am still a little hesitant in my heart. After all, this is tantamount to betrayal. If the Great Master of Savagery finds out, the consequences will definitely be the most tragic. Originally, the Great Master Jiuyin wanted to have a good gathering with Ji Jisheng to talk about TG. But maybe she didn't want to send a message to Zhu Xiaobao. But I didn't expect that Ji Jisheng took advantage of the great venerable man Wang to enter the Tianqing to cultivate the demon body, and rush back to Southeast County, as if he was deliberately avoiding the great venerable Jiuyin. In fact, it was also the foreshadowing laid by the Great Master Jiuyin herself. Didn't she let old Qin go without authorization? So after getting the secret report from Wu Shuangcai, Ji Jishi felt very unhappy. He had already taken a liking to one of old Qin's concubines. I especially want to get it. Unexpectedly, this time it was destroyed by the Great Master Jiuyin, and the woman who got it flew away again. So of course Ji Jishin was very happy. Little did he know that by such a mistake, the Great Master Jiuyin would resolutely decide to side with Zhu Xiaobao. In the 7th Princess Mansion in Southeast County, Ji Jisheng felt as if he was in a deserted place. Half of the people here belonged to him. If there was something going on here, Ji Jisheng would know immediately. Except for Dafu Erfu's 2 loyal servants. Everyone else fell in love with GZ. Can't you see this? The 7th princess is now like a dog in front of GZ. And she still has to beg GZ to favor her. And the most direct way to do favor is to beat him severely. So in the eyes of these servants, the 7th princess is just a bitch. She just doesn't dare to say it out loud. Bitch! How dare you let the woman I like back home? Who gave you the courage? If I don't beat you for a few days, you won't know who your master is? Ji Jishi was extremely angry and waved the whip in his hand. Ruthlessly he spanked the 7th princess so hard that her snow-white back and buttocks were already covered with scars. But the 7th princess was trembling with excitement. Chapter 712 Initiative A. There was a purpose when he came back this time. The great master of the savage land was about to use the blood sacrifice technique again. But there were not many people on Jialan Island, except for Ji Jishin's direct troops. These troops could never be used for practice. However, the great Lord Man Wang didn't care about this and ordered Ji Jisheng to find a way. This time he still planned to use the blood sacrifice technique on Jialan Island. Ji Jisheng was also worried about this matter. Although he could increase his cultivation rapidly by following the demon Jiu, he did not want to use the people of the 7th princess's fiefdom to perform blood sacrifices. Sooner or later, people would notice this. Besides, Ji Jisheng still thinks about controlling the 7th princess's fiefdom in the future. And even unifying Daxia Kingdom is not impossible. So when the great master of wilderness went into the Tianqing to cultivate the demon body again, Ji Jisheng hurried back to Southeast County. He finally thought of an idea, which could temporarily relieve his urgent need. Of course, it was also to favor the 7th princess. After all, this woman is still needed now. What's more, it's quite fun to engage in such violent logging from time to time. Sure enough, the 7th princess was once again so fascinated that she couldn't control herself. The two of them kept fighting for an hour. And then the 7th princess laid down on the bed completely weak. And her mind began to wake up gradually. What? 500,000 laborers? Where can I find you so many laborers at once? Besides, what on earth are you doing on Jiaolong Island? Need money and people? You account for 70% of all the expenses of my fiefdom now. The 7th princess was still enjoying the aftertaste. But at Ji Jisheng's request, she suddenly exclaimed, What are you doing? I'm not working for you. The 36 Southeast Islands are now in peace and prosperity. And no one dares to conspire and rebel. How much worry do you have to worry about? Besides, you also know that this big earthquake, my Jiaolong Island is seriously damaged and many facilities need to be rebuilt. Is it too much labor for me to order? Ji Jisheng snorted dissatisfied and pressed the scar on the 7th princess's butt. The 7th princess shivered in pain immediately. But it was tight. There was another burst of relief. But there was nothing I could do. Ji Jisheng knew the 7th princess's nature and weaknesses too well. With a casual touch, the 7th princess couldn't tell the difference between east, west and north again. Oh! You enemy! Take it easy and feel comfortable. But I won't be able to spare so many people here for a while. The 7th princess said intermittently, panting. It doesn't matter. I've already thought about it for you. Give me all the prisoners in the prison. And give me the hard labor in the quarry and shipyard. That's enough. If there's not enough, use the family members of the criminal officials. On top, 500,000 people are absolutely indispensable anyway. Ji Jisheng had already thought of a countermeasure. So he said firmly, "Oh? Then the quarry and the shipyard are going to be suspended?" The seventh princess said a little embarrassed. "Ha ha! Isn't it a piece of cake for Wu Shuangcai to give you some advice and some labor?" Ji Jisheng was still teasing the seventh princess. He knew that the seventh princess would surrender sooner or later. But what Ji Jisheng didn't expect was that just after he went to the seventh princess's palace, the great master Jiuyin also returned to Southeast County. She was actually hiding in Ji Jisheng's accompanying worship. But her cultivation was too high. No one noticed. It turns out that the great venerable Jiuyin thought that the great venerable wilderness went into the Tianqing to practice. And Ji Jiwei would always come to visit him. Unexpectedly, Ji Jiwei rushed back to Southeast County because of the matter about old man Qin. And Ji Jiwei is no longer there. Why did he care about her? This made Lord Jiuyin very disappointed. She originally wanted to rush back and stare at Ji Jisheng. As long as he dared to rape the concubine of the Qin family, she was ready to secretly kill the concubine. Let Ji Jisheng be happy. After all, Lord Jiuyin is still a woman, and the jealousy in his heart is still very strong. But after arriving in Southeast County, Lord Jiuyin changed her mind because she discovered that Ji Jisheng did not come back just for a woman. And more importantly, he was preparing manpower for Lord Wilderness's next blood sacrifice. The great Lord Jiuyin suddenly felt that he needed to have an insider so that he could understand the movements of Ji Jisheng and the great Lord Man Wang in a timely manner. So after Ji Jishi went to the seventh princess's mansion, Lord Jiuyin actually came to the housekeeper's room. This housekeeper was also Ji Jishi's most trusted person. It is said that he was a relative of Ji Jishi who could not be reached with 8 poles. But he also had the surname Ji, called Ji Qin Qin. Ji Qin Jin was very loyal to Ji Jihui and was meticulous in his work. He was also quite authoritative in the general's palace. It was rare that Ji Zi came back today, but he immediately went to find the princess. Ji Qin Jin also understood and arranged for Ji Zi's guards. And he also took an early rest. He knew that he would definitely have a busy day tomorrow. But unexpectedly, as soon as he returned to his room, Ji Qin Jin found that the Lord Jiuyin was lying lazily on his bed, and the 2 maids next to him were unconscious on the ground. Ji Qin Jin was in the general's mansion, and the maids and servants are all vying to please him. And it is quite convenient to find a woman. So Ji Qin Jin is usually quite self-disciplined, and does not dare to act rashly. He just has 2 fixed maids to attend his bed every night. But I didn't expect to see the great venerable Jiuyin on his bed today. And the great venerable Jiuyin was half hidden and half revealed in his clothes, looking at him charmingly. Ji Qin Jin's cultivation was comparable to that of a third-level martial artist. But he could not withstand the charm of Master Jiuyin. His eyes suddenly blurred. His whole body felt hot. And he had an uncontrollable impulse. In the end, he finally gave up and gave up. He rushed forward and hugged the enchanting woman in front of him. When the clouds and rain were over, Ji Qin Jin finally woke up. He was trembling with fear and knelt beside the bed. "Great venerable sir, I have nothing to offend. Why are you doing this? You are trying to kill me." "Woo woo woo. Ha ha. I was forcibly molested by you. Look at your potential. Did I say you did anything wrong? Well, I want you to do things for me from now on. And do everything Ji Jishan arranges for you to do. You must report to me in time. Don't worry. I just know a little bit about the situation. Shuji is still mine. Of course, you are also mine now." Giggle. Giggle. The great master Jiuyin leaned on the bed and smiled sweetly. Looking at Ji Qin Jin became uneasy again. It turns out that the great master Jiuyin came back from the 7th princess's mansion. Her cultivation level is still much higher than that of Ji Jisheng. She sneaked into the 7th princess's palace and no one could notice it. Not as good as Ji Jishan now. Therefore, the conversation between Ji Jishi and the 7th princess was heard by the great venerable Jiuyin. Only then did she know that Ji Jishi's real purpose of rushing back to Southeast County was to prepare people for cultivation for the great venerable Man Wang. This shows that the great venerable Man Wang will next the blood sacrifice technique must still be performed on Jiaolong Island. Lord Jiuyin felt that it was necessary to have his own information channels, so that he could grasp all kinds of information faster and more accurately. She is now caught between 2 forces, which is quite dangerous. And she also feels that the great master of wilderness does not seem to be absolutely sure that he can defeat Zhu Xiaobao and others. Because the great master of wilderness never mentioned the matter of arresting female warriors in the past. "Master, why are you doing this? Isn't General Ji your disciple? Ji Qingjin asked in grief and fear. He never thought that he would sleep with a great master, or the notorious Jiuyin master. Venerable sir, how can you not feel scared? The man that Lord Jiuyin slept with is probably Ji Jisheng, who is still alive. Stop talking nonsense. I let you do things for me because I think highly of you. As long as you do your best to do things for me, I will never treat you badly. At least you can be more than twice as fast in cultivation. The great master Jiuyin, he hummed a little impatiently. Yes. Thank you for your support. Your Majesty, I will do my best to help you. But General Ji must not know about this, Ji Qingjin said with a sad face. Ha ha. That's pretty much it. Do you want to enjoy my immortal girl's graceful jade body again? Lord Jiuyin was very satisfied and began to ask softly again. I don't dare not to be immortal. I want it. Ji Qingjin quickly shook his head. But in the blink of an eye, he was confused again. Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong were holding the vermilion bird sword and observing it carefully. This sword had just been repaired by Zhu Rong, and it seemed to be a little more powerful than before. Indeed, this sword can only slowly continue to recover under the care and quenching of Zhu Rong's Suzaku Queen. It is still far from reaching the power of the original dragon-slaying sword. Well, it seems that your cultivation level is still a little low. If you can inherit the Suzaku inheritance, you can greatly improve the attributes and grade of this sword, Zhu Xiaobao said with a little regret. Yeah, I know. Now I am the lowest in cultivation. 19th sister got 2 jinshins. Now my cultivation is advancing by leaps and bounds. I am really envious of it. Zhu Rong also said a little impatiently. If this continues, her cultivation level will probably be the lowest among the 4 descendants of the mythical beast. Ha ha! Don't worry. There is a volcano 1,300 miles east of Princess Island. I am going to take you and the 19th princess there, where you should be able to improve the grade of this sword. There is still time. Not sure. Zhu Xiaobao comforted Zhu Rong and said, although Zhu Rong is usually very calm and composed, but now she is acting like a little woman and showing a little temper. She is worried. At this moment, Tong Wuxin ran over with a flying pigeon letter, his face full of excitement. Xiaobao, look, news has finally come from the great master Jiuyin. It seems that your inner the thread is starting to work. Oh, bring it to me quickly. Zhu Xiaobao also shouted excitedly. He was actually worried about whether Lord Jiuyin would really be willing to cooperate with him. Now it seems that this woman has chosen to cooperate. After reading it, Zhu Xiaobao suddenly laughed and said, uh-huh. Demon Jiu is about to start the next blood sacrifice technique. This time it will be the limit of 500,000 people, according to its blood sacrifice technique, from the beginning to the end of the blood sacrifice. Then consolidate, digest and absorb, and then retrain the body. We have nearly 2 months to sit back and relax. Then when will we set off? I didn't expect the news about Lord Jiuyin to come in such a timely manner. Zhu Rong also asked excitedly. She didn't expect that mastering Tian Majiu's action plan would mean taking the initiative. But it can be arranged calmly. Time for yourself. Ha ha ha! Grandma Jiuyin, I love you. Roll. Before Zhu Xiaobao could finish his words, Zhu Rong kicked him from behind and pushed him under the table. Chapter 713, Initiative B. Zhu Xiaobao also did not expect that the great venerable Jiuyin would come so quickly to send a letter from the flying pigeon. Of course, the letter from the flying pigeon was also entrusted by Zhu Xiaobao to the great venerable Jiuyin, and was sent through the shop in Southeast County. Although the shops owned by the 19th princess have been evacuated, there are still many lurking points here as the spies placed in Southeast County. In fact, each prince has his own lurking point in other fiefdoms. Firstly, they can collect intelligence. And secondly, they can also cooperate to complete some assassinations and other confidential tasks. Even in the fiefdom of the 19th princess, there are lurking points of other forces, many of which are difficult for them to find. But this time Zhu Xiaobao felt that he had made a lot of money. The great master Jiuyin was a very important figure. She could often serve the great master wilderness, so her news was very valuable. It is very helpful for mastering the cultivation rules of the great master of the wilderness. Now let's act separately. Princess Ing, Princess 19, and I will go to the volcano east of Princess Island, where we can further improve the grade of the Suzaku sword and further restore the power of the dragon-slaying sword. Jumei will return to Liuhe first, County, and then go to Turtle Snake Mountain to cultivate the divine body. At the same time, I will bring a letter to Duanmuqi and Murongfeng. They know what to do. Zhu Xiaobao quickly summoned these close people around him and arranged action plans respectively. Because after these few battles, Jumei felt that she could improve her cultivation again. And she felt that she could absorb the bones of the Xuanwu beast again. She only absorbed a very small part last time. After all, those were the real bones of the Xuanwu immortal beast. And she was not something that a mere mortal could just absorb all of them. Therefore, Xu Xiaobao is full of expectations for the improvement of Jumei this time. Jumei's talent is too good. If Tine Mojiu's training method is not too evil and perverted, it may not be able to defeat Jumei's powerful body. Although Jumei was a little reluctant to leave, she still happily agreed when she thought that her demigod body would be improved again. As long as she could help Xu Xiaobao, she would be the happiest thing. Moreover, she was also very unconvinced by the half-demon body of the great lord of the wilderness. She never thought that there was anyone in this world who could beat her. This time, Xu Xiaobao also brought his old apprentice with him. Didn't he promise that he would build a magic weapon for him? Since the main purpose this time was to restore the power of the dragon-slaying knife, he would also help by the way. The old apprentice forged a magical weapon. When the vermilion bird sword and the dragon-slaying sword were fused, a lot of impurities and waste materials were discharged. These things were all magical things, and they were all collected by Xu Xiaobao. Otherwise, how could he be so confident that he could help the old man again? The apprentice has created a magical weapon. The next night, Xu Xiaobao and others set off quietly in order to prevent their whereabouts from being noticed, while Jumei was sent back to Shiyuan by one of the double black wind demons. City. On the way back to Liuhe County, although there is only one boat, Xu Xiaobao is not worried at all with Jumei's fighting power. Except for the great venerable man Wang. No one else can hurt her. Moreover, Jumei can also sneak into the bottom of the sea. She is basically invincible. On the contrary, in addition to the 3 auspicious treasures, Xu Xiaobao also brought 20 warships. The warships were filled with the most elite female warriors. He wanted to find the volcano he had just learned about on the sea, and he would stay on it for a long time. There must be people around to protect the surroundings. And at the same time, the warship also carries a large amount of food, fresh water, and other supplies. Jumei returned to Liuhe County and immediately told Duanmuki and Murong Feng about her experiences during this period, and also presented Xu Xiaobao's letters. Although Jumei's words were confusing, Duanmuki and Murong Feng still understood it clearly with the help of Xu Xiaobao's letters. The two of them also felt a little incredible. Xu Xiaobao's move was indeed quite unexpected. Even the 2 great military advisors did not dare to think so. The great venerable Jiuyin acted as their internal coordinator. Duanmuqi and Murong Feng looked at each other, both a little speechless. Sometimes Xu Xiaobao's ideas are so unconstrained and unruly, but sometimes they can have unexpected miraculous effects. Sir, I think we can use this advantage this time to disrupt the cultivation of the great masters of the wilderness and make it difficult for them to collect cultivation resources. After all, it is too cruel and evil to sacrifice hundreds of thousands of people at once. Even if it is our opponents should not be eliminated like this. Otherwise, there may not be many people left in Daxia in the end. Although Murong Feng now lives with Duanmuqi, she still likes to call him sir. Moreover, the two of them are not very greedy for sex, but more like to get together to discuss military affairs and make plans. That is their common hobby. Okay. I also thought about it. We will immediately spread the news about Tian Mijio's blood sacrifice of hundreds of thousands of creatures on Jiaolin Island, so that the news will spread to all the prince's fiefdoms. I'm afraid no one will let Tian Mijio on their own territory. It's such a perverse act to kill innocent people indiscriminately, Duanmuqi said, twirling his beard and nodding. Well, I thought of a person, and it would be most suitable for her to do this. Murong Feng looked at Duanmuqi with some provocation and said, "Ha ha. Don't tell me that we are writing on the palm of your hand. Let's see if we are thinking of the same person." Duanmuqi smiled slightly. Murong Feng's favorite thing now is to play this little trick with him. But he doesn't do it every time. It stumped Duanmuqi. Okay. Murong Feng suddenly smiled knowingly and asked his men to prepare pens, ink, paper and ink stones. After writing, the two of them spread their palms, and the words, Yi Qi Hong, were written on both palms. It turned out that they had thought of it again. It was most appropriate for Yi Qi Hong to spread the news about Tine Mojiu. All the slaves in the fiefdom were supporters of Yi Qi Hong, and they were willing to help Yi Qi Hong. Now Yi Qi Hong has also started the White Tiger inheritance with Xu Xiaobao. Her bloodline has also been activated, and her cultivation has skyrocketed, and she is now at the level of a martial lord. She is a female warrior who has returned to her ancestors from another generation. So she also benefited a lot this time. After this plan, Duanmuchi couldn't help but sigh. I don't know if doing this will make the 7th princess bear the brunt of the war with the demon Geo. Alas, I really don't want her to be killed because of this. It would be best if this were the case. We also lose a strong opponent. Huh? You seem to still care about the 7th princess. Murong Feng said with a bit of dissatisfaction. Duanmuchi was still a little worried about the 7th princess, although he was wanted by the 7th princess. But he knew that it was Ji Jisheng who was hindering it. And the 7th princess just listened to one side and believed the other. Ha. Let's not talk anymore. The only two ladies I care about now. Duanmuchi couldn't help but smile and put his arms around Murong Feng's waist. This was already the most intimate move Duanmuchi made. The old man is usually very old-fashioned in front of outsiders. Inviting Yi Qihong here and hearing that it was Zhu Xibao's business. Yi Qihong agreed without saying a word. She does not belong to any force and is not willing to work for the 19th princess. She just guards her own cave and is only willing to take action on Zhu Xibao's matters. The next day, Jiu Mei set out. In order not to attract attention, Jiu Mei sat in a carriage and was escorted by Yang Wufeitsue and a group of female warriors to Xishan. After all, Turtle Snake Mountain was in the Shijua Kingdom, so we can only go there with the female warriors, because now the Lingyu tribe does not belong to any party. They are an independent party, and more importantly, the female warriors only take orders from Zhu Xiaobao. In less than 10 days, the news about Tianmoji's bloody training on Jialong Island spread, even to other islands in the 36 islands in the southeast. It turned out that although Yi Qihong did not intervene on these islands, Duanmuchi asked Yu Shuang and Yu Shui to drive Black Wind and Two Evils, and dived into the waters of the 36 islands in the southeast at midnight, and dropped countless bamboo tubes, which contained leaflets about the blood sacrifice of hundreds of thousands of people by the demon Jiao on Jialong Island. These bamboo tubes drifted with the tide, and soon, people on the 36 islands in the southeast picked them up. The 7th princess heard the horrific news 3 days ago. She was shocked. She did not expect that Demon Jiao would sacrifice hundreds of thousands of people on Jialong Island. Although she didn't want to believe it was true, Ji Jisheng kept asking for people and things. Moreover, it seems that the 7th princess has some bad premonitions about not allowing others to board the Dragon Island. I am afraid these things are true. The 7th princess was immediately furious. She took her own Black Shark guards and dozens of generals, dispatched hundreds of warships, and headed straight to Jialong Island. Although she favored Ji Jisheng, the matter was so important that she couldn't help but go to the island to see what happened in person. Wu Xuancai also came this time. Even though he was Ji Jisheng's lackey, he didn't know about Tianmojiu, and he was also very shocked. After all, this is too terrifying. If this is true, then Southeast County will be devoid of humans and animals in a few days, and become a dead city. But when the 7th princess led the warship to Jialong Island, the guarding soldiers refused to let them land on the island. This made the 7th princess very angry. Speaking of which, the 36 islands in the southeast were also her territory, although Ji Jisheng was in charge. But the real master is her King Xiaozerong. The 7th princess was very angry and asked her subordinates to shout and let Ji Zi come out to speak. But at this time Ji Zi was practicing with the great master of the wilderness. Now every blood sacrifice performed by the great venerable Man Wang, the great venerable human demon, the great venerable Jiuyin, and Ji Zi also participate in it. Although they know that this is a very bloody evil technique, they still cannot resist the rapid speed of cultivation, the temptation of promotion. You can't extricate yourself from it. Ji Jisheng had already set out the area before the blood sacrifice of the great master of the wilderness, and asked his men to block the place of blood sacrifice. And they stayed far away, because he did not want his soldiers to know that he was practicing this evil skill. At the same time, a death order was also passed down. No matter who they are, as long as they dare to come to Jialong Island, no one is allowed to land on the island. Not even the 7th princess. Therefore, the commander under Ji Jisheng was very tough. I'm sorry, Prince Rong Qiantai. General Ji is worshipping the heavens and won't let anyone land on the island. I'm sorry. Don't let me get into trouble. Bold, what are you doing to sacrifice to the heaven? You are clearly practicing evil arts. Get out of my way right now. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude. The 7th princess suddenly yelled angrily. She was now also a martial master. and she could faintly see the dragon. A scarlet blood light rose from the island. This made her very frightened. If the demon Jiao was really on Jialong Island, wouldn't Ji Jishan be in danger too? At this time, this woman is still thinking about Ji Jisheng's comfort, which is pitiful and pathetic. I'm sorry for disobeying your order, King Chitos. I received a death order from General Ji. No one is allowed to land on the island. Even King Chitos. I have no choice but to apologize. The guard commander was still very tough, because he knew about Ji Jisheng and the 7th princess's affair. But in his heart, he looked down on the honorable King Chitos at all, and even often cared about prostitution. When would he be able to humiliate the 7th princess as much as he wanted? So now there is no respect at all. What an annoyance! Damn slave! How dare you speak to me like this? Someone come and attack Jialong Island for me. I will kill this guy myself. The 7th princess was immediately furious and started to attack Jialong Island with a wave of her hand. Suddenly, the shouts of killing from both sides were loud, and they used strong bows, crossbows, rolling logs, and stones. Even the 7th princess did not expect that Ji Jishan's men really dared to kill. The killings on both sides were extremely brutal, with many dead and wounded. The number of people is increasing dramatically. The king is 1,000 years old. Let's withdraw our troops first. They are waiting for work, and their defenses are strong. Our losses are too great. Wu Xuanzai was also a little confused at this time. Ji Jishan was going to rebel, but the 7th princess would definitely suffer a huge loss if they continued to fight like this. They didn't bring any heavy weapons or any siege equipment on this trip. Who would have thought that Dao Jialong Island would have to be attacked by force? Asshole! This is a rebellion! Come on! Come back quickly and gather 500 warships for me. Send me super powerful crossbows and catapults. I must kill this guard. The 7th princess is almost going crazy. Is this still her own territory? It's more like attacking someone else's territory. After withdrawing her troops, the 7th princess counted the losses. It turned out that 3,000 people died and 7,000 were injured. She brought a total of 30,000 troops, which reduced her number by 30% in this battle. This time the 7th princess was furious and insisted on boarding Dragon Island to find out what was going on. Now she had no choice but to wait for reinforcements and warships. But it's not that easy to move troops back this time. The army is assembled, and then sufficient supplies and various war supplies are allocated. It will be at least 2 days before the 7th princess can be supported. In the past 2 days, the blood sacrifice of the great venerable savage has been completed. Regardless of what happened outside, he immediately returned to the Tianking, digesting and consolidating his demon body while cultivating it. His cultivation level increased sharply, and it made his body unable to bear it. At this time, Ji Jishan appeared on the city wall, loudly apologizing to the 7th princess. Although he knew that it was not good to know, Ji Jisheng was not very worried. He was sure that he could take care of the 7th princess. Ji Zi, do you want to rebel? The 7th princess was still shouting angrily. Where? The people under my command were ignorant and offended the princess. Ji Jishi repeatedly handed over his hands, with a smile on his face. And then with a wave of his hand, he actually cut off the commander's head. Chapter 714, Initiative C. Ji Zi's move seemed to be an apology to the 7th princess, but his attack was decisive and fierce. From the beginning to the end, Ji Jishan did not look at the guard commander, but looked at the 7th princess with a smile. Even the head of the guard commander flying high had an expression of surprise and unwillingness. It was a pity that he no longer had the chance to distinguish and question. The whole process made everyone faintly feel the domineering nature of Ji Jishan. Even the 7th princess felt a little nervous when he looked at her. For a moment, I didn't even know what to say. It was Wu Shuang who was behind the 7th princess, who reacted quickly, and said to the 7th princess quickly, Chitos, it seems that the guard commander is causing trouble. Not General Ji's original intention. So I thought this was a misunderstanding. It's completely a misunderstanding. Now that the arrogant guard commander has been executed, this matter should end here. There is no real chance of a fight between his family members. Right. Although Wu Xuanzai didn't know about Tian Mojiu, he had made an accurate judgment based on their aura. The 7th princess was the honorable king. But Ji Jisheng was even more kingly. When she killed the guard commander just now, the corners of the 7th princess' mouth twitched slightly, and her hands trembled slightly. She was also restrained by Ji Jishan. Besides, the 7th princess would have been manipulated by Ji Jisheng for a long time. Therefore, Wu Xuanzai made the decisive decision to stand on Ji Jisheng's side at the first time. Anyone who is good at flattering people and observing the direction of the wind is actually outstanding. Wu Xuanzai is such a person. He can sense the pros and cons and make the most correct choice from just the smallest details. Well, since it's not a rebellion and it's not your fault, then open the city gate and let us in. I want to go to the island to have a look. The seventh princess has also found the steps. Since this is the case, it is best. She didn't believe that GZ would rebel. And GZ's move just now shocked her the most. But it also made the seventh princess feel admiration in her heart. Shouldn't she be proud to have such domineering power? She has almost regarded Ji Jisheng as her man. No, Chitos. This general was just offering sacrifices to the heaven. It was because of this great earthquake, which caused countless losses of property, buildings and people. It was because of the strong aura of swords and weapons in this place all year round that it led to the divine punishment. So Chitos, it's best not to enter. Or Chitos can go alone. And I will personally accompany you, Ji Jisheng said quickly and solemnly. And his explanation was also plausible. The seventh princess hesitated a little. She also knew that in the battle just now, the soldiers on both sides were full of murderous intent. If Ji Jisheng was really offering sacrifices to heaven, then there would really be a conflict. No. Chitos, Ji Jisheng's men were rebelling just now. What was the misunderstanding? If you go alone, I'm afraid there's some fraud involved. At this time, Lai Chun, a man next to him, couldn't bear it anymore and stood up and shouted. As advice, he can be regarded as a veteran of the seventh princess. And he is also a supporter of Duan Muqi. He has always hated Ji Jisheng. It was only because he kept his integrity and was cautious in doing things that Ji Jisheng was able to survive, because he never had anything to do with him. But this time, he couldn't bear it any longer. He felt that this time was the best opportunity to get rid of Ji Jisheng. Why did the seventh princess start to get confused again? Ha! Mr. Wang, you are worrying too much. Well, then I will come over first to pay homage to King Yao Yu Chitos. At the same time, let my men disperse and open the city gate. I will personally accompany King Yao Yu Chitos to the island. Ji Jisheng was secretly annoyed, but he immediately laughed loudly. With a wave of his hand, all the soldiers gathered their weapons and dispersed to both sides like a tide, leaving an empty city gate avenue. After a while, Ji Jisheng, dressed in official uniform and leading several subordinates, strode out quickly, then knelt down and saluted the seventh princess. There was actually a frank look on his face, as if he really had no defense. Chitos, capture this thief and investigate again after entering Jialong Island. Mr. Wang immediately shouted eagerly. What a great opportunity this is! Once Ji Jisheng is captured, he will immediately enter the island to conduct a comprehensive search. He was confident that he could definitely find out some clues. Yeah. Nonsense. I just said it was a misunderstanding. Besides, the rebellious guard commander has been killed. Why are you still killing me? Aren't there all my king's soldiers inside and outside this island? The seventh princess, there was a trace of hesitation at first. But as soon as she saw that GZ had arrived and was still kneeling in front of her, she started to fall towards GZ again. Chitos, you can't fall for this thief's trick. Mr. Wang suddenly shouted in shock and urgency. He didn't expect that the seventh princess had actually fallen towards Ji Jisheng. Isn't this going to be a disaster? How presumptuous. Get back. The seventh princess immediately scolded in displeasure, and then bent down to help GZ up personally. Taking this opportunity, Ji Jisheng also took the opportunity to squeeze the palm of the seventh princess's hand hard, and seemed to wink. Blink. Suddenly the seventh princess blushed and her heart beat, and she couldn't control it. Ha. Since Mr. Wang is worried, you can come to the island with us. As you said, let's check it out. I think you will get what you want. Ji Jisheng smiled seemingly gently. Okay. I'll take my black shark guard and silver shark guard, and let's enter the island. The seventh princess didn't pay attention to Mr. Wang, but couldn't wait to enter Jialong Island. As you command, 1,000-years-old king. Please. Ji Jisheng bowed respectfully, then walked beside the seventh princess, and accompanied her into the city gate. Wu Xuanzai and others looked at each other, and had no choice but to follow. The most anxious person was Master Wang. He had no choice but to go in with him. But he knew that he was probably going to be in trouble. It is impossible to say that the seventh princess has no intention of taking precautions at all. The 12 black shark guards and other gold shark and silver shark guards she brought with her also numbered more than 200 people. These are absolutely powerful combat capabilities. Besides, the seventh princess, he is also a martial master. But she was very confident that there was absolutely no possibility of GZ rebelling, because there was no need at all. Besides, the timing was bad, and killing the seventh princess here would only be counterproductive. Southeast County will react immediately. Ji Jisheng indeed has no thoughts of rebellion. He is currently too busy dealing with the great master of the wilderness. But this time the war was forced, because the seventh princess and others could not be allowed to see the blood sacrifice scene, so they had to forcefully stop it. But now Ji Jisheng has taken the initiative again, and he is confident that he can handle the seventh princess. As soon as they entered the city gate, everyone got on their horses and rode for a while, and suddenly entered a prosperous market. People were coming and going on the street, and the shops were doing brisk business. Many people saw the seventh princess and Ji Jisheng still there. Say H. Lo warmly. There was such a prosperous and peaceful scene that even Mr. Wang behind him was stunned. Didn't expect that Jiaolong Island would be so prosperous under the governance of Ji Jisheng. There is also a faint fragrance in this prosperous scene, which is a little intoxicating. My whole body feels very comfortable, and my mood becomes more and more relaxed. In the end, everyone laid down lazily on the ground without knowing it. This is of course the illusion of the great master of transvestites. But this soft fragrance is not fatal. It just makes everyone faint. When the seventh princess woke up, she found that she was already lying on a bed. Looking around, this bedroom was quite luxuriously decorated and very romantic. What made her even more excited was that as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Ji Jisheng smiling and holding a whip. The seventh princess immediately had some kind of conditioned reflex, and an uncontrollable desire rose fiercely. The auspicious three treasures have been open for several days. They arrived at more than 100 miles east of Princess Island. After searching for a long time, they finally found the volcano. It turned out to be an extinct volcano that had not erupted. But as I got closer, I could feel the temperature rising rapidly. Ha ha! This volcano is several times bigger than the one on Lingyu Island. I didn't expect such a big volcano to be hidden here. It's really worth coming here this time. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly shouted excitedly. When they arrived at the foot of the volcano, Tong Wuxin and others sent Zhu Xiaobao and the others off the boat, and quickly sailed away. The temperature here was too high, so they had no choice but to stay at sea and patrol around. After all, if a strong enemy attacks, they will still be needed to guard it. Only Zhu Xiaobao, Xu Rong and Princess 19 climbed to the top of the mountain, and the old apprentice stayed on the boat with Tong Wuxin and the others. The old disciple felt a little disappointed. He was one of the 9 great sages, but now he could no longer keep up with Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation. Among the 3, Zhu Xiaobao is the most strenuous. Zhu Rong is originally a fire attribute, so she is very adaptable to this environment and even enjoys it a little. What surprised Zhu Xiaobao was that the 19th princess was completely fine. She had 2 dragon balls, which allowed her to continuously restore her skills, and she could always keep her body warm and full of vitality. Her coming here is more like a rare chain grinding. At this time, the vermilion bird knife flew out happily on its own, surrounding Zhu Rong, as if expressing its excitement. This made Zhu Rong very excited. She had a hunch that not only the Suzaku sword, but also herself could benefit a lot from here. Maybe we can even break through to the 9th level of mental skills. Humph. Do you think my cultivation is fake? Come on. Let me show you my husband's powerful cultivation. Come with the sword. Zhu Xiaobao wiped the sweat from his forehead, then roared and waved. He actually took the Suzaku sword in his hand, jumped up high, and used his innate skills. Suddenly, the huge white tiger phantasm jumped up and rushed towards the top of the volcano. When they reached the top, Zhu Xiaobao showed his true form, and a vermilion bird sword became extremely huge, with a scorching flame and a golden light hanging as it slashed down hard. Boom! Suddenly a huge flame shot up into the sky, followed by rolling lava. In the middle, there was a figure with bared teeth and a strange scream, and escaped from the lava. Chapter 715 Semi-Immortal Weapon. It was Zhu Xiaobao who escaped from the crater of the volcano. He was already covered in clothing, and there was smoke in many places. But the short skirt inside was unscathed. It was Zhu Rong's clothes. Suzaku feathers are made of mixed dye silk, and are not afraid of high temperatures or corrosion, making them a rare protective item. Although Zhu Xiaobao escaped, the Suzaku sword did not follow him. Instead, It rose into the air and became extremely huge. There were green-gold inscriptions flowing on the blade. And the flames that spewed out did not fall to the surroundings after hitting the top like ordinary volcanoes. Instead, they formed an extremely huge flame column that kept rising upwards. And the top was the Suzaku's sword. The female warriors, who were responsible for guarding the surrounding waters, also saw this shocking and incredible scene. This was definitely a magical scene that they had never seen before. At this time, Zhurong also condensed the Suzaku Dharma form. Here, she could actually merge with the Suzaku Dharma appearance and dance around the huge flames. However, she did not dare to enter the center of the flame pillar and could only stand in the center of the flame pillar. The flames flew around rapidly, leaving a long line of Suzaku flames behind the huge Suzaku Dharma. The dazzling crimson color seemed to wrap another layer of the flame pillar. As the Suzaku Dharma phase circled and soared around the light column, the outer layer of the flame beam was wrapped with a layer of crimson flame. The two were still distinct at first, but slowly became more and more blurred, and gradually began to merge together. The temperature at this time was not as high as expected. It seemed that the scorching high temperature was absorbed by the Suzaku knife at the top. At this time, the 19th princess was also sitting cross-legged, and she was calmly moving two gentians. A very magical scene also appeared around her. Green mist continuously emerged from the ground, forming a circle around the 19th princess, a barrier that prevents the blazing temperatures from penetrating in. Behind the 19th princess, the Qinglong Dharma appearance gradually appeared, carrying body-protecting aura and resisting the scorching heat around her. This won't be of much help to the 19th princess' mental cultivation, but it can help the 19th princess to temper her physique. This is also the most important reason for her to come here this time. Zhu Xiaobao can also improve and strengthen his fire attribute here. Although his fire attribute is far inferior to Zhu Rong, it is definitely very effective when used against opponents other than the Suzaku clan. It's just that this process of quenching and improving is too boring, and too hard. Zhu Xiaobao is now simply shirtless and wearing trousers, and is sweating profusely to start building another magical weapon. Anyway, I have nothing to do, so I just helped my old apprentice rebuild a kitchen knife here. And the amazing thing is that the Suzaku knife seems to be paying attention to Zhu Xiaobao. And from time to time, there will be a meteor-like stream of light when hitting the knife embryo in Zhu Xiaobao's hand. These are impurities separated out by the continuous refining of the Suzaku knife. However, these impurities are also rare and divine materials. And now they are all driven into the embryo of the knife that has not yet been formed. On Jiaolong Island, in Ji Jihui's general's palace, the 7th princess has been begging for mercy. She can't bear Ji Jihui's continuous cutting now. Since Ji Jihui's cultivation has improved and his physique has changed, the relationship between men and women has changed. The ability to do things has also been greatly improved. And the 7th princess can no longer resist it. Lying there was drool at the corner of his mouth, and he was just panting. Xiuji, please spare me. I really can't do it anymore. If this continues, I will die here. Oh, you really want my life? The 7th princess's face was filled with satisfaction and obsession. With a silly look on his face, he was still muttering. Bitch, do you still know who the master is? You dare to lead troops here? Who gave you the courage? Don't forget, in front of me, you are just a slave. Why don't you get up? Ji Jisheng showed no mercy at all. There was no respect at all. But he wanted to drag the 7th princess by her hair like a dog, so that she could get up in a panic, using her hands and feet together, passively crawling with Ji Jisheng. If she slowed down a little, there would be a stick on her, but the whip is accompanied by the howl of the 7th princess. But this is my territory. I also heard that the demon Jiu is on this island. I am worried about your safety, so I came here, the 7th princess said intermittently, although she was howling and screaming. But he became excited again, completely lost in Ji Jisheng's lustful power. Snapped. This time it was a slap in the face, which made the 7th princess a little confused and even a little angry. But she also felt a sense of surrender. Ji Jisheng stepped on her head even more fiercely, forcing the 7th princess to face the ground and stick her butt out in an embarrassing and humiliating posture. Even the 2 loyal eunuchs Dafu and Erfu, who were standing by at any time, could not stand it any longer. However, because of Ji Jisheng's fierce power, they could only dare to be angry but dare not speak out. Now the two's martial arts are no longer a match for Ji Jisheng. Humph! Bitch! I'll tell you. Heavenly Demon Geo is here to practice supreme magic skills. If you are wise, Just shut up and go back to Southeast County. If it weren't for me, your fiefdom would be it has long been a training ground for Demon Geo. Now it is just a Dragon Island. Only then did Ji Jishin squat down, patting the seventh princess's cheek, and said sullenly, "Oh? Could it be that the legend of Tianmoji is true? How dare you let it practice here? It will cause the extinction of all life." Although the seventh princess was a little confused, she was still very frightened about such a crucial matter. Shouted, "So, it's very hard for me to deal with you here in Tianmoji. These things are definitely not something you mortals can solve. You still have to rely on me? Bitch, listen to me clearly. You and your fief, including you, your body and flesh, are all mine. From now on, listen to whatever I say honestly. Only by being obedient can you survive. Do you understand?" Ji Jishing said with a rude smile. "Yes, I know," the seventh princess said helplessly, but she also felt a sense of relief in her heart. It seemed that she no longer had to worry about it. All she had to do was listen to Ji Jishing and do whatever she wanted. Just be obedient. "Well, clean up and go back. Oh, by the way, that Mr. Wang is not going back. He no longer exists." Ji Jishing nodded with satisfaction and waved to the two eunuchs Dafu and Erfu to come forward, help the seventh princess to clean up, and then let the seventh princess leave Jialong Island without even sending her away. The ministers and guards all looked at the seventh princess with red and swollen face in confusion. They were even more confused. They followed the seventh princess to the Dragon Island, but after entering, they didn't know anything. Now how he came out is unknown. He only knows that he returned to the same place and was on the beach of Jialong Island. "Come here, give me my order, and go back to Southeast County," the seventh princess said, and she couldn't wait to get into her cabin. "Chateaus, Mr. Wang is missing. All of us have searched everywhere, but we can't find him." But at this time, there were still people who wanted to report to the seventh princess. "Humph, he stayed on Jialong Island and will not go back," the seventh princess hummed without looking back. And then she never showed up again. In the seventh princess's cabin, Dafu Erfu was helping her wipe her wounds. At this time, the seventh princess finally woke up and lay on the bed crying quietly. "What should I do? He really wants to occupy my territory. And my martial arts skills are so high now. And there is a demon Geo behind me. Wow. Oh. 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 Master, Mr. Duanmu was right at the beginning. He should not have been taken in. Wu Xuansai was also on his side. Now half of the ministers are from Ji Jishing. And King Wen was killed by him." Dafu and Erfu were standing aside. Said, "Damn slaves. Why didn't you say anything before? You've become smarter now." The seventh princess was very annoyed and stretched out her hand to give each of the two slaves a mouth, and then lay there and continued to cry. Zhu Ke Dao and Zhu Rong have been practicing here in the crater for 7 days, and it has finally come to an end. If it weren't for the essence of Genshin, condensed by the 19th princess during these 7 days, Zhu Rong would definitely not have been able to persist. At most, it would have been able to support it took 2 days. But now that she has the essence of Genshin, she can last for 7 days and 7 nights. The flames in the crater also disappeared at this time, and the Suzaku sword returned to Zhu Rong's side. At this time, the sword became even more mysterious. It was difficult to distinguish the place where the Suzaku sword and the dragon-slaying sword merged. After it came out, the shape of the Suzaku knife became more neat and refined, much improved compared to the original appearance made by Zhu Xiaobao. The key is that the inscriptions on the blade flow and a green light appears, making it even sharper than before. This knife now gives people a very deep, heavy, ancient and vicissitudes of feeling. Is this a promotion to a semi-immortal weapon? Such a message came to Zhu Xiaobao's mind. This was the feeling that he had because of his blood connection with this sword. And he could feel that if this knife were to be used, the huge turtle-back shield would not be able to withstand it. Or at least it would be damaged. The most surprising thing is that with the promotion of this sword again, his 4 phases of divine veins technique has also gained a new level. This is a technique that has never been seen before. It turns out that the 4 phases of divine veins technique that he thought was the most authentic was not the most complete. As the sword continued to recover and improve, it showed a new level of skills. Dual cultivation in fire? What kind of skill is this? Isn't it too dangerous? Which one of you is willing to try it with me first? Zhu Xiaobao asked hesitantly. Well, let me do it. 19th sister definitely can't bear the scorching flames. Zhu Rong also sensed this new set of dual cultivation techniques, and she looked very excited. Chapter 716. If you are sincere, eh? However, Zhu Xiaobao was not as excited as Zhu Rong. He was still very afraid of the temperature of this volcano, because this is by far the most powerful and energetic of all volcanoes. The temperature here is a bit too much for Zhu Xiaobao. Sister, let's discuss it, and wait until I can study the 4 phases divine vein technique. Okay. It's very dangerous to go there rashly like this. You might be widowed? Zhu Xiaobao cried with sadness on his face. Said, he had no idea about the newly comprehended 4th level of the 4 phases divine veins. If this thing can be cultivated in fire, can it have a good life? Aren't you ready to bake adults? Hee! Don't worry. I'm here to make sure you're fine. It's just a little bit hot. You can definitely handle it. Besides, your cultivation level can also be greatly improved. Zhu Rong is a bit like she was coaxing Zhu Xiaobao affectionately like a wolf grandmother. This is the first time that he is so proactive, so enthusiastic, and so eager, which makes Zhu Xiaobao feel more and more that there is something wrong here. Why do I think your smile is sinister? I'm scared. Zhu Xiaobao still refused to leave. Humph. Then let the sword take the decision. We both have a blood connection with it, and it will definitely be impartial. Are you right? Zhu Rong was very annoyed. This guy didn't have that kind of feeling at all. Who else has the spirit of righteousness and awe? But he still resists. In the end, he had no choice but to use this trick and let the Suzaku sword make the decision. Zhu Xiaobao's biggest reliance was also on this sword, because this sword was also the incarnation of the dragon-slaying sword. Okay, then just let fate happen. Zhu Xiaobao closed his eyes, threw out the Suzaku knife, and muttered, Dragon-slaying knife. Dragon-slaying knife. If you want me to go, make it big. Zai, follow me and fly up. Don't force it. I know you have practiced very hard. Before Zhu Xiaobao could finish reciting the words, the Suzaku sword, which was very flattering, turned into the size of a door panel. It was still under Zhu Xiaobao's feet, surrounded by a circle of red flames, making it impossible to escape even if he wanted to. Holy crap! You just put me under house arrest? In order to improve your cultivation. Are you too unkind? Sister Princess, I'm afraid. Zhu Xiaobao stood on the door panel in shock and shouted. Said. Kai looked at the 19th princess pitifully, hoping that the 19th princess could come to the rescue. Oh, just bear with it. I have prepared 2 essence of Jinshin for you here to ensure that you can have enough recovery power. I believe in you. It will work. Princess 19 also waved her fist, said very encouragingly. Oh my god! Do you all believe in me so much? This is really a life and death situation. If I can't come back, I'm not done with you. Seeing that the Suzaku sword under his feet had begun to fly towards the top of the volcano, Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but become furious. Shouted. Hee! Okay, I'm here to make sure you're fine. Zhu Rong also stepped on the door panel and was still coaxing Zhu Xiaobao. On Jialong Island, the great venerable man Wang finally came out of the Tianqing. On the last day, the great venerable man Wang allowed the great venerable Ren Yao, the great venerable Jiuyin, and Ji Jishan to enter the Tianqing, followed by absorbing the essence of Tian Moji's body. There is nothing that can be done about it. The 3 people's cultivation has progressed too fast now, and the meridians and bones of the body can no longer bear it. If they are not allowed to improve their physique, I am afraid that life will be worse than death, and they may even explode and die. At least now, the great master of wilderness still needs these people to help him. But before the 3 of them could finish their thoughts, they were forcibly taken out of the sinkhole by the great venerable man Wang. The 3 people absorbed it so hard that they were absorbing it desperately. The great venerable man Wang was trembling in his heart. Now only half of the essence of his own body remains. So the 3 of them were very reluctant. But they didn't dare to complain. But the effect is also obvious. The great human demon lord is already at the pinnacle of the great lord. As long as he follows the savage great lord in one more blood sacrifice, he will be able to break through to the realm of the martial lord. Therefore, the great venerable lady boy behaved more and more respectfully in front of the great venerable barbarian. The great venerable Jiuyin is still a little bit behind. But the great venerable is also perfect. But the great lord Jiuyin is not so happy, because the great lord wilderness's physique has become stronger than before, and she is worried about whether she can withstand the harvesting of this lord demon. Ha ha ha! My current half-demon body has far surpassed the half-immortal bodies of the descendants of the four great beasts. If I meet them again... Huh? It won't be that cheap. The great venerable man looked up to the sky and laughed. Then he turned back and asked GZ, "Are all the delicacies I want ready? And the best wine?" "Yes, Master. I have prepared it for you a long time ago. And she is also ready. She can serve Master at any time." GG, she said with a joyful smile on his face, and even pointed at the great Master Join. He actually regarded the great Master Join as a tool to please Mantion Demon Geo. "Xiao Ji, you?" The great venerable Join was suddenly shocked and angry. And then he immediately smiled happily at the great venerable man Wang. "Yes, I am ready." She was secretly complaining in her heart, seeing that the great master of the wilderness looked stronger than before. She might have to suffer again. Only she knows this kind of suffering. It is really terrifying. And it may even cost her life. "Well, okay. Not bad. You are quite sensible. By the way, you can also prepare for my next blood sacrifice." The great master of wilderness nodded with satisfaction, and then arranged a new one for Ji Jishing task. "Master, see if you can move to the eldest prince's fiefdom. I have no one here. We can't gather hundreds of thousands of people in a short time," Ji Jishing said with a bitter face. The reason why he moved Join to the venerable withdrew because he was afraid that the great venerable savage would ask him to prepare the manpower for the blood sacrifice again. Where can I get this? Moreover, Ji Jishin didn't want to sacrifice everyone in Southeast County and Southeast 36 Islands. Otherwise, wouldn't he be a lonely man in the end? How outrageous! My true body bones are right here, and I will sacrifice my blood here. Do you dare to disobey my order? The great master of savagery suddenly roared angrily, which immediately made Ji Jishin dizzy. The great master of savagery, although I don't know what level the person's cultivation level is, it is definitely far beyond the martial saint level, and is at least 3 levels higher than Ji Jishing. "Master, listen to me." Ji Jishin leaned close to the ear of the great venerable savage and whispered for a long time. As he watched, the great venerable savage's eyes gradually began to light up, and in the end, he actually smiled. This surprised the great master Join. Ji Jishin was really good at coaxing the demon Geo around. "Ha ha ha ha. Okay. We will set off tomorrow and go back to the eldest prince. As a disciple, you are so thoughtful. I will give you some guidance when I have time." The great venerable man Wang laughed happily. "Tao, I couldn't wait to set off the next day." Sure enough, the next day, Ji Jishing prepared the boat, went to Southeast County and changed into a car, and actually left the 7th princess's fiefdom and set off towards the eldest prince's fiefdom. What is more surprising is that the great venerable Join also has a separate carriage. She was injured by the great venerable man Wang. If the great venerable man Wang had not restrained herself a little in the end, she would not have expected the great venerable Join to do it like this. Fight to death. Use less force. And then you can be considered a lucky escape. But I was still very scared in my heart. And my resentment towards Ji Jishin became even heavier. After Ji Jishing's chariot left Southeast County, the 7th princess summoned several veterans to discuss, including Dafu and Erfu. Now the 7th princess felt a little regretful, and wanted to take advantage of Ji Jishing's absence to regain the initiative. But when she thought of Tai Moju, she did not dare to take action rashly. That's why we recruited all the marginalized veterans to discuss countermeasures. She now understands that these people are the most loyal to her. "Princess, it should have been like this a long time ago. Otherwise, these fiefdoms of yours will belong to Ji Jishing sooner or later. And this guy is still practicing evil skills with Tian Magio. If we don't take action, he will definitely be in disaster in the future." Several veterans, they all cried and said, finally seeing the 7th princess starting to fight, they could finally speak out what they were thinking. "Oh, it's all my fault. I listened too much to Ji Jishing, a treacherous villain. But it's useless to say this now. You can give me some advice. What should I do? Ji Jishing is so powerful now that I have no chance of winning." She, the princess, said sadly. "Can you invite Duanmuchi back? You know, Duanmuchi is very resourceful, and he will definitely have no problem dealing with Ji Jishin." General Xiaoming among them asked cautiously at this time. "Oh, how is that possible? Although I wasn't the one who chased him in the first place. It was my acquiescence. Moreover, Duanmuchi is still the strategist of 19th Sister and the son-in-law of Lingyu Mountain. How could he come back?" The 7th princess felt a little regretful. Said, How do you know if you don't ask? As far as I know, Duanmuchi is still very loyal to you, Princess. Besides, even if he doesn't want to come back now, he can at least express our attitude and hope to resolve this grudge. One of them said the minister was quite courageous and said persistently, in fact, everyone knows that Duanmuchi is the most important contributor to the 7th princess. But I didn't expect that the 7th princess would send Duanmuchi to prison for Ji Jisheng. But just like that, Ji Jisheng failed to kill Duanmuchi, which shows Duanmuchi's intelligence. Yes, I intend to personally go to the Western King's territory to meet Mr. Duanmu, even if he is unwilling to come back. Let him know that we now intend to form an alliance with the 19th princess, to deal with Ji Jisheng together. Zhao Ming gritted his teeth at this time. He said, "This is quite courageous. You know, if someone finds out, it will be a crime of collaborating with the enemy. If the matter is not done, the 7th princess will not accept the blame, but will only judge Zhao Ming as guilty of communicating with the enemy in all directions." 3 days later, Zhao Ming appeared in Duanmuchi's study. What disappoints Zhao Ming is that the 19th princess is not in Liuhe County. Moreover, Duanmuchi also made a very demanding request to show the sincerity of the 7th princess. Chapter 717, If You Are Sincere, B. Duanmuchi was also very excited to see Zhao Ming again. The two had been together for nearly 30 years, even longer than the time they had followed the 7th princess. Moreover, the 3 Zhao Shenlong brothers were also relatives of Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming was also very angry when Zhao Shenlong was killed. He did not know the mastermind behind the scenes. He once suspected that it was the 7th princess, but over the years, he found that the 7th princess was very concerned about this. I don't seem to know much about the matter. It should be Ji Jisheng's planning, but there is no evidence. Ha ha! Forget it, General Zhao Ming. This matter is not difficult to verify. But the top priority now is the matter of Tianmoju. You have also seen that Ji Jisheng's cultivation level has increased unusually fast. This is the blood sacrifice evil. It's no wonder that most people can't resist the temptation brought by Gong. However, the cultivation of these few people has skyrocketed, and the people who have paid a heavy price for it are a large number of poor people. This is a problem for anyone with a little conscience. This is unacceptable to everyone. Duanmuchi said with a solemn expression. It was not surprising that the 7th princess sent someone to visit. At least Duanmuchi had estimated it. Yes. That's why the 7th princess sent me here to join forces with the 19th princess. But unfortunately, the 19th princess is not in the fief. What should I do? Zhao Ming also nodded repeatedly. Explain. You don't have to wait here forever. He came quietly, and staying here for one more day would increase the risk. It doesn't matter. Before Shi Wangqi and I left, he had entrusted me with all the affairs here. Please give me the 7th princess's letter to read. Duanmuchi said with a slight smile. That's good. In fact, the 7th princess also wants to know what Mr. Duanmu means most. Zhao Ming hesitated for a moment, then took out the secret letter. In fact, both he and the 7th princess knew that even if this letter was handed into the hands of the 19th princess, Duanmuchi would still be the one to provide the advice in the end. Oh, and by the way, there was Murong Feng, who was also a very famous advisor. Duanmuchi couldn't help but burst out laughing after reading the secret letter from the 7th princess. He didn't expect that the 7th princess was still making wishful thinking. She and the 19th princess were very sincere in joining forces, but her words were still condescending. When it came to the future struggle for hegemony, the 7th princess actually only promised to give the 19th princess the existing territory and the 1st prince's fiefdom, plus tax exemption. This is equivalent to letting the 19th princess help her resist the threat of the Shijua kingdom, while the 7th princess settles in the imperial city and has peace of mind. Ha, General Zhao Ming. Let's do this. I'll send a letter to the 19th princess right away. You can stay here for a few more days. You can dress up a little tomorrow. We can go to Liuhe County to show you the current development status of the 19th princess. Duanmuchi did not immediately respond to the letter from the 7th princess, but said to Zhao Ming with a smile. Okay, then I'll stay here for a few more days. I just want to see how prosperous the former Ming King's fiefdom is now. Zhao Ming also heard from hearsay that the Mingwang fiefdom has been in danger for a long time, and now the 19th princess has taken over. Just a few years after coming here, he didn't believe how well it could develop. It would definitely not be as good as Southeast County. After all, the 7th princess has been developing in Southeast County for 20 years. It can be said that he is the best developed among several princes. But when General Zhao Ming spent a day wandering around Liuhe County the next day, he couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't know much about King Ming's fiefdom, but he knew the original Shiyuan city very well. The Shiwan fiefdom that Zhao Ming saw along the way was definitely full of businesses, and the people lived and worked in peace and contentment. Any ordinary street was more lively than the busiest street in Southeast County, with crowds of people and the sound of business happening one after another. You can often see those female warriors bargaining together on the street and playing noisily. However, what surprised Zhao Ming was that many of the female warriors had very high cultivation levels and were not inferior to him. In other words, the great martial artist's cultivation level is simply very common in the Western King's fiefdom. This is so surprising. Originally, Zhao Ming suspected that Duan Muqi had arranged it deliberately. But in the afternoon, he took his servants for a walk alone. He rode a horse for hundreds of miles and arrived at Huaning County. Unexpectedly, it was also very prosperous. What was even more surprising was that Zhao Ming happened to see Princess Ming patrolling with her troops. However, Princess Ming was actually wearing the battle uniform of the Shiwan army, and the flag behind her was also that of General Zhenong of the Shiwan army. What does this mean? This shows that the princess is now working for the 19th princess. The next day, Zhao Ming simply went to Shiyuan City to have a look. Although Shiyuan City had a smaller population than other counties, it was still a prosperous scene. It was no longer the same as when he was stationed here. Same thing in Shiyuan City. What surprised Zhao Ming even more was that the female warriors were even more powerful in combat. Because the female warriors here were all direct descendants of Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, Zhao Ming actually discovered several female warriors with martial master cultivation. Zhao Ming was a little shocked. When did Wu Zun become everywhere? As for the 7th princess, they are masters of martial arts cultivation. The 7th princess knows everything about them. At least they are all generals in their own right. By the time Zhao Ming returned to Liuhe County, Duan Muqi had already prepared the reply letter from the 19th princess. In fact, it was Duan Muqi's own reply. Now there was no need to take the 7th princess's strength seriously, and he didn't need to take it seriously. No letter was passed to the 19th princess. After just discussing it with Murong Feng, he replied to the 7th princess. Zhao Ming was so eager to return home that he rushed back to Southeast County overnight. He was once again impressed by the speedboat of the 19th princess. It was several times faster than theirs, and there were also famous naval guns on the warship. It turns out that Duan Muqi used one of the double black wind demons to escort the general of the alliance, and Zhao Ming's ship had already set off a few days in advance and was waiting in the waters of Southeast County. What? She actually asked me to assist her and let her take the lead? And she asked me to show sincerity. Was this letter written by the 19th sister? The 7th princess read the reply and immediately shouted angrily. That should be the case. But Chateau's, the current strength of the 19th princess is definitely not inferior to that of any prince. In the past few days, I have visited various counties in the Western King's fiefdom. It can be said that the country is prosperous and the people are prosperous, and the combat power is super strong. There are no less than 50 warriors with martial master cultivation level in Shiyuan City alone. Zhao Ming swallowed and said with difficulty, What? 50 martial lords? Zhao Ming, are you being deceived or are you being deceived? Do you think this is possible? The 7th princess suddenly opened her eyes wide and looked at Zhao Ming. He even doubted whether this person had surrendered. Alas, princess, I don't believe it when I say it. But if you see it, you will understand that the 19th princess is really the only one in the family now. Even Princess Ming is willing to serve under the 19th princess. The main reason is the 19th princess has the full support of Zhu Xiaobao. Zhao Ming also sighed and said, In fact, the Southeast County has been frightened by Ji Jixing. It has long lost the prosperity of previous years, and now there are internal and external troubles. I'm afraid not even His Highness can compare. Ah? How could this happen? Even Princess Ming is willing to surrender to her? The 7th princess sat down slumped in a daze. But now it was difficult. Could she really show weakness to the 19th princess and show her sincerity? No. Absolutely not. That would be equivalent to voluntarily withdrawing from the battle for the right to inherit the throne. At this time, the great venerable man Wang and everyone came to the eldest prince's fiefdom. They were traveling in more than a dozen carriages. Except for the servants, they did not bring any guards with them. There is no need at all. There are also several beauties on the carriage, all of whom are the necessary fresh meat for every meal of the great master of the wilderness. This is all Ji Jisheng's contribution. Anyway, there were several beauties along the way who became the delicacies on the table of the great lord of the wilderness. The eldest prince was overjoyed when he saw the great venerable man Wang. Among all the princes, the eldest prince is now the least enterprising. He has almost given up. He is just waiting to finish the blood sacrifice of the people in his fief. And then follows the great lord of the wilderness. It doesn't matter whether he seizes the direct descendants or the fief. He doesn't have the strength to restore his original glory. Got it. Brother, how many people will be needed this time? I will arrange it for you, the eldest prince said enthusiastically. But he was already a little impatient to stay here. Ha ha! Brother, there is no need for it now. I came here just now to sacrifice 10,000 people. But it will definitely be needed soon. And the next blood sacrifice is estimated to require more than 600,000 people. The great monarch was very pleased. He said, I didn't expect that there is a brother who thinks about me so much. And he has the same interests and interests. Oh, why is this? What is the purpose of this trip? The eldest prince suddenly asked with some doubts. I want to go. The great lord of savagery whispered into the ear of the eldest prince, and couldn't help but show a very excited expression. Oh, congratulations to the elder brother. If the elder brother succeeds, will he lend the Lord Jiuyin to the younger brother? The eldest prince suddenly said in surprise, and looked at the Lord Jiuyin and asked with a little jealousy. Ha ha! What a big deal. Tonight is yours to use. The great venerable man Wang waved his hand and said with a smile. Neither of them took the great venerable Jiuyin seriously. He was just a plaything. The great Lord Jiuyin was angry and annoyed. But he did not dare to show it. She was already very disgusted with this kind of life in her heart. Even if she did not have the cultivation of this martial saint, she did not want to follow the great Lord Wilderness anymore. After killing pigs and beauties, they enjoyed another delicious feast. On the night of the second day, the great venerable savage led everyone quietly into the territory of the royal court. It is very convenient for them to go where they want to go now. As long as the Shemale Great Master casts an illusion, no one can detect their whereabouts. So they went quite smoothly along the way. After walking for a day, they finally arrived at the foot of Turtle Snake Mountain. You big guy! How dare you come to my inheritance place? Hammer! Suddenly there was a roar, followed by a golden armored hammer falling from the sky and heading straight for the head of the great lord of the wilderness. Chapter 718 Fighting Alone with Demon Geo A. Seeing a huge golden armor hammer coming towards him, the great master of wilderness not only did not get angry, but also laughed very excitedly and said, Well done! Ha ha ha! Jiumei, I came here just to see you. It's true. You didn't disappoint me. While speaking, the great venerable savage was already holding two bloody axes in his hands. Although he was very proud, the great venerable savage did not dare to be careless. Jiumei's hammer was more powerful than the last time they fought at sea. This time the great venerable savage was a little surprised. This woman is so powerful and so appetizing. Boom! There was a loud noise, and Jiumei was still shaken back several steps. But she was not injured. But Jiumei's heart also sank. She didn't expect that even though she had strengthened her physique again here, she still couldn't compare to the great master of the wilderness. No. It should be said that the power of the savage great lord has also increased. And his physique seems to be stronger. This makes Jiumei very depressed. She thought she could challenge the great master of the wilderness. But she still seems to be at a disadvantage. The eldest prince was extremely excited. Lord Demon was indeed invincible. At this time, Ji Jishan was also secretly shocked. This giant beauty is really perverted. It has only been a few days, and it seems to have become stronger again. With this level of offensive, even the Shemale Grand Master and Jiuyin, no one at the level of the Great Venerable would dare to accept it forcefully. They are all hiding behind the Great Lord of the Wilderness. Otherwise Jiumei's hammer will kill them. Ha ha! Yes! Yes! My dear disciple, the idea you gave me is very good. This woman is exactly what I need most. You all get back. This level of battle is not something you can participate in. The Great Venerable Man Wang praised Ji Jishing with a few words of satisfaction. It turned out that what Ji Jishi had whispered to the Great Venerable Man Wang was about Jiumei's whereabouts. It turned out that although Jiumei was invincible along the way, her whereabouts were also very concealed. However, they were discovered by Ji Jishi's spy in Shijua Kingdom. Moreover, although Jiumei was sitting in the carriage to keep it secret, Yang, who was walking at the front with Jade, is also a signature character. He is tall, and he is escorted by a bunch of female warriors. Of course, it is not difficult to guess who is in the carriage. In order to get the great venerable savage to leave Southeast 36 Islands and Southeast County, Ji Jisheng racked his brains and came up with this vicious trick. He knows the needs of the great venerable wilderness best. Now the great venerable Jillian cannot bear it. Only a woman like Jumei can truly satisfy the great venerable savage, because her current physique is too strong and has exceeded mortal physique. It can be said that the great master of wilderness has never been truly satisfied since he came out of the sinkhole. That's why Ji Jisheng came up with such a sinister trick to do what he wanted. And by the way, he made the great master of wilderness leave Jialong Island and Southeast County, and was fooled into coming to Turtle Snake Mountain. The great venerable man Wang was extremely pleasantly surprised when he saw Jumei again. This woman was too powerful. If she could use it for herself, she would definitely be a perfect match for him. The key thing is that this woman is also the descendant of the Xuanwu mythical beast. She is physically equivalent to it, and she can also receive the magical effects of dual cultivation. Thank you, Master, for the compliment. I wish Master to capture this girl. Not only is she extremely strong, but she is also the woman that Zhu Xiaobao relies on and trusts the most. As long as you capture this girl, you will have no worries, Ji Jisheng said with a flattering face. Flattery said. But this guy's intentions are also very sinister. Not only does he want to deal with Jumei, but he also plots against Zhu Xiaobao. Ji Jisheng was also in a good mood at this time. With his huge brain, he would definitely fight to the end. The final result can be imagined. Ji Jisheng felt that this clever plan of his was absolutely perfect. Hee, Jumei, I'll give you a chance. Give up resistance, and come back with me. I guarantee that you can cultivate to the body of gods and demons, and ascending to the immortal world will definitely not be a luxury. And look at this body of me, the demonic body is definitely the most suitable for you. Following that, Zhu Xiaobao will only delay your talent. The great venerable savage looked at the giant beauty opposite, who was getting ready to attack again. And he rarely showed a kind face. He was persuading happily. He wanted to get this fierce girl Jumei so much. Little Pig said, "You are the worst person. The most damnable person. I just want to help Little Pig accomplish what he wants to do. And that chicken behind you, I want to kill him too." Giant Mei frowned and said seriously. Although she was powerless, Jumei showed no fear at all. Okay. Then let's do it. Let you know that my strength is definitely not something you can resist. I want you to come back with me convinced. The great lord of the wilderness still said with a smile. The more he behaved like this, the more I like this woman Jumei. Once this kind of person is conquered, he will definitely be loyal. I'll crush you to death with one hammer. Jumei stopped nagging. He swung his golden armor hammer, shouted, and charged at the great lord of the wilderness. He also used the turtle-back shield on his body. Facing such a powerful enemy, Jumei may also knows to use all her abilities. Well done. I'll give you another blow. The great lord of the wilderness swung a pair of blood axes and struck at the giant beauty. There were no subtle moves in their contest. It was just a competition of absolute strength. But what surprised the great venerable man Wang was that Jumei could persist for more than 10 rounds. Of course, this was because the great venerable man Wang left some room for fear of hurting Jumei. But even this was enough to surprise the great venerable man Wang. It's endless, because these dozen rounds can't hurt Jumei at all, let alone win Jumei, unless he uses all his strength. The surrounding hills and huge rocks have now become rubble, and the area dozens of miles around has been razed to the ground. The great human demon, the great Lord Jiuyin, and Ji Jisheng retreated further and further away. The aura emitted by the two people's fight also made them a little unbearable. This was no longer a battle for mortals. The eldest prince stood further back than them. He was very sure that Moji would win. So while watching the battle, he even reached out to hug the great master Jiuyin with the speed of his hands and feet. This made the great Lord Jiuyin very angry. And even Ji Jisheng beside him was very unhappy. He was willing to hand over the great Lord Jiuyin to Tian Majio in order to please Tian Majio. But he did not want the eldest prince to act so unscrupulously. Do whatever you want. The eldest prince took it for granted. He had suffered huge losses for the demon Jiu and had sacrificed all his subjects and fiefdoms. Is it too much to play with this woman now? Humph. What can you do with me? You have the ability to help Master Tianmo capture that huge beauty. Aren't you all of the level of the great martial lord? Don't you even have the courage to fight in front of this woman? Otherwise shall I do it? Lord Jiuyin waved his fan, suppressed his anger, winked at him, twisted his waist and said with a sweet smile, and let go of the eldest prince's hand, making him look at it with ridicule. The great sir and the great prince. Humph. Great sir. Come up. You are in the illusion, and she can't find you. Why are you hiding here? The eldest prince couldn't help but scolded the great sir. He is a brother-in-law with the great lord of the wilderness. And the great lord of the human demon can only be tolerant to the first prince. But Master Tianma didn't let us take action, the great human demon said very depressedly. In fact, he was unwilling to take action. He had fought against Yumei several times, and every time he was defeated. The person is really unwilling to face the huge beauty. Moreover, in the illusion, Yumei could still sense his position, which made the great Lord Shimel very helpless. However, the eldest prince had already spoken, and he did not dare to violate it. After all, if he could help Tai Mojia take Yumei if he is captured alive, his status in front of the demon Jiu will be greatly improved. Now the status of the great master is the lowest among these people. Even Ji Jishan is shouting at him. The angry Shimel master really wanted to kill GZ. Yumei was completely passive at this time. Unexpectedly, the great Lord Savage's attacks became more and more fierce and powerful. At the beginning, he was still fighting with some force. But now, he is almost ruthless. Because you can't win against Yumei if you don't use your full strength. There are already pitted scars on Yumei's turtle back shield, which means that Yumei's defense ability is so strong that she can persist until now. However, Yumei is also very anxious. She can't resist it anymore. And she can't escape the battle. Circle. It was impossible to even use her golden stone bow, because Tai Mojiu's offensive had blocked all escape routes, making it impossible for her to escape. At this moment, I didn't expect that the scene in front of me suddenly changed. It turned into darkness, and the sky was full of wind and sand. It was impossible to even see the person facing me clearly. Asshole! Damn you, demon! What are you doing? Who asked you to cast an illusion? And you are still using this kind of dark illusion? Is there something wrong with your brain? The great lord of the wilderness suddenly roared angrily. Although he couldn't see clearly, but his spiritual consciousness is super strong, and he can still feel Jumei's position. But he doesn't dare to strike hard rashly, for fear of beating Jumei to death. Yes! Yes! It's a small mistake. Let's make it right now. It's the eldest prince who asked me to help you, the great lord of the human demon said with fear and fear. And immediately the scene in the fantasy world changed, and turned into a giant desert with thousands of miles of yellow sand. In the desert, any movement in this place is clearly visible. But the strange thing is that in this illusion, the huge and beautiful figure actually disappeared. Because this is for Jumei. They should be able to see Jumei. But Jumei cannot see them. This is the most powerful part of the illusion. But now Jumei has disappeared. The whole illusion was empty. Not a single soul. Oh? She should still be in the illusion. Right. The great human demon shouted in shock and urgency. He couldn't sense Jumei's position. Did Jumei really escape? No. She is still there. But she has already sneaked underground. Damn it. I never thought that this woman has such a unique skill to save lives, said the great master of savagery with a gloomy face. Although he couldn't see it, he could still sense the location of Jumei. With an angry shout, a pair of blood axes fell from the sky and struck down hard in a place in the illusion. Puff! A cluster of blood spurted out from the ground, which was as tall as a person. It seemed that Jumei had been severely injured by the Demon Geo. Chapter 719 Fighting Alone with Demon Geo, B. When everyone saw the cluster of blood spurting out from the desert, they all exclaimed in surprise. It was probably hard for Jumei to survive. Or at least, she would be seriously injured. At the same time, he was deeply impressed by Tai Mojiu's advanced cultivation. They could no longer sense Jumei's aura and direction. But Tai Mojiu could still hit it with a precise strike. It can be seen that his induction is much stronger than these great sages. The great venerable man Wang was also shocked. He was also very upset, for fear that he would kill Jumei with such a blow. What he wants is a living person, not to kill Jumei. Otherwise Jumei could be killed before the illusion is released. But then the great master of wilderness looked at the place where the blood spurted out with surprise, joy and confusion, because he sensed that Jumei was not dead, and she was still sinking downwards. The further down she went, the harder it became for the great master of savagery to accurately judge her position and aura. Jumei! If you don't come out, don't blame me for killing you. The great master of savagery sent a message to Jumei angrily. He really hoped to conquer this woman. She was too strong, and it made his heart beat. But there was no answer from Jumei. On the contrary, Jumei sank even faster, and the great master of the wilderness began to be unsure of her exact location. Are you looking for death? Still want to run away? Kill! The great master of savagery suddenly activated the blood axe again in an anxious and annoyed manner, and struck down hard in the direction he sensed. This time, he no longer held back. He tried his best to seriously injure Jumei and force her out. There was a dull, loud noise. But this time, there was no blood spurting out. Only some feedback was faintly felt. It seemed that this blow also hit Jumei, but was blocked by the turtle-back shield. And now the area of the turtle-back shield also spread out, and the range that Jumei could move became wider and wider, so that even the great master of the wilderness could not tell the exact location. All I know is that she hid underground under the huge projection of the turtle-back shield and disappeared. It turns out that this time the illusion of the great shemale gave Jumei a rare respite. She could not find any trace of him in the illusion. But it also reminded her that she also has talents and skills. But this talent of her skills are rarely used. Just now, I was attacked too quickly by the great lord of the wilderness and had no time to use it. But now I have a chance. Even though Jumei is very desperate, facing a demon like the great lord of the wilderness, she can still correctly understand her own strength. She is indeed no match. If she continues to fight, she will only be captured or killed. Moreover, the purpose of the great lord of the wilderness also makes Jumei a little scared. Although she is tall and powerful, she only recognizes Zhu Xiaobao when it comes to matters between men and women. Now this great lord of the wilderness actually wants to take advantage of herself. Jumei, she was a little scared in her heart. She always thought that she only belonged to Xiaoyu. So with the help of this illusion, Jumei reacted quickly and immediately used her innate skills to dive to the bottom. I just didn't expect that the great master of savagery would react so quickly. He immediately chased after her and struck her hard, severely injuring her. If the turtle-back shield hadn't blocked most of the force, she would have died. So Jumei had no choice but to endure the pain and sink down again. The further down, the farther the attack distance of the savage great lord became, and the weaker the attack intensity. So Jumei did not suffer much damage from the second blow. But it still surprised her a lot. The great master of wilderness could still sense her approximate location, so Jumei had no choice but to continue sinking. Although the lower you go, the safer it is. But everything has two sides. As Jumei continues to go deeper, the speed at which she can move underground is also greatly slowed down. And the internal energy of the mythical beast in her body is also consumed very quickly. The great savage standing on the ground was very depressed. He could sense the spread area of the turtle shield underneath, which was about dozens of feet in radius. The huge beauty should be hidden under the turtle shield. Her earth escape technique should be some kind of innate skill. But the great master of savagery is helpless now. Now he launches an attack underground, and the turtle-back shield easily catches it, causing no harm to Jumei. Got it! You idiot! How dare you ruin my good deeds? I have to tear you to pieces today! The great savage was so angry that he grabbed the great human demon and held him up in the air. He really wanted to tear him alive. Got it! Lord Heavenly Demon! Lord Heavenly Demon! Spare your life! You are wronged! This is what the eldest prince asked me to help you. We want you to take the opportunity to capture this woman Jumei alive. The great lord of the human demon lifted his feet off the ground, screamed in terror in midair. Brother, we think you won't be able to take this woman down for a while. But we don't want to hurt her. So we want to help you. Calm down your anger. According to my observation, the deeper she dives, the more internal energy she consumes. The bigger they get, they will resurface when they can't hold on anymore. We just need to wait here and that's it. You need to use this bitch to calm the fire first. The eldest prince was also a little embarrassed. It was indeed him who let him, the great master of shemales, cast an illusion. But he didn't expect that it would be self-defeating. But the eldest prince's analysis was also good. Jumei really had no way to escape. She could only use the earth escape technique within the range of the turtle shield. The aura of the turtle shield was still very clear now. The great master Join on the side was shocked. Why was he thrown out again? He was simply a tool for these people to vent their anger. The eldest prince was still tampering just now. But now, he was thrown to the great lord of the wilderness in the blink of an eye. Well, I'm so angry that I have no choice but to do this and wait here. I don't believe how long she can hold on. The great venerable man Wang snorted in annoyance. And without being polite, he conveniently carried the great venerable Join. He came over and pushed her to the ground in front of these people. The great master of shemales is relatively sensible, so he quickly added a small illusion so that the two people's behavior would not be so primitive and direct in front of everyone. Jume was sweating all over her body at this time. She dived too deep, dozens of feet away. At such a depth, it was difficult for her to move, as if she was stuck in a swamp. She could only move slowly. Even more, the terrible thing is that her internal energy is being consumed rapidly. If she continues like this, she can last for an hour at most. Jume stroked the wound on her shoulder, which was still bleeding. This was caused by the fierce blow of the great master of wilderness just now. The bone was visible, and it penetrated the turtle's back shield before hitting Jume's shoulder. Little pig! Whoa! I'm going to die here! I'm not afraid of death, but I want to come back to you! I want to be with you! Whoa! Jume felt that death was leaving her for the first time. It was so close. And what she was most unwilling to do was to die here like this. I was afraid that Zhu Xiaobao might not even be able to find his own body. If I am gone, can you defeat the demon Jiao? Sister Zhu Rong has not inherited the inheritance, and the 19th princess has no fighting power at all. No. The 19th princess is the most powerful. It's not about combat power. But hey, why did I forget these two? Essence of Genshin. I can't die this time. Jume was crying sadly, and suddenly she remembered the two pieces that the 19th princess gave her before she left. After reading Essence of Genshin, he immediately grinned. The great venerable man Wang and the others waited here all night, but did not see the giant beauty emerge. What was even more astonishing the next day was that the expanded area of Jume's turtle shield was getting larger and larger, and it sank a certain distance further. This time, the great master of wilderness could not find the exact location of Jume. Don't worry. The aura of turtle shield is still very obvious, which means Jume still can't escape. But doing this all the time also made the great master of the wilderness very irritated. Why is this giant beauty so difficult to deal with? And how can he have such innate skills? Looking at the people around me, they are all a little bored. They have been accompanying the great venerable man Wang for a whole day and a night. They are surprised that they did not wait for Jume. Instead, they have already killed a beautiful woman here and served them food and drinks. I don't know how long this situation will last, especially the great venerable Jiao, whose face was full of gloom. She suffered a lot last night. Not only was she almost passed out from being hacked by the great venerable wilderness, but the first prince also took the opportunity to cut down the trees twice, which made her even more miserable. What shames the great venerable Jiao is that the great venerable wilderness is still engaging in violence with the eldest prince while drinking. Even Ji Jisheng next to him couldn't stand the eldest prince anymore. But Ji Jisheng was smiling and accompanying the great venerable man Wang from the beginning to the end. Now it's noon again. The great venerable man Wang is surprised to find that Jume's turtle back shield is still moving slowly towards Turtle Snake Mountain. Although the speed is not fast, he can't figure out what Jume wants to do. Waiting until night again. I didn't expect Jume to have moved to the bottom of Turtle Snake Mountain. The great venerable man Wang had no choice but to follow him to the Turtle Snake Mountain. Now the Turtle Snake Mountain was empty, and the original great venerable Thousand Poisons had left. After his feet recovered, he went to the royal court. He wanted to help Qiu Baisheng guard against the eldest prince's invasion. Moreover, the great venerable Qian Du has returned to the secular world and enjoys the beautiful secular life again. Jume was a little proud underground at this time. She didn't expect that she could recover so quickly with two Essence of Genshin. Now, even the damaged area on the turtle's back shield that was chopped by the great master of savagery was gone. It's almost repaired. The injury on his shoulder was also recovering quickly. I didn't expect that the two Essence of Genshin of the 19th princess would have such a magical effect. What surprised Jume even more was that after this hard battle, her bones and meridians began to swell again, and her strength continued to expand and increase. This was a sign that she could absorb the essence of the Femoral Sea again. This time, I had already absorbed enough of it, but I didn't expect that I could absorb the bone essence of the Xuanwu Divine Beast again. This made Jume very excited, so she slowly moved to the foot of Turtle Snake Mountain. Damn it! Why did the expansion area of her turtle shield increase again? And it sank a lot? What happened? Did she die? Or did her cultivation level break through again? This woman is incredible. We have to catch her. The great master of wilderness sensed it carefully, and couldn't help but said in surprise and exclaim, his heart is burning. Such a woman is his perfect match. Thinking of this, I looked at the great venerable Jillian lying there, and couldn't help but feel a little disgusted. The great venerable Jillian is now very haggard, and has lost the charm and coquettishness of the past. He also looks very weak and tired. And he also looks very tired. Song Lao. This made the great master of savagery very dissatisfied. So he kicked her out. It's better to drink a few cups of the best Shadaozi. Chapter 720. Fighting alone with Demon Jiu C. As for Turtle Snake Mountain, the great venerable man Wang had been here once before, when Jumei had not yet inherited the Xuanwu inheritance. Back then, the Xuanwu divine beast Dharma was still guarding this place. The great venerable savage was beaten by the Xuanwu Dharma's head-hunting rat and ran away. He was no match at all. But now the great master of wilderness has cultivated into a half-demon body, and his cultivation level has also recovered significantly. Although it is not as good as the real Demon Jiu, it is enough to fight against the appearance of the Xuanwu divine beast. It's just that now Jumei has inherited the Xuanwu boat, which is the remaining spiritual consciousness that swallowed the Xuanwu beast. There is no existence here that can threaten the great master of savagery. But when he arrived here, the great master of wilderness still felt a faint uneasiness. What puzzled him even more was that Jumei could persist underground for 2 days, and had no intention of coming to the surface. How long would it take for him to go there? At this time, Jumei was very determined to stay underground. She didn't want to come out yet. Now she had moved underground to the Turtle Snake Mountain. The bones of the Xuanwu beast were here. Jumei simply started the second round of absorbing the essence of the bones underground. Improve and strengthen your demigod body. And the injuries on her body have gradually healed. Essence of Jinshin can not only greatly increase the recovery speed, but also heal the injuries several times faster. What's even more amazing is that with these two Essence of Jinshin, Jumei has not felt too hungry or thirsty in the past 2 days. Jinshin Essence can not only speed up recovery, but also provide the nutrients the body needs. The performance on the ground is that the surrounding trees, flowers and plants are withering rapidly, and even the turf on the surface is dry. The originally lush mountain forest has now become dry and barren. This is all because the Jinshin Essence has absorbed all the essence of the surrounding plants. Because the attribute of the Azure Dragon Divine Beast is the wood attribute. This is also the fundamental reason why it can quickly regain its vitality. The great venerable man Wang and several others were stunned by the scene in front of them. What is going on? The originally lush mountain forest has now become like this? No life left at all? Could it be that Jumei did this too? Lord Demon! Let's go! Shall we? This woman seems to be very weird. The great master of human demons looked frightened and asked tremblingly. The one who was most afraid of the huge beauty was the great master of human demons. At the beginning, when rescuing 2 female warriors, the great ladyboy was hit by Jumei and almost became an eunuch. From then on, a huge shadow was left in his heart. I don't think it's right either. It's better to leave early, Lord Jillian said weakly. The great venerable Jillian just wants to return to Jiaolong Island as soon as possible. He no longer wants to follow people like the great venerable wilderness. He has no humanity at all, and does not regard her as a human being. Moreover, Lord Jillian wanted to help Jumei to some extent, because when she was captured at sea, she lived a very comfortable life on Luofeng Island for a few days. Jumei was also present at that time. Speaking of this, Jillian, because the great master failed to send a message in time, he was already a little ashamed of Jumei. Fortunately, Jumei didn't care about the great venerable Jillian, nor did he embarrass the great venerable Jillian. But Lord Jillian was once again shocked by Jumei's talent and potential, relying on one's own strength to make the great master of the wilderness helpless. This world is a huge beauty. Bah! I'm so angry. I don't believe she can stay down there all the time and not come out. Shut up, all of you, the great savage shouted angrily. And a pair of blood axes struck hard again. If you go down, you can't wait to smash the huge turtle-back shield into pieces. But what happened was contrary to expectations. The full-strength attack of the great master of savagery was completely blocked by the turtle-back shield, and there was no damage at all. After absorbing the bone essence all night long, Jumei's physique has greatly improved again, and even her turtle-back shield and golden armor hammer have become stronger and harder. This time I have absorbed a lot of bone essence. I wonder if I can defeat this great lord of the wilderness now. Jumei stretched out on the ground, and then said with a satisfied smile, now she is very interested in the wilderness. The great master is still very afraid. It's so safe here, and she doesn't want to go out and risk her life. Jumei is not stupid. She still wants to return to Zhu Xiaobao. She would rather fight against Demon Geo under the command of Zhu Xiaobao. It's beating me again? It's not over yet. It's been so long, and it still refuses to leave. Jumei had just finished stretching when she felt that the turtle's back shield had withstood another heavy blow from the great master of the wilderness. Although there was no damage, it was still very uncomfortable. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Not even Little Pig dares to bully me like this. You've gone too far. Give me a slap. Jumei frowned and then snorted in annoyance and hit the golden armor hammer upwards. Boom! 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 As the ground continued to tremble, as if there was an earthquake. The gravel on the ground was shaken so hard that the few people standing in the middle were shocked and confused, not knowing what was going on. As the vibrations continued to intensify, thousands of golden lights finally shot out from the ground, carrying an indestructible aura. They emerged from under the feet of the great venerable savage and several others, covering an area of more than 10 feet square. Ouch! It hurts me so much! What is this? It hit me on the lower part again. The great human demon was also unlucky. He was standing in the center of the golden light. Thousands of golden lights formed a huge golden armor hammer. The phantom. The hammer head just hit the great human demon. The great she-male jumped so high that he covered his buttocks and screamed as he flew to the side. Blood was already dripping from his buttocks. The weight of this blow was not light. I don't know if any vital damage was done this time. Humph! What a trick! The great master of savagery snorted contemptuously, and the blood axe in his hand struck hard against the phantom of the golden armor hammer. Boom! The phantom of the golden armored hammer disappeared. But what surprised the great venerable man Wang was that this axe was actually struck by Jumei, because his pair of blood axes were also dissipated by this cruel blow. It took a long time to recondensate into two blood axes, but they were already one size smaller than the original blood axes. Jumei also let go of the golden armor hammer, shook her hand, and bared her teeth. This strike was an opportunistic one, because now she was on top of the bones of the Xuanwu divine beast. So this blow was also blessed by the bones of the Xuanwu divine beast. Even so, she was still shocked to the point that her arms were numb and the tiger's mouth was cracked. Jumei grinned and quickly dived another dozen feet. But the great venerable man Wang didn't know what was going on. He was also shocked by Jumei's blow. Isn't this any worse than the original blow from the Xuanwu beast? How much potential does this woman have underground? If the confrontation continues like this, he will suffer a loss, because Jumei is now in the dark, while he is in the open. Master, you are so powerful. I beat this woman so hard with just one blow that she didn't dare to fight back. Ji Jishan quickly flattered her from the side. Well, go back. This matter is a bit weird. Let's go back first. After all, this was once the divine residence of the Xuanwu beast. The great master of the wilderness looked at Ji Jishan, not very happy. Although Ji Jisheng's horses are very useful, the great master of wilderness is still a little worried. The attack power just now is no longer inferior to his. After all, this is not our territory. Who knows what Jumei has in store? Ji Jishan's face was still full of joy, but he quietly looked at the great venerable man Wang and found that the hands of the great venerable man Wang were also trembling slightly. It seemed that the blow just now was not very painful. Turning his head, Ji Jishan's smile disappeared and was replaced by a sinister expression. This Lord Demon is not very reliable. He can't even deal with a giant beauty? It seems that the safest thing to do in the future is to rely on yourself. Of course, now we still have to coax the great lord of the wild wilderness. At the same time, Zhu Rong, who was hammering chains in the crater to purify the Suzaku knife, had just finished her work. Her face was also flushed, and her appearance actually made her look younger. Zhu Xiaobao looked a little crazy, but Zhu Xiaobao was absolutely no such idea. Zhu Xiaobao has thoroughly understood the taste of dual cultivation here, and he is simply looking for abuse. If it weren't for the 19th princess, essence of Jinshin, Zhu Xiaobao wouldn't have been able to hold on for long. Don't look at me like that. I don't want to practice dual cultivation anymore. You see, it's only been a few days since I've almost become an adult. Zhu Xiaobao shouted in horror, seeing Zhu Rong's appearance of getting ready to move again. My heart is shaking. Well, I don't want to say this. I want to go back to the place of inheritance and try to inherit the Suzaku inheritance. Zhu Rong said hesitantly. It is said that her current mental method cultivation level is just 9th. The level has not yet been perfected, and it is still very dangerous to start the inheritance now. But now that she has advanced the Suzaku sword, She has this idea. Huh? This is possible. Are you sure? Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't expect Zhu Rong to reach this point. Try it. The Suzaku sword is connected to my mind. Even if there is danger, I can cut off the invasion of the Suzaku divine beast in time. Zhu Rong said calmly. Okay. Then I'll accompany you back. Zhu Xiaobao immediately said with great pride. He also knew that the Suzaku sword had improved greatly this time. But it was said to have reached the level of a half-step immortal weapon. I also want to go back to the Daxiangwo temple. Now that my 2 Jinshins have returned, I should be able to improve my cultivation again. Unexpectedly, the 19th princess also bit her lip and said while looking at Zhu Xiaobao. Oh? Is this difficult? Who should I go with you? Zhu Xiaobao's head suddenly became as big as a bucket, and he was unable to do anything at all. The other person must be unhappy to accompany this one. Zhu Rong and Princess 19 looked at each other. Neither spoke, but looked at Zhu Xiaobao with a hint of resentment. The women were refusing to give in for their own dignity at this time. Shall we guess the coins? Zhu Xiaobao asked cautiously. Roll! Chapter 721, Threesome A. The little treasures gave a strange cry, and instantly condensed the white tiger form, merged into one, and fled away quickly. Here at the crater, Zhu Rong held the Suzaku knife. The heat burst out was a bit unbearable for Zhu Xiaobao. It was too hot here. Every part of my body felt like it was being roasted. Zhu Rong looked at Zhu Xiaobao who was running away angrily, and then looked back at the 19th princess. At this time, the 19th princess was not seriously injured, although Zhu Rong was holding the Suzaku sword. The temperature here rose sharply in an instant. She had 2 Jinshins, and she could always maintain her clarity. She did not show any discomfort. She just looked at Zhu Rong silently. Then the 2 of them also chased down from the crater. After searching for a long time, they found Zhu Xiaobao on a rock near the sea. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao's expression was a little dull, and he was sitting on the reef looking at the sea in the distance in a daze. At this time, Zhu Rong also regained her senses. She was indeed a little too impulsive just now, and wanted to argue with the 19th princess for no reason. But after this period of time, she calmed down and suddenly felt that she was not generous enough. In fact, the main reason why Zhu Rong is like this is that she is nearly 10 years older than the 19th princess. So she is somewhat mentally ill. Moreover, the 19th princess' current cultivation level has improved so rapidly that she has a tendency to catch up with her. That's why she lost her temper. But now that she saw Zhu Xiaobao sitting there with a sad face, she suddenly realized that they were all descendants of divine beasts. It was not difficult to cultivate to the realm of martial saint, and martial saint's long lifespan. These 10 years the age difference is simply negligible. Moreover, Zhu Xiaobao has never cared about these things. He has always regarded her as the master of the harem. His behavior is really childish. Alas! The palms and backs of my hands are full of flesh. It's really difficult for me to make a choice. I might as well go directly to the demon Geo and fight to the death. Alas! Only women and villains in the world are difficult to raise. Near Zay, if you are not inferior, you will be resentful. Zhu Xiaobao sat there, stretched out his palms, and made gestures over and over, and sighed. He was really at a loss. He didn't expect that the women around him were the biggest headache, facing the threat from the demon Geo. Zhu Xiaobao didn't find it that difficult to deal with. What did you say? Say it again? Zhu Rong and Princess 19 looked at each other, and couldn't help but scolded in unison. Oh? I didn't say anything. I was thinking of a way to get the best of both worlds. Zhu Xiaobao was shocked, and quickly got up, and said with a smile. Humph! We are not villains. Let's do this. We have already decided, and we won't make it difficult for you. The 3 of us will go together. First we will go to the inheritance place of our Suzaku clan, and then we will return to Daxiangwo temple together. This way. You don't need to be in trouble. Zhu Rong couldn't help but want to laugh, saying that Zhu Xiaobao is really special. He is not as domineering as other royal nobles, but he respects every woman around him, even if they are slaves like Ing Xiuxiu. He respects them very much and never treats them as servants or slaves. Everyone is willing to stay with Zhu Xiaobao, including the guards and servants, because he is very easygoing and tolerant. Everyone feels that there is no feeling of depression, but a very harmonious atmosphere. Huh? There are 3 of us. Princess 19 was stunned for a moment, because Zhu Rong's words surprised her, and the 2 of them had not discussed it at all. Yes. Sister 19, your cultivation level is still too low. and you have never seen the process of inheriting the inheritance of divine beasts. It will be dangerous to go there rashly. Let's go to my place first. The grade of the Suzaku sword has now been greatly improved. It has been upgraded, and it is also compatible with all the essence of the dragon sword. So it will be relatively safe for me to go here. When I start the inheritance, the three of us will go to the Daxiangwo temple, and it will be much safer for you. Zhu Rong sincerely took Princess 19's hand and said with a smile, "Okay, Sister Rong. I listen to you." Princess 19 immediately understood that Zhu Rong was also a kind intention. And at the same time, he was showing goodwill to herself. And this kind of mutual trust and support was what they needed most. In fact, the 19th princess had no intention of competing for the master of the harem. Her focus was still on competing for the direct throne of Daxia Kingdom. Ha ha ha! What a great idea! Why didn't I think of it? The princess is wise, and the 19th princess is considerate. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly became energetic. He didn't expect that this difficult matter would be solved so easily. At this moment, Tong Wuxin and others had arrived. They could no longer feel the scorching temperature because the eruption of the volcano had ended, and it had returned to a state of being ready to go. The temperature on the island had also dropped. Then it dropped. They had just cooked a big meal on the island and improved their food. They were quite miserable floating on the sea these days. "Master! Where is my precious sword? Where is my precious sword?" The old apprentice ran up and chased Zhu Xiaobao eagerly and asked. He came with high hopes this time, just wanting a handy weapon. Without that kitchen knife, the old apprentice's strength has been greatly reduced. If you didn't tell me, I would have forgotten that this sword is not only spiritual, but it has not yet recognized its owner. Now we can only use the Suzaku sword to suppress it. Only then did Zhu Xiaobao remember that he had made this sword for his old apprentice. The kitchen knife is not finished yet. The last step is to make it recognize its owner. Sure enough, a kitchen knife that was exactly the same as before appeared in Zhu Xiaobao's hand. But this kitchen knife was not very docile. He kept struggling, trying to get out of Zhu Xiaobao's hand. But the Suzaku knife was able to get it easily. Suppressed, there is no way to escape. But it can be seen that this is already a spiritual weapon. This process went smoothly. Under the coercion of the Suzaku knife, the old apprentice smoothly integrated his blood essence into the kitchen knife. And the kitchen knife finally began to calm down after a violent struggle. The old apprentice was pleasantly surprised to sense the connection between this kitchen knife and his own bloodline. It can be said that this is his own divine weapon. I'll chop! I'll chop! I'll chop! 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 The old apprentice used the kitchen knife to chop at random. The more he chopped, the more excited he became. Suddenly, there was a golden light around him. This power actually exceeded the original kitchen knife, because the original kitchen knife had not passed through it. After so many times of quenching, there was not much reply at all. Although the current kitchen knife is made of extra scraps after the fusion of two immortal weapons, it should not be underestimated. At least it's a semi-artifact. Ah! Ha 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 ha! Master, this knife is too strong. Tell me, who do you want to kill? Disciple will help you get the head. The old disciple shouted arrogantly. He actually has the power to kill the world. The feeling of invincibility. Looking up to the sky and laughing. Oh! Well, go and get me the head of the great lord of the wilderness. Thank you. Zhu Xiaobao nodded and said seriously. Master, I have something else to do, so I'm leaving first. I can't hear what you are saying. Alas, I am getting old, and I am really no longer useful. Farewell. Farewell. The old apprentice suddenly became excited and shouted immediately. Ha ha, he said with a nod and bow, then dodged and fled as fast as he could. Exactly the same as Zhu Xiaobao's actions. I couldn't help laughing when I saw Zhu Rong and Princess 19. It's true that just like a master, there is a disciple. Zhu Xiaobao's fleet set sail again the next day, this time going straight to the inheritance place of the Suzaku clan in the northern Zirwei Kingdom, sailing at the fastest speed along the way. Because according to Time Moji's blood sacrifice should be almost over. I don't know how much he has improved this time. This big devil has always been a threat to everyone. The key is that the great sages around it have also advanced by leaps and bounds, which is also very worrying. After a few days, we finally arrived at the waters of Zirwei Kingdom, and were immediately discovered by a patrolling warship. This made Zhu Xiaobao very satisfied. This shows that Zirwei Kingdom's precautions were quite good, and they were on guard along the way. We didn't encounter large-scale pirates. We just encountered a few small pirate ships, which were easily wiped out by Tong Wuxin and others. Zhu Xiaobao and others did not delay, and the three of them immediately set off for the inheritance place. Of course, this time they did not bring Tong Wuxin, the old disciple, and others with them. The cultivation of the three of them was enough to cope with anything. The patriarch and elder of the Suzaku clan were a little surprised. They didn't expect Zhu Rong to come back so soon, and immediately sealed the inheritance place, and no one was allowed to get close. And upon entering the place of inheritance, the Dharma form of the Suzaku divine beast also appeared immediately. She had already sensed something, and looked at the three people in front of her with a wary expression. It can now feel that these three people are no longer mortals, especially Zhu Xiaobao, who has fought with it here several times, but every time it was beaten to a miserable state. But this time it made it feel extremely strong threat. Zhu Rong's expression was also very solemn, because she already knew that the so-called inheritance was nothing more than the remnant souls of the divine beasts taking away the bodies of their successors and devouring their spiritual consciousness. Are you here? Do you want to start the inheritance? Suzaku Darmaxiang was talking to Zhu Rong with his mind. Yes. I hope you can help me. Zhu Rong replied calmly. Your mental cultivation is not enough. I don't see what qualifications you have to start the inheritance. Even you know that the result of this inheritance is not perfect. There can only be one left between you and me. Another one disappeared into smoke and completely disappeared, Suzaku Fashiang said with some doubts. And it also felt a faint sense of uneasiness in its heart. I know. But now Tai Moju is recovering quickly and time is running out. So I want to give it a try. As for my support, do you think this is enough? Zhu Rong nodded, then waved his hand, and the Suzaku sword was already out, circling in the air. Countless red and hot fire lights instantly emitted. But what shocked Suzaku Fashiang even more was that these fire lights also carried an aura that he was very familiar with and feared, which was the aura of the dragon-slaying knife. And the grade of this Suzaku sword also surprised it, because it has been restored to the grade of an immortal weapon. Huh? Why do I still feel the aura of the dragon-slaying sword? Because I fused the Suzaku sword and the Dragon Slayer sword together. I see. No wonder you are so confident. Can I start the inheritance now? Chapter 722, Threesome B. The Suzaku sword was hanging in midair, and the temperature of the inheritance place suddenly increased, and it seemed to have returned to its previous appearance. But this is no longer the demon fire that the Suzaku divine beast can rely on. And this scorching temperature also hides the murderous aura that makes it very afraid. That was released by the dragon sword. But at this time, the Suzaku Fashiang seemed very calm, and did not show anger or panic. On the contrary, it remained silent, looking at the Suzaku sword, Zhu Rong and others in front of it, and looked deeply at the others. Xiaobao glanced at him. Of course it can feel that Zhu Xiaobao has inherited the White Tiger inheritance, and his current combat effectiveness has definitely been greatly improved compared to before. He is no longer the little fat man who was often beaten to the point of running away with his head in his arms. Come on! I have finally waited for this day. If you devour me, well, please carefully integrate your feelings. Your ability to control the Suzaku fire will be greatly improved, and the power of the Suzaku flame will be doubled. Increase! The Zhuke mythical beast said calmly, and the eyes he looked at Zhu Rong were also very calm, with a sense of determination. Master Divine Beast, what else do you want to say to me? Zhu Rong said hesitantly at this time, because the Suzaku divine beast didn't show much hostility, and seemed to be ready to be devoured. If you swallow me, you will know my thoughts and all my skills. Come on! Don't hesitate and have mercy. You are not absolutely sure that you can swallow me. I will not be swallowed easily. The Suzaku Dharma image suddenly flapped its wings, and suddenly a red Suzaku fire rose up and pressed down on Zhu Rong overwhelmingly. Okay, let's end it then. Zhu Rong was also full of cleverness. Really? What qualifications did she have to pity the Suzaku divine beast? Even if it is just a ray of remnant soul, it is still a Suzaku divine beast with powerful combat power. The power of the Suzaku fire in front of me is far beyond my own. Zhu Rong shouted softly, and condensed her own Suzaku aspect. The two Suzaku aspects were similar in size, and had similar attack methods. They both raised a piece of Suzaku fire. Suddenly, the temperature of the place of inheritance increased sharply. Zhu Xiaobao and the 19th princess both involuntarily retreated for several miles. The two dragon balls of Princess 19 also started to move, pulling Zhu Xiaobao in front of her. forming a warm and cool green aura in a small area. In fact, the two pieces of Suzaku fire did not do much harm to the two Suzaku beasts. They can both resolve and absorb this kind of demonic fire. But both sides have consumed a certain amount of internal energy. But at this time, the Suzaku sword in midair was getting bigger and bigger, and it was unceremoniously devouring these two huge seas of fire, causing the surrounding temperature to slowly drop. The two Suzaku Dharma forms also flew towards each other, as if they were about to collide violently. However, when Zhu Xiaobao was frightened to see it, he did not expect that the two Suzaku Dharma forms overlapped each other, as if they were fused together. At this time, Zhu Rong's consciousness had begun to be invaded by the remnant soul of the Suzaku beast. Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but squeeze the 19th princess's little hand, and nervously explained to the 19th princess, "This process is the most painful. It's really worse than death. That kind of pain really makes me. If you don't want to think about it again, just look at it. This is the key to inheritance. It all depends on how strong your own consciousness is. Others can't help." "Yeah, I know. I didn't expect that starting an inheritance would be so dangerous. But I'm not afraid. I already have two Jinshins, and they have become one with me." Princess 19 nodded, but the expression was a bit painful, because Zhu Xiaobao squeezed her hand unknowingly, and used a lot of force, because he was worried about Zhu Rong. He didn't even notice that he used a lot of force. So Princess 19 had no choice but to grit her teeth and endure it. She also knew how nervous Zhu Xiaobao was now. Zhu Rong was a little panicked at first, but she didn't expect that even a ray of remnant soul could be so powerful. Her consciousness was completely enveloped by the consciousness of Suzaku Dharma, which was also manifested in the form of flames. So Zhu Rong felt as if she was trapped in a huge sea of fire. Although she was devouring it desperately, it seemed to be of no help. The flames that kept pouring in had no time to devour it. And if the other party attacks now and devours his own consciousness, he may not have much ability to resist. Suzaku Dharma also seems to have seen hope. And the invading consciousness is even more turbulent, seeming to want to overwhelm Zhu Rong's defense, thereby replacing Zhu Rong's consciousness, and in turn swallowing Zhu Rong's consciousness. But at this moment, the Suzaku sword did appear in his consciousness, and Zhu Rong's consciousness also condensed into Zhu Rong's appearance. Still holding the Suzaku sword in his hand, he began to orderly sort out the surging waves. Suzaku Divine Consciousness. What surprised Zhu Rong even more was that the divine consciousness of the Suzaku beast did not launch an attack, but was combed into a stream of red flames, which was absorbed by the Suzaku sword. Zhu Rong didn't know how much time had passed. Anyway, she felt that time passed so slowly, as if several years had passed. Only then did she gradually feel that the consciousness of the Suzaku divine beast was slowly weakening and was being absorbed by herself. These spiritual consciousnesses did not put up any resistance and were swallowed up by themselves smoothly. This process indeed took a long time, and by this time a day and a night had passed. In fact, it is not that the remnant soul of the Suzaku divine beast does not want to devour Zhu Rong's consciousness, but that its consciousness is completely suppressed by the Suzaku knife, and it has no ability to resist. The evil spirit of the dragon-slaying knife cuts its consciousness into pieces. After a while, its attack power was reduced to nothing. So the Suzaku divine beast knew from the very beginning that this devouring would only have one result, and that was for Zhu Rong to completely devour the remaining soul of it. Alas! You won! You finally completed the Suzaku inheritance, so you can do it for yourself. Remember, if you want to defeat the demon Geo, your current strength is far from enough, and you need to join forces to defeat the demon Geo. Well, Zhu Rong, you are good and tolerant. I am very happy that you can start the inheritance. The divine consciousness of the Suzaku beast was almost surrendered, and finally he sent the last message to Zhu Rong intermittently. Thank you, Senior. Zhu Rong also felt that she had completely controlled the newly integrated consciousness, and what she had to do now was to completely integrate and consolidate it. At this time, the people of the Suzaku clan outside the inheritance land were cheering with excitement and could not control themselves, because their bloodlines had been activated. Like the White Tiger clan, their cultivation levels had skyrocketed, although the number of people in the Suzaku clan had not. There are so many members of the White Tiger clan, but this time the inheritance of the mythical beasts has been started, and the Suzaku clan suddenly has more than 40 clansmen with martial master cultivation. And there are also 3 great sages. All the members of the Suzaku group entered the inheritance place excitedly, because the Suzaku divine beast no longer exists, and the restrictions it set have also disappeared. And now the inheritance place has become a very ordinary place. The cave. Let's all disperse. I still need to consolidate my cultivation here. So you can't disturb me. Great Elder. Select 200 clansmen who are above the great martial arts masters for me. I will take them away in a few days. Zhu Rong still sat cross-legged. The tribesmen behind them all knelt down and worshipped from a distance. Now Zhu Rong was the goddess of their Suzaku tribe. Yes, Lord Fairy. I will wait for the fairy's call. The great elder bowed his head respectfully and said, now Zhu Rong can only be called Fairy. Elders and clan leaders are too vulgar. Only Fairy is worthy of Zhu Rong. Zhu Rong is now wearing a fire-feather red shirt, surrounded by a golden-red halo. She has a delicate face and a transcendent temperament. She is really like a goddess. The tribesmen all bowed down respectfully, not daring to get too close to the test. Even they couldn't bear the scorching heat. At this time, Zhu Rong was still sighing in her heart. She was still very grateful to the Suzaku Divine Beast. Moreover, the Suzaku Divine Beast did not attack her and let Zhu Rong swallow her remaining soul peacefully. Now Zhu Rong has a lot more skills and techniques in her mind. And at the same time, she also understands the situation when the four great beasts besieged Tianmongyo. Only now does she have a real understanding of Tianmongyo's strength. Too strong. Zhu Rong waved her hand and reset the restrictions. She also wanted to absorb the essence of the bones of the Suzaku beast here, so others were still not allowed to enter casually. Of course, she will also select a few tribesmen with relatively high cultivation levels to enter together to absorb the essence of the bones, because the improvement of cultivation level in turn requires very high physical fitness. It would take at least 7 days for Zhu Rong to absorb the bone essence of the Suzaku beast. During this time, Zhu Xiaobao did not stay here. He returned to the palace, first went to see his biological sister, and then went to his inheritance place. He also absorbed the essence of the bones of the white tiger beast again. This time, he was able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. At this time, Duanmuqi had received a reply from the 7th princess. Unexpectedly, the 7th princess still rejected Duanmuqi's proposal. She was willing to join forces with the 19th princess, but she could not accept that the 19th princess would be the main one and she would just be a puppet. So I flatly rejected Duanmuqi's proposal. Alas! She is destroying her future. If she agrees to our proposal, at least she can continue to be his honorary king. And the 19th princess will not embarrass her. Now, it is hard to say. Once Ji Jishan usurps power, the 7th princess will end badly. Duanmuqi looked at the reply and shook his head with regret. But he also understood in his heart what the 7th princess was thinking. It was hard for her to accept that she wanted to surrender to the once weak and powerless 19th princess. Hee hee! Are you still thinking about the 7th princess? It seems that you still miss her a little bit. Murong Feng teased with a smile. Ha ha! What the HL? I'm afraid I can't avoid her perverted hobbies. Duanmuqi blushed, and then explained with some embarrassment that he had some objections to the 7th princess's perverted hobbies. I understand. But this is all due to the eldest prince. In fact, the 7th princess can also be considered a victim. When the two of them were still whispering some private words, they didn't expect Yumei's wailing voice to be heard from outside the door. Senior sister? I'm finally back. I almost couldn't come back. Woo 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 woo. Huh? This female man can still cry? Chapter 723, Threesome C. Duanmuqi and Murong Feng were both shocked. And the little sentiment they had just brewed immediately disappeared. Can Yumei cry? How wrong she has been. And her current cultivation and fighting ability can be said to be almost invincible. What is going on? Murong Feng was Yumei's senior sister. This surprise was no small matter. She immediately threw away Miyuki and rushed out. When she saw Yumei, it was really her, crying with snot and tears. As for her apprentice Yang Wufeitsui, his face was bruised, and he even walked with a limp. Yumei took it out on her along the way. But he didn't embarrass the female warriors. Speaking of which, it was a fluke this time. Yang Wufeitsui and the female warriors did not accompany Yumei to Turtle Snake Mountain. They went directly to the Wangting, because Yumei had to practice for a long time. They all lived there. Wangting. This is how he survived. Seeing Murong Feng was like meeting a relative. Yumei cried even more sadly. This time, even Duanmuqi was a little panicked. Something big must have happened. Back in the study, Yumei recounted what happened in great detail. Duanmuqi and Murong Feng both broke out in a cold sweat. This was Yumei, who could challenge Demon Jiu alone. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid I really won't be able to come back. Didn't you come back safely? Why are you crying? Murong Fong asked, still a little confused. According to Jumei's character, she definitely shouldn't be like this. And this time Jumei can be said to be a blessing in disguise and benefited a lot. After they leave, they will go back to find Xiaovu, Jumei said anxiously. Oh, so that's it? Don't worry. Xiaobao is with Zhu Rong and Princess 19 now. The three of them are very safe together. Besides, their current whereabouts, Demon Jiu can't find them. Murong Fong felt a little relieved now. It seemed that Jumei was a little too worried. Well, what Jumei said is very important. I received a message from Xiaobao. They are likely to go to Daxiangguo Temple. The closest inheritance place away from Tianmoji is Daxiangguo Temple. Duanmuki, but he said a little uneasily. Yes. That's what I'm worried about. I'm going to the Daxiangguo Temple. By the way, where is the Daxiangguo Temple? Jumei nodded desperately. Don't worry about this giant beauty. I will send a message to Xiaobao to ask them to avoid Daxiangguo Temple for the time being. You just came back, so you should wait. Duanmuki was startled. To go to the Daxiangguo Temple, you have to pass through the territory of His Highness the Sixth Prince, and also pass through the Qingxi County around the Imperial City. With Jumei's acting style, how much noise will be caused? I'm afraid even Demon Jiu noticed it. I don't. I must go. Jumei shouted insistently. Okay. Jumei. Let's do this for now. You just came back. Go wash up. And then, I'll have someone cook you a delicious meal. We'll discuss it after you have rested for a few days. Okay? Murong Fong still knows Jumei very well. As long as she eats and drinks enough, she will forget everything. Alright. However, Jumei had eaten and drank enough and slept all day and night without going out. This made Murong Fong feel a little strange. When he entered Jumei's room, he saw that Jumei was not in the room long ago, and there was a piece of paper left on the table. The note read crookedly, I'm going to Daxiangguo Temple to find Piggy. This immediately made Murong Fong panic. Jumei's fighting ability was unparalleled, but she had never traveled far alone. I'm afraid she couldn't even read a map. This time, even Duanmuqi was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect Jumei to show up like this. The key is that he checked all the sentries and found no whereabouts of Jumei. Duanmuqi and Murong Fong were both dumbfounded. They could only estimate that Jumei went to the Daxiangguo Temple, probably through the Sixth Prince's fiefdom and Qingxi County. In desperation, Duanmuqi had to summon Zhao Shabao immediately and asked him to set off immediately and also go to Daxiangguo Temple, looking for Jumei along the way. Although Zhao Shabao is now a great martial artist, he is good at disguise and hiding. There is no problem in entering the Imperial City. For safety reasons, even Mo Sang Shaojian was sent out. Just as Zhu Rong was absorbing and refining the bones and essence of the Suzaku Divine Beast, Zhu Xiaobao was also refining and absorbing the bones and essence of the White Tiger Divine Beast in Huji Mountain. The fields in Huji Mountain are so superior because Yu Qianrou specially set people to build an underground cultivation palace. It is divided into 3 floors. The bottom floor is dedicated to Zhu Xiaobao, and the other 2 floors are based on the cultivation level of the clan members. Divide by high and low. Because Zhu Xiaobao started the inheritance of mythical beasts, many of his clansmen have benefited a lot, and many people have been promoted to martial lords. There are also 4 great martial lords. They also need to strengthen their physiques. Otherwise, they will not be able to guarantee their cultivation, because it will make the meridians and bones unable to bear it. It's just that these people can absorb very little bone essence. Zhu Xiaobao is also very generous, and does not take the bones as his own. He is someone who doesn't care much about these things. But this time, the female warriors who followed Zhu Xiaobao unexpectedly got the opportunity to absorb the essence of bones. These more than 1,000 female warriors were pleasantly surprised. Absorbing the essence of bones here meant that their physiques would be greatly improved. The improvement is definitely a huge benefit. Ha! I didn't expect that the harvest this time is not small. Although I am not practicing very diligently, I have made rapid progress. You have to say that I am a genius. Right. Zhu Xiaobao stretched his waist and said to the people around him. Princess 19 smiled. Speaking of which, Zhu Xiaobao is really lazy. He doesn't want to be as diligent as others. He always acts with dignity and moderation, and never makes himself very hard. Even on the 3rd floor of the underground palace, while he was practicing physical fitness, He also did not forget to practice with the 19th princess. Moreover, the food and wine beside him never stopped. When he was tired from practicing, he had to hold the 19th princess to sleep before he would enter the state of cultivation again.
Humph. You are the laziest practitioner I have ever seen. Others are so eager for fear of wasting such a good opportunity. But you are the one who practices and stops. As if you are very reluctant.
Princess 19 was a little speechless. Is this guy really not worried at all? How dangerous it is to act now. But it is strange to say that Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation level has been improving rapidly. And his 5 elements attributes are now getting stronger and stronger. Taking the wood attribute as an example, Zhu Xiaobao now also has the ability to accelerate recovery on his own. Although not as perverted as the 19th princess, his self-recovery speed has improved a lot.
Ha ha! Don't you understand? Others can't practice the same method, so they can only make up for their weakness with diligence. How can I get twice the result with half the effort? This is the legendary genius,
Zhu Xiaobao said proudly. And by the way, he extended his hand to the 19th princess began to wander around in the lapels of her clothes again. Anyway, there were just the two of them here. So the 19th princess didn't refuse much and let him do whatever he wanted.
Humph. That's not the case. I guess the most important reason is the
4 phases of divine veins
technique, which has enabled you to achieve your current achievements. I guess this set of techniques must be from the immortal world. Indeed, it's very mysterious.
Princess 19 is not that easy to fool, and she has long discovered the strangeness in this. After thinking about it carefully, the most likely reason is because of this set of exercises. And there is another reason. That is, among the 4 descendants of the mythical beasts, only Zhu Xiaobao is male. So he has a unique advantage. This can only be said to be God's will.
It turns out you have thought of it too. Okay, I admit that your great contribution is part of my achievements. Please let Xiaosheng sincerely repay the donor. Come on,
Zhu Xiaobao said with a dry smile. And then simply said, the old-faced man pushed the 19th princess again. After another 7 days, Zhu Rong led his people to Huji Mountain. Now Zhu Rong's appearance was soft and delicate, comparable to a double 10 beauty. However, the nobility on her body is still intact. But the aura that vaguely exudes is extremely powerful, and most people cannot see her cultivation at all. According to Zhu Xiaobao's estimation, she is at least half a martial saint now.
You came just in time. I was just trying to improve my fire attribute. And here you are.
Zhu Xiaobao looked a little dazed, and then shamelessly wanted to grab Zhu Rong to do something.
Go! You are still fooling around here.
Zhu Rong was startled. She made such a request just after arriving here. She was really caught off guard. What's more important is that the 19th princess is still there. She couldn't help but look at the 19th princess in embarrassment, but found that the 19th princess was also disheveled. And she immediately felt much more relaxed.
Well, you guys are busy. I have to go out to absorb some energy, so I won't hinder you.
Princess 19 was very straightforward and immediately got up and left the underground palace. I went straight to an inaccessible virgin forest. There were only some hunters hunting around the outer edges of the forest. As for the depths of the forest, they would never dare to go in. But after 3 days, this vast forest suddenly shrunk by 1/5. The surrounding trees and flowers were withered in patches, and the various ferocious beasts that were guarding their base were also panicked. To escape from here, you can only flee deep into the forest and re-establish your own territory. In that barren and bare land, the 19th princess couldn't help but smile bitterly and said,
I didn't expect these 2 dragon balls to be able to absorb so much life. Next time, I'd better go to the sea to absorb those seaweeds. Or not absorb them twice. I'm afraid Qianrou will protest.
Just after returning to Huji Mountain, Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong had already left the underground palace. Both of them are in high spirits, waiting for the 19th princess. There was still a faint blush on Zhu Rong's face.
We are already ready. Let the female warriors prepare. We will set off tomorrow. Go to Daxiangwo Temple.
Zhu Xiaobao saw the profound look in Princess 19's eyes, and immediately said loudly and enthusiastically. At this moment, a female warrior hurriedly ran over with a letter from a flying pigeon.
The King of England is 1,000 years old. A letter from Duanmu's military advisor. It seems very urgent. There are 3 fire feathers attached to it. Huh? Let's see. Huh? What? Jumei went to Daxiangwo Temple? Damn it. This is going to cost me my life. This stupid girl will go to the house without a fight for 3 days. Hurry! 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 Don't wait for tomorrow. Set out immediately.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted anxiously after reading his heart.
Yes. Gather your troops immediately and set off.
Chapter 724 Sweep A. Zhu Xiaobao is really anxious this time. Ju Mei is different from Zhu Rong and Princess 19. She has no scheming. And she especially likes to fight with others. Doesn't this mean she has to fight all the way to Daxiangwo Temple? This potential danger is absolutely unthinkable. All kinds of plots, deceptions and traps can kill Ju Mei. Zhu Xiaobao panicked and immediately ordered people to prepare and set off overnight. It can be seen that Zhu Xiaobao is really worried about Ju Mei. Even Zhu Rong and Princess 19 are impatient. No matter where Ju Mei is, she is very popular and everyone likes her. Duanmuki wrote very clearly in the letter and told the story of Ju Mei's encounter with the demon Jiao in detail. Of course, he also specifically mentioned that Mo Sang Xiaojian and Zhao Shabao had been sent to chase Ju Mei. This time there were 10 more warships than before, because Zhu Rong also brought some clan members with advanced cultivation. These people were all selected by Zhu Rong. There were as many as 20 martial lords alone. Who could these people are very excited to serve Zhu Rong. Now Zhu Rong is a goddess-like existence of the Suzaku clan. So despite the fact that there are only 20 medium-sized warships, the people on them are all highly cultivated. And there are 10 martial masters among those female warriors. This group of 3,000 people is enough to defeat an army of 30,000 people.
Hurry! 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 Go directly to the Daxiangwo Temple in the East County of Chengdu. Don't let anything happen to Ju Mei.
Zhu Xiaobao simply ignored this powerful team and just urged to speed up. Even so, he had to. It takes 2 days to feel Shandong County. Ju Mei really didn't stop along the way. She didn't know the road, so she could only catch and ask whomever she wanted. Every time, she made people tremble with fear. This female man was too tall and powerful, and she caught him. There is no room for resistance.
Hey! How to get to the Daxiangwo Temple? It's the Daxiangwo Temple in the Imperial City.
Ju Mei asked loudly.
Sister! Go east. There are still 900 feet away from the ground.
The person caught by Ju Mei was still a big man. He originally wanted to get angry, but he couldn't break free from Ju Mei's hand after trying hard. He didn't dare to have an attack. In his memory, he had never met such a tough woman.
Where am I now?
Ju Mei spread out the map and asked the big man to point it out. She did make some preparations and did not forget to bring a copy of the map with her. I just couldn't understand it myself, so I had to ask this person to point it out.
This road is the closest, but there are strongmen here and there. They often rob and kill people in this area. It is safer for you to take this road?
The big man pointed at the map with trembling hands. One road said that even he did not dare to pass through these places alone, and always took a detour. The mountains there are dangerous, and the robbers and bandits on the mountain are also quite fierce. This place belongs to the junction of the West King's fiefdom, His Highness the 6th Prince's fiefdom, and Qingxi County. It is almost the boundary of the 3 kingdoms, so there are no officers and soldiers from Dasha Kingdom to suppress the bandits. It should be said that the campaign was carried out several times, but all failed and the troops were lost. So it was settled later.
Oh, there are bandits. Then I'll go this way. I'll take care of all the bandits by the way.
Ju Mei was immediately happy when she heard this. Let go of the big man, and took out a tablet from the bag next to her. Gold is like asking for travel expenses. Well, asking for directions only cost a few taels of silver, which is enough to break the bank. When she handed it out, it was an ingot of gold, which immediately shocked the big man. This had brought a bag of gold ingots, and she was going to die. I originally wanted to give some more advice, but when Ju Mei glared at her, the big man was so frightened that he ran away quickly. This female man's aura was so powerful that she might even be able to kill some of those bandits. Individual, this can be considered a good thing. Back in the town, this big man got a piece of gold for free. He immediately went straight to a small hotel, ordered a jar of good wine, ordered some side dishes, and started to enjoy it. He had such a luxurious enjoyment only once a year. You can encounter it at least a few times.
Xiong Hai, why are you rich today? Did you catch a big prey? Or did you go out and pick up a treasure?
The shopkeeper asked in surprise. This big man turned out to be a hunter, but his usual harvest was mediocre, and he could barely make ends meet, because those large prey are in the deep mountains. And to enter the mountains, you have to pass through the territory of the bandits. Generally, hunters like them are not willing to take this risk.
Ha ha! I met a woman today who was really fierce and generous. She rewarded me with a piece of gold just for asking for directions. Alas, it's a pity that she has to take the road of ghosts and worries. I won't be able to get out of the ghost world anymore.
Xiong laughed proudly at first, and then said with a bit of pity, Gijianshu is a dangerous road formed by steep cliffs on both sides of the path. Just hearing the name tells you how dangerous it is. And there are 2 major gangs stationed on the mountains on both sides. Basically no one dares to go on this road. Gone. Except for those escorts, who have some friendship with the bandits. They can escort the goods through smoothly. Of course, the premise is that you pay a lot of tolls. Otherwise the friendship is nothing at all.
Hey!
Xiong, you are a bit unreasonable. You know that you will definitely die if you take this road. But you don't even try to persuade others. But just watch them die.
The shopkeeper said, a little unhappy.
Don't look at it.
They are all ordinary people. But these people are still very kind-hearted. I don't want to see innocent people die tragically at the hands of these bandits.
Why didn't you persuade me? But they didn't listen to me at all. And they almost fell out with me when they glared at me. You have never seen that woman before. She is an absolute giant. She grabbed me like I was carrying a chicken.
Xiong suddenly became angry and defended loudly, not even hiding the scandal of being caught by Jiumei.
Hey, brother. Is the woman you just mentioned wearing dark green clothes and carrying 2 big bags? She is still eating while walking?
Unexpectedly, the 2 people who were eating next to them suddenly stopped. The middle-aged man with sly eyebrows approached Xiong and asked with a smile,
What does it have to do with you? Why? When you hear someone has a bag of gold, do you want to rob it? Tell you. Save it. People like you can kill several people with just one slap.
Xiong was still angry at first, so he didn't snort angrily.
Hee. No. Well, let me see the gold ingot she rewarded you with.
This man with sinister eyebrows and stern eyes is of course Zhao Shenbao. And sitting there motionless is Mo Sang Xiaojian, who is disguised as a man. The 2 of them searched all the way but never found Jiumei's whereabouts because Jiumei was too fast.
You bastard. How dare you steal my gold ingots? You're looking for death.
Xiong reached out and touched it. The gold ingots in his arms were gone. Zhao Shenbao was holding them in his hands, discussing with Mo Sang Xiaojian in a low voice.
What?
So Xiong was furious and punched Zhao Shenbao in the head. But before Xiong's fist hit Zhao Shenbao, he had already knelt down on the ground, and Zhao Shenbao in front of him had disappeared. Instead, Mo Sang Xiaojian was standing in front of Xiong with a smile, holding a gun in his hand. The short knife was already at Xiong's throat.
Hee. Uncle, we won't steal your gold ingots, but yours will tell me where that female man has gone. How can he get there? Well, point it out to me on the map. Do you see it? Give you a piece of gold?
Mo Sang Xiaojian asked with a smile, unfolding his map and letting Xiong point it out.
Huh? All your maps are the same? Do you really mean what you say?
Xiong couldn't help shouting as soon as he saw this kind of exquisite map. Then I saw that Mo Sang Xiaojian had an identical gold ingot in his hand. This is what Zhu Xiaobao likes to use most. Small gold ingots of 5 ounces each. Refined processing and easy to use. Due to the heavy proportion of gold, this kind of small gold ingot is very small and can sometimes be used as a hidden weapon. Zhu Xiaobao often does this. So now Mo Sang Xiaojian also often does this. But every time she shoots after all, they all ran over and took it back.
Yes. Of course you keep what you say. Tell me quickly. Where has she gone? How long has she been gone? How many bandits are there?
Zhao Shenbao knew immediately after hearing this. That person must be Jiumei. The person who can come up with this kind of map can't be anyone else. Xiong stood up with difficulty, pointed out the direction to Zhao Shenbao in detail, and also explained the basic situation of Gui Jianshou in detail. And just like what he told Jiumei, he also advised Zhao Shenbao not to go there. Even the store owner was trying to persuade Zhao Shenbao. If you go there, you will die. There are thousands of people on the 2 hills. But what surprised the store owner and Xiong was that the 2 men did not explain too much, but disappeared in the blink of an eye. I didn't even see how they disappeared. There are 4 small gold ingots left on the table. This is a reward for these 2 very kind people. Jiumei has arrived at Gijianshu at this time. This place is really eerie, because the cliffs on both sides block the light, making it very dark. The mountain wind passing through the stream also makes a faint whistling sound. The sound is even more frightening.
Where are the people? Why haven't any bandits come out? Don't you want the gold?
Jiumei looked around, looking for the target. Going further, Jumei can sense the bandits ambushing around her. Her sensing ability is far stronger than that of the average Great Master,
so she can sense it from a long distance. But she didn't even bother to put it on. She just walked forward carelessly. Whoosh! 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 A series of cold arrows had been shot at Jumei. But even though they had already hit Jumei, they did not see her fall. And they still walked forward indifferently. Swish! 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 More arrows were shot at Jumei. Jumei finally became a little impatient.
Are you done yet? Is this all you have? You still want to steal my gold?
After saying that, Jumei was shocked. And those arrows actually flew back, faster and sharper than the speed at which they were shot. I heard the bandits' ambush on both sides being hit by arrows one after another, and howling like ghosts and wolves.
Boom!
Then countless boulders rolled down from the cliffs on both sides, trying to kill Jumei. An even more unbelievable thing happened. Like the arrows, those boulders flew back one after another, smashing the bandits, who were ambushing above, into pieces. Their flesh and blood flew everywhere, and there was a wailing sound. Jumei didn't stop and continued to stride forward. Suddenly, she stepped on a huge trap and fell into it instantly. Chapter 725 Sweep B. A huge trap. Jumei fell into it, instantly raising dust all over the sky. When the dust settled, there was no movement at all in this trampled trap. Suddenly, the bandits hiding far away all around cheered. This is the first time I have been in such a mess. Being beaten to pieces by a woman. Now I am fine. I must have fallen into a trap and been stabbed to death by a sharp wooden stake. Generally speaking, this kind of trap is rarely used anymore, because no one who is robbed can get here. Basically, they are shot in front, and the rolling boulders are solved. Jumei is already the first person to have made it this far. The bottom of the trap is covered with sharpened wooden stakes. Even a bear, let alone a human, will definitely die if it falls into it. With the sound of cheerful footsteps, the bandits on both sides rushed down the mountain. They all wanted to see the miserable condition of this tough woman. Even the leaders of the two cottages could not hold back anymore. They had not been able to hold back for many years. Have you ever seen such a fierce woman? Not to mention carrying a large bag of belongings. The bandits in the two cottages were wary of each other, and were clearly divided into two camps. The bandit leaders on both sides stared at each other fiercely, both wanting to grab the most benefits. But when everyone gathered around the trap and took a closer look, they were stunned. There was no one inside, and the vertical wooden stakes were intact. But this tough woman disappeared out of thin air? At this moment, the bandits gathered around the trap all fell into the trap they had dug involuntarily, and their bodies were immediately penetrated by the sharp wooden stakes below. The key is that these people didn't stop yet, and fell in one after another. It looked like they were jumping in. Not long after, this huge trap was almost full. Those who were stabbed to death, and those who were crushed to death. There were more than 30 people.
Who did it? Come out if you can!
The leaders on both sides shouted in horror. They could see that they were being pushed down by a hidden force. What made them even more frightened was that these people suddenly seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, moving slowly and taking a lot of effort with every step. But there was obviously no one around. And this was not a swamp. The strange situation suddenly made people feel creepy.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Following a dull sound, several bandits suddenly screamed. Their saws were shattered, and there was a heavy blow from the ground.
Come out if you have the ability! What kind of hero can you be if you hide in the dark?
At this time, the bandit leaders of the two cottages also shouted in panic. They had never seen such a strange scene, and they were still trapped now. Here, it's hard to move. What's even worse is that there is no trace of the opponent. It turned out that Jumei was also panicked when she first fell into the trap. But she immediately instinctively used the turtle shield to block all damage. In fact, even without the turtle shield, the sharpened wooden stakes could not hurt her. Jumei was originally very angry, but she actually stepped into the trap. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if she climbed out? So she didn't think about going out immediately, but thought of it and had a better idea. Jumei is a bit slow when it comes to dealing with people, but when it comes to fighting, she is very talented and can adapt to changes. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to challenge Demon Geo alone and still escape unscathed. So Jumei immediately used her innate skills, unfolding the turtle shield to a radius of dozens of feet, while she sneaked into the ground and waited for the bandits to come out on their own. It is too easy for Jumei's cultivation to deal with these bandits with average martial arts cultivation. Now she is thinking about how to kill all the bandits. Underground, She could clearly and accurately sense the location of every bandit. So she struck out with the golden armor hammer, one by one, breaking the bones and tendons of the soles of her feet. Jumei had to restrain her strength to hit this. Otherwise she would be smashed with one hammer. With this terrifying boom, 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 50 or 60 people had already fallen to the ground holding their feet, rolling back and forth, wailing loudly. This kind of injury is not fatal, but it is very painful. What kind of hero do you think you are if you come out and hide in the dark? The bandit leaders on both sides, big and small, shouted in fear. They had felt that the blow was coming from underground, but they could not find the exact location. Jumei moves too fast. The key is that it is impossible for them to move normally now. Their legs still seem to be stuck in the mud, and every step takes a lot of effort. Hey, you guys didn't look like heroes when you attacked me. Is it fun now? Jumei couldn't help but say proudly. This feeling of being in control of the overall situation is so good. Jumei actually had a lot of fun. Addiction. Woman, come out. We were wrong. We are willing to apologize to you. Please spare us. Almost all the bandits were begging in horror. This situation is too terrifying. Who knows what will happen next? Whose foot bones will be broken again? Yeah. Okay. Each of you will cut off one arm, and I will let you go. Jumei thought for a while, and it seemed that Xiao had said that those who surrendered voluntarily could be punished lightly. So Jumei also learned to be generous. Said, huh? Cut off an arm. Wouldn't that make us all disabled? No. Heroine. We are willing to give you all the gold, silver and jewelry. Let us go. Do you think that's okay? Several leaders asked, trembling with fright. He cut off an arm? Wouldn't that mean that he would become semi-disabled from now on? How to rob homes and homes? No. I don't want money. Unexpectedly, Jumei refused simply. Gold and silver had no concept at all for her, and it was not a necessity. Brothers, fight with her. She is the one who wants us to eat. The leaders finally became desperate and began to fight. There were hundreds of people in the two villages, and they all started to attack the ground blindly and indiscriminately, regardless of whether it was effective or not. They just kept smashing and slashing at the ground with all their strength. Not to mention, a bandit finally chopped down something hard, and a few sparks flew out. Then, as the sparks flew, a man jumped up from the ground and started killing everyone with his golden armor hammer. It turned out that Jumei was a little impatient with the whole thing being dealt with piecemeal, so she simply showed up, turned the golden armor hammer, and finally killed her. Suddenly, with the sweep of the golden armor hammer, the bandits fell down in large groups. They were simply beyond the power of human power. Although the heavy and sluggish feeling under the feet of these bandits disappeared, what was replaced was a more ferocious hammering. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people had fallen, and the remaining bandits began to run away in panic. Who dared to fight again? That is simply sending yourself to death. But at this moment, arrows were continuously shot from a distance, and the arrows were precise. Anyone who escaped quickly was shot down mercilessly. Now this group of bandits is completely desperate. Who would have thought that this female man has helpers? Moreover, his shooting skills were amazing, and in the blink of an eye, more than 30 people fell down. Woman, spare your life. Heroine, spare your life. We are willing to cut off one of our arms. The remaining bandits had no choice but to kneel down and beg for mercy. Now that they have figured it out, it is more cost-effective to cut off one of their arms. At least they can still live. This scene can be considered very tragic. The remaining nearly 200 people gritted their teeth and cut off one of their arms. Then they looked at Jumei timidly. Without this female man's words, they would not dare to leave. Come out. I discovered you a long time ago. Jumei smiled with satisfaction at this time and shouted to the place 40 or 50 steps behind her. Zhao Shabao and Mo Sang Xiaojian also stood up from their hiding places, and then came to Jumei's side. The two of them arrived when the rocks fell from the mountain and did not take action. But Jumei fell into the trap, startled the two of them, and then wanted to rescue them. Unexpectedly, the two of them were also stuck in the mud. Although their cultivation level was higher than those of the bandits, they also moved much slower. In surprise, he had no choice but to hide and watch what happened. It wasn't until some of these bandits tried to escape that Zhao Shabao and Mo Sang Xiaojian shot them. They were both masters of covert assassination, and shooting these bandits was a piece of cake. In the blink of an eye, except for the bandit who cut off his arm. Everyone else was dead. Zhao Shabao and Mo Sang Shaojian were stunned when they looked at the corpses on the ground. This huge beauty is so powerful. Although they have long known that her fighting power is very terrifying. This scene still shocked the two of them. It can be considered that these bandits were unlucky to encounter the giant Jume. The next thing must be handled by Zhao Shabao and Mo Sang Shaojian. They went to clean up the remaining bandits in the two cottages. And then gathered all the gold, silver and jewelry together. Many women who were abducted for the entertainment of the bandits in the village were also rescued. Zhao Shabao also deliberately returned to the town, summoned Xiong Hai and others, and then divided the property equally, and also asked them to bury all the corpses. As for the subsequent aftermath, I won't go into details. Now that the three of them are finally together, Zhao Shabao feels more relieved. At least nothing has happened to Jume yet. It's just that the noise is too loud. I wonder if it will cause trouble. Especially those bandits, who cut off their arms and fled away one after another, leaving their lives behind. They couldn't escape. And the villagers and hunting tigers wanted to skin them alive. In this way, these things about Jume spread quickly. And they spread very quickly. And even alarmed one person. The Great Venerable Wu Wei. No one expected that Great Venerable Wu Wei would be hiding in a cave in Qingxi County and cultivating his demigod body. Didn't he take back the drop of blood essence from the beast's slave? Unexpectedly, his physique was greatly enhanced. And his cultivation, that had been stagnant for a long time, began to loosen. He actually had the opportunity to break through to the martial saint. Therefore, the disappearance of the great master Tian Wu Wei these days is to consolidate his cultivation and adapt to this half-body body. I hope to be promoted to the realm of martial saint as soon as possible.
You mean the village was destroyed by a woman with a golden hammer? There were 3 of them. Weird. What is Jume doing here?
Great Venerable Wu Wei went out and caught a fleeing bandit. It was also unlucky that before the wound healed, he was caught by the great master Wu Wei again.
Yes. 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 Senior, that road leads to the Imperial City. Please let me go. I haven't done anything bad now.
The bandit begged with a sad face.
Imperial City? Are you going to Daxiangwo Temple?
Master Wu Wei muttered to himself. With a wave of his hand, the bandit fell silently, with an incredible expression of horror on his face. Chapter 726 Surveillance. Venerable Wu Wei was pacing back and forth in the cave, carefully considering the course of the matter and its stakes. It is not very far from Daxiangwo Temple, only 200 miles away. The reason why he chose to practice here was that on one hand, he could hide from the eyes and ears of others, and on the other hand, he could monitor the movements of Daxiangwo Temple. Now the inheritance places of Guishan Mountain and Huju Mountain have been opened by Jume and Zhu Xiaobao, and the Suzaku Holy Land is located in the crater of the volcano, making it difficult for him to access. The key is that Zhu Rong has recovered the dragon-slaying sword, although he has recovered the ancestral essence and blood on the dragon-slaying knife. He has completely lost control of the dragon-slaying knife. The only one with a glimmer of hope now is the Azure Dragon Holy Land. He hopes to recover a divine beast, but is afraid that the demon Jiao will recover too quickly. So Master Wu Wei is very conflicted.
Come here! Immediately pass the news of Jume's appearance in Qingxi County to the eldest prince and GZ. Also, send someone to monitor Jume's every move.
Grand Venerable Wu Wei came out of the secret room and ordered several of his close followers. It turns out that the Great Venerable Wu Wei is not as carefree as he usually behaves. He just has a place to stay in Daxiangwo Temple. He has trimmed this cave here a long time ago. It is said to be a cave, but in fact there is a lot of things inside, including many maids and servants. And there are also dead soldiers he has raised for many years. These people either complete the task or are the task. They failed, committed suicide by taking poison, and no one ever knew their identities. In fact, even these dead men do not know the true identity of the Great Venerable Wu Wei. He was just brainwashed into being a tool of Master Wu Wei. Jume has already entered Chengdong County at this time. It is easy for Zhao Shabao and Mo Sang Shaojian to sneak into Chengdong County. Their disguise skills are quite good. Moreover, there is no martial law in Chengdong County, so small merchants and hawkers can still be free of discrepancy. The 4 counties surrounding the Imperial City have always been the safest. The garrison here is only responsible for the safety of the Imperial City. Only the final winner can successfully pass through these counties, enter the Imperial City, and then inherit the throne. Although Jume did not have a disguise, it was still very easy for her to enter Chengdong County. She used her innate skills to escape from the underground, and then reunited with Zhao Shabao. Of course, after entering here, Zhao Shabao carefully prepared a carriage for Jumei and asked her to stay in the carriage, because her figure was too strong and she would easily attract others' attention when walking outside. Even so, Jumei still felt that someone was watching her. The cultivation level of these people was not low, but their whereabouts still could not escape the sensing of Zhao Shabao and Mo Sang Xiaojian. They are both top killers. Soon, 4 spies were shot dead one after another. 2 more were caught, but there were no clues, because the person who was caught immediately committed suicide by taking poison. This surprised both Zhao Shabao and Mo Sang Xiaojian. These people were really decisive and did not care about life and death. But then, there was no calm. Jumei still felt that she was being watched. And the person watching her this time was highly cultivated. With her spiritual consciousness and sensing ability, she could only sense roughly position. But Zhao Shabao and Mo Sang Xiaojian didn't notice it at all.
Could it be the 2 great venerables next to the great venerable wild man? Only their cultivation can make you feel uncertain.
Zhao Shabao asked in surprise. What he was talking about was the great venerable human being and the great Lord Jiuyin. Your Majesty?
No. This person is more advanced than the 2 of them. And he seems to be a little familiar.
Jumei frowned and shook her head. She also deliberately used her innate skills to escape and wander around, trying to track down this person. But after searching for a long time, Jumei came back a little disappointed. This person actually managed to escape first. Jumei had no choice but to return to the inn angrily. The great venerable Wu Wei flew several miles away. I was also very surprised at this time. I didn't expect Jumei's cultivation level to be so high now. Not only could she sense his existence, but she was almost tracked down by Jumei. You must know that his current physique is that of a demigod, and it is difficult for ordinary people to detect his aura. And judging from the strength shown by Jumei, Master Wu Wei is a little depressed. He should not be able to defeat this female man. In other words, Jumei's cultivation and physique have surpassed him in all aspects. And not just a little. At this time, Zhu Xiubao's warship was passing through the waters of the 36 islands in the southeast. For the sake of the beauty, Zhu Xiaobao didn't care much, and actually passed through the waters of the 36 islands in the southeast. He already knew that it was not only the great venerable man Wang who was besieging Jumei this time, but also Ji Jisheng. It seems that Ji Jisheng gave the idea to the great venerable man Wang. So Zhu Xiaobao is quite angry now, and doesn't mind fighting with Ji Jisheng's men. But I didn't expect that the warships on the 36 islands in the southeast didn't respond at all. So Zhu Xiubao's warship sailed past in a majestic way, heading straight for Chang'an County. It turns out that although Ji Jisheng is very sinister, he is also very self-aware. In fact, he has sent the Great Lord of the Human Demon to investigate. The Great Lord of the Human Demon came back and reported in horror that there were actually many people in Zhu Xiaobao's team. There are 40 people with martial master cultivation, and the rest are all great martial masters. Ji Jisheng was dumbfounded. Is this even a big deal? There are only 10 martial masters in the entire 7th princess's fiefdom, and there are 40 on Zhu Xiubao's warship, coupled with the strong fighting power of those female warriors. This is a fart. Isn't that a death wish? But Ji Jisheng did not let go of such a good opportunity. He also sent someone to immediately notify the great venerable man Wang, telling him that the descendants of the 4 great beasts were gathered in Chang'an County, and wanted him to come to Chang'an County and strangle all the people in one fell swoop. Xiaobao and others. Moreover, Ji Zi also felt keenly that the information about Jumei's whereabouts came very strangely, as if someone was deliberately letting him know. Ji Jisheng vaguely felt that there was a third force waiting for an opportunity, but he just couldn't think of who it was. But what disappointed Ji Jisheng and the great venerable Wu Wei was that the great venerable man Wang did not come. He is actively preparing for the next blood sacrifice. Ever since he fought against Jumei, the great master of wilderness actually felt that his strength was not enough to crush the descendants of these divine beasts, and he did not dare to act rashly. Now Jumei alone left him helpless. If he added the other 3 descendants of the mythical beast, wouldn't that be very dangerous? What's more, the dragon-slaying knife has always been a worry for him. So the great master of wilderness returned to the eldest princess fief and immediately started preparing for the next blood sacrifice. At this time, he no longer thought about dual cultivation. He wanted to return to his peak state as soon as possible. The progress of these descendants of divine beasts was too fast. Terrible. Zhu Xiaobao did not expect to pass through the 36 islands in the southeast so easily, and came directly to Chang'an County. Except that the warships and the men and horses on the warships were not allowed to land. The county guards guarding the city did not make it difficult for them, because they all knew the 19th princess and knew that she was going to Daxiangwo Temple. As for Zhu Xiaobao and others, they pretended to be the followers of the 19th princess and easily entered Chengdong County. Arriving at Chengdong County, they quickly found the inn where Jumei was sitting. This time Zhu Xiaobao finally felt relieved. And because Jumei has joined, Zhu Xiaobao is now more confident. The descendants of the four great beasts gather together, and their fighting power can be said to be invincible. Even if the demon Zhu arrives, all Xiaobao are confident to fight. Similarly, Zhu Xiaobao and others also sense the existence of someone monitoring them from a distance. The four of them sat down and discussed in surprise.
Strange. Who is it? With such cultivation. He shouldn't be an unknown person. I feel something familiar. It seems to be the great master Wu Wei.
Princess 19 said uncertainly, even though her cultivation level was the lowest among the four, and her combat effectiveness was the weakest. Her various auxiliary abilities were indeed the strongest, including concealment, recovery, and spiritual awareness. He is actually the strongest among the four.
Is it him? This is interesting. What does this great venerable want to do? Does he want to take advantage of the situation?
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but smile. In fact, he had never trusted the great venerable Wu Wei. His intuition told him that the number one great venerable seems to have another purpose. Ever since Lord Wu Wei took back the essence and blood of the bee's slave, he has disappeared. This makes him more sure that Lord Wu Wei has his own purpose.
Maybe he wants to help us. After all, dealing with the demon Zhu is our common goal now.
Princess 19 said in a low voice. She actually had a good impression of the great venerable Wu Wei. After all, it was the great venerable Wu Wei who led her in the Daxiangwo Temple. Come on. Her tribesmen are also protected by the great venerable Wu Wei.
Well, don't think about it for now. What I'm most worried about right now is whether I can start the Blue Dragon inheritance this time. After all, 19th sister's spiritual cultivation is still a little bit behind. There is still a big problem in starting the inheritance in such a hurry. It's risky,
Zhu Rong said worriedly on the side.
It's no problem. It definitely wouldn't work originally. But now that I have two Jinshins, it's a big difference. Besides, my consciousness has always been the strongest.
Princess 19 was full of confidence. Said,
well, okay. Let's have a good night's rest first. And tomorrow we will go to Daxiangwo Temple. By the way, Zhener, I want to practice double cultivation with you tonight.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded seriously and said. But in the end this sentence still surprised everyone. And they all looked at him in surprise. Are you still thinking about dual cultivation at this time? This guy really has a lot of ideas.
Hey! Don't think twice. I want to use dual cultivation to see if my blood essence can be integrated into the Jinshin. In this way, I can enter Zhener's consciousness through the Jinshin and help her devour it. The remnant soul of the Blue Dragon.
Zhu Xiaobao argued aggrievedly.
Really? Then why didn't you say it earlier? Did you say it only now? Oh, I just realized this too. I don't know if it will work or not. Then come to my room. Sister Roan, Jumei, please help us protect the law.
Princess 19 said with some shyness and uneasiness. She was very doubtful about the feasibility of this idea. And Jumei looked at her eagerly with two big eyes open. Chapter 727 Mood. Although everyone doesn't really believe Zhu Xiaobao's proposal, everyone is led by Zhu Xiaobao now. And even Zhu Rong can't say much. The key is that this guy often does this kind of unexpected behavior. And it often has unexpected miraculous effects. Mo Sang Xiaojian felt even more inscrutable about this third brother-in-law. But now she has given in. Even the third sister she admired most, Princess Mou, has now become Zhu Xiaobao's son. So she has nothing to blame. So picky. And the feeling Zhu Xiaobao gave her was unfathomable. It's good this time. Zhu Rong and Zhu Mei still have to help Zhu Xiaobao guard the door. Now that they are in the inn, they must ensure that they are both safe. It's really a torment to say it's a Dharma protector. And it's really a torment to hear the groaning sounds coming from inside. Zhu Mei's mind was not on guarding at all. So she listened carefully with her ears pricked up. Zhao Shibao and Mo Sang Xiaojian were very responsible. They caught two more spies around the inn. But these two people were from the subordinates of His Highness the Sixth Prince and Ji Jishan respectively. It seems that quite a few people have gotten the news. The next day, Zhu Xiaobao left the inn triumphantly, and took a few people directly to Daxiangwo Temple. Anyway, now that their whereabouts had been leaked, there was no need to worry. Anyone who dared to look for trouble in Daxiangua Temple was still there. Not many people. Entering the Daxiangua Temple, the monks who guarded the temple all knew the 19th princess. But it was obvious that this time, these people were keeping a distance from the 19th princess. And they were not as close and casual as before. Human senses are still very sensitive. And you can feel these small changes immediately. And even Eunuch Wei, the old eunuch who used to protect the 19th princess, behaved very reserved and respectfully, and was no longer as easygoing and friendly as before. Speaking of which, although Eunuch Wei has been protecting the 19th princess, he is a member of the great master Wu Wei. So it's not surprising that this attitude is now. Now there are not many members of the Qinglong clan here. They have all been sent out by Princess 19 and scattered to various places. She needs these people to find out information for her. These are the clansmen she trusts the most. And like Princess Jijio, they are good at concealment and have strong recovery ability. But their cultivation and martial arts are a bit inferior. Although the atmosphere is a bit alienating, there is still no obstacle to entering the Qianlongtan at the back. It's just impossible to enter the center of Qianlong Pond. Only the 19th princess can enter easily. There is also a huge lotus seat in the center of Qianlong Pond. The 19th princess has already sat on it and started to practice her own mental method. The strange thing is that the green dragon Dharma appearance did not show up. And the surroundings were always quiet. Xu Xiaobao was a little confused.
Does this green dragon beast not know the purpose of our trip? Or does it still dare not show up? Well, I'm afraid it's because 19th sister's mental skills training is too low that it's dismissive. Don't worry. We'll know the result when 19th princess's mental skills training is finished.
Zhu Rong was still relatively calm. Judging from her experience, the 19th princess mental cultivation level is still too low. And it seems too crowded to start the inheritance. But there is no way now. The situation is forcing it. Tai Moju's recovery speed is really too fast. It's impossible not to seize the time. Unexpectedly, after waiting for nearly a month, the 19th princess sat motionless on the lotus seat. But her aura was growing stronger every day. Xu Xiaobao and others were a little bored waiting in the Daxiangua temple. But he didn't mind it. He still had good wine and delicious food in the Daxiangua temple. And he even took it upon himself to cook different dishes every day. The monks from Daxiangua temple can't stand it anymore. Isn't this torture? Fortunately, Xu Xiaobao was very kind and made a special trip to cook some vegetarian dishes for these monks. Even though they were vegetarian dishes, they were extremely delicious and were highly praised by the monks. Within a few days, Xu Xiaobao was regarded as the god of food. And several talented monks were specially sent to follow Xu Xiaobao to learn how to process these vegetarian dishes. Now Xu Xiaobao and others are being treated very well in Daxiangua temple. They have special accommodation. Even the ecstatic noises made by this guy at night are turned a deaf ear to these monks. Just recite the Tao Te Ching. In fact, Xu Xiaobao's life seems carefree and happy. But he is still very anxious in his heart. He doesn't know how long the 19th princess will practice. And they are trapped here. Moreover, Xu Xiaobao also sensed that the great venerable Wu Wei had returned to the Daxiangua temple. But he did not come to meet them. He didn't know what his plans were.
Huh? What does this great master Wu Wei mean? He is hiding in the east wing and won't come out. And you still pretend that we don't know he's coming? We don't know when the 19th princess will be able to complete this advancement? Xu Xiaobao asked slightly anxiously. In fact, Xu Xiaobao is quite enjoying it now. Zhu Mei is still massaging him gently behind him. But Xu Xiaobao is baring his teeth from time to time. This female man's hand is a bit too strong. He used too much force without paying attention, causing Xu Xiaobao to have an unnatural expression.
He is probably also waiting for the results of the training of the 19th princess. To be precise, he wants to use our 4 descendants of the divine beasts to eliminate the demon Geo. After all, once the demon Geo returns to its peak, the person he wants to kill the most is the beast tamer slave. Although she is just a descendant of the beast master slave. But she is also the first to bear the brunt.
Zhu Rong looked a little funny at Xu Xiaobao, which is hard to blame for Zhu Mei. She is not someone who does detailed work at all.
Humph. I'm afraid he's still thinking about the dragon-slaying knife.
Xu Xiaobao snorted disdainfully.
There's no need to worry. What I'm worried about now is whether the 19th sister can start the inheritance. Even if she improves her mental skills this time, she still won't be able to reach perfection.
Zhu Rong said with a slight smile.
Then what should I do? Is there any way? Yes. But it's quite radical.
3 more days later, unexpectedly, some strange phenomena began to appear in Qianlong Pond. Layers of green aura spread and overflowed the scope of Qianlong Pond. Even the great Xianhua Temple could feel it. Zhu Xiaobao took Zhu Rong and Zhu Mei and ran to Qianlong Pond without saying a word. Sure enough,
Princess 19 had opened her eyes. Although her eyes were still a little dull, her whole body exuded a strong aura. The lotus she sat on had withered, and the water level in Qianlong Pond had dropped by half. After a while, the eyes of the 19th princess were like lightning, and with a clear whistle, a blue dragon appeared in the air. It seemed to be demonstrating with its teeth and claws. But there was still no movement in the Qianlong Pond. Honestly, I have no intention of showing up at all.
Alas, her mental cultivation is still not enough, and she has not reached the 9th level of perfection. So the Dharma form of the Azure Dragon Divine Beast is not willing to appear.
Zhu Rong sighed and said, she understands it best, because she just inherited the inheritance of the Suzaku mythical beast. Although Zhu Rong has not reached the 9th level of perfection, Zhu Rong has the assistance of the Suzaku sword, which allows her to swallow the remaining soul of the Suzaku beast very easily. But now the 19th princess is not so lucky. Suzaku the sword and the 19th princess have no blood connection at all. Zhu Rong and Princess 19 simply stayed at home. They originally wanted to persuade Princess 19 to leave temporarily, but Princess 19 refused. She also had her own support. That is, the two Genshin were now completely integrated inside her body. She still wants to try to start the Azure Dragon inheritance.
In this case, let's let the appearance of the Green Dragon Beast appear.
Zhu Rong hesitated for a moment, and then said resolutely. Suddenly, a Suzaku Dharma appeared above the Qianlong Pond, and a huge basalt turtle appeared on the water. Another giant white tiger stood on the back of the turtle and let out a shocking tiger roar. As the wings of Suzaku Dharma were waving, sheets of flames burned above the Qianlong Pond, covering the sky and the earth, causing the temperature here to rise sharply. And the huge golden armor hammer also hit a dragon palace-like cave at the bottom of Qianlong Pond. The momentum was so huge and spectacular that even the monks in Daxianglo Temple were stunned, and the entire sky turned red. If the flame in midair expands further, it will burn to the great Xianhua Temple. With an angry dragon roar, the green dragon beast finally appeared. It looked very angry. No one had dared to act so wildly here. Now, all the four great beasts appeared. Here it is. The purpose is to force it out. Following this dragon roar, a large amount of water mist sprayed down, extinguishing all Zhu Rong's Suzaku fire. The sky was filled with white mist evaporated by the flames. When the mist dissipated, the huge green dragon was revealed. It is twice as big as the Qianlong Dharma form condensed by the 19th princess.
What do you want to do?
The master of the Azure Dragon Divine Beast looked at the 19th princess and asked coldly.
I want to start the inheritance.
Princess 19 did not flinch, but said firmly with her head held high.
Humph. You're not qualified yet. Come to me again when your next mental training is complete.
The Azure Dragon Divine Beast snorted disdainfully.
We don't have time to wait. The recovery speed of Demon Geo is far faster than ours. I'm afraid we won't be able to wait for the next time. So I want to start the inheritance now.
Princess 19 stood among several people and said very insistently. Zhu Xiaobao, Zhu Rong, and Zhu Mei around her all showed their true identities, standing behind her to embolden her.
Senior, you must also know that once Tian Maggio recovers a little, he will be able to kill you directly. After all, you are just a ray of remnant soul, and you are definitely no match for Tian Maggio.
Zhu Xiaobao also looked up with his face raised. He looked at the huge green dragon and said,
I didn't expect that the three of you have already started the inheritance, which means that all three of them have been.
The Qianlong Divine Beast looked at Zhu Xiaobao, Zhu Rong and Zhu Mei and murmured, but did not finish the sentence at the end. This result is not what it wants to see.
That's right. Come on. Either you take my body, or I devour you. Aren't those two outcomes?
Princess 19 said confidently.
Well, although I am still not satisfied with your mental skills, in order to deal with the Demon Geo, I will let you give it a try. Don't worry. No matter who of us laughs in the end, we will go all out to deal with the Demon Geo. Yes, the Green Dragon Divine Beast seems to have finally made up its mind. Even if the 19th princess has not yet met its requirements, it can only seize the body in advance. Then let's get started.
As soon as the words fell, the 19th princess's Qianlong Dharma also rose up, and at the same time she became one with her own Dharma. The two Qianlong Dharmaxiangs finally began to confront each other. Chapter 728, last resort, eh? At this time, the flames and tiger roars in the hidden dragon pond disappeared, and the huge golden armor hammer was also swept back by a torrent. The three people all retreated to the side. At this time, the two green dragons also merged together. It was exactly the same as the situation when Zhu Rong started the inheritance. She was terrified when she saw Zhu Rong. Although she had the help of the Suzaku sword, the situation still made her very scared. Now that the 19th princess does not have the help of the dragon-slaying sword, the danger she faces is much greater. On the same withered lotus seat, the 19th princess has revealed her true form, but she has her eyes closed tightly, and her breath is unstable. She is experiencing the danger of being swallowed or being swallowed. But Xu Xiaobao and others can't help it all. This is all a confrontation between spiritual consciousness. It doesn't depend on the level of force and cultivation at all. It all depends on the strength of spiritual consciousness. But at this time, Xu Xiaobao also swallowed a piece of Jinshan essence and concentrated. He was able to sense a trace of connection with the 19th princess. And through this connection, he was able to enter her consciousness. But this ray of consciousness of Xu Xiaobao is too weak and has no effect at all. But he can really feel the condition of the 19th princess at this time. Or it was because the 19th princess' mental cultivation was too low. But now she was in a dilemma. I originally thought that I had 2 dragon balls, and my consciousness recovered so quickly that I could fight against the remaining soul of the green dragon beast. Unexpectedly, this remnant soul of the divine beast has the same amazing resilience as the 19th princess, and is no slower than the 19th princess. Moreover, in the consciousness of the 19th princess, this remnant soul was surprised to find that the 19th princess actually possessed 2 Jinshans. It knew one of them, and it was given to the 19th princess in order to allow the 19th princess's cultivation to be improved quickly. But the other one was something it didn't expect. Now the green dragon beast is very excited, and even sees the hope of returning to its peak.
I didn't expect that you have found another Jinshan. This is really God's will. Don't worry. As long as I swallow your consciousness, I will definitely recover to a height that you can't imagine. Ha ha. This is really God's will. You didn't expect it. I also have the same recovery speed that you are proud of. I am stronger and faster than you. We have the same blood. It's just that my bloodline is much purer than yours.
Suddenly, the Azure Dragon Divine Beast discovered that Zhu Xiaobao's spiritual consciousness could actually enter the 19th princess's deep market. He was very surprised and asked,
"How did you get in? Are you the descendant of the White Tiger Divine Beast? Are you outside? Maybe I can't do anything to you. But if you come here, you are seeking death. You actually have the aura of the Dragon Slayer sword on you?"
With such an interruption, Princess 19 was finally able to breathe and quickly regained some consciousness. She had been unable to hold on just now.
Damn it! I actually found a chance for you to recover. But it doesn't matter. I can still completely swallow your consciousness. And in the end, those 2 Jinshans will be mine again. As for you, I won't care about you now, you. Just watch me devour her consciousness. Your dragon-slaying sword energy can't threaten me.
The Azure Dragon Divine Beast shouted angrily. And it didn't expect Xu Xiaobao to be able to enter the 19th princess of consciousness. But it immediately felt relieved. All Xu Xiaobao could come in was just a trace of spiritual consciousness. So even if he had the dragon-slaying knife, he could only exert less than 1% of the power, and had no effect on it at all. Xu Xiaobao was a little dumbfounded this time. Although he was able to enter the consciousness of the 19th princess through the double cultivation yesterday. But it was too little, and he couldn't help it all. Are you just watching the 19th princess being swallowed up like this? At that time, even if the 19th princess still has her original appearance, she will no longer be the original 19th princess, but just the Azure Dragon Divine Beast that took away the 19th princess's body.
Sister Roan, think of a solution quickly. I can't help the 19th princess now. She is about to be swallowed up. Then she will no longer be the 19th princess.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted to Zhu Rong anxiously. Most of his spiritual consciousness is still in his own body, so there is no obstacle to communicating with Zhu Rong.
Let me think about it. Don't be impatient. Let the 19th princess hold on as long as possible.
Zhu Rong was a little flustered at this time, but she didn't expect that something would happen in the end. Now it seems that the 19th princess's decision was too much, too hasty and too eager. Suddenly, Zhu Rong and Zhu Mei galloped towards the west of Qinlong Pond, and then suddenly stopped in front of a person, who was none other than the great venerable Wu Wei.
Alas! In such a hurry for quick success and instant gain. Now disaster is imminent.
Great Venerable Wu Wei was not very surprised. He rushed over after offering sacrifices to the Azure Dragon Divine Beast, and was watching all the time. Of course, he also knew that Zhu Rong and Zhu Mei had discovered him long ago, so it's not surprising to appear in front of him now.
Senior! I hope Senior will take action to help the 19th princess escape this disaster.
Zhu Rong bowed slightly as a salute and said Lo, and then said softly,
Alas! This is a struggle between consciousnesses. There is absolutely no opportunism. You can only rely on your own true ability.
Great Venerable Wu Wei sighed and said,
No! Master Beast Master Slave was able to control the 4 divine beasts back then. There must be other methods. And it definitely doesn't rely on force.
Since Zhu Rong swallowed the remnant soul of the Suzaku Divine Beast, she has learned a lot about the past. So she is very said with certainty.
It's hard to say this. I don't have a dragon-slaying knife at all now. Even if there is any way, it will be useless. You also know that my ancestors were able to frighten the 4 great beasts with the help of the dragon-slaying knife. How powerful!
Great Venerable Wu Wei still shook his head and sighed, but his eyes were staring straight at the Suzaku sword in Zhu Rong's hand.
Humph! What if I can forcefully enter the consciousness of the 19th princess? Will I be able to exert the power of the dragon-slaying knife? Don't forget, once the green dragon beast successfully seizes the body, I am afraid that the first person to be killed will be is that you?
Zhu Rong immediately sneered and snorted. This old man seemed to be sitting on a mountain watching a tiger fight, and there was a hint of cunning in his eyes.
That's it! Just say it! Otherwise I'll beat you first.
Zhu Mei was even more straightforward and wanted to take action right away. A golden armor hammer has been sacrificed. And what is even more incredible is that Zhu Mei has disappeared out of thin air. Great Venerable Wu Wei felt a huge threat coming from underground, and he was still unable to determine the exact location of Zhu Mei. What kind of kung fu is this? Has Zhu Mei become so strong now? Master Wu Wei really had never seen Zhu Mei's innate skill before, so he looked at the ground in horror. This giant beauty is a bastard, and she will show no mercy if she takes action.
Wait! 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 Don't take action yet. If you have something to say, I didn't say that I wouldn't help, but my method must have a dragon-slaying knife to be effective.
Great Venerable Wu Wei shouted quickly, because he discovered it was impossible for him to escape and dodge. He seemed to be stuck in the mud. Although he could still forcefully run with his cultivation, he definitely couldn't dodge Zhu Mei's attack at this speed, because he had already been hit by Zhu Mei. But the force of this blow was relatively mild, and it hurt his feet. It was a warning.
Okay, I'll lend you the sword first.
Upon hearing this, Zhu Rong immediately threw the Suzaku sword to the great Master Wu Wei. Anyway, she was already connected by blood with the Suzaku sword and could take it back with just a thought.
Hurry! 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 The dragon-slaying sword suppresses the demons.
And the 4 great beasts are helping us. You must listen to my orders and do not act rashly.
As soon as Master Wu Wei got the dragon-slaying sword, his whole body suddenly changed. He has the aura to dominate the world and command the gods. As he chanted some strange formulas, both Zhu Rong and Zhu Mei felt a sense of being suppressed. This sense of suppression prevented them from exerting half of their strength. There were also some flowing inscriptions on the dragon-slaying knife, which Zhu Rong and Zhu Xiaobao had never seen before. But Zhu Xiaobao was not affected at all, because the oppressive feeling of Master Wu Wei was transmitted through the dragon-slaying sword, and the real blood connection with the dragon-slaying sword was Zhu Xiaobao, and the one with Zhu Rong's blood was only Suzaku knife. In addition to being surprised, Zhu Xiaobao was also pleasantly surprised to find that in the 19th princess's consciousness, his own was able to unleash the power of the dragon-slaying sword. The remnant soul of the Azure Dragon Divine Beast immediately fell into a state of panic, because its consciousness was also suppressed. And now the 19th princess began to fight back.
Beast Tamer Slave, you actually showed up. And you actually helped her to devour me?
The Azure Dragon Divine Beast shouted in anger and fear.
Hey! If I succeed in seizing my body from you, I'm afraid you'll be the first to kill me. Right? Just accept your fate. It's just a remnant soul. Even if you succeed in seizing my body, you are no match for Demon Geo.
Why bother struggling in vain?
Master Wu Wei became more and more proficient at this time, and the power released by the dragon-slaying knife became stronger and stronger. This is his unique set of skills, which can specifically suppress the 4 great beasts. But the prerequisite is that you must have a dragon-slaying knife in hand.
No! It won't happen. I swear here that once I succeed in seizing the body, I will still accept you as my master, as long as you let me succeed in seizing the body.
The green dragon beast shouted eagerly. In order to succeed in seizing the body, it already risked recognizing the beast's slave as your master is 10,000 times better than living half dead like now.
Humph. You have no chance. Let me tell you. The real owner of the dragon-slaying knife now is me. Not him. He is not the beast-taming slave back then. He just took a drop of the beast-taming slave's blood. You just accept your fate.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, the consciousness of the green dragon beast was suppressed and could no longer be swallowed. On the contrary, the 19th princess began to fight back. She began to swallow the green dragon, this remnant soul of the divine beast.
No! Beast Master! Master! Save me! I don't want to die. I can still help you return to the fairy world.
The azure dragon divine beast cried out in despair. But its remaining soul was quickly being devoured. While he himself, there is no room for resistance. Chapter 729, Last Resort B. When the 19th princess had the full advantage, Zhu Xiaobao felt relieved. Now the azure dragon divine beast has no room to resist. Its aura is getting weaker and weaker. Although it is still struggling needlessly, it is only delaying for a little time. At this time, Venerable Wu Wei was still lowering his head and reciting the mantra. His face turned blue, and he was concentrating. But Zhu Rong was horrified to find that she could not retrieve the Suzaku sword. This surprise was no small matter. Unexpectedly, the great master Wu Wei was actually taking back the dragon-slaying knife. Zhu Rong was so angry that she flew to the side of the great venerable Wu Wei. But something even more surprising happened. A strong aura formed around the great venerable Wu Wei. And it was the one with the dragon-slaying knife. A murderous spirit. Zhu Rong didn't even dare to get close. Even the giant beauty next to her stopped obviously. She also felt that this strong energy could hurt herself. And more importantly, this murderous aura makes them afraid. It was just like the intimidation of the beast slaves back then, giving them a sense of awe. The eyes of the great master Wu Wei were red. He just glanced at Zhu Rong and Zhu Mei. He lowered his head again and recited the mantra. The sweat on his head kept dripping, indicating that he was also trying his best to regain this dragon-slaying weapon. Knife. The Suzaku sword seemed to be struggling desperately in his hand, unwilling to be controlled by the great master Wu Wei again. But no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get rid of the palm of Master Wu Wei.
Xiaobao!
Zhu Rong cried out sadly, as if the only hope now was Zhu Xiaobao. Every time there was a crisis, they were used to asking Zhu Xiaobao for help. At this time, Princess 19 was still devouring the consciousness of the azure dragon divine beast with her eyes closed, unaware of the crisis happening outside. But Zhu Xiaobao has already withdrawn from the consciousness of the 19th princess, because his help is no longer needed. It is only a matter of time before the 19th princess swallows the remaining soul of the azure dragon divine beast. But unexpectedly, just as she regained some relief, Zhu Rong's plaintive cry made Zhu Xiaobao tremble all over. This was the first time that Princess Ying, who had always been calm and unhurried, was so panicked and helpless. What makes Zhu Xiaobao even more incredible is that Zhu Mei is actually looking at him for help.
Hey! How dare you refine the Suzaku sword? Old man? Let go now. Or don't blame me for being rude.
Zhu Xiaobao also noticed something was wrong, because he also felt the influence of the dragon-slaying sword, which was connected to his own blood. That feeling of struggle and despair of being separated from his consciousness. The great master Wu Wei just raised his head and glanced at Zhu Xiaobao. He had no time to pay attention to Zhu Xiaobao now. He was recovering the dragon-slaying knife. This surplus was not easy, and he had to go all out to do it. Although Zhu Xiaobao's angry shout made him a little annoyed, he still chose to ignore the other party's existence. There was nothing more important than recovering the dragon-slaying knife. The dragon-slaying knife in his hand has begun to change significantly. The hot fire and the cold murderous aura seem to be separated, and the flowing inscriptions on the back of the knife are also flowing rapidly, as if they are killing the dragon. The dragon sword is separated from the Suzaku sword.
When?
Zhu Xiaobao's tiger-headed spear struck hard at the gang chi surrounding the great venerable Wu Wei, and was actually bounced back. But the flowing inscriptions on the Suzaku knife also paused obviously.
Zhu Xiaobao! Don't go too far. I just took back my dragon-slaying knife. After I separate the two knives, Zhu Rong can still take back her Suzaku knife. Otherwise, both jade and stone will be destroyed. The sword will be destroyed.
Great venerable Wu Wei shouted in a low voice, a little annoyed. He didn't dare to stop now, so he could only threaten in a low voice.
Fart! Who said this dragon-slaying knife is yours? It's mine. I was brought into this world by it. I've asked you to take back the drop of blood on the knife. Aren't you satisfied? Stop now. Or don't blame me for being rude.
Zhu Xiaobao was immediately furious. This knife really belonged to him. He recognized him as the master from the beginning. So he never acknowledged the words of the great venerable Wu Wei.
Hey, let's all rely on our abilities. Let's see who can recover this dragon-slaying knife. Xiaobao, listen to my advice. I have control of the dragon-slaying knife. And I am absolutely sure that I can kill the demon Jiu. Once the heavenly demon Jiu is eliminated, you are still your Prince Xiaoyao. And I am cultivating in seclusion without interfering with each other. Isn't it the best of both worlds? I know you have no interest in cultivation. You just want to be Prince Xiaoyao.
Great venerable Wu Wei changed with a smile. He said seductively, to say that he knew Zhu Xiaobao very well. He knew that this guy really didn't have any great ambitions. It could also be said that he didn't want to make progress. He just wanted to live a life where he had no worries about food and clothing and was accompanied by beautiful women.
Xiaobao, don't listen to him. Once he controls the dragon-slaying knife, all of us descendants of the mythical beast will be controlled by him. It is a kind of master-servant brand, and you will be controlled by him too.
Zhu Rong said anxiously immediately. She knows much better than Zhu Xiaobao about this aspect. So she is very anxious.
You have already felt the idea of surrender. Right. Don't worry. You will all be my servants by then. Ha ha. I will not treat you badly. I am also proficient in the art of dual cultivation. What an unexpected gain, ah. Ha ha ha.
The great venerable Wu Wei said in a dark voice to Zhu Rong and Jimei. But there was one thing he couldn't understand. Why Zhu Xiaobao was not subject to such restrictions. Was he really not from this world? Where did this guy come from?
Well, what you said is wrong. I belong to Xiaoyu. Xiaozhu. He wants us. Kill him.
Jimei still said seriously. She also felt a very uncomfortable feeling. As if she was strong, I can't help feeling it.
Ah, old man. You still dare to have this idea? I will fight with you today.
After hearing Jimei's words, Zhu Xiaobao suddenly became furious. This time he actually used his innate skills. And the two white tigers one after another. They rushed to Master Wu Wei, ignoring the aura.
Ah? Zhu Xiaobao. Don't force me to kill you.
Great venerable Wu Wei immediately shouted in panic. He never expected that this freak was not restrained by the dragon-slaying knife, and even rushed to his own.
Here we come.
As a last resort, Master Wu Wei took the dragon-slaying knife and started fighting Zhu Xiaobao. Zhu Xiaobao originally thought that his current combat power was far superior to that of Great Master Wu Wei. But he did not expect that he would actually be at a disadvantage once they fought. The Great Master Wu Wei is actually a demigod. Now he is quite powerful with a dragon-slaying knife. In addition, he has rich fighting experience, and is even more skilled and proficient in the dragon-slaying knife. He is stunned to use all the little treasures, killing in a hurry. If he hadn't relied on Yuan Dao's footwork, he would have been injured at this time. Once the Great Master Wu Wei started fighting Zhu Xiaobao, his weird formula had to stop. This made Zhu Rong immediately regain her connection with the Suzaku sword. She cast spells repeatedly, trying to recall Suzaku knife.
Bitch! You are looking for death!
Master Wu Wei suddenly felt that the knife in his hand began to lose control. It kept struggling and beating, making it difficult for him to control it. He couldn't help but curse Zhu Rong fiercely. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao was able to take a breather. He used his spiritual consciousness to contact the dragon-slaying knife.
Little treasure knife. Little treasure knife. Have you forgotten me? Forgot that you are the one who brought me here.
Really? I am your master. You are a part of me. Why don't you come back? Hurry. 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 I am the cook.
While speaking, the Suzaku's sword flashed, as if in response to Zhu Xiaobao's words. The sword returned to its original state of being integrated with the Suzaku sword, and the inscriptions on it disappeared, replaced by red, the fire and sharp killing intent.
How could this happen? Xiaobao, what have you done? Who are you? Why are you not restricted by the brand of master and servant?
Great Venerable Wu Wei shouted in shock and anger. At this time, the knife in his hand, he couldn't hold the knife anymore. Not only was the handle of the knife getting hotter and hotter, but the Suzaku fire emanating from the knife had begun to come towards him.
Hee. Didn't you say that everyone depends on their abilities? Now you see, I am the owner of this knife. Old man, I will kill you today.
Zhu Xiaobao smiled proudly, and then said viciously, he shouted, Zhu Rong had already sued him for what the great venerable Wu Wei had just said. He also wanted to occupy his woman, which made Zhu Xiaobao have murderous intentions.
Come back. Come back. My dragon-slaying knife.
Great venerable Wu Wei shouted angrily, seeing the sword in his hand flying back to Zhu Rong's hand. He was unwilling to summon it again and again. He always thought that this sword, the knife, is his. But at this time, Zhu Rong's murderous intention was stronger than Zhu Xiaobao's, and dozens of golden red flames shot directly at the great venerable Wu Wei. The huge golden armor hammer was also beaten out of the ground. Zhu Xiaobao used his innate skills again, and the two white tigers attacked the great venerable Wu Wei one after another. When they arrived, Zhu Xiaobao showed his true body, and two tiger claws grabbed him fiercely. The chest of venerable Wu Wei. Great venerable Wu Wei was unable to dodge the all-out blows from the three descendants of the mythical beasts. Without the dragon-slaying knife, his current cultivation level would not be able to withstand the combined blows of the three of them. But at this moment, Zhu thought that a dazzling golden light flashed in front of him, and the great master Wu Wei disappeared out of thin air, leaving only a burning talisman present, which slowly burned to ashes. And the great venerable Wu Wei has disappeared.
What is this? Where is Mr. Wu Wei?
Zhu Xiaobao asked in surprise. This should be an immortal talisman, but it has been used up. I didn't expect him to have such a treasure. It should have been given to the beast master slave by the immortal. Alas, letting him escape is really a huge hidden danger. Zhu Rong looked at the remaining fragments of the immortal talisman on the ground and said, a little depressed. The great venerable Wu Wei fled back to his cave in embarrassment. At this time, he no longer had the demeanor of the great venerable. He was like a bereaved dog. The activation of this talisman consumed almost all his internal energy. He couldn't even stand now, and was carried back to the cave by his servants.
Liu Xiaobao, who are you? You will regret it. Without me, you will just wait and be strangled by the demon Jiu.
Great venerable Wu Wei shouted at the top of his lungs, and then passed out. Chapter 730, Resentment A. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao was holding the Suzaku sword and saw that outside the inheritance place, the 8 Vidras of Daxiangwo Temple had set up the
Vidra demon subduing formation.
They could not enter the inheritance place, but Zhu Xiaobao wanted you have to go through their formation when you go out. This time Zhu Xiaobao took the initiative to enter the
Vidra demon subduing formation,
and started fighting without any nonsense. He wanted to carefully study the martial arts and techniques passed down by the great venerable Wu Wei. Through this fight, Zhu Xiaobao discovered that many of Master Wu Wei's martial arts skills were indeed very unique, and were much more sophisticated than those of his old apprentice. He was trying to understand the tricks he had used when fighting Master Wu Wei just now. Sure enough, these 8 temple-protecting monks all use a single sword in each hand, and their moves are exquisitely coordinated. It can also be vaguely seen that these moves evolved from the sword skills of Master Wu Wei. They pay more attention to coordination, and the 8 people join forces. It is indeed unique to be able to release a killing energy similar to that of a dragon-slaying knife.
Holy shit! You can't beat them without using the dragon-slaying knife?
Zhu Xiaobao was a little confused in the
Vidra demon subduing formation,
and could only rely on his own weird footwork to deal with it. He couldn't help but feel admiration and depression at the same time. Moreover, among these 8 monks, there are only 2 martial masters, and the others are all great martial masters. I didn't expect that with the help of this formation. They could be so powerful. He casually summoned the dragon-slaying knife, and the balance of victory and defeat immediately tilted towards Zhu Xiaobao. The moves Zhu Xiaobao used were similar to those of the 8 monks, but they were a bit unfamiliar. I bet he was learning and practicing now. Get familiar with this set of knife skills.
Okay. You all should withdraw. If we continue to fight, you will definitely lose. I don't want to hurt you.
Zhu Xiaobao cut off the 3 single-handed swords that came at him with his last knife, and then stood with his hands behind his back. Quite confident, he said in a master's manner.
I had nothing to do with the great master Wu Wei just now. It was just a discussion. I have no ill intentions towards the great Xianhua Temple. Everyone, please step aside.
The 8 monks looked at each other. Although they were a little hesitant, they finally retreated. They could also see that as long as Zhu Xiaobao used the dragon-slaying knife, they were no match for them, and they really didn't know the reason why the great venerable Wu Wei and Zhu Xiaobao fought. Now that Zhu Xiaobao said that he had no ill intentions towards Daxiangwo Temple, they just went along with the flow and retreated.
I feel that there are many things that we don't know about the great venerable Wu Wei. But it seems that it is already difficult to understand now.
Zhu Xiaobao, Zhu Rong and Ju Mei were sitting on the edge of the Qianlong Pond. Looking at 19, the princess is still there to continue the Azure Dragon inheritance.
Yeah, I think so too. This person is a huge hidden danger,
Zhu Rong said with some worry.
There has been such a big commotion today, and I'm afraid Heavenly Demon Geo will know about it soon. We can only rely on ourselves to deal with Heavenly Demon Geo next.
The first thing Zhu Xiaobao has to consider now is how to deal with Heavenly Demon Geo. As expected, Tian Magio already knew about the battle in the Great Xianghua Temple within a few days. The four great beasts Dharma appeared together,
and it was impossible not to let people know about it. Even the people in the Imperial City saw a scene inside the Great Xianghua Temple. The fire light reflected the entire sky red. All kinds of lights flashed across the sky, like a sign from the sky. Many people were so frightened that they knelt down to worship. Although the great venerable man Wang got the news, he did not come. To be precise, the great master of wilderness hurried back to Dragon Island. He was covered in blood and his meridians were damaged. He urgently needed to absorb the essence of his own bones to repair his body. And at the same time, he also needed to increase the strength of his body again. This time, the great Lord Savage sacrificed the blood of 1,000,000 people at once, which exceeded the limit he could bear, which led to such serious consequences. It turned out that after fighting against Jumei, instead of catching Jumei, it actually put Jumei in a dilemma and improved her physique and cultivation level again. Only then did the great venerable Savage start to get a little worried and hurriedly wanted to speed up your own cultivation. But he didn't expect that he was a little too impatient this time. The rapid recovery and surge of his cultivation level made his body unable to bear it. As a last resort, he had to rush back to Jiaolong Island. On the way, he heard about the Great Xianghua Temple, which made him even more angry. Unexpectedly, the descendants of the four great beasts had all started inheritance. This was about to happen. It's going to be a fight to the death. As soon as he returned to Jiaolong Island, Ji Jisheng brought the great venerable Shimel and the great venerable Join, followed by a large group of servants and 200 healthy women, all of which were prepared for the great venerable wilderness.
Welcome, Master, back. Disciple Ji Shishi has prepared a reception banquet for you, as well as these beautiful women. Master Join's injury has also recovered. Master, this disciple has been promoted to Grand Master.
Ji Shishi, he said with a smile on his face, as if he was filled with joy. The great Master Join was extremely angry at the back. Ji Jisheng was pushing himself out again to please the demon Geo.
Well, I'm going to go into the Tianqing to cultivate my demonic body right now. You all should step back.
The great master of wilderness had a gloomy look on his face. He didn't even bother to talk to Ji Jisheng and hurriedly walked towards the Tianqing.
Master! Master! Please take us in together! Master! This disciple is also in urgent need of cultivating the half-demon body,
Ji Jisheng said quickly, rushing behind the great master of wilderness to please him. The great master of Shimel and the great master of Join also hurriedly followed. They also wanted to strengthen their bodies again.
Get out! A bunch of useless things, none of which can be used. Get out of here! Xiao Ji! Send someone to guard the sinkhole. No one can disturb me.
The great master of savagery shouted angrily, and then entered the sinkhole. The remaining Ji Jisheng, the great venerable Shimel, and the great venerable Join all looked at each other, extremely disappointed.
Yes! I wish you master a successful cultivation and great progress in your skills.
Ji Jisheng still bowed his waist with a smile on his face, and watched the great master of wilderness sink to the bottom of the sinkhole. Then his face slowly became gloomy, and he thought viciously, "You old man, one day I will let you know how powerful I am." It turns out that Ji Jisheng really advanced to the level of great master, but he did not advance through his own cultivation. Instead, he also secretly performed the blood sacrifice method on Jiaolong Island. Although it was just a small test, he blood sacrificed 400 people. But this is enough to advance his cultivation to the level of great martial master. I was already at the peak of Wuzun before, and of course I advanced smoothly this time. However, the sequelae of this rapid cultivation method are also very obvious. Ji Jishi's bones and meridians are now flaring, and he really wants to practice magic right away. But I didn't expect that this time. I met the great lord of the wilderness and felt unhappy, so he rejected them outright. In fact, the great venerable Shimel and the great venerable Join could also follow Ji Jisheng's blood sacrifice to upgrade their cultivation to martial saint. But they did not dare, Because once they were promoted to Martial Saint, their physiques would not be able to keep up with that kind of life. It feels worse than death. And they don't dare to try it again.
Shuji, what should we do now?
At this time, the great ladyboy asked delicately. And he was still showing off in front of Jijishi very coquettishly. Chiefing invited him. After this guy was injured by Jumei's hammer. Although he recovered. But found that the guy below was unresponsive. That is, he was just a decoration. But his appearance became more and more charming. And even his voice became more and more feminine. Even the great Lord Join looked a little jealous. This great Lord Shimel is almost a woman now. What makes Master Join even more depressed is that Jijishi now favors and trusts Master Join, but neglects Master Join. Duching Jijishi is also very tolerant now, and has also recognized this great transvestite, who is neither male nor female. Now every night, the great transvestite is waiting for him in bed. And there is nothing wrong without the great Reverend Join. Therefore, the status of the great Master Join has plummeted.
What should I do? Of course, I want to go back and enjoy this beauty like you. Oh, by the way, have you washed your back? It stinks again.
Jijishi held the slender waist of the great Shimel and patted him wildly, but laughed.
You're so bad, but I smell delicious. If you don't believe me, you can ask Join to help check it out.
The great master of Shimel smiled coquettishly, and did not forget to look at the great master of Join provocatively. He always liked men, and now he has won the favor of Jijishing, so he feels very comfortable. The great Lord Join is now feeling extremely lost and disappointed. She feels as if she has been abandoned by the whole world. Moreover, once the great Lord Wilderness completes her training, she will have to endure even greater suffering. The great Master Join followed behind very disappointed. He suddenly thought of the task assigned to him by Zhu Xiaobao. So he immediately quietly returned to his residence and released a homing pigeon. Zhu Xiaobao and the other three are still waiting here in Qianlong Pond. But the water in Qianlong Pond has dried up. There is a huge cave at the bottom of Qianlong Pond. And inside it is the skeleton of the green dragon beast. The 19th princess is absorbing the essence of the bones. Zhu Xiaobao and others had no choice but to wait patiently. After all, the great Master Wu Wei was missing, and they were worried that if he left and returned, it would be very detrimental to the 19th princess. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao summoned him, and the carrier pigeon flew into his palm. When he opened it, he saw that it was a message from the great Master Join.
Oh! Tian Majo has returned to Jiaolong Island and started cultivating the demon body again? This time he actually sacrificed blood to 1,000,000 people?
Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong were a little stunned when they saw that Tian Mojo's cultivation level had increased so much. It's coming soon. Faster than they expected.
Huh? The first part of this letter contains very important information. But most of the second part looks like a resentful woman complaining?
Zhu Xiaobao asked in surprise after seeing the last part.
Really? Hee hee. Let me see. Let me see.
Zhu Rong was immediately surprised, and then said with great interest,
Read it to me.
Zhu Mei also looked very interested. It is a virtue to dare to love women, and she is very interested in these things. Halfway through the movie, Zhu Rong held back her laughter and asked,
Zhu Mei, where did you hit the great human monster? How did he turn into a woman? I don't know. I just hit him from the ground up. I still have some strength left. Ah! From bottom to top? It hurts.
Chapter 731, Resentment B. It turns out that the second half of Lord Join's letter also described Ji Jisheng's recent situation in detail. She was full of resentment to begin with. So of course, this letter was written like a resentful woman. After a few people laughed and laughed, they began to pay attention again. Unexpectedly, Ji Jisheng was now also a great sage. No need to ask. He must have practiced the blood sacrifice technique of Tian Mojiu. This undoubtedly made everyone start to worry again. Now the eldest prince and Ji Jihui are both at the level of the great sages. The great sage and the great Lord Join are about to be promoted to martial saints. The strength of the other party has increased too fast. What is even more worrying is that their way of cultivation harms living beings and poses an increasing threat not only to the great Xia kingdom, but also to the surrounding Shijue kingdom and the great Zirwei kingdom. If this continues, first of all, the people of the eldest prince's fiefdom will definitely be exterminated. And then, they will look for the next target. Judging from the current strength, the sixth prince's fiefdom should be their first choice target. After all, the Shiwang fiefdom is occupied by Zhu Xiaobao and others. And the seventh princess fiefdom is Ji Jisheng's home base. So the next target is likely to be the 6th Prince's fiefdom. His Highness's fiefdom.
Well, let's put an end to it as soon as possible. Who knows how far the demon Geo will recover? At least judging from the results of Jumei's fight with it. It should be able to at least withstand 2 of us joining forces. So it takes 4 people working together to kill this demon.
Zhu Xiaobao no longer smiled at this time, but said solemnly,
Yes, we can't count on the great venerable Wu Wei now. I don't know what level 19 sisters can reach now.
Zhu Rong said with the same worry. She was also worried about the great venerable Wu Wei. He won't give up. At this moment, Zhu Xiaobao and others suddenly felt a warning sign. Before they could take out their weapons, they did not expect that the 19th princess had already appeared in front of them, looking at everyone with a smile. And Zhu Xiaobao and others immediately felt as if a spring breeze was blowing on their faces. And the internal energy they had consumed in the fight with the great master Wu Wei was rapidly recovering.
19th sister, what kind of technique are you doing that can avoid our consciousness and suddenly appear in front of us?
Zhu Rong couldn't help but ask in surprise.
Well, it should be the innate skill I have learned. It is similar to the teleportation technique of the original Nendong 72. But it is more concealed, and the teleportation distance is farther. This is the
essence of Jinshin.
For you. The recovery speed and effect are twice as strong as before.
Princess 19 said a little proudly. She was very happy that these 3 people with higher cultivation levels than herself could not notice it.
I want to. Princess. The last time I was able to resist the demon Geo for so long only because I had 2 pieces of
essence of Jinshin. Jumei shouted rudely. Among these people, the cultivation level is the highest. And of course the consumption is the highest. 1
essence of Jinshin
is indeed not enough.
Ha ha! Let me keep this one for you first. You are my big treasure. And you must not suffer a little injustice.
Zhu Xiaobao said in a disgusting way. But he also gave his own
essence of Jinshin
to Jumei. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao is very concerned about everything being okay. And Jumei is loyal to him, and would not risk his life in a war. So Zhu Xiaobao must ensure Jumei's safety first. This move immediately made Jumei very happy. Xiao Wu was the best to her.
It doesn't matter. When I have time, I will refine a few more for you. The harvest this time is too great. I didn't expect that I would also start the inheritance of the mythical beasts.
The 19th princess said happily.
It's true. The 19th sister is much more beautiful now. I don't dare to stand with you anymore.
Zhu Rong said a little jealously. It is true that the 19th princess is now more delicate, like a hibiscus emerging from water. She is so beautiful and lovely that it is impossible to tell that she is already 29 years old. In other words, it has been 11 years since Zhu Xiaobao came to this world.
You are all beautiful. I was wondering if we should celebrate. All 4 of us together?
Zhu Xiaobao's eyes shone, and he looked at the 3 women expectantly and asked.
What did you say? I didn't hear it clearly. Say it again. Get closer. Get closer.
Zhu Rong asked with a frown. And Princess 19 and Jumei also came closer.
I mean, help. I don't dare to think nonsense anymore. I just accidentally said the wrong thing. Jumei, put me down.
Zhu Xiaobao just said something normal. But Jumei was lifted up in the air with his head facing down. And then he wailed in panic.
Well, your idea is not impossible. But I hope you can do it with good quality and quantity. If you can't do it, or any of us are not satisfied. Humph.
Zhu Rong still smiled slightly and said calmly.
I was wrong. I was really wrong. I take back what I said. Ladies, can you let me down?
On Jialong Island, Ji Jisheng had just gotten off a fit woman. However, this woman was already in a state of unbearable pain and suffered serious injuries. She lay there unable to move.
Quick! Jiaoyin, throw this woman out!
The great master of the human demon ordered arrogantly. The great venerable Jiaoyin on the side had no choice but to follow the instructions of the great vengeance of the human demon, and even gave the great venerable human demon a hateful look.
Jiro, you are so amazing. I can't bear it anymore. Lie down quickly and let me massage you and relax.
The great ladyboy said with a very flattering smile. He knows how to serve people. And he enjoys serving Ji Jisheng.
Ha ha. Yes. This illusion is interesting. It is actually above the clouds, making people feel ecstatic.
Ji Jisheng patted the butt of the venerable master with satisfaction. Now, the person I kiss every day is actually this great ladyboy. Now GZ is a little confused. Is the great master a man or a woman? He has changed so much. Even his speaking voice has become soft and delicate now, completely unlike the Drake voice he used to have. In fact, Jumei's blow made the great venerable Shimei both surprised and happy. What was surprising was that Fan, a man, had no reaction at all. What was happy was that he was becoming more and more like a woman. And even his voice was different. It has completely turned into a feminine and delicate voice. What's even more incredible is that he is now focused on Ji Jixing. And he really seems to be truly in love. What excites him the most is that Ji Jixing has begun to accept him. Although he can only use the back, he can move it freely, and can still reach a very excited level. As the master's cultivation continues to increase, he can also create various small illusions to enhance the atmosphere, making Ji Jixing feel even more enjoyable in such small illusions. Sometimes it is spring and white snow. Sometimes it is small bridges and flowing water. Sometimes it is mountains of swords and seas of fire. And sometimes it can transform into the appearance of the 19th princess, Zhu Rong and others, which makes Ji Jixing feel relieved from the pain of lovesickness. But after I really enjoyed it, I felt very disappointed. And it was still very ordinary. Because those were just the spare women around me who were transformed into illusions, and were not the real 19th princess, Zhu Rong and Jumei.
Alas! But these are all fake. They are not the real 19th princess and Zhu Rong. However, you have done a very good job,
Ji Jixing said with a little regret, and stretched out his hand to hold the great sage in his arms, with his hands up and down. If we say that the figure and skin of the current Shimei master are really unmatched by anyone, he is much more delicate and soft than the Jiuing master, except for the useless thing below, which makes Ji Jixing a little awkward. Enjoy the rest.
Shiro, you have to find a way for us to practice in the Tianking. If I were promoted to the martial arts level, I could have more tricks. I would make you more comfortable. Why do you think Lord Tianma did this time? You won't take us into the sinkhole,
the great ladyboy said coquettishly, while nestling in Ji Jixing's arms. To say that Ji Jixing is getting taller and bullier now. It doesn't feel too inconsistent to have the great ladyboy snuggled into his arms, like a little bird clinging to someone. Only the great master Jiuing, who was waiting on the side, felt a little nauseous. Of course, there's also a bit of jealousy and depression.
Humph. He is afraid that we will absorb his essence. He will not let us absorb his essence unless it is absolutely necessary,
Ji Jixing snorted with a sneer.
But to deal with the descendant of the 4 great beasts, he still needs us. Besides, we have people who are loyal to him. Alas, I can already be promoted to martial saint, but I just don't dare to advance rashly. Jairu, if you are promoted to martial saint, it will also be good for you. I can become more charming and charming,
the great sage said with some reluctance. This was one of the reasons why he tried his best to please Ji Jixing. After all, Ji Jixing is quite favored by Tianmoji now, and he even recognized him as a disciple.
Huh? Do you think he can kill Zhu Xiaobao and the others? Huh? I don't think so. I hope they both lose. That way we will have a better chance.
Ji Jixing suddenly snorted gloomily.
Both sides suffer? Our chance? What do you mean?
The great human demon was startled immediately, and asked a little frightened. Even the great venerable Jiuing beside him was very surprised and didn't understand. What does Ji Jixing mean? But she knew that this Ji Jixing was not simple. Otherwise, he would not have gone from a down-and-out scholar to the great sage he is now. Moreover, he was killed by the demon Jiu. But he did not die and benefited a lot. This is enough to show that this person is also a person with great luck.
Do you really think you're going to let him recover endlessly? When the time comes, he still wants to ascend to the immortal world. And he has to refine all the people in our world. We won't have a good result by then.
Ji Jixing was very resentful. Said,
then what should we do? He is Lord Demon Geo. Humph. He's not the real Demon Geo. It's unclear whether he can kill Zhu Xiaobao and the others. From today on, you all listen to me, and I will let you get greater benefits,
Ji Jixing said cruelly, whispered to the great master Shimei and the great master Jiuing, and then waved his hand casually. There were 2 women waiting at any time in the room. Their hearts had been shattered by him, and they fell to the ground dead. Chapter 732 Resentment. C. Hearing this, the great master of human demons suddenly became alert. He immediately sat up from the bed and said in a panic,
Ji Lang, are you drunk too much? Don't dare to have such an idea. Master Tianmo is a demon. Absolutely not you, and I can covet him. But even with my current level of cultivation, I can't stand a single move from him.
Even the great master Jiuyin on the side was trembling. She had always been dejected and struggling for time. But now she was also trembling with shock. Ji Jisheng's idea is so crazy. Does this mean that he actually wants to attack Tien Mojiu? Now the relationship between the three people is very delicate. Even though the great master Shimei and the great master Jiuyin are higher in cultivation than Ji Jisheng, these two people now regard Ji Jisheng as their leader. The reason is that Ji Jisheng is Tien Mojiu's default disciple. And both of them are now very dependent on Ji Jisheng. Especially the great lady boy. He has simply rejuvenated his life. And now he looks like a scholar who will die for his confidant. And a woman who will please her own beauty. The great master Jiuyin was full of resentment. He used to care most about Ji Ziyi. But he didn't expect that Ji Ziyi didn't care about her much anymore. On the contrary, he used her as a tool to please Demon Jiu.
Humph. Didn't I say that? I'll have a chance when Tien Mojiu and Zhu Xiaobao are both defeated. Listen, if it wants to ascend to the immortal world, it may not be enough if all the people in this world are refined. Then we will also be its training resources. If it really kills Zhu Xiaobao and the others, then we will have no chance at all. So I bet that Zhu Xiaobao and the others can seriously injure Tien Mojiu. Humph! Don't blame me. I didn't remind you that if we want to enjoy your long life, be promoted to martial saint, and absorb the essence of his body, we must take some risks. Do you understand?
Ji Jishi calmly patted the great master. The person was charming and frightened, and was very satisfied with the performance of him and Master Jiuyin. What he wants is to shock these two people first. His cultivation level is not too high yet, and he still needs someone to help him.
Jiru, how sure are you?
The great human demon asked in a low voice. Still very panicked. Because Ji Jishi's idea is so crazy. He actually wants to replace Tien Mojiu. This is simply asking for death. But I have to admit that Ji Jishen's idea is also right. Once the demon Jiu kills the descendants of the four great beasts, it will then want to ascend to the immortal world. With the speed of its blood sacrifice, it may not take more than a few years. You can refine everyone in this world. Even they can't escape the result of being sacrificed in blood.
Yeah, I'm almost 70% sure. I have a set of techniques specifically designed to restrain it. Don't forget that I was once killed by it. But I survived and mastered several sets of magic techniques. Hee hee. I'm afraid this is it. I didn't expect it. So I only want you to follow me wholeheartedly. And you will benefit from it. Think about it. What will happen if the remaining demon bodies are all ours?
Ji Jisheng's eyes were shining. Said,
for our use, I can raise my cultivation level to that of a martial god.
The great human male master was immediately moved. He had never dared to think of such a legendary cultivation level. But now the opportunity is right in front of him.
Got it. Me too.
Although Lord Jiuyin was also very moved. She immediately put an end to the idea. If they could really defeat the demon Jiu's body alone, then Ji Jishi and the great human demon master would have to work hard to cultivate and absorb it on their own. Especially the great master human demon. They would definitely suppress themselves further. And they would still be enslaved.
Ha ha. That's right. Don't worry. As long as I want to do something, I won't be unsuccessful. But I won't treat you badly. Come on, little demon. I'm making an illusion. It needs to be particularly fragrant. 19. Release your charm skills. I am in high spirits today. It's a pity that the two strong women just now were killed by me. Forget it. Jiuyin, let you take their place.
Ji Jishi slapped her the buttocks of the great Lord Shimei, and then pressed the great Lord Shimei on his crotch, and reluctantly gave the great Lord Jiuyin alms. Ji Jishi's cultivation level has been promoted to the great martial master. Unexpectedly, his ability in this area is getting stronger and stronger. The great master of human demons is still a bit too much for him. After 2 hours, Ji Jisheng lay on the bed contentedly, and the great sage was massaging him to relax, while the great Lord Jiuyin was assigned the task of cleaning up the mess. There was no way. The great Sama was now extremely suffering. Favored. And this guy especially likes to bully the great Lord Jiuyin, because he always feels that the great Lord Jiuyin is looking at his worthless guy in mockery. So the great Lord Shimei is very angry.
Well, the most important thing now is how to lure Zhu Xiaobao and the others here so that they can fight with the demon Jiu. That's a question. How about Xiao Yao? Why don't you go see Zhu Xiaobao and the others? Just he said that I am willing to put aside our grudges for the time being and help them kill the demon Jiu first.
Ji Jishen said with a frown, while lying on the bed enjoying the massage from the female master.
Oh? No. 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 I have to stay and serve you. I can't go.
The great ladyboy shuddered immediately. What he was most afraid of now was the giant beauty. He felt like he had leg hair when he saw the giant beauty. Soft feeling. I was really scared by Jume.
Well, not only do I want you to work hard in bed, but you also want to be able to do things for me.
Ji Jisheng's face suddenly darkened, and he pinched the plump and firm peaks of the female Grand Master with one hand. His chest was now bigger than 9 Master In, is even more spectacular, plump, and alluring. It makes the great Master Jillian feel a little ashamed of himself. I don't know how this guy did it, but he is even more feminine than a woman. Make all women jealous.
Ji Lang, I really don't want to leave you. If I leave, who will take care of you?
The great human demon gasped in pain, but still did not dare to go to Zhu Xiaobao and the others.
How about I go?
Lord Jillian said hesitantly. She just wanted to stay away from Ji Jishi and Lord Shimel now. She felt that she had no value anymore and was just their tool. Especially Ji Jisheng. He is completely ruthless and unjust. He just regards her as a tool to please the devil Jiu.
Yes. 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 Let her go.
The Great Master Jillian's current cultivation level is also at the peak of the Great Master, and her charm skills can definitely make all the little treasures fascinated. She is more reliable than me.
The reporter immediately nodded in surprise and said,
Well, then you go, and I'll write a letter to Zhu Xiaobao. Speaking of which, we are still good friends who write poems and compose poems. It's a pity that this guy went too far and actually took a fancy to me. All the women have been taken over.
Huh? Ji Shishi was also a little surprised, but immediately nodded and said, he was really reluctant to go to the great master of she-males. He was now in the most novel and exciting stage. He really didn't expect that this great master of she-males, who was neither male nor female, was so fascinating. The key point was no one has competed with him yet. The great master of savagery and the first prince are both extremely masculine men, and they don't even care about the great master of human demons, and even look down upon the great master of human demons.
I just don't know where Zhu Xiaobao and the others are now,
Reverend Jillian said in a pretense of difficulty. In fact, it was relatively easy for her to find Zhu Xiaobao and the others. As long as she arrived at Luofeng Island, she would know about Zhu Xiaobao and the others. Bao's whereabouts.
Ha ha. Don't worry about this. I have definite information. Zhu Xiaobao and the others are currently practicing on a fire in the southeast. They are probably quenching the dragon-slaying knife. It's just that it's difficult to get close to them. You better be careful,
Ji Jisheng said with a proud smile. The seventh princess's eyes were also closely connected with various forces. He could know about the affairs of the princess fiefdoms in time. But this time, the information about Zhu Xiaobao's whereabouts was sent by a mysterious person. Ji Jisheng estimated that he was probably the great master Wu Wei, because great venerable Wu Wei was defeated by Zhu Xiaobao and others at Daxiangguo Temple. He had already received the news. Unexpectedly, there was also a spy set up by the seventh princess in Daxiangguo Temple. After blending into a caravan, Lord Jillian left Jiaolong Island. She suddenly felt a lot more relaxed and could not wait to see Zhu Xiaobao. She was now more and more eager to live like the life on Luofeng Island. It's humane and relaxed. The key is that it's harmonious and joyful. At the same time, Zhu Xiaobao was reporting at the hammer chain Suzaku in that volcano crater, because since it was forcibly collected by the great master Wu Wei, the sword seemed to be a little different, and it seemed that it was going to be upgraded again. This surprised Zhu Xiaobao. This knife can be said to be their greatest support. In fact, at this time, Zhu Xiaobao and others also want to have a life or death showdown with Tian Mojiu as soon as possible. They have already started the inheritance of divine beasts. In the future, the progress of cultivation and combat effectiveness will be much slower. The longer it goes on, the more it will be to themselves unfavorable. After all, Tian Mojiu's evil skills are too abnormal, and his cultivation level increases too fast. The tempered Suzaku sword can only be operated by Zhu Rong, and combined with her Suzaku flame, it is very beneficial to the Suzaku sword. Zhu Xiaobao, Princess 19, and Jume were practicing their magical weapons at the foot of the mountain. This time, Princess 19 not only swallowed the remaining soul of the green dragon beast, but also successfully took away another piece of inheritance. Baoqing Dragon Halberd, like other inherited treasures, This green dragon halberd is also stored in the body of the 19th princess. It can be summoned when summoned. It can also be transformed into a single halberd or two short halberds according to her needs. It is very magical. The most amazing thing is that this green dragon halberd can stay in place when the 19th princess uses teleportation. Transform into the 19th princess and continue to fight the enemy, while the 19th princess can easily get out of the way. Dang! Zhu Xiaobao's pair of tiger claws grabbed the green dragon halberd again, and the 19th princess appeared not far away, smiling proudly. Holy crap! This green dragon halberd again? Don't use this innate skill at night. Otherwise I'm afraid I'll be holding a green dragon halberd with all my strength. Zhu Xiaobao shouted in annoyance. Go away. It's not me tonight. It's Jumei's turn. Princess 19 immediately scolded, and looked at Jumei not far away. Unexpectedly, Jumei nodded seriously. Yes, it's me tonight. I'll always remember it. F***CK. Jumei. Let's discuss it and take a rest tonight. Okay? I can't hack you. No. As you said, the more you can't do it, the more you have to practice. It's better to be diligent than to play hard. Oh my god. That's not what I'm talking about. Xiaobao. Look. There's a ship coming over there. It's our Luofeng Island warship. There's a person standing on the bow of the ship. It seems to be the great Master Jiuyin. Chapter 733. Believe her, eh? That is to say, with Zhu Xiaobao's current cultivation level, they are in the crater of the volcano, which is still a long way from the foot of the mountain. They can only see the movement on the surrounding sea with the help of telescopes. Humph. I must be here to find you. Princess 19 snorted a little unhappily. Even the giant beauty beside her was dissatisfied. She didn't have a good impression of the Lord Jiuyin. Besides, since she started to understand things, she knew that Lord Jiuyin was not a good person. He was a notorious big devil in the past. Alas, although she is not a good person, she is now being used by me. Don't think wrongly. It's strange. What is she doing here? Could it be that she was discovered by the demon Jiu? Can't stay on Jiaolong Island any longer? Zhu Xiaobao, I am also very surprised that I did not recruit her here. Not to mention that their current whereabouts are still very secret. If the Lord Jiuyin found this, wouldn't he have exposed his whereabouts? Without any time to think, Zhu Xiaobao hurriedly ran towards the foot of the mountain. He originally wanted Princess 19 and Jumei to come together, but unexpectedly these two women turned a deaf ear and continued to practice there, giving Zhu Xiaobao a minor embarrassment. Alas, it's hard to raise a villain and a woman. Zhu Xiaobao sighed as he ran. He was going down the mountain very fast, and he directly used the white tiger Dharma to leap down. Originally, I came here to practice and improve my combat effectiveness. So Zhu Xiaobao has not been lazy during this period of time, and has been practicing very diligently. But before they reached the foot of the mountain, they saw the great Master Jiuyin had landed on the shore. What was even more unexpected was that he met his old disciple head-on. This time the old apprentice also came with him. He also wanted to temper his newly made sword. This sword made the old apprentice unable to put it down, and it also had its own spirituality. So he successfully recognized its master. The two great sages started fighting as soon as they met, mainly because the old apprentice still wanted to overpower the great venerable Jiuyin. With a sword forged by his heart, he felt that there should be no problem. But things went against expectations. Even though the great Master Jiuyin suffered all the humiliation from GZ, her cultivation level has really improved significantly. Seeing her old apprentice attacking her as soon as they met, Master Jiuyin was very angry. She took out her peach blossom fan and hit her old apprentice. I'll chop. I'll chop. I'll chop. 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 The old apprentice was still the same as before. He would chop at random when they met, but it didn't have the effect he wanted. Unexpectedly, the great Master Jiuyin gave in very calmly, and a pink fragrance actually appeared around him. At the same time, she used her charm skills and suddenly became charming and enchanting. And she even flirted with her old apprentice from time to time. Zhu Xiaobao in the distance was a little dumbfounded. This charming skill seems to have become stronger again. Why is it so difficult to control? As he was slapping, the old apprentice felt that something was wrong. He could not control himself and was following the rhythm of Master Jiuyin. What was even more terrifying was that at such an old age, he was so tall down there. The old man is practicing boy's skills. No fight. No fight. I can't beat you. That's it. Right? In the end, The old apprentice had no choice but to turn around and want to run away shamelessly. He. We are both fair and gay. We can fight if we want, and we can run away if we want. Do you think I'm so easy to talk to? Great Master Join smiled coquettishly, but his hands did not relax, and he blocked every move on the old apprentice's escape route. Master! Help! Your apprentice's boy skills are about to be broken. Help! The old apprentice had no choice but to call for help even more shamelessly, and turned around and ran towards Zhu Xiaobao, his face full of tears. Panicked, he didn't want his boy's skills to be broken by the great Master Join. Damn it! You are so shameless that you have already become a master. I should hacking worship you as my master? Zhu Xiaobao said angrily and laughed at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the old apprentice had already run behind Zhu Xiaobao. Still breathing heavily, the great venerable Join also chased after him quickly. But with a wave of Zhu Xiaobao's hand, a burst of fire dissolved the pink fragrance mist of the great venerable Join. A tiger-headed spear has been pointed at the chest of the great Master Join. Why are you here? Okay. Don't fight now. Let's get down to business. Zhu Xiaobao also increased his vigilance and tried not to look at Master Join. Her charming skills were still very lethal. If it doesn't go well, you will make a fool of yourself. Well, I have met the 1,000-year-old King of England. I came here specifically to see you. The great Master Join looked at Zhu Xiaobao with a complicated expression, then put away his charm skills, and the pink mist on his body disappeared. She gave a gift somewhat unnaturally. In her capacity, she seemed a little unaccustomed to giving gifts to Zhu Xiaobao. In the past, these people were nobodies in her eyes at all. But now they are far advanced in cultivation. Super with her. At this time, Princess 19 and Jumei also appeared behind Zhu Xiaobao. The two of them were much faster than Zhu Xiaobao. Jumei's earth escape technique ignored all obstacles and sank directly to the foot of the mountain. Emerged from the underground again. Princess 19's teleportation technique was even faster, and she was behind Zhu Xiaobao twice in a row. Although they ignored Zhu Xiaobao, they still couldn't help but be curious in their hearts. At the same time, they were also afraid that Zhu Xiaobao would be plotted. After all, Master Join's charming skills had no effect on them. Oh, tell me, since you came all the way to find this place, it must be something very important. Zhu Xiaobao asked with a smile. At least he could see that there was something in the eyes of Lord Join. Hesitant, but not malicious. It is very important, but I can't tell the truth from the false. It was planned by Ji Jisheng. I can only tell you this plan, but in the end it is up to you to make your own decision. Lord Join nodded and said, in the midst of everyone's surprised expressions. Master Join explained the purpose of the trip in detail, and also made Ji Jisheng's plan very clear. This plan makes Zhu Xiaobao and others a little difficult to judge. Well, you stay here first. Wash up and change clothes, and then come have dinner together, and we will discuss it later. Zhu Xiaobao and Princess 19 looked at each other, and then said to the great Lord Join. Then he said to the old apprentice, Apprentice, since your martial arts are so bad, go and prepare dinner. By the way, arrange the residence of the great Master Join. Hey! Got it! Old witch, come with me! The old apprentice responded depressingly. Humph. Don't be dissatisfied. I don't want to compete with you for rankings at all. But don't mess with me either. Lord Join snorted angrily. What bothered her the most was being called an old witch. In fact, she felt that she was quite charming. Okay. Lord Join. Please. The old apprentice had no choice but to nod. After all, he was the one who provoked him first. But he didn't expect that Lord Join's cultivation had improved so much. Zhu Rong was also recalled. This matter was so big that 4 people had to discuss it together. But the opinions of the 4 people are not unanimous. Jumei doesn't care. She wants to start a war right away. But Zhu Rong and Princess 19 are firmly opposed. This thing is too risky. They are jealous of Ji Jisheng, so they are firmly opposed. If anyone else would not have caused such a big reaction, it was Ji Jisheng. Not only did the 19th princess hate her deeply, but Princess Zhu Rong hated him even more. Even Zhu Xiaobao himself wanted to kill him. But on such a major issue, Zhu Xiaobao is still very calm and very impressive. He had a feeling that Ji Jisheng was competing for him this time and wanted to join forces with him. Although the two would not reconcile because of this, they could cooperate this time. But it is very difficult to convince the 19th princess and Zhu Rong.
The four of them had been discussing in the room for a long time with no result. And they were still arguing. The great master Jiuyin went to bathe and change clothes and never came back. I don't know what he was doing. It probably gave them enough time to discuss. Finally, it was almost past mealtime, and the old apprentice pushed the door open and brought the dishes in. Unexpectedly, the great venerable Jiuyin was following him behind him. The great venerable Jiuyin was actually doing something to the old apprentice. This is long overdue. This surprised everyone present. Lord Jiuyin took action. I'm afraid she hadn't even picked up a kitchen knife.
Right. Well, you should also take a seat. There is no need to help the old apprentice. Tell us all the current situation of Ji Jisheng in detail.
Zhu Xiaobao frowned and said to the great master Jiuyin.
Okay.
Lord Jiuyin bowed somewhat restrainedly, and then carefully sat down. The sitting posture was a little stiff. It was obvious that she was still a little uncomfortable facing Zhu Rong, 19th princess and Jume. Nature. But then the great master Jiuyin told in detail what Ji Jisheng had done, especially the various scandals that Ji Jishi had done to favor the great master Jiuyin in detail. Several women present were dumbfounded. They didn't expect to have such a hobby? Jume's eyes widened even more. She didn't expect that her blow would actually turn the fake woman into a real monster?
You heard it. Now Ji Jisheng has completely turned into an unreasonable monster. His words must not be believed. I feel sick when I hear him. You still want to cooperate with him? I will not agree.
Princess 19 was shouted in disgust.
I don't believe him either. This person has no integrity at all. From what happened to the great master Jiuyin, we can know that this person will do whatever it takes to achieve his goal. And he has no bottom line at all.
Zhu Rong also snorted with disdain. He said, but his words were still a little pity for the experience of Lord Jiuyin. And his tone was not as harsh as at the beginning.
What do you think?
Zhu Xiaobao was silent for a while, then turned to ask the great master Jiuyin.
I think his plan may be true. What Princess Ying just said is right. He will do whatever it takes to achieve his goal. Now his biggest goal is to destroy the demon Geo. So even though he knows that you all hate him, he still wants to follow you. Join forces,
Lord Jiuyin said hesitantly. In fact, she was not sure of Ji Jisheng's true intention, knowing that no result was reached through consultation in the end. Zhu Xiaobao felt very depressed and wanted to go out for a walk unexpectedly. His old apprentice was already waiting there with a smile.
What? You summon the great master Jiuyin to help you, and you start to feel complacent again?
Zhu Xiaobao asked disdainfully.
Where? I want to say that what happened this time is probably true. What's the matter? Is it true that your childlike skills have been broken? Isn't this too fast? Fart. I'm talking about Ji Jishi's plan. I didn't say anything happened to Jiuyin and me. It won't be anything. Oh, I got this wrong.
Chapter 734 Believe Her B. The brief joke only relieved Zhu Xiaobao's anxious and restless mood. Whenever there was a major issue, Zhu Xiaobao would have a strong intuition. And this time was no exception. He felt that this was probably the one who strangled Tian Mojiu. Chances are, it's just that Zhu Rong and Princess 19 are so jealous of Ji Jishi that it has affected their judgment. Zhu Xiaobao clasped his hands behind his back and fell into deep thought again. The old apprentice followed cautiously, his eyes still chattering and looking around, as if he was looking for something.
Do you think Ji Jishen's plan is true? Why?
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly asked in a low voice, but did not turn his head and was still pacing forward slowly.
Yes, but he must have his own purpose, or he can get huge benefits. When we were cooking just now, Master Jiuyin talked with me for a long time, and I think she was telling the truth. Master, you know I am quite good at judging people and things. Otherwise, I would have recognized you as my master all of a sudden.
The old apprentice began to say with a smile again.
Yes, this is also the thing I regret the most. Why did I accept such a useless apprentice like you?
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but laugh angrily. There was no formal apprenticeship ceremony between him and his old apprentice. They were both teachers and friends. What Zhu Xiaobao really taught him was some cooking skills. But the old apprentice provided strong protection to Zhu Xiaobao in the past few years, and saved Zhu Xiaobao from danger many times. It turned out that the great venerable Jiuyin accidentally passed by the kitchen after bathing and changing clothes. He saw the old apprentice talking and laughing with the cooks. And they were very busy. The great venerable Jiuyin was actually a little envious of the old apprentice. Live. She has been wandering all her life and has always been single. She finally found Ji Zhihui as a support. But she didn't expect that she would be used as a tool by Ji Zhihui. Now when she sees the free and happy life of the fair-blooded master, she can't help but feel a little sigh in envy. Got it. So this time, the great master Jiuyin took the initiative to help his old disciple. And by the way, he wanted to experience this harmonious and warm life. At the same time, he also shared his thoughts and speculations with his old apprentice. And also told his own experiences. Because the old apprentice practices boy skills, Master Jiuyin doesn't have too many scruples. Besides, the old apprentice is old and well-informed, so he doesn't feel embarrassed. The old apprentice was also wary at first, but he has become a mature man and can distinguish the true from the false. So after hearing what happened to the great Master Jiuyin, he started to make plans for Zhu Xiaobao. As for everyone losing to the great Master Jiuyin, the old disciple really didn't take it seriously. There are too many people who can beat him now. Since the descendants of the 4 great beasts started to inherit, the number of great sages has more than tripled. And the old disciple no longer cares so much. Now that Yu Shuang and Yu Shui are 2 martial masters at their peak, the old apprentice is no longer their match.
Oh, it seems that the great Master Jiuyin wants to return to his original nature. But do you think there will be any risks if we go to Jiaolong Island? Does Ji Jishan have any plans?
Zhu Xiaobao asked cautiously.
There are definitely risks. The great human demon master is already a half-step martial saint. Even Ji Jishan is now at the level of a great martial master. If you 4 descendants of the divine beasts go all out to deal with the demon Jiu, these 2 people will be the biggest threat. So I think I should bring Yu Shuang and Yu Shui with me, and I will follow. We will also bring those female warriors with martial arts cultivation, so we can ensure safety.
The old apprentice did not dare to joke at this time. Yes, it is quite risky after all. Walking further, you can see the great Master Jiuyin standing there from a distance, seeming to be waiting for Zhu Xiaobao and the others. No wonder the old apprentice was looking around just now. It turned out that they had made an appointment long ago. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao had sensed it a long time ago, but he just didn't point it out. At this time, Zhu Rong, Princess 19 and Zhu Mei followed quietly. They were always wary of Zhu Xiaobao. And what happened this time was too weird and important. In fact, they were a little undecided after calming down, so he followed Zhu Xiaobao quietly. It's just that their cultivation is far beyond that of the old apprentice. And the old apprentice doesn't notice at all.
Well, Sister Jiuyin, what you said is very important. What are your plans next?
Zhu Xiaobao was not surprised to see Lord Jiuyin. He nodded first and asked, but the title was a bit awkward. I can only call her eldest sister very awkwardly.
This time the matter is over. I want to go to Luofeng Island to live. I wonder if you can take me in.
The great venerable Jiuyin asked with hope. After experiencing so many hardships, the great venerable Jiuyin has already reached his heart. I feel depressed and want to live a peaceful life.
Okay, please tell me carefully. What means does Ji Jisheng have to kill Tian Majio? You must know that his so-called opportunity is based on the critical moment when both us and Tian Majio are harmed. I have to consider that he is strangulating at the same time as the demon Jiu. He also attacked us.
This is what Zhu Xiaobao is most worried about. When both sides suffer, he himself is also in the most danger. With Ji Jisheng's viciousness, he would definitely not miss such an opportunity.
I don't know about this, but if this is the case, I am willing to stand on your side. The reason why Ji Jisheng is so confident is because he was once taken away by the demon Jiu, and later because he was not very satisfied with his physique. They re-seized the body of the great venerable man Wang. But not only did Ji Jisheng not die, but he also retained many of Tai Mojia's skills and secrets. I think this is his greatest support. The great venerable Jiuyin said hesitantly, and he told Zhu Xiaobao all the details he knew, and even some of his own inferences.
Don't you want to follow Ji Jisheng? That will probably elevate your cultivation to martial saint.
Zhu Xiaobao still asked worriedly.
Forget it. Ever since he was taken away by the demon Jiu once, he has changed a lot. He doesn't think about the old relationship like before, which makes me feel very scared. I'm afraid that he is the second demon Jiu. So I won't stop if you want to be promoted to a martial saint. You will be satisfied if you can be too ordinary.
The great venerable Jiuyin sighed and said, and I could hear that there was a bit of loneliness in the words of the great venerable Jiuyin. The price she has paid for more than a year, and the humiliation is too great.
Okay. You go back to rest first. Don't worry. If you trust me, I won't treat you badly. Old apprentice, send her back to rest.
Zhu Xiaobao said pleasantly, when the old apprentice and Jiuyin the great venerable walked away. Then turned around and said,
come out, everyone. I have followed you all the way, and you have heard clearly. We should also discuss carefully whether we should go to Jiaolong Island.
At this time, Zhu Rong, Princess 19, and Jumei came over from behind. They were all silent. The conversation just now made them feel that what Lord Jiaoyin said was probably true. Back in the dormitory, the four of them were undecided, putting aside their hatred for Ji Jisheng. This is indeed a great opportunity. And more importantly, they have all started the inheritance of mythical beasts, and it is difficult to significantly improve their combat effectiveness. However, Tai Mojiu's blood sacrifice technique still has a lot of room for improvement. That is to say, if it is not done now, if you seize this opportunity, there will probably be no chance in the future, and the final result will be to be killed by the demon Jiao.
Yes. Now the great master Wu Wei will definitely not take action. We can only rely on ourselves. Let's go! Once we kill Tai Mojiu, we will be completely safe.
Zhu Rong gritted his teeth and was still rational. Overcoming her feelings, she also felt that this was an opportunity, but the risk was high.
Well, in fact, we have an unknown advantage. That is my
essence of Jinshin,
which can quickly restore internal strength and physical strength. Even if Ji Jishi has any tricks behind him, he should be able to fight. Arrive. At that time, I will prepare 2 super
essence of Jinshin
for each of you. For giant ones,
Princess 19 said at this time, still a little proud.
Ha ha. Then what are you waiting for? Let's set off tomorrow. Didn't you listen to the old lady Jiaoyin? Tai Mojiu is still in the sinkhole now. We have to get to Jiaolong Island before he comes out of seclusion.
Jumei was even more anxious. Cried impatiently.
Okay. Now that we have reached a consensus, let's make active preparations and immediately send a message to Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, asking them to wait for us at Luofeng Island, and bring all the trump cards we prepared before. Well, Jenner, you seize the time to refine the
essence of Jinshin.
And by the way, give one to the old apprentice, the great master Jiaoyin, and Yu Shuang Yu Shui each.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly became energetic and started to make arrangements immediately.
Huh? Smelt one for the great venerable Jiaoyin? You have to know that if she is on Ji Jisheng's side, the old apprentice and Yu Shuang Yu Shui will deal with the great venerable human demon. Plus her, there will be nothing. What's the chance of winning?
Princess 19 asked in confusion.
I know. But since you choose to trust her, then truly trust her.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded affirmatively.
Okay then. I'll start refining the essence of Jinshin right now.
In 2 days, the color of nearly 100 miles of sea around the volcano became lighter, and the seaweed below was sucked out of its vitality. Even the fish and shrimps that feed on seaweed have migrated to other places. The sea area has gone. Princess 19's ability to absorb life is so powerful. Sitting on the warship, Zhu Xiaobao was uncharacteristically silent. He was not sure whether this action was a blessing or a curse. He always felt a little uneasy in his heart. Luofeng Island can already be seen not far away. Yu Shuang and Yu Shui have already brought the fleet out to greet them. Behind them were 20 strong,
powerful, and highly cultivated female warriors, all of whom were martial masters. The one standing at the end, and the tallest one, turned out to be Jumei's female disciple Yangwu Jade. After a day of rest, Zhu Xiaobao finally set off with his people. This time he was driving the 2 warships,
Black Wind Shuangsha.
He was accompanied by less than 100 people, but his combat power was absolutely powerful. Is the life and death battle with Demon Jiao really coming? Chapter 735, Getting Close. Seeing that they were approaching Jiaolong Island, the warships patrolling the periphery had already seen these 2 famous warships. It should be said that Zhu Xiaobao's 4 warships had already gained a great reputation, and few people didn't knew. However, since Lord Jiaoyin had already sent a message beforehand, the warships responsible for guarding around Jiaolong Island did not stop it, but only surrounded it from a distance to prevent any unexpected events. And the great venerable Jiaoyin standing on the bow holding Ji Jishen's golden-skinned order also made them dare not move arbitrarily. After all, the great venerable Jiaoyin has been on Jiaolong Island for a long time, and he is still very intimidating. Immediately, 2 speedboats came over to lead Zhu Xiaobao and the others around to another very secluded place for them to land. 30 female warriors were left on each of the
double Black Wind Demons,
and the
double Black Wind Demons
were driven to a hidden place to stand by. Unexpectedly, not long after landing, Ji Jisheng was already waiting there with others. Behind him was the great master of the human demon, and the great master of Jiaoyin also walked over and handed over the task. Ji Jisheng was also very surprised that the great master Jiuying could complete the task so smoothly. But he had no doubt at all. He had always believed that the great venerable Jiuying was still determined to follow him. Besides, the great venerable Jiuying was an evil cultivator, and would never fall to Zhu Xiaobao's side.
Ha ha ha! Brother Xiaobao. 19th Princess. Princess 1. No. We should call her Princess Ying now. Stay safe. GZ is being polite.
Ji Jisheng sang loudly and enthusiastically, cupping his fists with both hands and giving a deep salute. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but he also called out Zhu Rong's two identities.
GZ. You will eventually have to pay the price for what happened to Kingwen.
Zhu Rong snorted coldly, very angry.
No. No. It should be said that Kingwen helped me and you.
Ji Jisheng said smoothly. This sentence has a profound meaning. Kingwen's wealth indeed made Ji Jisheng rich overnight. And he also occupied Kingwen's possessions. Those concubines and talented women, but he also has another meaning. That is, he has also fulfilled all the little treasures. This is what GZ has always been worried about. Those talented women and concubines combined are not worth a Zhu Rong. Now seeing Zhu Rong and the 19th princess behind Zhu Xiaobao, Ji Jisheng felt even more jealous and resentful. So he started to be provocative. Indeed, behind Zhu Xiaobao are not only the British princess Zhu Rong and the 19th princess, who are shining brightly, but also the dozens of female warriors behind them are all heroic, fit and capable. And the key is that all of them are very beautiful. This really makes Ji Jisheng very jealous.
Ji Jisheng, I'm not here to talk nonsense with you. It doesn't mean that our grudges have been wiped out. I just put them aside for now. If you want to challenge my patience, then I have no patience now.
Zhu Xiaobao, he put his arms around Zhu Rong's waist and asked her to calm down first. At this moment, the great human demon behind Ji Jisheng jumped up suddenly and shouted in horror.
Help! I didn't offend you.
It turned out that Jumei had already used the earth escape technique and hit her from the ground again with a hammer. This time, the great master of the human demon was very focused on guarding against it. As soon as there was any movement, he had already jumped up and moved aside. Ji Jisheng was also reminded by the great master of the human demon. And in a flash, he actually hid behind the great master of Jiuying. And where he was just standing, Jumei's big hand had already grabbed one of Ji Jisheng's boots.
Zhu Xiaobao. I don't mean any harm. I'm just saying age, low. Why is it like this? After all,
we are also good friends who recite poems and compose.
Ji Jisheng laughed dryly, a little embarrassed. Jumei just said this one blow made him sober up a lot. The strength of these people around Zhu Xiaobao is definitely extraordinary.
Friends? Humph. I'm afraid being friends with you won't bring any good results. Hurry up and lead the way. Just tell us your plan when you get there.
Zhu Xiaobao said impatiently. I even want to change my mind. Now that Demon Jiu has not come out of seclusion, why not kill Ji Jisheng first? But Zhu Xiaobao still forced himself to suppress this thought. After all, the threat from the Demon Jiu was what he feared the most.
Okay. Everyone.
Please. Ji Jisheng was much more honest this time, and said with a smile on his face. He was considered very thoughtful and prepared cars for Zhu Rong and the 19th princess. Zhu Xiaobao got on a horse and rode side by side with Ji Jisheng. Along the way, Ji Jisheng introduced his territory incessantly. Of course, he also talked about some topics that Zhu Xiaobao was interested in, such as Tianmo Jiulian. The sinkhole in the body is very mysterious. Only now did Zhu Xiaobao know that Tianmo had not left seclusion for the time being, and they were quite safe on Jiaolong Island at the moment. When we arrived at Ji Jisheng's newly built general's mansion, we saw from a distance that it was not very tall and majestic. Instead, it looked a bit like the architectural style of Luofeng Island. When we got closer, we saw that a row of buildings on the west side had carved inscriptions on them. It has the words,
Luofeng Tower,
on it, and the architectural style completely imitates Luofeng Island. It seems that Ji Jisheng has been thinking about Luofeng Island.
Ha. How is it? How about the accommodation I arranged for you? There is a first couplet here, and I am waiting for King Qiantai to give a second couplet.
Ji Jisheng pointed at Luofeng Tower proudly and said, at this time, Zhu Rong and the 19 princesses all got off the carriage and looked intently. I couldn't help but be a little surprised. This layout really makes me want to go to Luofeng Island. But the first couplet related to children is obviously intended to make things difficult for Zhu Xiaobao. If you can't get along, then how can you have the nerve to join?
Humph. You put a lot of thought into it?
Zhu Xiaobao glanced at GZ lightly, and then saw the excited eyes of Zhu Rong and Princess 19. Damn it. I have to show my hand.
Ha ha. It's just an impromptu work. Just for entertainment. It doesn't hurt if I don't apologize. Look. That's my first couplet. The phoenix falls on the phoenix tree, and the phoenix falls on the phoenix tree.
Ji Jishan said with a pretentious smile. This was clearly written long ago. Okay. Hanging there. Where did that improvisation come from?
Well, it's quite fitting. But I'm afraid you won't have any phoenixes here to settle down. Well, as you wish. I'll make the following couplet. Zuliamba becombian bilenzu.
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but laugh, and also look back at the women behind him. This second line is also very targeted.
Okay. Wonderful. Master is master. It's so neat.
The old apprentice immediately cheered loudly, followed closely by the female warriors, who also shouted and laughed. The atmosphere was actually very lively. It seems to be a bit anti-customer.
Humph. Don't be proud. Listen to my second couplet. The sky is connected to the water, and the tail water is connected to the sky.
Ji Jisheng hummed a little angrily. This guy is really a bit talented. He actually pointed to the coast in the distance, and immediately said something union.
Ha ha ha. What's so difficult about this? Just watch.
Zhu Xiaobao laughed loudly, jumped off his horse, walked to the middle of the female warriors, and boldly hooked the shoulders of the two female warriors, saying loudly,
The whole building is filled with flowers. How about it? Doesn't it suit the occasion? Hey!
The female warriors all shouted in unison. This guy always gets a little advantage. These female warriors are all familiar with this routine and enjoy this cheerful rhythm.
Okay. Okay. It's all obvious.
Zhu Xiaobao also laughed loudly and proudly. Tong Wuxing behind him immediately picked up a jar of 10-year-old wine and handed it to Zhu Xiaobao. Zhu Xiaobao did not pause, and clapped his hands. The jar of wine flew smoothly to Ji Jisheng. Ji Jisheng took it and patted off the mud sealing the mouth of the jar. The aroma of the wine immediately hit his nostrils,
and he couldn't help but praise, try to whip a famous horse because of drunkenness. I'm afraid that love can mislead beauty.
Zhu Xiaobao also casually wrote the second line, but after finishing the second line, Zhu Xiaobao felt regretful. Before he could explain, he felt that his waist was pinched hard on both sides. One handful, and your mouth immediately started bearing. No need to ask. It must be the work of Zhu Rong and Princess 19. Zhu Xiaobao is very familiar with this strength.
Okay. 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 It's so good. It reminds me of the joy and freedom of the past.
Ji Shishi was also aroused. He raised the wine jar and took a big sip, and then shouted loudly,
Come on. Xiaobao. Wine. When you meet a close friend, 1,000 cups are too little. Whoosh.
A burst of fire appeared and shot directly through the wine jar in Ji Jisheng's hand. The wine jar immediately fell into pieces and scattered on the ground. It was Zhu Rong who looked at Ji Jisheng coldly. Seeing that Ji Jisheng actually wanted to get close to Zhu Xiaobao as a brother-in-law, she couldn't help but take action. Of course, he is also warning Zhu Xiaobao. And this guy is also a little excited. Isn't this because he performed so well? Ji Jisheng was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the former princess was now so highly cultivated. He couldn't even see Zhu Rong's cultivation, and he couldn't dodge this blow.
Yeah, that's not enough to say.
Zhu Xiaobao immediately woke up, regained his original hostility, and replied coldly. The little memory that had just been restored between the two of them was gone again.
Please go to Luofeng Tower to settle down. I will be waiting for you in the meeting hall later.
Ji Jisheng also regained his senses. Although he was a little regretful, he didn't pay too much attention. Originally, now that I have become incompatible with these people, I will definitely not be able to restore the relationship as before. Not to mention, he has done so many unscrupulous bad things. Just the things he did to King Wen already made people and gods angry. Before leaving, Ji Jisheng couldn't help but look at the 19th princess. While he marveled at the 19th princess's cultivation, he also marveled at how the 19th princess became more and more amazing. She was just like the moonlight goddess. Jing, stand there quietly.
If you dare to look at it again, I will dig out your eyeballs.
Jiumei said viciously on the side, which immediately frightened Ji Shishi. The great sage pulled Ji Shishi and ran away. He was attracted by Jiumei. So scared. After Ji Jihui and others left, Zhu Xiaobao ordered,
Sister Wuxin, you should draw the terrain of Jialong Island for me immediately. It is best to inspect all the areas of Jialong Island with Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. If anything happens, we can make contingency plans in time.
Tong Wuxin originally came from Jialong Island. This island is now a lot damaged, but some of the terrain and roads have been changed a lot, especially the sinkhole, which was only excavated later.
Okay, let's go.
Tong Wuxin clasped his fists and set off with Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. The two sides met again, already in the meeting hall of the general's mansion. Chapter 736, Surprise. When I saw Ji Jisheng again, this guy had put on soft armor. There were 200 of his guards outside the meeting hall. Although they were not as advanced as those female warriors, they were all masters at the level of great martial arts masters, and they were still having been in battle for a long time. He has a fierce killing aura. But facing this group of female warriors led by Yang Wu Feisui, they didn't care at all and stood there motionless, fully alert.
Ji Jisheng, tell me your plan.
Zhu Xiaobao spoke first. They did not change their clothes. Originally, they no longer needed ordinary armors and weapons. Each of the mythical beasts had their own magical weapons and protective weapons. Precious. However, I don't think it's strange that Ji Jisheng and the others are dressed like this. The two sides are hostile to each other, and they will definitely not wear casual clothes. What's strange is that there are no servants in the ceremony hall. Not even a cup of tea.
Ha ha ha. Please follow me. My plan can only be carried out around the Tianqing.
Ji Jisheng looked calm and said with a smile. Then walked out of the meeting hall, got on his horse, and ran towards the Tianqing.
Zhu Xiaobao and others also got on their horses and followed behind. It seemed that Ji Jisheng had been prepared, and even the horses for them had been prepared. But Zhu Xiaobao really felt aggrieved, as if he was being led away by Ji Jisheng. After walking for a quarter of an hour, they had arrived at the edge of the Tianqing. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao and others were very cautious and dignified, because the aura coming out from under the Tianqing was very terrifying. It was the devil, the dove's breath. That bloody and thick sense of oppression has put them on full alert. The female warriors behind them even retreated a distance to prevent any unexpected events. Similarly, Ji Jisheng's guards were also some distance away from the Tianqing, and they couldn't stand the heavy feeling of oppression. The width of this Tianqing is more than 20 feet wide. Ji Jisheng, the Great Master Ren Yao, and the Great Master Jiuyin are now standing on the opposite side. Both sides have dismounted across the Tianqing, and the horses are also panicking and scattering. Escaped. Even these livestock can feel the powerful pressure hidden here.
Ji Jisheng, what do you mean? Is this your plan to bring us here?
Zhu Xiaobao also asked with a cold face.
Ha ha. Yes, this is my plan. Could it be that if you wait until it is successfully refined before you take action, what chance do you have of winning?
Ji Jisheng actually said with a smile.
Huh? You mean now?
Zhu Xiaobao frowned. Could it be that the fight was going to start now? It seemed that he was not prepared at all. But he didn't need to prepare anything. Keep everything you need to carry. But there is always a feeling of being plotted by Ji Jisheng.
Yes. Ha ha.
Ji Jisheng said with a smile, and then suddenly shouted towards the sinkhole.
Master! They are attacking. Come out quickly. We can't support it anymore.
This Ji Jisheng actually screamed in panic and urgency, as if he really wanted to ask Tian Majio for help. Zhu Xiaobao and others were also very shocked. They did not expect that Ji Jisheng would come here, so they all used their magic weapons and were on full alert, because they could already feel the ground shaking, as the tremors on the ground became stronger and stronger. The female warriors and Ji Jisheng's guards also quickly retreated again. They were all very afraid of the signs before a big explosion, and they knew that it was simply beyond human power. Those who resist will be turned into powder in an instant once they are trapped. The bloody winds continued to spread, and the vicious energy emanating from the bottom of the sinkhole became stronger and stronger.
He, my master, Lord Heavenly Demon, has come out. You can take care of yourself, I said. This is your best chance.
Ha ha ha. Ji Jisheng smiled excitedly at Zhu Xiaobao and others on the other side of the sinkhole. Then he led this person to ask the Great Venerable and the Great Venerable Jiuyin to retreat as well.
Who? Come to disturb my practice? Damn it!
Immediately afterwards, Tai Moju's majestic and dull voice came out, and a scarlet blood appeared in the sinkhole. Although there was no blood sacrifice, the gangster around him was Qi also has this unique expression.
Oh! It's stronger than last time. It's so powerful.
Jumei swallowed and murmured. But then Jumei was full of fighting spirit. The stronger her opponent, the more excited she became. Not to mention her now that he is still following Zhu Xiaobao. He is even more unwilling to back down.
Old devil. It's us. The descendants of the four great beasts. Haven't you been looking for us?
Zhu Xiaobao stood calmly with his hands behind his back. He wanted to give Zhu Rong, Princess 19 and Jumei build confidence that everyone is led by Zhu Xiaobao. Of course he knows that his every word and deed will affect their state of mind. So even though Zhu Xiaobao was also very scared, he showed very calmness.
Huh? It's actually you? Xiao Ji. Why are they here? Why didn't you report to me earlier?
The great master of the wilderness finally appeared, and he asked a little confused, because the descendants of the four great beasts would coming here suddenly is definitely beyond its expectation.
It's the descendant of the beast-taming slave. He guided the descendants of the four great beasts here. We were caught off guard, so we came to ask the master for help.
Ji Jishan shouted in panic. And what is surprising is that the faces of the few people who were just there are now covered in blood. And the software and uniforms on their bodies are also damaged. I don't know how Ji Jishi did it, and pretended to look like him. He just escaped from a big battle. And his reasons were very convincing. He blamed Master Wu Wei for everything. This was also the best reason. And the one that convinced Tai Moju the most. Reason. Of course the descendant of the beast tamer slave knows his weaknesses and whereabouts. Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but take a deep look at Ji Jisheng. This guy was really a genius. He had already thought of a countermeasure. But Zhu Xiaobao also began to believe that Ji Jisheng might have other intentions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted like this. And he could have cooperated with Tian Majiu to kill him. In his current state, it was obvious that he wanted to stay out of the matter, and let Tian Majiu facing the descendants of the four great beasts alone.
Oh! Are you Zhu Xiaobao? Where is the descendant of the beast master slave? Let him come out too!
At this time, Tian Majiu had completely walked out of the sinkhole, and strode towards Zhu Xiaobao and the others. Every step he took, the ground will tremble, which shows the strength of his feet.
Humph! It's in a place you didn't expect.
Zhu Xiaobao raised his head, and looked at the great savage master whose body had been taken away. He was more than 3 meters tall. This physique definitely exceeded the limits of human beings. And that kind of coercion definitely exceeds the Dharma condensed by the four great beasts.
You are looking for death. Now that you are here, no one should leave. You all must die today.
Tian Majiu waved his hand, and 2 blood axes appeared in his hands. He shouted with a ferocious face.
Don't talk nonsense to it. Jumei, take action.
Zhu Xiaobao twisted his waist, and directly used his innate skills. 2 white tigers, one in front and one behind, had already appeared and attacked with lightning speed, in front of Tian Moju. When they arrived in front of Tian Moju, Zhu Xiaobao's knife had already struck him.
Dragon-slaying knife? Why is it in your hand? No. This is just a level of sword intention of the dragon-slaying knife.
The demon Zhou's body is powerful, but his movements seem a bit slow. But it didn't dodge. A blood-red goggle appeared on its chest, exuding a bloody aura. And it was still surging. And it seemed to be alive.
Puff!
When the knife went down, Zhu Xiaobao's face was splashed with blood. This kind of blood still contained corpse poison. Fortunately, Zhu Xiaobao's body was also protected by Gang Qi, especially those with fire attributes. All these blood spots have evaporated. There was white smoke rising all over the body. But then Tian Majiu's palm arrived, and the Zhu Xiaobao in front of him turned into the white tiger form again, but was dissipated by Tian Majiu's palm. But Zhu Xiaobao's true body appeared on the other side. It turns out that he used his natural skills again. Just using his talent skills twice in a row made Zhu Xiaobao a little too exhausted. But at this time, Zhu Rong and the 19th princess also took action. And Zhu Mei was missing. Tai Moju was watching the ground warily. He had fought against Zhu Mei, and knew that this female man was the most powerful.
When?
There was a loud noise. And it turned out that Zhu Mei had taken action. But the golden armored hammer was blocked firmly by Demon Jiu with a blood axe. There was a deafening sound. Immediately afterwards, Tian Moju wanted to use another blood axe to hit Zhu Mei again. But at this time, a Suzaku sword with scorching flames on the top of his head had already been chopped down.
Go!
Tian Majiu had no choice but to swing his hand and backhanded the blood axe. He also took it out and turned into countless blood shadows in midair to resist the attack of the Suzaku sword and also to resist the attacks that followed. A huge sea of fire came. There was something even more bizarre among them. A green dragon halberd stabbed into Demon Gio's chest without anyone noticing. When Tianmao was angry and wanted to fight back, he found that the 19th princess had teleported to a place 100 steps away. This strange movement technique surprised Tianmao. He knew this Qinglong halberd. It was Qinglong, the inherited treasure of the divine beast. But this innate skill surprised Tianmao. It seemed that the Azure Dragon divine beast did not have such weird skills in his memory. The descendants of the 4 great beasts besieged Tianmao. This scene was so spectacular. The guards and female warriors around them were still retreating and running wildly. I didn't expect that the scope of the battle between gods and demons was so large. Even if they were running like this now, some people would still be strong. The killing aura hurt them, and many of their armors were shattered. Relatively speaking, the female warriors were better off, as they had higher cultivation and stronger bodies. Zhu Xiaobao and others were also in a tough fight. Unexpectedly, Tianmao's fighting power was so strong. Zhu Rong's Suzaku Dharma had been scattered 3 times, and his body was also scratched by the blood axe, leaving a deep streak. Visible bone wounds. The 19th princess's tiger's mouth was shattered. Although she had strange talents and skills, her cultivation level was still too low. Although she was able to stab the Demon Gio several times, it only left a few shallow scars and could not be healed. Really penetrate its body. On the contrary, he was so shocked that his blood surged, and he felt very uncomfortable. He couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of blood. The one who can really hurt Tianmao is Zhu Xiaobao. His tiger-headed gun is very powerful, and now Zhu Xiaobao's strength is second only to Jume. But the White Tiger Lord is killing him, and every blow he makes Tianmao extremely vulnerable. Be careful, because this shot can cause fatal damage to it. Although Tianmao also suffered several injuries, and several parts of his body were burned to the point of smoking. On the surface, he looked very embarrassed. But Zhu Xiaobao knew that it was Tianmao who had the upper hand now. Now that Jume was beaten, she could only sink again, and she didn't dare to take the bloody axe of Demon Gio head-on. Chapter 737. Disintegration of the Demon A. Among them, Zhu Rong consumed the most. Her sea of fire completely enveloped the Demon Gio. However, she was seriously injured now. She could only control the Suzaku Dharma to maintain the sea of fire, but she tried to hide as far away as possible. After all, her fighting power is just slightly stronger than that of the 19th princess. Although the entire sea of fire did not cause great damage to Tianmao, it restricted the scope of Tianmao's activities, and he had to sacrifice a sky full of blood rain to contend with this sea of fire. Undoubtedly, this also accelerated the consumption of Tianmao. Originally, Tianmao was thinking of asking the Reverend Ren Yao and the Reverend Jiuyin to come over to help. But now, he has given up on this plan. The cooperation of these 4 people is definitely not something that the Great Master of the Human Demon and the Great Master of Jiuyin can bear. As for Ji Jishan, let alone him, he has just been promoted to Great Master, and he doesn't have any unique tricks. The biggest threat to Tianmao is Zhu Xiaobao and Jume. Zhu Xiaobao is uncharacteristically playing life-threatening this time. His tiger-headed gun strikes fiercely, showing his killing aura, and he uses his innate skills countless times. Every time he was bound to get a close blow at one time, which made Tianmao very frustrated. Zhu Xiaobao's movement skills were so weird, and combined with his innate skills, Tianmao's counterattack could not seriously damage him. There was also Jume attacking underground, which made Tianmao very depressed. What surprised him even more was that Jume's ability to resist blows had increased again. Now she was not as deep as the previous time, and the number of shots she took was also obvious, has increased. Moreover, Jume was able to resist Tianmao's attack. How strong is this woman? But only Jume knew that she was also seriously injured. Her turtleback shield had cracked, and one of her shoulder blades was also cracked. Now she could only use her left hand to rotate the golden armor hammer. The 2 sides have been fighting for an hour. Zhu Xiaobao is no longer able to use his innate skills. His internal energy of the divine beast has been exhausted. Zhu Rong struggled to maintain the Suzaku Sea of Fire. Because of his Suzaku Dharma, he was beaten by the Demon Gio again. It dispersed and gradually dissipated. The blood rain from the sky was already pouring down, causing Zhu Xiaobao to fall into a completely passive situation. In desperation, the 19th princess also condensed the Dharma, glowing with a blue mist to purify the blood rain and corpse poison.
Ha ha ha! Today is the day for your death. If you kneel down and surrender now, I can still be lenient. As long as you let me put the slave mark on you. You can live. But you, the descendant of the white tiger beast,
must die.
Tianmojio laughed loudly. His cultivation is advanced. His physique is far beyond that of ordinary people. And he still has some strength left. Seeing Zhu Xiaobao and the others becoming more and more passive, he was quite excited in his heart. But even then, he did not forget to make a down payment to these women. This would definitely be better than the great master Jiuyin and those female warriors. There are so many.
You're overthinking. I still have a killer move yet to come.
Zhu Xiaobao's legs were shaking a little as he stood there. But he still grinned, as if he still had something to rely on. At this time, Jumei also sprang out from the ground, and with a fierce hammer, he resisted one of the blood axes of the demon Jiu. But blood continued to gush out from Jumei's shoulders, and the eternal shield on her back also gushed out. It was cracked in several places and looked a lot darker.
Ha ha ha. You're still being stubborn. I want to see what other tricks you have up your sleeves.
Tianmoji was in a good mood, although he was a little surprised by Jumei's cruel blow, which made its jaws numb. But that was also at the end of his powerful crossbow. Tianmoji approached with great strides, hoping to capture Jumei first. It likes Jumei, a female man, so much. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao, Zhu Rong, Princess 19 and Jumei gathered together and stared fiercely at Tianmojio, who was approaching step by step. The four of them looked at each other and then nodded. Then he saw Zhu Rong Suzaku's sword being drawn out, and a flame surrounded the four people, making Tianmojio unable to see clearly what was happening in the middle of the flames.
Ha ha. Hiding in this pile of flames can't save you. The Suzaku sword is very powerful. But do you still have the strength to exert its power?
Tianmojio laughed nonchalantly. Even the sea of fire just now was fearless. What can this little fire ring do to it now? But at this moment, more than a dozen fist-sized missiles flew out from the flames. Others could not understand it. But GZ had seen it before, and he couldn't help but be extremely surprised. Can this thing be used against the demon Geo? These dozen or so missiles quickly hit Tianmojio's eyes. When Zhu Xiaobao and others took action, the speed, power and accuracy were quite impressive. And Tianmojio was not prepared at all. And he didn't even understand what this thing was. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions happened one after another, right in front of Tianmojio's eyes, especially the giant ones, which were extremely powerful and went straight to Tianmojio's eyes. One even hit Tianmoji between his eyebrows. Immediately, Tianmoji was dizzy from the explosion, especially his eyes, which were injured. He didn't expect that this violent explosion could really hit him. This was not an immortal weapon, let alone a profound technique, but it was an ordinary explosive. But it hit the eyes. Even though Tianmojio was a half-demon, it still injured Tianmojio.
Ah! Damn it. What is this? You actually have this kind of hidden weapon? Blood armor body protection.
The demon Geo immediately covered his eyes and shouted wildly. It had rich combat experience and immediately used its blood armor to protect itself. It protected it and hurriedly retreated. Now it couldn't see the opponent's offensive clearly, so it had to protect itself first. But Zhu Xiaobao and the others did not take the opportunity to attack, as they had no strength left. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhu Xiaobao, Zhu Rong and Zhu Mei quickly took out the
essence of Jinshin,
refined by the 19th princess, and began to restore their internal strength and physical strength. The 19th princess did not need this item. You can repair yourself quickly. So among several people, Princess 19th's physical strength is still good and has not been exhausted. After taking a super
Jinshin essence,
no one expected that the recovery would be so fast. Twice as fast as the original
Jinshin essence.
Even the wounds on Zhu Rong's body were visible to the naked eye. Healing is visible at a rapid rate. The wounds on Jumei's body are also recovering quickly, and the cracks in her turtleback shield have begun to heal. And this inherited treasure has begun to shine again. At this time, Tianmojio also rubbed his eyes vigorously, with tears streaming down his face, and his vision was blurry. However, he was a half-demon body after all,
and after shedding 1 or 2 tears, he actually recovered a lot. That is, my vision is still a little blurry, and my eyes are a little dry and sore. But I can fight again. The two sides fought again, and Tianmojio was extremely shocked. The internal strength and physical strength of Zhu Xiaobao and others had recovered to less than half. And the turtle shield on Jumei's body even healed on its own. What the hell is this? It couldn't help but think of Princess 19's vicious glance. Of course, it knew in its memory that the Azure Dragon Divine Beast was best at providing various assistance to the other 3 divine beasts to help them recover quickly. This time Jumei did not sink to the ground again, but joined forces with Zhu Xiaobao to attack. And Zhu Rong's Suzaku Dharma began to wreak havoc again. And the sky full of flames enveloped the demon Jiu. What's even more incredible is that Zhu Xiaobao used his innate skills to dodge in front of him, holding the green dragon halberd in his hand, and stabbed Tian Mojio's abdomen fiercely. This injury was nothing at all. But what I didn't expect was that the Azure Dragon halberd was still absorbing the internal power of Heavenly Demon Jiu. This shocked Heavenly Demon Jiu. This is a newly developed skill of the Azure Dragon Divine Beast. There was no such perverted skill before.
Damn it!
Tian Mojio roared. And with a fierce blow of the axe, all the little treasures were chopped into pieces. But Zhu Xiaobao disappeared strangely once. Of course, the flow of internal energy in Tian Mojio's body also stopped. But it has already made Tian Mojio very angry. He's almost exhausted too. After fighting for another half an hour, both sides stopped voluntarily. Zhu Xiaobao and others still needed to take a piece of Gentian essence. And Tian Mojio also needed to take a short rest to recover his strength. Tian Mojio hoped in his heart that these 4 people would just give up and retreat, and the 2 sides would be considered a draw. But it seems that Zhu Xiaobao and others are planning to attack again. This makes Tian Mojio very depressed. Its recovery speed is not that fast, but it's hard to say it out loud. Otherwise, wouldn't it be equivalent to admitting that you can't bear it anymore?
Master! Master! Please take this top quality
Great Return Pill.
quickly. It will help you recover some of your internal strength.
Jijishi ran to Tian Moji with great concern, and diligently took a top-quality Great Return Pill. Present the elixir.
Well, don't worry. I can still hold on as a master.
Tian Mojio felt a little touched in his heart. He didn't expect that his chosen disciple was really filial.
Master! Otherwise, let's reconcile with them. These people are difficult to deal with.
Jijishin asked worriedly.
Oh, it's impossible. Life and death must be decided today. Don't worry. I still have the strength to fight. If there is any accident, you can go to the eldest prince. According to my blood sacrifice technique, as long as you continue, there have been several blood sacrifices, and you guys have been able to cope with it by working together.
Tian Moji sighed and said, really unwilling to do so. If he hadn't completed the body training, how could it have fallen into such an embarrassing situation?
Master, I'm really worried about you. Old man, don't let anything happen to you.
Jijishin approached Tian Mojio in a flattering manner, with genuine worry and concern on his face.
It doesn't matter. At worst, when the critical moment comes, I still have the final killer move.
Tian Mojio looked at Jijishin with relief and said in a low voice, when you use this kind of technique, your force will be doubled, but the consequences will be quite serious. Your own cultivation will also be greatly reduced, and it is very likely that you will never recover.
Master, is there any danger? I don't want you to suffer any losses.
Jijishin said with sincerity and concern.
Yeah. No. As long as you can kill the descendants of the 4 great beasts, the risk is still worth taking.
Chapter 738. The Disintegration of the Demon Bee. Although the
Great Return Pill
said by Jijishi had no restorative effect on the half-demon body, Jijishi's sincere performance still moved Tian Mojio a little. Unexpectedly, this disciple he picked up was really filial and caring towards him, which actually moved this inhumane big devil. Opposite, Xiaobao and others are sitting cross-legged. It can be seen that they are trying their best to restore their internal strength and physical strength. They have no intention of leaving. It is even less possible for Tian Moji to leave. The body in the sinkhole must not fall in the hands of Zhu Xiaobao and others.
Get away! I will never lose to them. I still have the strongest technique.
Tian Moji waved his hand and asked Jijishi to retreat. He felt a little tangled in his heart, and also a little annoyed. If Zhu Xiaobao and others had come 3 days late, his half-demon body could have been upgraded to another level. In that case, the situation would never be like this. The other party's timing was so good. It was really abominable. Only 3 days left. Now it seems that Zhu Xiaobao and others have gradually begun to gain an advantage, because their recovery speed is faster than that of Tian Mojio. The longer it drags on, the more beneficial it is to Zhu Xiaobao and others. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao and others were seen standing up again. ready to launch the next round of attack. The Demon Geo also stood up arrogantly. In such a short period of time, it recovered less than 10%. But it had no choice but to stand up and fight. It now hopes to take some injuries and kill or seriously injure a descendant of the mythical beast first. In that case, it will be much easier for itself. The two sides started fighting again, and Zhu Xiaobao's tactics changed again. Zhu Rong still condensed the Suzaku Dharma, and first covered the Demon Geo with a sea of fire. But Jumei disappeared, and she sank into the ground again. Attacked the Demon Geo from the darkness. Zhu Xiaobao actually held the vermilion bird sword in his hand and rushed over alone. Even though he was alone, the sword in Zhu Xiaobao's hand exuded the power of the dragon-slaying sword, which made Tian Majiu very excited. Frightened, under the pressure of the dragon-slaying knife, the gang energy around it was split open, and the scarlet blood mist was also scattered. This knife is its biggest nemesis. The murderous aura in Zhu Xiaobao's body became stronger and stronger, and the movements of Tian Majiu became much slower, because the murderous aura of the dragon-slaying knife made it have to deal with it cautiously. What's even more terrible is that the giant golden armor hammer started to hit fiercely from the ground again. And the 19th princess's green dragon halberd also used every opportunity to stab it, and would stab it from time to time. Therefore, instead of being able to severely injure anyone, the Demon Geo was tired of parrying and was hit one after another, especially Jumei's heavy hammer blow, which made the Demon Geo roar and felt that the metacarpal bone of its left foot was shattered. Got it. I'll chop. I'll chop. I'll chop. 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 Zhu Xiaobao also saw hope at this time, and he was so excited to kill that he actually used his old apprentice's trick. Although the force of this sharp knife was not very strong, its frequency was extremely high. Even though it's high, there's no point in getting it right. We just rely on quantity to win. Sure enough, there were more than 20 wounds of various sizes on Tian Majiu's body. There was still smoke coming from these wounds. I bet the knife still carried the strong Suzaku flame. Looking at the roaring Demon Geo in the distance, Ji Jishin couldn't help showing a hint of cold smile, and thought to himself, finally, can't you bear it any longer? If you don't use the method of dismantling the demons, you, the old man, will be destroyed here without me taking action. Then Ji Jishin turned around and ordered to the great human demon, listen to my orders later, and use illusion to protect our Lord Demon. We must not let Zhu Xiaobao and the others succeed. Yes. Ji Lang. Then should we take action? The great human demon master also responded nervously. He was still a little afraid of dealing with the Demon Geo. But I have to do it for Ji Jishin. Humph. Just cast the illusion and that's it. I'll take care of the rest. You too. Keep the illusion for me, and don't let anyone in. That's it. Ji Jishin smiled evilly, not forgetting that in the Shimel Palace the venerable man pinched his buttocks, which made the venerable ladyboy extremely excited. He felt that even if he fought tooth and nail for Ji Jishin, it was worth it. The great master Join remained silent, indifferent to the coquettish and flattering attitude of the great master Shimel, and was even disgusted. Ah! 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 How unreasonable! Little treasures, do you think I really can't kill you? If you don't retreat, don't blame me for being rude. Tian Majiu was at the end of his crossbow at this time, and he roared angrily. It seems that if I don't use the secret technique, I will die here today. Jumei, give it a few more blows, and I'm going to kill it today. Zhu Xiaobao also saw hope and shouted excitedly. Although he was exhausted, it was definitely worth it if he could kill this big devil. The four of them seemed to see hope of defeating Demon Geo. Boom! There was another heavy hammer, and Jumei really hit the Demon Geo in the crotch with 12 points of force. Ouch! You bastard! Broken! Broken! I will fight with you! Tian Majiu roared furiously. Good this time. One foot was crippled, and now even the lower body is crippled. Demon Geo was like crazy, rotating two blood axes, completely defenseless, just trying his best. And in a moment, he actually forced Zhu Xiaobao and others back. Then Tian Majiu stood there, with a determined and fierce light in his eyes. And then he saw its body began to swell, black and red blood beads bursting out all over its body. And the armor on its body also exploded, and its figure it doubled in size in an instant, like a giant holding the sky, filled with blood and killing energy. Zhu Xiaobao and others looked a little stupid. What kind of kung fu is this? But everyone can intuitively feel that Tian Majiu has performed a very domineering technique, and now its combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. A strong pressure made Zhu Xiaobao feel bad.
Back away. It has cast a secret technique. Don't let it get too close.
Zhu Xiaobao roared, then turned around and ran out.
Boom!
With a loud noise, 2 blood axes larger than the door panels were knocked down, creating a huge pit in the place where Zhu Xiaobao had just escaped. The huge crack extended to dozens of feet away. Jumei underneath could not escape the blow. She suddenly jumped out of the ground. The turtle shield on her body had been completely cracked, and the golden armor hammer was also deformed. Jumei's back was even more bloody, and her ribs on one side were covered in blood. 4 were broken. Zhu Rong's Suzaku appearance was also dissipated with an axe. Zhu Rong was swept by a strong wind and flew far away. She vomited blood before being helped up by the 19th princess. That is to say, the 19th princess calculated well. Her teleportation technique saved her at the most critical moment. But she was also stirred up by the strong wind and her blood surged, making her face pale.
Ouch! Oh my god! It hurts me so much!
Zhu Xiaobao screamed, covering his buttocks. He tried his best to escape, but he was still swept away by a blood axe. When he scratched it, blood suddenly flowed out. And it was so hot that it was unbelievable that the blood axe still had corpse poison on it. The situation suddenly became quite critical. Jumei took out the damaged turtle shield and covered the 4 people in it to resist the next attack of Demon Geo.
Humph. This is the demon disintegration technique. Your tortoise shield is useless. You all have to die today.
Demon Geo shouted viciously, raising his hands high again, and using the 2 blood axes again. Another bombardment began.
Fight it!
Zhu Xiaobao shouted loudly, regardless of his own injuries. At the same time, the 4 divine beasts used all their powers and pounced on the Demon Geo. The Suzaku sword in Zhu Xiaobao's hand also exuded a strong green-red aura, and it got bigger and bigger, and struck at the Demon Geo. The deformed golden armor hammer in Jumei's hand also flew out with full strength. There is also a green dragon halberd behind. It also flew out quickly. These 4 descendants of the mythical beasts were really at the critical moment of life and death, and they all fought for their lives. And at this time, the 4 of them joined hands, with Zhu Xiaobao as the main one, and stood together. Their intention was very clear. They would die together.
Boom!
With a deafening bang, one of Demon Geo's blood axes was chopped into pieces by the Suzaku sword. However, the Suzaku sword also became dim, and immediately shrunk to its original size and fell to the ground. The golden armor hammer even fought hard against another blood axe. The handle of the hammer broke. The head of the hammer also lost its halo, split in 2 from the middle, and fell to the ground. The green dragon halberd passed through the belly of the Demon Geo and returned to the hands of the 19th princess.
Boom!
Demon Geo's huge figure took several steps back and fell to the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise immediately. But the result was not what Zhu Xiaobao thought. And it ended there. Demon Geo slowly sat up again, with a ferocious face, staring at the 4 descendants of the divine beasts fiercely. It still has the energy to fight. At this time, the appearances of the 4 great beasts also dissipated. The hearts of Zhu Xiaobao and others are sinking. Are they really going to die here? At this moment, the scene in front of them suddenly changed completely and turned into an endless desert. They were struggling to find an oasis where they could survive. But the Demon Geo in front of me disappeared. On the other side of the illusion, Tian Magio also suddenly lost the whereabouts of Zhu Xiaobao and others. His eyes suddenly turned into a gentle land, magnificent, fragrant and charming, with hundreds of beauties surrounding him. Not only were there, those female warriors include Jumei, Zhu Rong and Princess 19. There is also a sweet pink aroma in the middle, and his favorite fresh beautiful meat is placed on the table, as well as the best wine. It makes Tian Magio want to lie down and enjoy this beautiful food.
Huh? No. This is not true. Shemale. You bitch. What are you doing? Who told you to take action?
After all, Tian Moju has a high level of cultivation. He immediately woke up and couldn't help but shouted angrily. It spent so much money. The risk and costs were huge, and the descendants of the 4 great beasts were about to be killed. I never expected that the great human monster would interfere with them.
Hee. Master, what a devil disintegration technique. It is indeed the highest secret method in the demon world. Next, it's time to take a look at the disciples' heavenly demon fusion technique.
Unexpectedly, Ji Jisheng's sinister voice came from the illusion at this time.
What? How do you know these 2 techniques? What do you want to do? Ha ha ha! You'll know soon.
Chapter 739, The Combination of Heaven and Demons A. The
Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique
and the
Heavenly Demon Fusion Technique
sound like they are related. But in fact, they are completely different sections. The
Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique
is a secret method of Taimonji to save his life and defeat the enemy. The
Heaven and Demon Fusion Technique
is an evil technique from another sect in the demon world. It is no better than the blood sacrifice technique. But what surprised Taimonji was how Jijishi knew these two techniques and had the right timing to take action. Now is the time when the demon Geo is at its weakest. The
Devil Disintegration Technique
just used has already made it extremely weak.
Master, don't forget, you took my body first and occupied it for several months. I really have to thank you for not looking down on my body, completely seizing my body. It also left me with a lot of memories and skills,
Jijisheng said with a dark smile.
Ah, so that's it. Damn it. What an oversight. Jijisheng, what do you want to do now? I advise you to think clearly. Don't think that I am weak now. It will be easy to kill you. No. Xu Xiaobao and the others, did you bring it on too?
Tianmujio was shocked to realize that it was his own negligence that actually allowed Jijisheng to escape the disaster. And he also read many of his secret techniques. But it was too late now. Jijisheng clearly had an agenda. But Tianmujio was unable to control the situation. Thinking again about how well Xu Xiaobao and others came at the right time. Could it be that Jijisheng arranged all of this? If so, this person is terrible.
Ha ha. Yes. Their performance really impressed me. They can actually let you use this secret method. Now you understand? Just having strength and cultivation is useless. The key is to have a brain. I have a strategy. If I give you 3 more days, you will succeed in refining your body. And my plan will never be implemented.
Jijisheng had already appeared in the illusion and walked out, approaching the demonic dove step by step. At this time, Tianmajio could only sit on the ground reluctantly. The time for the Devil's Disintegration Method was very short. Jijisheng had calculated the time before he dared to come out. Otherwise, Tianmajio would not be able to bear it if he was desperate.
You Jijisheng, if you send me to the Qingking now, I will still recognize you as my disciple and give you half of the remaining body. You don't have many memorized techniques, and you don't know what is needed to ascend to the immortal world. Cultivation and steps.
I can teach you all these. If we, master and apprentice, join forces, there is absolutely no opponent in this world.
Tianmajio was panicked and wanted to persuade Jijisheng to impress him.
Forget it. If you want to ascend to the fairy world, I'm afraid it won't be enough for everyone in this world to give you blood sacrifices. Besides, even your current half-demon body can't refine a true demon body. So I didn't think about anything at all. I didn't want to ascend to the fairy world. And I didn't expect to be sacrificed by you in the end. I just want to dominate this world. And your cultivation level is enough.
Jijishi shook his head and smiled. He still had to delay for some time to confirm that the demon Geo, he will only take action when he is unable to deliver the final blow. Jijisheng is still very thoughtful and cautious in doing things.
What do you want to do?
The demon Geo felt a sense of fear for the first time. He didn't expect that an inconspicuous human being could actually threaten it.
Didn't I say it? I have spent so much energy and calculated for such a long time on the
great method of combining heaven and demons.
But I still have to gain something. So I am taking action now. Just to not let you be fooled by Xu Xiaobao, they were beaten to death.
Jijisheng became more and more excited as he spoke. And his mood became more and more exciting. It seemed that Tianmoji was really powerless to resist. In fact, Jijisheng also felt a little regretful. If he had waited just now and let Tianmoji kill all Xiaobao and others before taking action, it would have been even more perfect. But he didn't dare to wait any longer. The fighting power shown by Xu Xiaobao and the others was too strong. And there was one 19th princess among them who had not been exhausted and still had the strength to fight. To use the
Heavenly Demon Fusion technique,
the target must be alive. So Jijisheng took action in time to separate the two parties.
Cunning human. You won't succeed. You don't have a strong body. You will be burst.
Demon Geo shouted angrily. But he didn't expect that he would be plotted by an ant-like existence. And he will become his training resource. What a huge irony. After sacrificing blood to so many living beings, the retribution came to me in the end.
Ha ha. You don't have to worry about this. Thanks to your charity, we have now absorbed a little of the essence of the demon Geo's body, which can be regarded as the first form of the demon body. I am still very grateful to you for this. Come on. After saying this duo, it's time for you to disintegrate. Heaven and demon merge into one.
Ji Jisheng laughed loudly, then turned his face with a fierce look in his eyes, chanted the secret method in his mouth, and stepped closer to the demon dove. As Ji Jisheng's heavenly demon fusion technique was launched, the body of the heavenly demon Geo sitting on the ground began to split into pieces, and his body also quickly returned to its original size. The black and red blood on his body was also constantly gushing out, and his body, the flesh and blood of the limbs are constantly fragmenting, exposing the bones in the body.
Ah! Ji Jisheng, please spare me. I am willing to serve you as my master. I am willing to work for you. Ah! Ji Jisheng, you have to die. Kill me quickly. I can't stand it anymore.
Tian Majio watched. I am constantly decomposing, and the fear and pain are simply unimaginable. Even though it was very strong, it couldn't help but howl in pain. But Ji Jisheng remained unmoved and continued to approach Tian Majio step by step, and the clothes on his body were all broken into pieces. In the end, he walked into Tian Majio's body naked, and the body of Tian Majio split apart. The flesh and blood were all attached to Ji Jisheng's body. Ji Jisheng also began to tremble violently. He was also suffering from pain, but there was a cruel smile on Ji Jisheng's face, because he knew that this kind of pain could bring him great benefits. In his heart full of joy and expectation, Zhu Xiaobao and others were trapped in the illusion. After a quarter of an hour, they had recovered some physical strength and internal strength. This illusion could no longer trap them. With a burst of Suzaku fire, the boundless desert just disappeared. It's back to the scene of the battle just now, but the breath of Time Moji can't be felt at all. The Suzaku sword, the golden armor hammer, and a pair of tiger claws,
all inherited treasures, automatically returned to their bodies, and each of them took another piece of Genshin essence. However, the recovery effect this time was very unsatisfactory, because the wear and tear was too great, and I could barely stand up for a while. The most seriously injured person turned out to be Jume. She was still in a coma, and Zhu Rong and Princess 19 could only hold her up and retreat slowly. And Zhu Xiaobao is even more arrogant. He was also injured on his butt, and he is walking with a limp now. At this moment, more than 20 female warriors including Yu Xuan, Yu Shui and Tong Wuxin rushed over. They were not idle either. They fought fiercely with Ji Jisheng's 200 guards. 1 against 10. They did not fall behind and even killed them. Nearly 100 people were killed. And of course several female warriors were also killed or wounded. In fact, the two sides did not fight at first. Originally, this time it was a cooperative relationship. But Ji Jishi's guards could not help teasing these muscular female warriors when they saw them. And Ji Jishi also turned a blind eye. He wanted to pay attention to the war here in Taimojiu, but he tacitly approved the actions of his guards. Yes, it would be better to capture a few female warriors alive. Even if they really fought, they would still have an absolute advantage in numbers. But I didn't expect that these female warriors were so fierce, and could really defeat 10 without falling behind at all. Not even a single person survived until the end. Yu Xuan, Yu Shui and others rushed back with murderous intent. When they saw this tragic situation, everyone was very shocked. They had never seen Major Albao, and the 4 of them in such tragic conditions. Jume was even unconscious. Yes, but what Zhu Xiaobao is worried about is what happened to Tian Mojio. Will he still be hunted down? He didn't dare to go back to look for Tian Mojio. The secret technique Tian Mojio used just now was too terrifying, and his combat power increased several times at once, leaving Zhu Xiaobao and the others with lingering fears. If Tai Mojio had used this secret technique as soon as he came up, they would probably be dead by now. At this moment, the great master Jiuyin actually appeared. Her expression was very complicated, and she seemed to be hesitant. Originally, she wanted the matter to be over and followed Zhu Xiaobao and the others back to Fengdao. But now something has changed, he thought.
Xiaobao Chitos, you should evacuate Jiaolong Island first. If we continue to fight, you will suffer losses. I won't go back for the time being. I want to complete the body training here.
It turns out that Lord Jiuyin still wants to improve his physique so that he can be promoted to the realm of martial saint. After all, one can double one's lifespan in one fell swoop. The temptation is still huge.
Where's Tian Mojiu? And where's Ji Jisheng? Are those illusions created by Ji Jishen? What on earth is he doing?
Zhu Xiaobao nodded. Not. But he began to worry Ji Jisheng. This guy must have gained something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent so much energy on scheming against Taimoju. And now it seems like he succeeded.
I don't know. But if you stay here any longer, it will be very dangerous. Even if the great master of human demons frees his hands, your current state will no longer be his opponent.
Although the great master Joey was hesitant. Decision. But from the bottom of her heart, she still doesn't want Zhu Xiaobao and the others to be in danger. Anyway, her heart is very complicated now. In fact, there is a more important reason. That is, Zhu Xiaobao still has a fair-weather venerable person who has not taken action. So the human monster Great Venerable One does not dare to be presumptuous. His environment is very powerful. But his absolute combat power is not necessarily the same. Win the fight against the Meat and Wine Great Master.
Understood. Then you should take care of yourself and stop helping Ji Jixing do evil. If you want to come to Luofeng Island in the future, we welcome you at any time.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded. It can be seen that the Great Master Joey still protects them. Whether you stay or not. Maybe you can get more eyeliners. It was even more convenient on the way back. Half of the guards had been killed by Yu Shuang, Yu Shui and the others. And the rest were too scared to chase after them. When they arrived at the shore, they immediately boarded the boat. Zhu Xiaobao and others quickly left. Chapter 740. The combination of heaven and demon B. The warships around Jiaolong Island did not dare to stop Zhu Xiaobao and others. And they were very afraid of the double Black Wind Demon. Now that these two strange ships had left, these warships were very happy to get out of the way and let them go. Past. Ji Jixing's navy is not very strong. Far inferior to the 7th Princess's navy in Southeast County. There were originally a few clippers following them. But they were scared away by Tong Wuxin's cannon fire. The atmosphere on Double Black Wind is relatively dull. Zhu Xiaobao and others are now seriously injured. And Jumei is still unconscious. So Yu Shuang, Yu Shui and others are very anxious. Don't look at these two, the militants have never convinced anyone. But their beauty can convince them. They are indeed talented. The two of them boiled the medicine themselves in the cabin and gave it to Jumei. Although these ordinary medicinal materials did not have much effect, they couldn't care less. It would be good to have a little effect. Zhu Xiaobao groaned and lay on the narrow bed. He was enjoying it very much now. There were several female warriors serving him. Because Lu Tong and Lu Fang were not with him this time. And Zhu Rong and others were not with him. They are all working hard to recover their physical strength and injuries. So these female warriors can only serve Zhu Xiaobao.
Get out of here! Find someone gentler!
Zhu Xiaobao angrily drove Yang Wu Jade out. Not only was she tall and tall, but her hands were too rough and stiff. So not long after he entered, he was chased away by Zhu Xiaobao, with the replacement of 4 meticulous female warriors. Zhu Xiaobao immediately felt much more comfortable. He didn't even care that he was still naked, since the thick-skinned old man had long since stopped taking it seriously.
Master, how about I come? I am also very meticulous in my work.
The old apprentice came in and asked attentively.
Go and get me some preserved egg and lean meat porridge. Each of the sisters here will also have a bowl. They are working very hard too.
Zhu Xiaobao sent his old apprentice away with just one mouthful.
Thank you, King Chitos.
Several female warriors couldn't help but smile and worked harder.
Humph. Don't take advantage of this opportunity. Otherwise, I will tell Princess Ying.
Unexpectedly, Tong Wuxin's voice came over at this time, with a hint of helplessness. This younger brother is just too unruly, and likes to tease her whenever he has the opportunity. These female warriors are still very fond of him.
Sister, who was I at that time? No wonder this technique is so gentle and delicate.
Zhu Xiaobao turned his head and said with a smile.
Oh, we just experienced a life and death battle. Aren't you worried at all? Now Taimoji doesn't know what's going on. And that Ji Jixing, what benefits can he get? You should think about it carefully.
Tong Wuxin was sitting by the bed, helping Zhu Xiaobao apply medicine. The bleeding had stopped now, but the wound was very deep. Tong Wuxin was a little scared when he saw it. If he had been slower to dodge, Zhu Xiaobao would have been chopped into 2 pieces.
Well, don't worry. Since Ji Jixing wants to get huge benefits, he can only make sacrifices from Tian Magio. Even if he replaces Tian Magio, can he still be more powerful than Tian Magio? So no matter how it is calculated this time, we won't suffer any loss. It's just that the price is a little too high.
Zhu Xiaobao said nonchalantly. He had thought about it many times, and overall he felt that this was a good thing.
Oh, you think so? You are really big-hearted.
Tong Wuxin was slightly startled, then shook his head and said,
Of course. How else would these people be so happy following me? It's because I have enough confidence.
Zhu Xiaobao said brazenly, and took the opportunity to rub a handful on the thigh of a female warrior, which provoked this. The young female warrior suddenly blushed, but she was really happy in her heart.
I came here to ask you, where should we go now? Should we go back to Luofeng Island or to the Xiwang Fief?
Tong Wuxin asked after finishing applying the medicine on him.
Go back to the Western King's fiefdom. The next step is likely to be a battle to seize the direct descendants. We must prepare early and settle this matter as soon as possible. Separate a ship and let Yu Shuang and Yu Shui go to guard Luofeng Island.
I'm afraid Ji Jishan will take advantage of those female warriors.
Zhu Xiaobao thought for a while before saying,
Okay, I'll make arrangements right away.
In 2 days, he returned to the Xiwang fiefdom and landed from Shiyuan City. Duanmuki had already led his people to wait on the shore, but he did not expect that when he returned this time. For descendants of the mythical beasts, except the 19th princess, the rest are all weak and have to be driven in a car.
Brother-in-law, suppose Ji Jishan takes away the demon Jiu. What do you think we should do next?
Zhu Xiaobao asked while lying in the carriage.
Of course, I will take the opportunity to annex the eldest prince's fiefdom, regardless of whether Ji Jishan took away the demon Jiu. He must go through a process of adaptation and consolidation. This time will never be short.
Duanmuchi thought for a while, and then said, I was immediately overjoyed, finally waiting for the opportunity to expand outward.
Yeah, it's pretty much what I thought. Let's see what the arrangements are next.
Zhu Xiaobao closed his eyes and rested his mind after saying that. He was too lazy to worry about this kind of thing. There are 2 great military advisors in the Western King's fiefdom now. Why should he worry about it? But the strange thing is that 3 days after returning, Zhu Xiaobao has not received a letter from the great master Jiuyin. Has he really started to fall in love with Ji Jisheng again? This seems a bit unreasonable. The illusion of the great master of human demons lasted for 3 days before it was removed. In fact, there was no one else around. His guards were all driven away by the great master of Jiuyin. The main reason for maintaining the illusion is that Ji Jisheng doesn't want others to see the process of using the heaven and demon fusion technique. At this time, Taimoji was already furious. His body was covered in blood and flesh. The skeleton in his body was exposed, and his internal organs began to rot. What was even more terrifying was that Ji Jisheng's consciousness could still invade his mind and was devouring his body. Divine consciousness.
Spare me. Spare me. I don't want to die.
Tianmajio was still begging Ji Jishen weakly, but it was all in vain. Ji Jishen was fiercely seizing the time to devour and absorb it. This technique is very strange. The target object must be alive. Otherwise it will not be absorbed.
Ha. When you wantonly enslave people like us, did you ever think that today would happen? Your biggest mistake was that you didn't take us seriously. Tianmoju. This is the human world, not the place you should come to.
That's it.
You have enjoyed what you should enjoy, and you should be content. Now it's time to pay back.
Ji Jisheng said with a manic smile. In fact, he is also very weak now. To absorb such a giant, Ji Jishen, his cultivation and physique were really strenuous. Just like Taimoji said, he felt like he was going to burst, but he still doesn't want to stop. Every point he absorbs means that his cultivation level is stronger. It's just that the meridians and bones of the body have begun to rattle, and it feels a bit overwhelming.
What a disgusting person. You are the most insidious human being I have ever seen. I will fight with you.
Seeing that there was no hope of survival, Tianmajio finally shouted in despair. And then he summoned the last bit of his consciousness and took the method he used, self-destruction, to end his life. But Taimoji was already too weak at this time. Even his self-destruction had no lethality. His whole body was just shattered. But his consciousness also exploded and turned into countless gossamers, breaking out of his body. Even after death, I still hope that I can retain some regrets.
Humph. Seeking death?
Kill me. Ji Jisheng was startled. Fortunately, he did not receive any harm. But his devouring ended just like this. With a wave of his hand, a strong wind blew away all the wandering consciousness. They were strangled, although a few of them were self-destructed and shot the farthest away. Ji Jisheng didn't take it seriously. These residual soul threads were not a threat at all. If they want to grow and recover again, it will take thousands of years. It's impossible. At this time, Ji Jishi slowly walked out of the environment. His current image was very terrifying. His whole body was wrapped in the flesh and blood of the demon Jiu. He exuded a bloody stench and staggered, as if he was trying to hold on. Living. Little demon. Jiuyin! Take me to the sinkhole. Quick!
Ji Jishin said to the great sage.
Ah! Oh! Yes!
The great sage looked at Ji Jishin with disgust. This is too disgusting. But he didn't dare to disobey Ji Jishing's order. He had a chance to kill Ji Ziyi. But he didn't dare, let alone reluctant to do so. He couldn't live without this person now. The great master of human demon and the great master of Jiuyin carried Ji Jishing and hurried to the Tianqing. Then the three of them sank to the bottom of the Tianqing at the same time and began to frantically absorb the essence of the demon Jiu. Therefore, the Lord Jiuyin did not send a letter because she has been practicing her half-demon body in the Tianqing these days. This time, Ji Jishing was very generous in order to win over people's hearts and brought the great Lord Shima with her. Entered the Tianqing with the great master Jiuyin. But I didn't expect that the person who advanced first this time was the great master of the human demon. He was successfully promoted to the realm of the martial saint. This is not surprising. He has accumulated it a long time ago. It is just because he is afraid that his physique and meridians cannot keep up with the speed of his advancement that he dares not break through. Now that he has the body of Time Moju for him to absorb to his heart's content. Of course, he was the first to break through. 2 days later, the great master Jiuyin also broke through to the realm of the martial saint. However, her promotion was a bit reluctant. So she was not as stable as the great master Shimao. But being able to break through to the realm of martial saint, Lord Jiuyin is already very satisfied. She knows that her cultivation level is just like this. And it is almost impossible to advance further. It would be great to be able to cultivate this realm to perfection. However, neither the great master of human demons nor the great master of Jiuyin came out of the Tianqing. They looked at Ji Jishin at the same time, and saw that Ji Jishing had returned to his original appearance. The blood and carrion had been purified. And Ji Jishin was even more beautiful than before. He is stronger and taller. And he still has a bit of the aura of the demon Jiu. A bit more ferocious. His cultivation level is incomprehensible to the great vengeance of the human demon and the great venerable Jiuyin. And he has a feeling of being unfathomable. Just like they have always been unable to see through the demon Jiu. They feel the same way now when they look at Ji Jishing.
Have you all advanced? Very good. Get out and stay outside the sinkhole. No one can influence me. I also want to consolidate my cultivation.
Ji Jishing looked at the two martial saints lightly and then ordered.
Ji Lang, how about I stay here and take care of you?
The great master of the human demon said very flatteringly, and showed his charming face to Ji Jishi. He was even more charming than before. He felt she is already a perfect woman. But of course she still has a few extra gadgets.
Well, remember, you can only call me master from now on. Don't be presumptuous at anything else.
Ji Jishing snorted very coldly, and then waved his hand. The two peerless strong men, who had just been promoted to martial saints, turned out to be involuntarily. He was swept out of the sinkhole by a strong wind. The great venerable Shimao and the great venerable Jiuyin were thrown directly to the edge of the sinkhole. The great venerable Jiuyin could not stand firmly, and sat down on the ground. The two looked at each other in shock. This GZ is now what state has it reached? Chapter 741, Under Calmness A. It took another 14 days for Ji Jishi to walk out of the sinkhole. This time, Ji Jishi had undergone tremendous changes from the inside out. He is tall, big, and physically strong. Although he is not as good as the great master of the wilderness, he is still far superior to ordinary people. His fierce gaze and powerful aura give people a very strong sense of oppression.
Congratulations, Master, on your successful release. Master, please get on the sedan chair.
Sir, no. Now, he should be called the human demon martial saint. He has been waiting by the sinkhole for a long time. There is also an 8-carriage sedan prepared beside him, which is carried by 8 beauties. It is extremely luxuriously decorated. The great lady boy himself accompanied Ji Jishing into the sedan chair. As soon as he got on the sedan chair, he crawled into Ji Jishing's arms like a bird.
Ha ha! Your performance is very good. Where is Jiuyin?
Ji Jishing was very satisfied with the performance of the great master of the human demon. But he was still thinking about the great master of Jiuyin in his heart. He hopes that the great master Jiuyin will also become more charming because of his advancement.
Humph! She is still practicing and forcibly advanced. Not only has she not become younger, but she has also become old-fashioned. Now she has to practice hard every day, not to become more beautiful, I think she has no hope.
The great human demon said with a gloating tone. He still disliked the great venerable Jillian in his heart. After all, he was still a fake. And he rejected the great venerable Jillian from the bottom of his heart.
Oh, that's a pity. Forget it. Let her go. Come here first and let me enjoy it.
Ji was also a little surprised. Logically speaking, as one's cultivation level increases, she should become more beautiful. But now it seems that the great master Jillian has not become more beautiful. But his cultivation is unstable, and he is consolidating his cultivation.
Oh, master, you are such a bad person. You have made the slave family feel so uncomfortable. Well, I want to go into the Tianking to practice again, and I ask for your permission. Master!
The human monster Marshal Saint tries his best to please. But he also has a purpose. He also wants to improve his physique.
No! From now on, no one is allowed to enter the Tianking without my permission. Otherwise, they will be killed without mercy.
Ji Jisheng frowned and hummed with eyes wide open. Although the
Heavenly Demon Fusion Technique
was successful this time. For this time's fusion, most of the Heavenly Demon Joe's body in the sinkhole has been absorbed, leaving less than 1/6 of its original size. So Ji Jishi is also very stingy. This is a vital cultivation resource that affects whether he can go further. As soon as Ji Jisheng came out of seclusion, he and the Lady Male Master had fun all night long. And of course, there were several beautiful women among them. Now Ji Jisheng can truly enjoy the pleasure of being the overlord of the world. And he has no scruples at all. She did whatever she wanted, and was extremely luxurious. In the meantime, she even forcibly recruited the great Master Jillian. She originally wanted to favor her, but she really didn't like her. Ji Jisheng was also a little interested, and asked the great Master Jillian again, after being sent away, why did she advance and become more like an old woman? This makes Ji Jisheng very depressed. In fact, Lord Jillian was also very depressed. She didn't expect that it would become like this. It was probably because of her state of mind. She was always very conflicted in her heart, and didn't know whether she should leave or not. Because she also wants to improve her cultivation level. But now the great ladyboy suppresses her all the time, making her life very miserable. She was depressed. And hearing the sounds of obscene music coming from the palace made her even more upset. After being dismissed hastily by Ji Jisheng, Master Jillian hesitated again, and finally sent a letter to Zhu Xiaobao. She actually began to miss her life on Luofeng Island again. Similarly, these days all Xiaobao and the others have almost recovered. Except for Jumei, who has not yet completely recovered. Everyone else has completely recovered. The cultivation of Zhu Rong and Princess 19 has improved a lot. Zhu Xiaobao's injuries have also healed. He suffered a flesh injury, which looked scary, but he recovered very quickly. And the divine beast's body has a very strong self-healing ability, leaving no scars at all. The biggest problem now is that none of their magic weapons have fully recovered, especially the giant turtle shield and golden armor hammer, as well as Zhu Rong's Suzaku sword, which are all seriously damaged. These inherited treasures are not as easy to recover from their injuries. To recover, it requires a long period of warmth and nourishment, relying on one's own power of divine beasts and divine consciousness to slowly repair it. It is estimated that it will take at least half a year. After finally receiving a letter from Lord Jillian, Princess 19 was a little anxious and hurriedly called everyone for a meeting. She had called everyone many times in the past few days to discuss many future matters. But Zhu Xiaobao always excused himself because of illness. Tian was very comfortable being served by several concubines and female warriors. He simply didn't want to make progress, and didn't want to take care of these things at all. This made Zhu Rong and Princess 19 a little annoyed. But there was nothing they could do. The King of England, Chateaus, is indeed injured, so he can't do anything bad. But his hands are never idle, and they are much more flexible.
Let me see. There is a letter from the great Master Jillian. Well, it is written in such detail? What is the
great method of combining heaven and demons?
Who would have thought that Ji Jisheng really had an intention? And he planned it successfully?
Zhu Xiaobao rushed to the meeting hall with no choice but to read the letter from Master Jillian, and suddenly felt a little depressed. According to what the great venerable Jillian said, Ji Jisheng's current cultivation level has skyrocketed. Although it is not as good as the great venerable man Wang, it is almost there. The key is that Tai Moji's body has given birth to 1/6, which is enough for him to improve by 2 more times. Unexpectedly, After destroying a demon, Ji Jisheng was raised up. Based on intuition, Ji Jisheng is more cunning and insidious than Tian Moju. This makes Zhu Xiaobao a little bit excited.
Humph. I was so happy flirting with those female warriors all day long. Why don't you talk now?
Princess 19 snorted in annoyance. These days, she watches every move of Zhu Xiaobao. In his eyes, he was already unhappy.
Ahem. I was just recuperating from my injuries. I really didn't do anything. I just kept myself in a happy mood, which can help my injuries recover faster.
Zhu Xiaobao said sarcastically. Thinking about it, we are indeed quite indulgent these days. This is caused by wanting to enjoy ourselves for the rest of our lives.
Okay. Now it seems that the crisis is not over yet. It is even greater than before. Not only has Ji Jisheng inherited the mantle of Tian Moju, but the key is that he still has troops and territory in his hands. Now his strength cannot be underestimated.
Zhu Rong also looked at Zhu Xiaobao with dissatisfaction. But her tone was still very gentle. After all, she was the master of the harem and must maintain her proper demeanor and bearing. And compared to the sinister and profound nature, they'd prefer Zhu Xiaobao's simplicity and truthfulness.
Yes. Yes. We should be prepared. Duan Muqi and Murong Feng asked you to plan the 19th princess to seize the throne. Why is it that more than half a month has passed, and there is no movement at all? As for the eldest prince now, we should be able to capture all the men and horses.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded repeatedly to admit his mistake, and then attacked Duan Muqi. In fact, he wanted to change the target and resolve his own embarrassment.
Ha ha! It is not difficult to take over the eldest prince's fiefdom. What is really difficult is after annexing the eldest prince's fiefdom. You know, our own fiefdom is already vast and sparsely populated. Now that it has doubled, how can there be so many people? Construction and management? In addition to the more than 1 million troops in the eldest prince's place, there are less than 1 million civilians left. If we take it by force now, we will definitely lose a lot. That's why we haven't moved yet. There are not enough manpower to take care of those places.
Duan Muqi glanced at Zhu Xiaobao and felt very dissatisfied with this guy. So he would be the tool to rescue him.
Humph. We have already discussed this.
And once we take action against the eldest prince, it will inevitably lead to the 7th princess and His Highness 6th prince joining forces, which is something we don't want to see.
Murong Feng also snorted with disdain. Zhu Xiaobao, of course, she wouldn't be happy using her husband as a shield.
Was I wrong again? Okay. What do you think we should do next?
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly said in embarrassment. He didn't expect that everyone came prepared. But he only appeared temporarily. That's why I'm making a fuss now. But he is still the most critical person. And many things depend on his intentions.
Humph. So, the line with the great master Jiuyin must not be broken. The information she sent is too important. If possible, even using a handsome man trick is fine. Although you are not very handsome.
Murong Feng's revenge came so quickly, and he immediately gave Zhu Xiaobao a very strange idea.
No way. Murong Feng. You are pretending to be a public servant. Push me into the pit of fire.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly became excited. Grandma Jiuyin is not young. She is a temptress of the same generation as the venerable master of wine and meat.
Oh. Alright. Don't make any excuses. I have set people to keep a close eye on the actions of the 7th princess and His Highness the 6th Highness. However, Ji Jisheng does not have our spies there. We can only rely on the information sent by the Lord Jiuyin.
Duan Mu! Only then did she smile and wave his hands to smooth things over.
Yes. Let's stop quietly first and see what Ji Jisheng's actions are before we make a decision. It just so happens that we can take advantage of this time to allow Jumei to fully recover.
Princess 19 said somewhat irritably. She did not expect that. Things will end up like this. Although the crisis of Tian Moju has been resolved, Ji Jisheng has been helped in disguise. This is so depressing.
I have 2 suggestions. First, let half of the people and people from Lingyu Mountain migrate here. Lingyu Mountain is already overcrowded, so we can divert half of it. Of course, it would be better if those female warriors are willing to live here. The second is to send someone alone to the eldest prince to persuade him to submit to us, so that we can smoothly take over the eldest prince's fiefdom. Of course, the person who goes to lobby must be a person with advanced cultivation and strong martial arts.
Murong Feng, as expected of the girl Zhuge, he immediately added 2 suggestions. But the second suggestion was obviously directed at Zhu Xiaobao. The one who could defeat the eldest prince in a single fight was probably the descendant of the mythical beast. Zhu Rong and Princess 19 definitely can't go. Zhu Mei's injury has not healed yet, and she won't lobby. This is tantamount to letting Zhu Xiaobao go alone. Zhu Xiaobao now understands how terrible it is to offend a woman.
But my injury has not fully recovered.
Zhu Xiaobao turned his eyes and said slyly,
It doesn't matter. It's still too late to leave after you recover from your injuries.
"Aw,
You're not so cruel. Are you?
humph."
Love to go or not?
Chapter 742, Under Calmness B. On Pingshan Island, one of the 36 islands in the southeast, Ji Jisheng was fighting 3 armored generals. It was not an ordinary sparring, but a life and death fight. Because Ji Jishi came here just to mobilize troops and people. Now that he has replaced Tian Moju, of course he will not use his own people on Jialong Island to practice. But there are no people on Jialong Island now, so he wanted to recruit some people from each of the other 35 islands to fill his Dragon Island. Of course, it is also to repair various facilities on Jialong Island and restore prosperity. The current Jialong Island is equivalent to a dead island. Except for some of Ji Jisheng's troops, there are no other ordinary people. They were all sacrificed to the blood of the demon Jiao. Of course, there is a reason why Ji Jisheng started to mobilize troops from Pingshan Island. Although the 36 islands in the southeast are all under the jurisdiction of Ji Jisheng, the guards on several islands are still the old generals of the 7th princess. They are not convinced by Ji Jisheng. Even if they are, Ji Jishi's general orders were always obeyed and disobeyed, and the troops under his command did not listen to Ji Jishi's orders. Therefore, Ji Jishi had long wanted to deal with these generals. However,
due to the high martial arts of these generals, they were all operating in their respective islands. After more than 10 years, it can be said that it is so deep-rooted that even the 7th princess wants to give them 3 points. Now Ji Jiwei suddenly came here, asking for people, food, and various building materials. So of course, the guards here were unwilling. Moreover, they were still 3 brothers, each with strong martial arts skills. They were not afraid of Ji Jiwei at all. In fact, they were the same as Southeast County. Many civil servants and military generals do not want to see General Ji Jishen, because everyone knows how he came to power. So they seem to be respectful, but inadvertently they have a very disdainful attitude.
Okay. If you don't accept it, okay. Let's decide the outcome by force. How about I deal with the 3 of you by myself?
Ji Jisheng actually asked with a smile.
You? Against the 3 of us? General Ji, this kind of joke is not funny, and we have no intention of winning with more. Even if you are a martial arts master, you have no chance of winning against the 3 of us brothers.
His name is Han Qilong. The 3 brothers are all good at a pair of double spears. The 6 spears of the Han family are quite famous in Daxia. Although they heard that Ji Jishen was already a martial master, they simply scoffed at it. Who knows how many rare medicinal materials were used to make it? What kind of fighting power can this kind of warrior possess? What's more, Han Qilong is also a martial arts master, and his 2 younger brothers are also peak martial arts masters.
Humph. You think we don't dare to hurt you? Right. We can't bear the blame of the 7th princess for hurting you.
Han Qihu, the 2nd oldest, curled his lips and yelled mockingly. His voice was very loud, and the people behind him, the soldiers, all smiled and whispered to each other. Looking at Ji Jisheng is more like looking at a brothel girl.
Okay. If you have the guts, I can tell you, don't worry about the 7th princess, because in this battle, either you die or I die. So there is no chance to go to the 7th princess for help. This is my big general seal. I'll put it here today so that everyone can prove what I said.
Ji Jisheng's face suddenly became gloomy, and then he threw out his general seal.
This, General Ji, this is not necessary.
Han Qilong was a little hesitant at this time, and secretly glared at his 2nd brother Han Qihu. What he just said must have made it difficult for the general to step down. Isn't this unnecessary?
No. It's necessary. It's very necessary. If you lose, this island will have nothing to do with you, because you are all dead. If I lose, I am also a dead person, and you can directly replace me, this great general.
Ji Jisheng said sinisterly, and then said to the 2nd in command Han Qihu.
Also, if you die, I will take good care of your family. You're looking for death. Pretty boy, I've long disliked you. Come on. I'll kill you without my brother taking action.
Han Qihu had just turned 40 and had a bad temper. Now that Ji Jishen had provoked him like this, He immediately roared angrily. And now, he couldn't stop him even if he wanted to. Although Han Qilong was also very angry because Ji Jixing said something too mean. He still didn't want to break up with Ji Jixing. But he couldn't control the current situation. And Ji Jixing's words were too deceptive. So he didn't stop Han Qihu, but secretly prepared to rescue Ji Jixing once he couldn't do it anymore. After all, she is the celebrity under the skirt of the 7th princess. So she really cannot afford to offend her. But the two sides had already fought. And Han Qilong was stunned. This Ji Jixing was not simple. He grabbed Han Qihu's silver gun with one hand. And with a wave of his hand, Han Qihu was thrown off his horse and crawled from the ground in embarrassment. Got up. Han Qihu was also a little angry. He was blaming himself for being too careless. Han Qihu roared angrily and charged forward again, firing his 2 spears. This time he was very energetic. The 2 silver spears danced in all directions. And his moves were extremely exquisite. He has used his housekeeping skills. But it was still useless. Ji Jixing casually explored and grabbed the gun. With a little effort, he took the gun by force. With his other hand, he used the palm of his hand instead of the knife and cut off one of Han Qihu's arms.
Ah! You are so cruel!
Han Qihu roared, trembling in pain, and feeling even more shocked and angry. He didn't expect this general to be so cruel.
General Ji! You are too cruel! How could you?
Han Qilong was even more shocked and angry. That was his brother. And his arm was cut off like this? After many years of fighting in the north and south. The 3 brothers have never suffered such a heavy blow. Today, Ji Jixing indeed lost an arm.
Humph! You're a useless thing who only talks about being strong. Don't worry. You can't escape. I said, either you will die today or I will die. It seems that my chance of winning is better.
Ji Jixing casually took Han Qihu away. He threw the bloody arm aside, took out a clean handkerchief, and carefully wiped the blood on his hand.
Okay. Okay. If I don't kill you today, I won't have the shame to guard here. 3rd brother, come with me.
Han Qilong's face was solemn, full of evil spirits. He could also see it. There is no way to be kind today. Really, it's time to tell the difference between life and death. Han Qihu was ruthless enough and simply bandaged it. Then rushed forward again, with a single gun in his other hand to join the battle group. Under the severe pain, he realized that Ji Jixing's cultivation level was definitely much higher than theirs. So none of the 3 brothers mentioned winning with more. Being able to save his life today was already a blessing. Ji Jixing was able to move among the 3 of them with ease. And he was still commenting on the moves of the 3 brothers with a smile. He also used a few moves from time to time, which immediately made the 3 brothers of the Han family panic. Only then did they realize how much trouble they had caused. The cultivation level of this General Ji was probably not as simple as that of a martial lord. However, the 3 brothers were also brave by nature and refused to beg for mercy. They gritted their teeth and struggled to support them.
Humph! You are so shameless! And you still haven't knelt down and surrendered? Then don't blame me for being rude.
Ji Jixing beat him for a while. And seeing that the 3 brothers still wanted to fight him desperately, his face turned cold, and he said viciously, "One move. Just one move." A blood axe cut 3 brothers in half. It turns out that the strong energy emitted from the blood axe can also cut people in half. The 3 brothers all opened their eyes in horror. But it was no use anymore. Half of their bodies fell to the ground. And then, they were no longer conscious.
Fight him and avenge General Han!
The 200 soldiers under the 3 brothers of the Han family shouted angrily at this time. They were all dead soldiers under the 3 brothers of the Han family. They had been adopted and trained by the 3 brothers of the Han family since they were young. So they could not afraid of the powerful enemy. He charged forward fiercely. Suddenly, these 200 soldiers disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. And after a while, what appeared in front of everyone was already 200 dead bodies. Among the pile of dead bodies stood a charming and coquettish woman. The scene was very strange. This is the action of the human demon martial saint.
Wow!
All of a sudden, the soldiers and lieutenants on Pingshan Island were all in a mess. And they couldn't help but retreat back. Who has ever seen such a terrifying killing method?
Listen to me. I will take over Pingshan Island now. If you follow me, all your benefits will be doubled and your rank will be promoted. If you don't want to follow me, this is what will happen.
Ji Jixing looked around at the soldiers and generals around him. "Officer," he said very calmly. His voice was not loud, but everyone could hear it clearly.
"I am willing to listen to General Ji's order."
After a moment of silence, everyone knelt down and submitted. The three brothers of the Han family were dead. Who would be willing to resist again? Who are you not following?
Okay. Come here. Take me to search the house. I want to give some rewards to the newly surrendered soldiers.
Ji Jisheng nodded with satisfaction, and then led the troops straight to the house of the three brothers of the Han family. Massive burning, killing and looting. Except for women. Everyone else was killed. In just 3 days, Ji Jisheng sorted out the islands that were originally not very obedient. Now the 36 islands in the southeast are completely under control. A large number of people have gathered on Jialun Island, and they are planning and rebuilding it. The 7th princess also received a message, and she got furious in the hall. What did Ji Jisheng want to do? He actually went on a killing spree, killing all the veterans and generals on the 36 islands in the southeast, who had been with him for more than 10 years.
Bastard! It's rebelled! It's rebelled! He's going to rebel! Come here! Give me some troops and boats! I'm going to go out personally and catch this bastard back!
The 7th princess yelled, slapping the table.
Who does Chitos want to arrest?
An arrogant voice came from above the hall, and a person appeared at the door of the hall. It was the brightly armored General Ji Jisheng. He was also holding a bloody human head in his hand. Chapter 743, Under Calmness C. Including the 7th princess. Everyone looked at GZ, who walked in from outside the main hall in surprise. This is unbelievable. There are at least 5,000 palace guards around the main hall. How come there is no movement at all? Just for Ji Shishi to come in so arrogantly. The head in his hand belongs to the guard leader. The cultivation of this guard leader is amazing. Nudie, a genuine martial arts master, was a fierce general trusted by the 7th princess. And now he was beheaded like this?
GZ! You are so brave. You dare to kill the guard commander? Why don't you kneel down and apologize?
The ministers were shocked and angry, pointed at GZ, and shouted loudly.
Humph! This person dares to slander me and Chitos's innocence. Shouldn't he be killed? Who am I to blame?
Ji Jisheng said nonchalantly, and walked directly into the hall without stopping at all.
It's not your turn to deal with it. You are killing innocent people indiscriminately and bringing trouble to the imperial court. You are also killing people on the 36 islands in the southeast. Ji Jisheng, are you going to rebel?
Many ministers shouted in shock and anger. Those military generals were even more secretly on guard. They could feel Ji Jisheng's power even more. I heard that he had already been cultivated by the martial lord.
Humph! Rebellion? I have no interest in it yet. I am doing this to revitalize the southeast county and integrate the 36 islands in the southeast. The situation is critical now. The 19th princess has grown stronger. Once the eldest princess fiefdom is conquered, the southeast is next. County. I am the one who focuses on the overall situation. But you people, each of you has thousands of hectares of fertile land and tens of thousands of servants. You only want comfort and enjoyment, and guard wealth and glory. What kind of loyal ministers do you think you are? What a joke,
Ji Jisheng said. It was said more domineeringly, which really made these civil servants and generals feel a little guilty. Now they all know about the rapid rise of the 19th princess. But everyone is holding on to the southeast county, as long as they can keep their own safety and wealth.
That's fine.
Since Du and Mookie left, no one in the court has mentioned the fight for the throne. Because the 7th princess herself has become muddle-headed and seems to have lost her original vigor. Although they were a little guilty after being told by GZE. These civil servants and generals did not show weakness. Now they are united, and they feel that they can withstand GZ's powerful aura. They are all accusing Ji Jisheng of various crimes. What's even more intolerable is that Ji Jisheng has not knelt down to salute the 7th princess. Instead, he stands arrogantly in front of the 7th princess, less than 10 steps away.
Noise! Shut up!
Ji Jiwei shouted impatiently, and then waved his hand. These civil servants and generals were all dazzled. They were actually in another environment, surrounded by singing and dancing birds, and scantily clad beauties everywhere. My dear, there is still a faint fragrance in the air. These people were very frightened at first, but in a moment, they became dazed and their eyes were shining. Looking at these beautiful ladies, they couldn't help but feel hot and ready to move, and then pounced on it involuntarily. The 7th princess also looked at GZ in surprise. Everyone in the entire hall disappeared, except for the 2 eunuchs Dafu and Erfu behind her. She didn't know how GZ did it. What made her even more panicked was that Ji Jisheng had already walked over, grabbed her hair without politeness, and dragged her towards the backyard of the palace. It's not like before. where you had to please yourself in advance. Now you just do it directly.
Ji Jisheng, you are so bold. How dare you be so rude? Someone come and take him down.
The seventh princess struggled hard, still shouting angrily. But no one from the harem came out. Not even the maids and eunuchs. Only two loyal servants, Dafu and Erfu, rushed over desperately. Although the two eunuchs Dafu and Erfu are martial masters, they are now 3 martial masters when they join forces with the seventh princess. They still can't beat Ji Jisheng. Ji Jisheng seems to be deliberately humiliating the seventh princess. He is not eager to win, but interspersed banter among the three. Within a quarter of an hour, both sides of Dafu Erfu's cheeks were swollen, and blood was flowing from his mouth and nose. The seventh princess was not much better. Ji Jisheng tore her clothes piece by piece. If the fight continued, she would be fighting naked.
Stop fighting! Stop fighting! What on earth are you going to do? Xiuji!
Only then did the seventh princess realize that her martial arts and cultivation were far behind Ji Jisheng. If she continued to fight, she would be humiliating herself. Moreover, this kind of humiliation and beating will not bring the great pleasure as before, but will make her very painful and angry. The seventh princess's head was stepped on. How embarrassed she was. The two eunuchs, Dafu and Erfu, were bleeding from their mouths and could not get up.
Bitch! Do you think I really want this little bit of territory and rights from you? What I want is the entire Dashya kingdom, Shijua kingdom, and Zirwei kingdom. You should just be your honored king, and let me you might ascend the throne of Dashya kingdom. As long as you obey me, everything here will still be yours.
Ji Jisheng knelt down, patted the seventh princess's cheek, and snorted disdainfully. Since he replaced Tai Moju, Ji Jisheng's cultivation has not only skyrocketed, but his vision has also become higher. He has no time to govern a fiefdom or a country. He only needs a puppet to sit in the court. There is no doubt that the seventh princess is the best candidate.
What do you want me to do? Did that heavenly demon Geo ask you to come here? Is it really on Dragon Island? And it sacrificed blood to many people?
The seventh princess finally sat up and asked in shock, breaking the broken bones on her body. His clothes were pulled up, and he still wanted to maintain some dignity of a 1,000-year-old king.
Ha ha! Heavenly Demon Geo no longer exists. And now I am the only one who dominates. The only trouble is Zhu Xiaobao and the 4 descendants of the mythical beasts. The 19th princess is also ready to take action now, and wants to unify the great Xia kingdom. So I am back to help you this time.
Ji Jisheng said with a smile on his face. Seeing the half-dressed seventh princess, he still wanted to cover up. Instead, he got interested and took off the seventh princess naked in just 3 strokes. Then he said without any courtesy, 2 slaps. He spanked the seventh princess hard on the butt. Strangely enough, this was supposed to be a very exciting thing. But this time the seventh princess's reaction was very numb, and she just waited there passively. Strong fear and resentment have replaced any pleasure. She is now very afraid and repelled by Ji Zi. But she does not dare to disobey him. Although Ji Jisheng was a little strange, he didn't care. He didn't need to look at the seventh princess's face now. He was just venting his animal desires to his heart's content. While working, he was still giving orders.
The only trouble now is that the strength of the 19th princess has surpassed ours, and we must step up recruitment. I came here for 2 things. First, to immediately recruit 1.5 million workers. Go to Jiaolong Island. Secondly, I have to talk to His Highness the 6th Prince. The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
It turns out that since Ji Jisheng came out of the sinkhole, he has felt like he despised the world. Now only the descendants of the 4 great beasts can pose a threat to him. But Ji Jisheng believes that as long as he practices for a period of time, he can be worthy of all the little beasts. Thou it all. Ji Jisheng was relatively smart. He immediately felt that the most important thing now was not only to defend his fiefdom, but also to limit the development of the 19th princess. Because he still needs time to practice. He must not let the 19th princess calm down the world so quickly, as that would affect his cultivation and grand plans.
Yes, I know.
The 7th princess was passively being harvested. But this time she didn't feel any pleasure at all, and she just wanted it to end quickly. In the main hall, the civil and military officials also returned to the main hall. They were all red-faced. Everyone had just finished a very absurd, exciting and passionate scene. Some of the old officials had not even been hardcore for many years. After that, I actually had a great time doing it this time. Now everyone is looking at each other. Their faces are full of shame. They are all disheveled. They all know what they have been through. and they don't know how to speak for a moment. After all, they were all showing off their ugliness just now, and they were so excited. What makes these people even more embarrassed is that there are still naked and unkempt women lying on the ground. Some of them are old women in their 40s or 50s. These are all left over from those who were killed and ransacked by Ji Jisheng. Yes, it was unsightly to stay on my own Jialan Island. So I simply brought it back to deal with these civil and military ministers. I didn't expect that I would vent my joy on these crooked melons and cracked jujubes. These civil and military ministers were all ashamed and ashamed. These women also looked at these civil and military ministers blankly, and were also recalling the passionate process just now. Of course, all this was caused by the human demon martial saint and the Jiuyin martial saint. They are both martial saints. So dealing with these civil and military officials is of course a piece of cake. The seventh princess in the main hall was also missing. If the head on the ground hadn't been there, they would have even doubted whether Ji Jisheng had been here. Now that the seventh princess is not here, everyone is covering their faces with their sleeves and shyly escaping back to their homes. At the same time, the Shiwang fiefdom was also very lively. Unexpectedly, there were so many people who wanted to come here. The female warriors were all rushing to request to come to the Shiwang fiefdom. They were no longer satisfied with staying in Lingyu Mountain. All of them are small hills. Only the elders, Yu Qianhe and others are still willing to stay in Lingyu Mountain. But now Yu Qianhe has thought about it. Anyway, these belong to his son-in-law, so there is no big difference. Besides, the female warriors of the Lingyu tribe are also here. With a rapid increase, Lingyu Mountain is indeed almost saturated. The happiest among them is probably the 19th princess. The number of people has increased by nearly 1 million at once, which has enriched the people of the West King's fief. This will definitely allow the West King's fief to develop rapidly. Even the original Northern Zirui Kingdom also sent a group of people over, mainly because of Zhu Xiubao's golden sign. Wherever he is, people are willing to follow him. Now the Shiwang fiefdom is busy and lively. So many people have to travel to various counties. Of course, they are very busy. And with the arrival of a large number of female warriors, Princess 19's army suddenly increased by hundreds of thousands. The total strength has exceeded 3 million, 2,000 warships, and 400,000 naval forces. But Zhu Xiaobao was not happy. He wanted to go to the eldest prince's fiefdom to lobby for the eldest prince's surrender. And this time, Zhu Xiaobao went alone without any entourage. Chapter 744 Going alone, eh? Now the eldest prince's fiefdom is full of dangers. It is surrounded by the royal court, Jialanga, and the 19th princess, except for His Highness the 6th prince in the northeast, who is his ally. Everyone else is his enemy. Therefore, most of the eldest prince's troops are mainly distributed in the area bordering the royal court and the 19th princess. He has no time to take care of the others, and can only bet that Jialanga will not dare to invade without authorization. After all, she is a foreigner, and if she attacks, the 9th princess will not agree to it. There is no defense at all for His Highness the 6th. If His Highness seizes the eldest prince's fiefdom, the 19th princess and the 7th princess will definitely join forces. The total number of troops guarding the 19th princess is 500,000. This is also the largest force that the eldest prince can deploy. The fortifications are relatively strong. They are here to prepare for battle. Half of the other troops are pacified in their own fiefdoms. Rebellion? Now the eldest prince does not allow the people to migrate, but taxes are still increasing. The remaining people have long been overwhelmed. In many places, they have risen up against the eldest prince, and some people have fallen into disgrace and become bandits. The business of robbing families and homes began. Those who can still survive by farming are relatively prosperous places and places that the army can take care of. This time Zhu Xiaobao went alone, which was also the idea of Zhu Rong, Princess 19 and others. This guy was living too carefree and simply didn't want to make progress. After careful calculation, it seems that Zhu Xiaobao has never acted alone. At worst, he has been accompanied by Zhu Mei or an old apprentice. So this time Zhu Rong discussed with the 19th princess and decided to let him go to the eldest prince's fief alone. Of course, there is another important reason. That is, the Shiwang fiefdom is too busy now. There are so many people who have to settle down, allocate land, and register. They are all very busy. So this time, Zhu Xiaobao is left alone go and experience it. With Zhu Xiaobao's current cultivation level, there should be no danger. They had just received a message from the great master Jiuyin, saying that Ji Jisheng had gone to the 6th prince's fief. So Zhu Rong and the 19th princess felt free to let Zhu Xiaobao go to the first princess fief alone. Although it is heavily guarded, it is still very easy for Zhu Xiaobao to pass through the opponent's defensive area with his current cultivation level. He chose to sneak into the eldest princess fiefdom in the middle of the night. He easily avoided the overt and hidden sentries everywhere and reached the rear without even using any spells. He originally thought about setting a fire, but after going around to the granary, Zhu Xiaobao gave up the plan. It was so pitiful that there wasn't much food left in the granary. That is to say, it can barely guarantee that the soldiers eat half a bag. As for the coolies and slaves, they can only eat one meal a day, either with wild vegetables and bean cakes, or drink half a bowl of wild vegetable paste. Zhu Xiaobao couldn't bear to see it, so he didn't take action. After passing the defensive area, there was no danger. Zhu Xiaobao put on very ordinary clothes and walked on the road openly. He felt that he was already wearing very ordinary clothes, but it was still too conspicuous. So clean and so glossy. This is in a remote rural area. Then he is a rich man. Besides, he also brought a big package full of food. It didn't take long before several groups of bandits were recruited. Now the eldest princess fiefdom is infested with bandits. In fact, many of them are ordinary people who have been forced to have no way out. Of course, there are also some habitual bandits who take the opportunity to increase their strength. Of course, there is a good distinction between habitual bandits and ordinary people. It can be seen from the clothes and faces. Those who were forced to leave the grass were all skinny and sallow, and they had no martial arts skills. Their requirements were also very simple. They just wanted to grab some food. No, willing to kill. Those habitual bandits are very fierce, and usually leave no one alive. Therefore, Zhu Xiaobao also treats them differently. And when they encounter those habitual bandits, they will kill them ruthlessly without mercy. Therefore, Zhu Xiaobao not only did not lose anything along the way, he also had dozens of taels of gold and some dried meat and dry food on his body. These were all looted from those ruthless bandits. He did not waste them and gave them to him after changing hands. I also talked about the poor people I met, especially those begging on the street with their families. He just kept a horse, which was a means of transportation. Finally, we arrived at a relatively lively town, which is under Yiqing County. Further north is Yong'an County, which is the county where the eldest prince's palace is located. It is also the most important and prosperous county in the eldest prince's fiefdom. Almost all the inns in the town are closed, and only 2 are still open for business. Since the war between the eldest prince and the 9th princess, there are no merchants coming and going from the West King's fiefdom, because the 19th princess ordered not to enter the eldest prince's house, doing business in the fiefdom. The only person who still has business dealings with the eldest prince's fiefdom is His Highness 6th, and there are still many caravans coming and going from him. Therefore, Yiqing County seems to be very depressed. The town is also deserted. There are no people staying in the 2 inns, because the accommodation in the inns is still very cheap now. But to provide food, it must be calculated separately. Now the food is too. I was nervous, but I had to buy the inn at a high price, so that I could barely maintain the operation of the inn. Zhu Xiaobao had the worst dinner ever, and the price was not cheap. He insisted on charging him 2 taels of silver. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and sighed. Prosperity. The people are suffering. Death. The people are suffering. Not at all. Not bad. It seems that my mission this time is very important. Save the people from fire and water. The next day I started on the road again, hired a carriage, and headed straight to Yong'an County. The road was relatively better. After all, there were patrols by the police and the security was better. There were still people farming in many places. But there are still one like these. These people rely on their martial arts skills to rob wealthy people, and they can live a prosperous life in this troubled world. Just meeting Zhu Xiaobao was unlucky, and he was robbed by Zhu Xiaobao. When we arrived at Yong'an County, the gates of the city were very strictly inspected. After all, this is where the eldest prince's palace is located. The defenders and people here must also be neatly dressed and look much better. Those who can stay here are only those with high standards, a person or family with certain connections and strength. This time Zhu Xiaobao entered the city from the city gate. He took the identity tags of the one-legged thieves and entered the city in a grand manner. He could also answer questions fluently. He came to Yong'an County to seek refuge with his relatives. Along the way, Zhu Xiaobao, it can be considered that I have done enough homework and asked for a lot of information first. Anyway, he didn't have any weapons on him. Instead, the beef jerky and 1,000-layer cakes
he brought were forcibly seized by the officers and soldiers guarding the city. Now when I see something to eat, my eyes light up. Zhu Xiaobao didn't care too much and entered Yongnan County with a little helplessness. This county was more prosperous and had a much larger population. People could still be seen coming and going on the street, but people's faces were solemn, stern, and walking in a hurry. Not far from the inner city where Yongnan Palace is located, Zhu Xiaobao found a family to live in, bought some rice, noodles and vegetables at a high price, and then started cooking by himself. Along the way, he felt that eating was too hard, and now it's time to take matters into your own hands and improve the food. Just after cooking a few side dishes, a thin figure appeared at the door. Zhu Xiaobao was startled, not because of his sudden appearance, but because of the scars on his face and even the exposed forearm. There are also scars all over the body. But through these scars, Zhu Xiaobao can still be sure that this person is not very old. And she is also a very pretty girl. It's just a woman disguised as a man. It seems that he is consciously trying to hide his appearance and figure. Behind her was an 11 or 12-year-old boy. This boy was very cleanly dressed and had a straight face. He must have been inherited from his parents. Both siblings were very handsome.
What are you burning? It smells so good.
The girl standing in front asked shyly, but she still couldn't help but be curious. More importantly, they hadn't eaten meat for a long time, and her younger brother had been pestering her and wanted to come and have a look. So the two siblings came quietly behind their parents' backs.
Ha ha. This is sweet and sour short ribs. This is stir-fried pork liver. This is spinach with garlic paste. And by the way, there is also a soup.
Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile. This situation is not surprising at all. He will do it every time, attracting a lot of diners. He is a cook after all.
Wow. How did you make it smell so fragrant? Is it delicious?
The girl exclaimed in surprise, and then asked tentatively, mainly because the little boy behind her kept grabbing her, almost to the point of I can't help it.
Whether it's delicious or not, we'll find out if we sit down and eat together?
Of course Zhu Xiaobao knew the meaning of this sentence.
So he said with a smile, this is the time when Zhu Xiaobao has the most sense of accomplishment. Besides, I also just want to know about the situation in the inner city of the palace, and what kind of major events have happened recently.
Yeah, but we can't eat the guests' food,
the young lady said with difficulty while swallowing.
Hee. It doesn't matter. If I don't tell your parents, it's okay,
Zhu Xiaobao said very understandingly.
Wow. Thank you so much. You're so kind. What's your name? I'll give the money to you.
The young lady cheered happily, and then said very reservedly. It could be seen that they were also considered a wealthy family. He comes from a very well-educated family. I don't want to eat Zhu Xiaobao in vain. It's not easy for anyone these days. What's more, he's a foreigner.
No, as long as you tell me about the inner city of the palace and the affairs of King Yongnan. That's all. How about it?
Zhu Xiaobao waved his hands, then sat down and said,
Okay. Thank you, young master,
the young lady said politely. But when she sat down, she became less reserved. She and her brother ate happily, and they were very happy. Zhu Xiaobao was also very happy. This kind of dining atmosphere is the most delicious. He had eaten unpalatable meals for several days this time. So the meals he cooked today were mainly meat-based. It's a pity that there is no good wine around. Otherwise it would be more fun. While they were eating, they were still chatting. The young lady enjoyed her meal so much that she started talking more.
Oh, you don't know. If you hadn't made your hair look like this, you would have been selected and taken to the palace. I don't know. The eldest prince is not only dissolute, but also a cannibal. He specializes in eating girls aged 17 or 18. Now the eldest prince has given the fiefdom to two young masters to manage. And they are even worse. Even the married young women. And those widows were taken away by force. Our family originally lived in the inner city, but we moved out because we were afraid of being unsafe. That's why I ended up like this. Oh, I didn't expect it to be even more abominable than what I heard. These bastards shouldn't live in this world.
Zhu Xiaobao was immediately shocked and angry. He was already considering whether he was lobbying the eldest prince this time. The right choice. Should such a person still want to subdue him? At this moment, there was a rapid sound of horse hooves, and a team of war horses arrived quickly. The people on the horses were all Alki guards in the palace. All of them have extraordinary skills. In the blink of an eye, the house where Zhu Xiaobao lived was surrounded. Chapter 745 Going Alone B. hearing the sound of horse hooves outside the house. Zhu Xiaobao didn't take it seriously, but the two siblings were panicked, especially the young lady, who kept complaining.
It's broken. I didn't bring that smelling ointment with me. This time, what a disaster. It's all your fault for insisting on pestering me to come here.
Hearing his sister's angry complaints, the little boy was also very aggrieved.
But you were also very happy with your meal. What should you do now? Huh? What's wrong? Aren't you citizens of the fief? Why are you afraid of these officers and soldiers? They should be protecting you and maintaining peace.
Zhu Xiaobao asked a little strangely.
Oh, why do you want to maintain peace? They are specially searching for women for the young master. As long as they are a little bit beautiful, they will be taken to the palace. That will be very miserable. It is better to be a maid. If you are taken by the two, it would be very miserable if the young master takes a fancy to him. Not only will he be humiliated, but he is also very likely to be eaten.
The girl in front of her was almost crying, stamping her feet and still complaining.
Everyone, it's your fault. Why are you burning so much delicious food? You really killed me. It's my fault too. It seems I didn't invite you here. Right.
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but ask in surprise. It seems that this young lady is also spoiled at home, and she can still find some reason for it. However, Zhu Xiaobao was still a little curious and asked,
What smelling ointment are you talking about? What is it used for? Yeah. Even if you apply it on your body, it will emit a very bad smell. And it will also look like you have abscesses and serious diseases. Generally, you will be safe in this situation and will not be selected by the guards.
Miss Sister, he explained hurriedly. But at this time, the guards had already broken into the house and wanted to get back the stinky plaster. But it was obviously too late. There was a chaos inside the house, and everyone was rushed to the front yard. The guards were also searching everywhere. They were not polite when they saw valuable things, and just put them in their arms. Every time they came out, they basically found something harvested. So for these guards, helping the two young masters find women is a good job. Their skills can make some extra money, and there is no danger. After all, they are facing ordinary people who are allowed to be bullied by them. The door of Zhu Xiaobao's house was kicked open, and two guards barged in fiercely. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he shouted excitedly,
There is another one here. Well, although his face there are scars, but they are considered qualified. I will go back and wipe them carefully later to see if they are fake scars. These unscrupulous people are getting more and more cunning now. Come with us. When we get to the palace, the popular drinks it's spicy. You can enjoy endless glory and wealth. I won't go. I won't go. Help. I don't want to enter the palace. Let me go. I still have scabies on my body. I am not the person you are looking for.
The girl suddenly shouted in horror, but she was already beaten by two people. The escort held on tightly and couldn't break free at all. He could only kick his legs wildly and still struggle desperately.
Is there scabies on your body? Well, open it and take a look. If it is really there, we will let you go.
The two guards were also shocked and quickly let go, but their faces showed disbelief. At the same time, with a squinting expression, he wanted to strip this girl naked on the spot.
I don't want it. I don't want it. Help.
This time, the girl was really frightened. The two guards had already started to take action. She struggled to get out and ran behind Zhu Xiaobao in a panic. Subconsciously, I just wanted to ask Zhu Xiaobao for help. After all, Zhu Xiaobao is still the tallest man.
This kid actually opens a small stove here? Food is so luxurious. I didn't expect this. Get out of my way. Don't delay my official business.
The two guards suddenly smelled the fragrance and started salivating. But in the blink of an eye, he changed into a fierce expression. According to the general rules, this person should immediately get out of the way and hide aside in fear. But this time the two guards miscalculated. Instead of getting out of the way, Zhu Xiaobao asked with a smile.
Two adults. This is my room. It seems you are the ones who should get out of here. Right. Hey! You are a bit brave. You have never seen an official doing anything. Have you? Boy, I am in a good mood today. I am not in the same mood as you. Hurry up and get some more wine. I am pressed for time.
The two guards are already here. I sat down carelessly and started eating. It was so delicious. But I feel that I still need a good bottle of wine. Otherwise it will be very unsatisfactory.
Huh? Shall I treat you to a meal? Do you know how much money it will cost to eat my food?
Zhu Xiaobao immediately snorted unhappily.
Have you turned against you? The one who eats you thinks highly of you. If you keep talking too much, he will take you away. Well, damn. This is really to your liking. You are not a cook. Are you? Even if you are a cook, you don't have such skills.
The two guards were eating like crazy while still teaching Zhu Xiaobao a lesson. The two guards didn't have time to stop and take care of Zhu Xiaobao. They were stuffing it into their mouths in a hurry. Time was tight, and they didn't dare to delay. However, the food was so delicious that they couldn't stop eating it.
Yo yo yo. Defense? Let the I go. Do you know who we are? It's not easy for you to die if you offend us.
Suddenly, the two guards felt that their necks were stuck. It was difficult to breathe, and he couldn't help shouting in fear and anger.
I don't want to know who you are, but if you offend me, I guarantee that your cultivation will be destroyed immediately.
Zhu Xiaobao walked up to them and whispered in their ears. At this moment, several more war horses came outside the door. The leader was a guard commander, who asked angrily,
Chang Zhang, Li Shun, what are you doing? Have you been caught? Commander Qin, did we catch him or not?
Under the coercion of Zhu Xiaobao, the guard who led the order became incoherent. Cui Tu walked out dejectedly, followed by Zhu Xiaobao behind him. Only then did the siblings who were hiding behind Zhu Xiaobao see clearly that there were two women dragging behind these guards, and one of them turned out to be their own mother. Damn. These guards are no longer so particular. Even if they are a little older, they will take them away as long as they are still a little bit pretty. Because you have to gain something when you go out. Otherwise you won't be able to go back and do business. Nowadays, there are fewer and fewer girls to be caught inside and outside the royal city. So we have to use these middle-aged women to make up the number.
Mom! Auntie! What's wrong with you? Why are you arrested too?
The siblings immediately became anxious and ran over crying and screaming. They saw that their mother and aunt had their hands tied, led by a rope. Ganqing ran behind the horses, but if you run too slowly, you will be whipped with a riding crop.
Huh? There is a young one here. Yes. Yes. He is still passable. Go back and wash it to see if it is a fake scar.
The guard commander immediately laughed. But when he saw Zhu Xiaobao, his face immediately darkened.
Who are you, and why do you look so unfamiliar? Uh-huh. Commander Qin. Right. I've admired you for a long time. You don't recognize me anymore. I'm the second treasure. The second treasure who specializes in cooking for the prince.
Zhu Xiaobao ran forward with a smile on his face. A silver note in his hand had been stuffed into Commander Qin's hand without anyone noticing. When he opened it, he saw that it was a silver note worth 10,000 taels of silver. Suddenly, Commander Qin's eyes lit up. His monthly salary is only 50 taels. So these 10,000 taels can definitely be considered a small fortune.
Oh, who did I think it was? It turns out to be you. No wonder it looks familiar.
Commander Qin wanted to just pick up the banknote, say a few polite words and leave. But he didn't expect Zhu Xiaobao to grab him enthusiastically. Caught his wrist. With the intuition of a martial arts practitioner, Commander Qin immediately became vigilant and wanted to break away with her backhand. Unexpectedly, the opponent's martial arts was far superior to his. An internal force made her instantly numb, and she could not help but turn over and dismount. To others, it seemed that Commander Qin took the initiative to dismount and wanted to say a few words to Zhu Xiaobao.
Yes! Yes! It's me! Commander Qin has such a good memory.
Zhu Xiaobao said with a bright smile and unusual enthusiasm. He even hooked Commander Qin with his other hand and whispered in his ear.
If you don't want to make a fool of yourself, just be obedient and answer a few questions. Yes. Yes. We haven't seen you for a long time. Tell me what happened.
Commander Qin struggled hard and suddenly felt a sharp pain in his wrist. What frightened him was the other party's cultivation level. Very high. Because he himself is a martial master cultivator. And he is genuine. He has been fighting for many years. And he is very experienced in facing enemies. But he has no room to fight back in Zhu Xiaobao's hands. It is conceivable that the other party is at least the cultivation level of Da Zun. And may even be higher. Looking at the two people standing aside, they seem to be really whispering. Zhu Xiaobao is a little shorter than Commander Qin. And he looks more like he is leaning against Commander Qin. It seems that Commander Qin is the main one. And Zhu Xiaobao seems to be trying to please Commander Qin. Only Commander Qin secretly complained in his heart. He had tried to fight back. But he immediately felt as if his internal organs were being crushed. The opponent's internal energy could burst his meridians in an instant. Who is this guy? He is so powerful, and he has no power to fight back. After a while, Commander Qin and Zhu Xiaobao turned around. Commander Qin bowed his hands to Zhu Xiaobao politely, then got on his horse and pointed with his riding crop.
Let them go. What the hell are you looking at? Are you bringing a woman like this into the palace? Can you do this? Let me go immediately. Ha ha. Commander Qin, walk slowly and come and sit down often when you have time. I'll treat you to a drink.
Zhu Xiaobao also said with a smile and cupped his hands.
Let's talk it over and say goodbye first.
Commander Qin said a little embarrassed, and then hurried away with his men and horses. His heart was filled with fear. Although Zhu Xiaobao finally let go of him, he did not dare to make a move. He knew in his heart that the other party's cultivation level could surpass him by several ways. Seeing Commander Qin leaving in a hurry with his guards, Zhu Xiaobao gradually calmed down and murmured,
I didn't expect Ji Jishan to be here too. This is a bit troublesome.
Chapter 746 Going Alone. See? Just when Zhu Xiaobao was deep in thought, an old man came up from behind and brought his servants with him. He came to Zhu Xiaobao with a mixture of surprise and fear, knelt down and saluted.
Thank you so much for saving my life. Otherwise, the old family will be ruined.
The two middle-aged women also knelt down quickly, and the two siblings also knelt down quickly. However, the two middle-aged women were still a little curious and couldn't figure out why Zhu Xiaobao was able to conquer such a group of people at such a young age. The wolf-like guards were sent away.
Oh, get up. You don't have to be polite. It's just a small effort.
Zhu Xiaobao then realized and waved his hand. He had been the king of England for a long time, so there would be no hesitation in this kind of scene. And what just happened was really a piece of cake for him.
May I ask your benefactor's surname? Who are you and do you have any friendship with those guards?
The old man stood up, but still asked with great concern.
We don't have any friendship. They are just people who take advantage of others and are afraid of others. My name is Zhu Xiaobao. I come from the West King's fiefdom.
Zhu Xiaobao thought for a while, and then reported his name.
What? You are the king of England? Chateaus? Come on. Come on. Kneel down and say H, low to King of England. Chateaus.
The old man was shocked when he heard this, and quickly knelt down again. Although he was in the fiefdom of the eldest prince, Zhu Xiaobao's reputation it has been spread here for a long time, but they didn't expect it to be so young. But one thing is certain. The legend that Zhu Xiaobao was born as a cook seems to be true. Otherwise, just a few side dishes would not have attracted his daughter and son Baba to chase him here. But it would have saved his family.
Oh, you know me? I am hostile to the eldest prince. Aren't you afraid?
Zhu Xiaobao was also a little surprised, but more secretly proud. He didn't expect that he was now famous, and even ordinary people knew about him. The famous name.
Alas! You have invented so many things and made the 19th princess rise so quickly in such a short period of time. The news has spread throughout our place. Earlier we were rushing to buy your soaps and teas. What a pity. Then you can no longer buy it, even if some big shops still supply it. The price is sky high. Only the nobles of the royal palace can afford it.
The old man shook his head and said,
Ha ha ha. They are all worthless gadgets. Not worth mentioning.
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but laugh, feeling very happy in his heart. Look! Look! What kind of advanced cultivation is that? High-end martial arts? What people remember is not their own high-end products. Food is the most important thing for the people. This has been the unchanging truth since ancient times.
The King of England is 1,000 years old. Please move to the living room to talk.
The old man seemed to have something else to say, and said slightly hesitantly,
Okay. I was just going to ask you something.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded and followed the old man to the living room, where a servant immediately brought a tea bowl. Zhu Xiaobao took a look and found that it was still the jasmine tea he invented. It just seems like it's been a while, and the scent has changed a lot. Besides, it's not the best quality.
This tea must have been stored for a long time, and the fragrance has faded. This tea has been drunk in time,
Zhu Xiaobao said with some regret. But Zhu Xiaobao was quite happy to be able to drink his own jasmine tea here.
Happy? Yes. Yes. No. There are not many left. They are specially used to entertain distinguished guests. Our family used to be considered a wealthy family, but now it is gradually declining,
the old man said with some regret and sigh, in his words full of helplessness. At this moment, After the two women had washed and changed their clothes, they came over to see the ceremony again. This time, Xu Xiaobao discovered that the two women were not very old. That is, they were in their 30s, and this one the old man looked 50 years old. What surprised Xu Xiaobao even more was that the young lady also changed into women's clothes at this time. And the scars on her face were gone. She was still a very pretty girl. And she was a little shy. She came up to pour them water.
Tea. The King of England is 1,000 years old. His surname is Liang, but his nickname is Pingui. I dare to ask if the 19th princess and the eldest prince will still start a war. Can they come here?
Liang Pingui asked carefully.
Huh? Ha ha. Do you want to start a war? Isn't it good to be peaceful and peaceful now? If a war breaks out, all life will be devastated, and the people will be the ones who suffer the most.
Xu Xiaobao asked a little doubtfully.
Alas, there is still a glimmer of hope for starting a war. If we don't start a war, we are waiting to die. The eldest prince is cruel by nature. King Chitos of England probably knows this. But now his two sons are in charge of the fiefdom. And they are even more debauched than the eldest prince. You have also seen that these guards go around robbing civilian girls and sending them to the palace for their sexual pleasure. In the past, they could handle it every time they stuffed some money with them. But today they showed no mercy. Even mine, the two ladies will also be captured. If the King of England hadn't been 1,000 years old, I would have had no choice but to die.
Liang Pingui is still scared when he thinks about it now. But when he thinks about the days to come, he still feels very sad in his heart.
I wonder if I have ever heard about the blood sacrifice. And about the demon Geo?
Xu Xiaobao felt very sympathetic. And then, the topic was brought to the main topic.
Didn't you say that those are all rumors? There have been no rumors about the demon Geo recently. Isn't it true?
Liang Pingui asked in surprise. There were many rumors about this matter, but no one had seen it with his own eyes. But it has indeed calmed down gradually in the past few months. Because Tai Moju has performed blood sacrifices on Jialong Island in the past few months. And the eldest prince's place is actually very peaceful.
No. It's true. It was just covered up in the name of countering the rebellion. The purpose of my coming here was to persuade the eldest prince to surrender. But I didn't expect that this place was already in such chaos. So I hesitated.
Xu Xiaobao, the low voice, said. There is a more important reason, which he did not say. That is, Ji Jisheng is also here. In this case, it will not be so easy for him to get close to the eldest prince. And now he wants to get rid of the eldest prince and his two bastard sons.
Persuading to surrender? Doesn't that mean that the eldest prince and the others are still in charge of this place? No. Their governance is too brutal. There is no way for us people to survive. We would rather the 19th princess captures this place, so that we can have some hope.
Liang Pingui suddenly said, he said desperately.
Brother, please, let the 19th princess lead the troops to fight. Originally we wanted to move to Shiyuan City, but unfortunately it was too late. Now the army has blocked the main road, and no one can leave the fiefdom.
The girl also looked at Xu Xiaobao expectantly and said,
Oh, you originally wanted to move to Shiyuan City? This is a very good idea. The 19th princess still needs the active participation of ordinary people.
Xu Xiaobao couldn't help but smile. Unexpectedly, I am now at the level of a big brother. And I am no longer the fat little boy I was before.
Oh, yes. Ever since your soaps, tea leaves, and burning knives, not to mention stinky tofu, etc., appeared, my daughter has been dreaming of going to Shiyuan City. But it's a pity that I couldn't get off at that time. You are cruel and reluctant to part with your ancestors' property. If you had known that you were like this, you should have listened to my daughter.
Liang Pingui sighed and said. He had regretted it for a long time. And now he is still upset when he thinks about it.
Well, this shouldn't be difficult. I want to know what the status of the eldest prince's troops is now. Are they still loyal to him?
Xu Xiaobao's heart moved. And he suddenly remembered someone. That is Yi Qinghong. Didn't she learn from the eldest prince? She escaped. And she had a profound influence among those slaves. But it is still a bit difficult to get millions of people to escape from the fiefdom.
No more. Those soldiers are barely making ends meet. And their families are also suffering in the fiefdom. Who would be willing to serve the eldest prince? Except for those princes who protect them.
They can still live a very happy life.
Liang Pingui shook his head. But suddenly, there was a light of hope in his eyes. As if he saw a glimmer of light.
Okay. Let me plan this matter carefully. I will stay here for a few days to understand the details of the fief.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded and said,
Great. Big brother. Let me help you chop wood and wash vegetables.
Okay. The girl immediately jumped up with joy, throwing all the restraint she should have had into the sky.
Ha ha. Okay. Since you call me big brother, I'll give you this soap.
Zhu Xiaobao also said with a smile, and took out a piece of soap he brought. He only had a piece of laundry soap left. So who told him to show off?
Wow. Are you really giving it to me? That's great.
The girl jumped up excitedly. This innocence and cuteness cannot be faked. It is so natural and vivid. I thought that the girl would pounce on me, but I didn't expect that she just ran over and gave her a deep gift. This made Zhu Xiaobao very disappointed. It was over. A piece of soap was exchanged for such a gift. It seemed a bit of a loss. The next day, Zhu Xiaobao did two things. The first was to find Yi Qinghong's spy in the eldest prince's fiefdom, and asked him to immediately send a letter to Yi Qinghong and ask her to come with her people. Second, even if he sneaks into the inner city of the palace, if he wants to find the Qin commander, he still needs to find these high-status guards regarding the distribution and strength of the errors. At the same time, Commander-in-Chief was being scolded loudly by the two young masters.
Idiot. You caught such a thing? Why not the old woman who poured the chamber pot for me? Are all the women in the fief dead? Or you? Are you just trying to mess with us?
These two are the oldest among the eldest prince's many children. The others are still young. They are both nearly 30 years old. Like the eldest prince, they are very tough and even have a bad temper. They have similar personalities, but they are even more cruel than the eldest prince.
You all stand down. You bastards. What time has it been? You are still thinking about eating, drinking and having fun.
Unexpectedly, the eldest prince, who had not been seen for a long time, suddenly walked in, followed by two people, none other than Ji Jishan and the human demon Wushan. As soon as they saw the charming martial saint, the two young men's eyes immediately widened, and they couldn't take their eyes away. Is this still a woman? Too enchanting, too plump, too coquettish,
too. Damn it. I haven't seen these two adults yet.
The eldest prince was shocked and yelled angrily. He had the same expression at first, but he was slightly shocked by the human demon martial saint. And now he still has lingering fears.
Ha ha. It doesn't matter. Didn't you just say that there are not enough people? I promised to get His Highness the 6th Prince's people in for you. You just need to cooperate with me to practice. This is a good thing that kills two birds with one stone.
Ji Jisheng was very easygoing on the side. Smile. But his expression made the two young masters tremble in their hearts. There was a huge pressure that made them panic. However, Commander Qin took this opportunity to escape from the main hall, let out a sigh of relief, and then returned to his house very depressed. However, he did not expect that as soon as he returned to his study, someone was already sitting in the study, enjoying a leisurely time, sipping tea. I took a closer look and saw that it was the young man I met yesterday. Chapter 747, Lack of Strategy A. When Commander Qin saw Zhu Xiaobao, his expression suddenly changed. He subconsciously pulled out the knife. But then, he inserted the knife back. He had already learned Zhu Xiaobao's martial arts skills last night, and there was no point in taking action now. So he inserted the knife back after calming down. He just stared at Zhu Xiaobao warily.
Qin Tianju, the commander of the palace guards, has followed the eldest prince for 22 years, and was promoted to the martial arts level 4 years ago. He has a wife, 2 concubines, and a daughter named Qin Wuxia, who is 18 years old. Just to be wary of the two young men. Lord, the 2 concubines and the daughter were hidden in the basement, and the ones who show up now are just disguised by a few cronies. You are not the only one among your guards to do this. Am I right?
Zhu Xiaobao said in a serious tone,
shaking his head as he said it again. This feeling of mastering other people's weaknesses is quite satisfying.
Who are you? You are not a cook at all. Nor are you a second treasure. What on earth do you want to do?
Qin Tianju asked in shock and anger. He did this because the eldest prince and the 2 young masters were too close to each other. He had been debauched and immoral. And now even the wives of the guards were recruited into the palace. And they even called them filial piety, to show loyalty. So those guards with families are bullying the common people on the one hand, but also secretly on guard against them on the other. Because the 2 young masters are now even more filthy than the eldest prince. And they don't even spare the people around them. Some of the wives, concubines, and daughters of several ministers have even been recruited into the palace. And they will never be able to return.
Ha ha! I am indeed not the
second treasure.
I am Xiao Bao. Oh, Xiao Bao. You must have heard of it. Right.
Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile.
Ah? Zhu Xiaobao? You are the 1,000-year-old king of England. Zhu Xiaobao? What do you want to do?
Qin Tianju was shocked when he heard Zhu Xiaobao's name, and couldn't help but draw out the knife again.
Don't be impatient. I don't want to hurt you. Yesterday I gave you 10,000 taels of silver. Did you forget it so soon? I want to ask you something.
Zhu Xiaobao still sat there firmly. Confused, he said with concern and made a gesture to sit down. It was as if he had arrived at his own home, which made Qin Tianju feel even more uneasy. He was so confident. Besides, thinking of Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation level yesterday, he put away his weapon uneasily and stood there, a little at a loss, because he could not see Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation level at all. This showed that Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation level was because it's so much higher than him. His daughter is his heartthrob. She is over 40 years old. And there is only one daughter like this.
What do you want to know? I'll tell you what I know.
Qin Tianju gritted his teeth and said, at this time, he couldn't care about anything else. Who told the eldest prince and the two young masters to be so debauched and unruly? They harmed themselves. My daughter has to go into hiding. So why talk about being loyal?
Well, what are GZE doing here? What did you talk about with the eldest prince?
Zhu Xiaobao asked straightforwardly.
I really don't know about this. Such major matters are always discussed in secret. And even the guards are isolated.
Qin Tianju shook his head, still a little frightened in his heart. The cultivation level that had been cancelled was indeed aimed at these big shots are here.
Well, okay. Then let me ask you again. Can you clear the guards at each pass? I want to take some people out of the pass. If you can trust me, you can also send your daughter out to the Shiwang fiefdom. I guarantee her safety.
Zhu Xiaobao was not very surprised, and then asked,
are you serious about this? If we get to the Shiwang fiefdom, can we guarantee her safety? Can we not care about her identity?
Qin Tianju hesitated for a moment, quickly calculated in his mind, and then asked with some surprise. He actually also saw after you come out. The eldest prince's strength is gradually declining, and it will only be a matter of time before the fiefdom is captured. If you can really settle your daughter, he will have nothing to worry about.
Of course. And as long as you leave the fiefdom, you can choose Lingyu Mountain, Lingyu Island, Shiwang fiefdom, or Great Zirwei Kingdom. Even if you want to go to Shijue Kingdom, I can help you make arrangements.
Zhu Xiaobao was very happy, said confidently.
Okay. Then I'll tell you the truth. The passes are quite tightly guarded now. But now the morale of the army is unstable. And most of the soldiers are very slack. There are several friends of mine at the westernmost pass. You should be accommodating. I can find someone to arrange the journey from here to the pass. But I still need to be cautious about this matter.
Qin Tianju thought for a while and said. Zhu Xiaobao then took a detailed look at the garrison situation in the eldest prince's fiefdom and the current economic and people's livelihood situation. There were still some discrepancies with what he knew. It was worse than what he knew. It could be said that the people were in dire straits and the military was unmotivated. There were teams rising up everywhere. In fact, the eldest prince's fiefdom was already on the verge of collapse. In the inner courtyard of the palace, the eldest prince and Ji Zhihui were standing face to face. They had just fought, and the eldest prince had already lost. But this was not what frightened him the most. What surprised him the most was that Ji Zhihui actually replaced the demon. Jiu? Does that mean that Demon Jiu is dead? This is what makes the eldest prince very shocked and depressed. He and Tianma Jiu are brothers and have a close friendship. And now they are replaced like this? The most terrible thing is that Ji Zhishan still wants to perform a blood sacrifice here. She said she was discussing with him. But she was actually coercing him.
You win. I admit defeat. Whatever you want to do next is up to you,
the eldest prince said in a muffled voice. In fact, he just wanted to find a way for himself. Even if he didn't want to, Ji Zhisheng would still sacrifice blood here. Because Ji Zhishi doesn't want to use his own people to practice. Of course, it would be ideal to use people from the eldest prince's place to perform blood sacrifices. But this time they met. Ji Zi was also surprised. The eldest prince's talent was definitely stronger than that of the great Lord Ren Yao and the great Lord Jiuyin. His physical talent was very outstanding. He had only been to the Tianqing once. But his physique was definitely better. He is stronger than the great human monster. But he is also half demon. But his cultivation is still the great martial lord. but it's also close to perfection. This time, the fight was definitely not as easy as Ji Jishan had shown. The eldest prince still posed a certain threat to him.
Ha ha! Don't worry. I will send troops from His Highness the 6th Prince and the 7th Princess to help you guard the fief and protect the safety of your fief and your family. With me in the middle, the 3 families can definitely destroy the 19th Princess if we join forces,
Ji Jishan said with a smile. This is the purpose of his trip. What he is most worried about now is that the 19th Princess is developing too fast. He must curb the development momentum of the 19th Princess. So Ji Jishan didn't want to kill the eldest prince. He still needed the assistance of a master with profound martial arts skills, like the eldest prince. Of course, the premise is that the eldest prince is willing to surrender to him. Zhu Xiaobao returned to the Liang family very relaxed and happy. But he did not expect that Yi Qihong was already waiting there. Zhu Xiaobao was a little shocked. He walked this distance for 2 days. But Yi Qihong only spent most of the day. This efficiency can be said to be quite high. After lifting my nose, I smelled a very familiar smell. This was cooking beggar's chicken. No need to ask. The old apprentice is here too. No wonder I didn't see Liang Xinxin today. That young lady must have been attracted by the old apprentice. Looking inside the room, there are good guys. 10 female warriors. See Meng and others. All of whom are familiar to Zhu Xiaobao. It turns out that Yi Qihong came here after receiving the message. In fact, she had just broken through to Wuzun and needed to exchange time to consolidate her cultivation. But when she heard that it was the message from Zhu Xiaobao, she rushed over immediately. The reason why Yi Qihong is so fast is because she is very familiar with the eldest prince's fiefdom. She was originally a slave who escaped from the palace. I have been there several times in the past few years, and I always think about killing the eldest prince and taking revenge. However, the arrival of these 10 female warriors was a bit strange. They were not allowed to be trained alone. He was even more wary of being a prostitute. Why did he suddenly change his gender? Zhu Xiubo's eyes rolled around, secretly speculating in his heart that it was probably a conspiracy of several ladies.
Humph. It was arranged by Yu Dan. Didn't you see that they are all Yu Dan's close bodyguards? They said they were asked to serve you,
Yi Qihong said a little helplessly. This guy really has someone to worry about. Zhu Rong and Princess 19 consciously asked him to act alone. But Yu Dan was not willing to do so, fearing that Zhu Xiaobao would have no one to take care of him and suffer hardship outside. So this time Yi Qihong was coming. She immediately arranged for these 10 female warriors to come with her. She didn't care what kind of advantage Zhu Xiaobao got. They were very open-minded. Yi Qihong usually gets closer to the female warriors of Lingyu Mountain, because she is also considered to be from the Lingyu tribe. But she is a member of the tribe who has been inherited and mutated from generation to generation. Zhu Xiaobao started the inheritance a few days ago, and Yi Qihong also experienced a huge increase in cultivation. But he failed to break through to martial lord. The day before yesterday, he had just been promoted to the level of martial master. So Yu Dan took the initiative to come to the door and asked her to follow them with these 10 female warriors. As for the old apprentice, he came here on his own initiative. If the master has something to do, can he, the apprentice, not come? This is of course his high-sounding reason. The main reason is that he thinks that his makeup and secret investigation skills are good, and he wants to help Zhu Xiaobao. No one can restrict his freedom anyway. So the old apprentice left without saying hello.
Ha ha! Sister, it's great that you can come. I'm afraid I really have to rely on you this time. Hey, you have been promoted to martial lord? No, your cultivation is not stable enough. You must have just broken through.
Zhu Xiao as soon as Bao saw Yi Qihong. He was still very close to you as before, and wanted to give you a big bear hug. But he immediately realized that something was wrong. He pulled Zhu Xiaobao into the room, used his hands to perform the exercises, and relied on his own internal strength to help Yi Qihong quickly consolidate his cultivation. Although it was a bit draining, this method was quite effective and could immediately improve Yi Qihong's cultivation. It has stabilized and is quite solid, which will benefit Yi Qihong a lot in the future. After completing the exercise, Yi Qihong felt a sense of fulfillment and fullness that he had never experienced before. His whole body was full of strength, full of internal energy, and full of energy. I truly feel that I have entered the realm of Wuzun. Yi Qihong smiled and said there was no need to thank her. There was no need for such polite words between her and Zhu Xiaobao. Then he asked about Zhu Xiuba's plan. After hearing this, Yi Qihong looked at Zhu Xiaobao as if he were an idiot.
Xiaobao, you want to take away all the people in the eldest prince's fiefdom? Do you think this is possible? It seems that it makes sense for Zhu Rong and the others to let you live alone. Do you know how many people there are in the fief? Almost more than 1 million. What's wrong?
Zhu Xiaobao felt a little bit where he made a mistake.
That's right. With more than 1 million people, even an army would have to move several miles away, let alone the people with their families. Besides, these more than 1 million people are scattered in various counties. You have to concentrate. It will take a month or two to get up.
Yi Qihong said angrily.
Oh? Then how many people do you think we can take away this time?
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly asked in frustration.
100 people.
Chapter 748, Lack of Strategy B.
100 people? What's the use of this? What I'm talking about is that I can make the troops guarding the pass accommodating.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said. From Qin Tianji's words, he could still feel that Qin Tianfang was certain. Of course, the generals guarding the passes also have requests. They also have family members and children who want to be sent to a safe place. Now the entire Great Xia Kingdom is developing best in the 19th princess. It has been spread everywhere that the life in the 19th princess is very stable and prosperous. This is what ordinary people yearn for the most.
Oh, I didn't expect this. What I said is that I will take it. If you go out from the small road, there are still certain risks. No, this is a letter from Mr. Duanmu to you. He wants you not to have contact with the eldest prince for the time being.
Yi Qihong was also stunned. He didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao had already achieved something here, and even managed to defeat a palace guard commander. It turned out that Duanmuki had already received the news that Ji Jisheng would appear here. He immediately wrote a letter to Zhu Xiaobao in a hurry. The letter made it very clear that once Zhu Xiaobao's whereabouts were exposed, the eldest prince and Ji Jisheng would go further. Close. After all, these two people are practicing the same evil skill now. So let Zhu Xiaobao stand still for the time being and wait and see what happens. In this way, Zhu Xiaobao is no longer anxious here and can live here with confidence. He now wants to know to what level Ji Jisheng's cultivation level has advanced, and whether he can kill this thief. Judging from the letter sent by Jiuyin Martial Saint, although Ji Jisheng's cultivation level is not as good as that of the great venerable Man Wang, but she is already quite unpredictable. At least she is no match for Ji Jisheng when she joins forces with the human demon Martial Saint. Moreover, Ji Jisheng's
great technique of dismantling heavenly demons
also made Zhu Xiaobao afraid. He did not want to risk his life with Ji Jisheng. In the next few days, Ji Jisheng did not move much. He had just merged with Tai Mojiu, and it still needed a period of running in and adaptation. What made him regretful was that his physique was not as good as that of the great venerable Man Wang, or even that of the first prince. No. Luckily there is Tai Mojiu's essence in the sinkhole, which can absorb and strengthen his physique. But there are also worries. Now the eldest prince has also made a request to go into the Tianqing to practice again. This makes Ji Jihui somewhat depressed and reluctant. After all, only 1/6 of Tai Mojiu's body is left. He doesn't even practice enough on his own. But Ji Jisheng didn't want to break up with the eldest prince yet. He still needed the eldest prince's training resources. So he had to agree first. According to the number of remaining people here, he can perform blood sacrifices at least twice. And he also needs the eldest prince to maintain relative stability here. This time Ji Jisheng mainly focused on appeasement and solicitation. Not only did he send a large amount of food, he also brought a large number of beauties for the eldest prince to enjoy. Among them are several talented ladies of Qingwen. Ji Jisheng is tired of playing with them, but she has a strong attraction to the eldest prince and others. At first, they were all very jealous of these beautiful concubines and talented ladies of Qingwen. So in the next few days, the guards felt a lot more relaxed. They no longer had to look for women for the two young masters. The two young masters were busy having fun with the talented women, and even dressed elegantly and pretended to be Fengya recited poems and composed poems with these talented women, which felt very novel. Qin Tianji was free. He took a few days off and rushed to the border of the fiefdom without stopping to find some of his close friends and busy arranging the repatriation of his family members. Unexpectedly, those close friends also had the same idea, and they hit it off immediately. Some of them even wanted to join the 19th princess directly. This made Qin Tianji very excited. It seemed that he was very confident about the deportation of his family. Qin Tianji hurried back to find Zhu Xiaobao, because after leaving the border, but in Jialangda's territory, Zhu Xiaobao still had to arrange the rest of the journey. Qin Tianji changed into casual clothes and came to Liang's house alone. From the outside, it looked no different from before. But when they entered the inner courtyard, the good guy was very busy. There were more than a dozen people. In addition to the 4 Ming, they were all female warriors with strong bodies and good looks. This surprised Qin Tianju. The cultivation of these people. They are not low. They are all above the level of great martial artists. Qin Tianju was even more impressed by Zhu Xiaobao's strength, and became more convinced that Zhu Xiaobao could indeed help him transfer his family members to the Shiwang fiefdom. Zhu Xiaobao is making the fried stinky tofu and slate barbecue that are the favorites of the female warriors. Of course, 10-year-old wine is also indispensable. This time, the old apprentice has brought a lot of good things. The happiest person should be Liang Xinxin. This young lady is now completely attracted by Zhu Xiaobao's life. This is so happy. You can eat so much delicious food every day. And they were all so fit and beautiful, which made Liang Xinxin even more eager to move to the fiefdom of the 19th princess. Now Liang Xinxin is following her old apprentice all day long. She has already inspired to become a beautiful cook. So she is helping the old apprentice very diligently. She is also very sweet, and has begun to call the old apprentice master. This makes the old apprentice so unhappy. This made Zhu Xiaobao very depressed. In the blink of an eye, he became the master. This generation seemed a bit older. I am still very young. Not so old. The 10 female warriors were very cheerful and very reserved around Yudan. But when they arrived at Zhu Xiaobao's place, they became very casual. They were laughing and laughing all day long. Of course, they were inevitably taken advantage of by Zhu Xiaobao. But they are happy in their hearts.
Hey! Sister Lan, your breasts seem to be bigger again? Have you been to Luofeng Island? Otherwise, it doesn't make sense.
Zhu Xiaobao was frying stinky tofu and fighting with the female warriors. King Sokyeo. He is very familiar with these female warriors around Yudan, and they can all call them by name.
So what? I've been there 3 times. But it's a pity that the men on Luofeng Island are so bad now that no one can take a fancy to them,
Sister Lan said without any scruples. Originally, this was their family lineage. So I don't think there's anything wrong with it at all.
Alas! It's all my fault. It's all my fault. You're so good. And your horizons have also improved,
Zhu Xiaobao said, blaming himself.
Hey!
Suddenly, Zhu Xiaobao's arrogance made Jiuyin burst into boos, and then burst into cheerful laughter.
Huh? Commander Qin, are you here? Please sit down and have something to eat together. They are all small things, but you can't eat them here.
Zhu Xiaobao was not surprised when he saw Qin Tianju and greeted him casually. Rode.
Ha ha! That's so annoying.
Qin Tianju was also infected by the atmosphere here, and also tempted by the delicious food here. He was not polite, and sat down on the side. Then he briefly explained the plan he had just discussed with his friends on the border.
Oh, that's fine. As long as they are willing. Of course they can defect to the 19th princess. I promise to never forget the past and make arrangements for their families.
When Zhu Xiaobao heard this, his heart moved. This is what a perfect opportunity to break the eldest prince's military morale. Moreover, as soon as the opening here is opened, the common people will look for it on their own. They don't need to summon them themselves. They just need to arrange good people to respond outside. This is definitely a way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
I want to send my family here first. You see,
Qin Tianju said hesitantly. He was afraid of risks and wanted to arrange the family first. And this is undoubtedly the safest place. Just these things in the courtyard, 1 person is worth 5,000 troops.
No problem. As long as you keep it secret and don't let anyone notice it. We'll set off when you and your friends on the border agree on a time.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded.
Thank you so much,
Qin Tianju said gratefully. He felt that although Zhu Xiaobao was highly cultivated, he had no airs at all, and was easy to get along with. This undoubtedly gave him a little more trust in Zhu Xiaobao. After sending Qin Tianju away, Zhu Xiaobao recruited Yi Qihong and asked her to start operating in the eldest prince's fiefdom. The main purpose was to let the common people know that they could escape from the eldest prince's fiefdom at the Western Pass. Sure enough, in the middle of the night, Qin Tianju had already sent his family members, which were actually his mother, his wife, his concubine, and his daughter. Wouldn't take all the other people away. Otherwise it would immediately arouse other suspicion. Everyone in the Liang family also began to prepare. They only took away the important members of the family, and left the rest to the housekeeper and servants. This was a common thing during wartime. Many people took refuge and fled. The family property is left to the steward and servants to manage. and they will return once the war subsides.
Master, I don't want to leave. Can I go with you? Okay.
Liang Xinxin is worried now. She is very reluctant to part with this cheerful atmosphere and doesn't want to leave in such a hurry. So she is talking to everyone. Xiaobao is discussing it.
Master?
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly felt dizzy. And the female warriors next to him also laughed. This title was so interesting. Zhu Xiaobao glared at the old apprentice with resentment. The old apprentice immediately tensed up and hurriedly slipped away with his head lowered. Zhu Xiaobao looked at Liang Xinxin in a daze. Not because Liang Xinxin was so beautiful, but because this kind of girl's cuteness touched Zhu Xiaobao. It has been 11 years since he came to this world. And now he also had no heirs, which made him very troubled. This is probably because of his identity as a time traveler, which led to this result. But this undoubtedly delayed the ladies around him, and caused them to lose their right to be mothers. This is what worries Zhu Xiaobao the most.
It's up to you,
Zhu Xiaobao said softly, and then walked away a little lost. Walked to a small pond, and stood there thinking about his own thoughts.
Master is unhappy. Did I say something wrong?
Liang Xinxin asked uneasily.
No, Master. He also has his own troubles,
the old apprentice said in a low voice while looking at Zhu Xiaobao's back.
Is he worried too? Yes. So sometimes being an ordinary person is the happiest thing.
Chapter 749, Breakthrough A. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao also consulted many seniors for advice on carrying on the family line, including the great venerable Wu Wei. At that time, the relationship with the great venerable Wu Wei was quite good, so the great venerable Wu Wei had nothing to hide in this regard. It is speculated that Zhu Xiaobao can only have children if he cultivates to the point of reshaping his golden body. But that's just the legendary immortal world technique, and Zhu Xiaobao doesn't have high hopes for it. However, Zhu Xiaobao's self-adjustment ability is still very strong. It won't be long before he is returned to his smiling appearance. Since this is already the case, let's not think about it. Maybe one day, he will really cultivate to the point of reshaping gold. She's pregnant. At first, I didn't expect that I would inherit the White Tiger's legacy. Didn't I achieve it too? When I think about my long life, I am not so anxious about this matter. Yi Qinghong is very busy with Si Ming. She has to contact everywhere and set up new contact points. These are her biggest capital. In fact, she has to come to the eldest prince's fiefdom every 2 years. So for the eldest prince's fiefdom is quite familiar. 10 days passed in a flash. And Qin Tianfan sent more than 30 people. All the family members of his best friends in the palace guard. Among the many guards, they are also divided into several factions, fighting openly and secretly. Qin Tianju can establish a foothold among these guards. And of course, he has his best friends. Otherwise, he will not be able to be a leader of the guards for a long time. And Yi Qinghong also brought back dozens of people one after another, all of whom had to be taken away. Some had been agents for 3 years and had made promises. And some had committed major crimes or performed extraordinary feats. But one thing is the same. That is, these people are slaves. Zhu Xiaobao has no prejudice against these people. He has always opposed slavery, and even wants to abolish slavery. But he found that the time was far from coming, and he was unable to change this social system at all. This needs to develop to a certain stage. The contradiction between slaves and slave owners intensifies, and cannot be adjusted anymore. Only after a large-scale conflict breaks out will it gradually replaced by the feudal system. Of course, these are all summed up in books. Zhu Xiaobao himself does not have this ability to predict the future. When Qin Tianju took another break, he finally led these people to set off. Of course, the 19th princess and Duanmuki also received the message, and immediately began to arrange manpower at Jialanga's territory to support them. And Jialanga also made arrangements to cooperate with Zhu Xiaobao's actions. Now Zhu Xiaobao still has a huge influence on Jialanga. Didn't she marry one of her daughters to Zhu Xiaobao? As a result, she received a very generous report. Her current living environment is much more stable than before, with almost no threats. In the past 2 years, the number of cattle and sheep in each tribe under her has doubled, and she has no worries. The sales were sent directly to the 19th princess in exchange for the food and various daily necessities they needed. Therefore, in the past 2 years, Jialanga has become more generous and fat. But her prestige is increasing day by day, because no matter whether it is the Daxia kingdom or the Shijua kingdom, the people all want to live a stable life. Who wants to go to war? Nearly 200 people scattered out of the royal city, then gathered together and headed west. Although they encountered some bandits along the way, Small groups of bandits did not dare to come up to rob, while large groups were killed. There are many masters in this group, especially the 10 female warriors, who are even more fierce. Qin Tianju feels a little scared when he looks at them. Their fighting power is really strong. I don't know how the British King Qiantai can do this. Female warriors. But unfortunately Zhu Xiaobao did not take action. Qin Tianju wanted to see how terrifying Zhu Xiaobao's strength was. But he failed, because there is no need for Zhu Xiaobao to take action. Zhu Xiaobao was very carefree, sitting in the carriage, eating snacks, drinking wine, and telling a story to Liang Xinxin and her sister. The story was about journey to the west, which made Liang Xinxin and her sister beam with joy. Now the two siblings are like followers, following Zhu Xiaobao all day long, because Zhu Xiaobao knows so many new things that they can't stop. Not to mention the two siblings. Even the 10 female warriors gathered around Zhu Xiaobao and listened with great interest. Of course, now they are all out killing each other and have no time to listen to the story. Finally, we connected with the defenders in the west, and as a result, more than 200 people were added. They were all the family members of the general who guarded this place, who wanted to move. However, the increase in the number of people did not bring any risks. On the contrary, it became safer and smoother, because the rest of the itinerary and routes had been arranged, and even the soldiers on duty tonight were replaced by their own cronies. Under the defensive city wall, a small door quietly opened, and the group of people got out of the city smoothly, and after walking a few miles, they reached the boundary of Jialenga. What makes Zhu Xiaobao even more unexpected is that not only these 300 to 400 family members, but also the 500 soldiers who escorted them out of the city have not returned. These people were deliberately released by Qin Tianju and several other leaders, just to test the opponent. Attitude. The lights on the opposite side were brightly lit, and the leader was Jialenga, followed by Duanmuki and Murong Feng. Of course, the 19th princess didn't need to come in person for this kind of thing. But Duanmuki and Murong Feng appeared at the same time, which still surprised Zhu Xiaobao. It seemed that they both attached great importance to this action.
Are you military advisor Duanmuki? Military advisor Murong? I'm going to pay homage to the two military advisors.
As the most important contact person for this operation, Qin Tianju also followed out in casual clothes. He also wanted to see his daughter arrive safely. Don't worry. But I didn't make it. But I met two strategists who are famous all over the world. Duanmuki is the best strategist in the world. Not to mention Murong Feng, who originally came from the eldest prince.
Ha ha! Thank you for your hard work, General Qin,
Duanmuki said with an easygoing smile.
So it's you? I didn't expect it to be the commander of the guards?
Murong Feng was relatively straightforward. She knew Qin Tianju, but she didn't expect that Qin Tianju was still the commander of the guards. He had not been promoted at all in the past few years, so she was a little surprised.
Yes. A low-ranking official is incompetent. So that's all he can do.
Qin Tianju said, a little embarrassed, but not unhappy at all. Murong Feng was indifferent by nature and always spoke like this. Except, of course, Duanmuki. Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but smile when he saw Jialenga.
Sister, you are so generous and fat. I can't even recognize you. Remember, eat less meat and more vegetables.
Exercise more.
Do you want to take care of it? The emperor really doesn't care about eunuchs.
Jialenga immediately yelled angrily, feeling very depressed. She didn't want to gain weight, but she couldn't control it in the past 2 years, and she became too plump.
Ha ha! This shows that life is comfortable and people's livelihood is prosperous.
Zhu Xiaobao didn't care about Jialenga's scolding, but turned his head and looked at Murong Feng again. Murong Feng stared at him and felt a little nervous. This guy's eyes were very tricky.
What are you looking at?
Murong Feng glared at Zhu Xiaobao angrily and said,
After all, I am also your savior. I am still half a month old. Even if I am not grateful, why don't I retaliate like this? Brother-in-law, you should discipline your wife well. Otherwise,
I won't do it again. How many concubines can I send you?
Zhu Xiaobao is very good at dealing with these two military advisors. He is the only one in the world who can suppress these two think tanks.
Okay. We are all a family. Stop standing around. Please come and sit in the tent for a while and have a cup of tea.
Duanmuki can only smooth things over in the middle. He can't afford to offend both parties. After entering the temporary tent, Zhu Xiaobao asked,
It's a small matter. Why are you both here? Are you worried about me? A small matter? Hee hee. My King Qiantai. This is no small matter. It won't take long before a large number of people and soldiers will be rushing to escape from the eldest prince's fiefdom. Brother-in-law, this time you have taken the greatest credit.
Duan Muki twisted his beard and smiled. Even Murong Feng beside him nodded. They didn't expect Zhu Xiaobao's negotiation to fail. Instead, they did it like this. It was an unexpected surprise.
Really? Why don't I feel it at all? It's just a simple effort. It's so simple.
Zhu Xiaobao was a little confused. As if he had done nothing.
Military Advisor Duanmu. Please don't separate my soldiers who have come to surrender. And please treat them kindly.
Qin Tianju heard something on the side, bowed and said with a salute,
General Qin, don't worry. I will never treat them badly or separate them. When everyone has a certain understanding and trust, what you worry about will not be a problem.
Duanmu sincerely said, the soldiers who come to surrender are most worried about being suppressed and excluded, and may even attract some hostility. So he committed right away. After drinking a cup of tea and chatting briefly for a while, Zhu Xiaobao and others were still preparing to return to the eldest prince's fief. He felt that he still had a lot to loan to the eldest prince's fief. And Ji Jishan was still there. So Zhu Xiaobao doesn't want to go back yet. Before leaving, Murong Feng saw Liang Xinxin following Zhu Xiaobao, and couldn't help but feel happy, and secretly threatened Zhu Xiaobao.
You are very good. You have seduced another girl so quickly. Only 15 or 16 years old. Right? Be careful I go back and tell the 19th Princess of England. Nonsense. This is my apprentice's apprentice. My old man's apprentice. Go. 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 As you go. Once a woman is petty, her IQ will plummet.
Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao scolded him indifferently, and even looked proud. Walked away.
Disciple? Your IQ is declining.
Murong Feng immediately stamped his feet angrily. As a world-famous strategist, it is difficult to defeat Zhu Xiaobao for a while. This made her very angry. A few days later, the eldest prince and Ji Jisheng were having a banquet in the palace. The fresh meat of a beautiful woman who had just been slaughtered was placed on the table. This made several talented women present fainted from fear. These talented women who were reciting poems and writing poems were so frightened that they fainted. I have never seen this scene before. What's more, the person at the table is one of them. Ji Jisheng was in a happy mood, chatting and laughing with the eldest prince. There was a talented girl under the table who was working hard on oral sex. In order to please Ji Jisheng, this talented girl did not care about being reserved. Saving her life was the most important thing. The eldest prince is also in a good mood. Not only have there been so many beauties these days, but Ji Jishan has also brought a large amount of food, which temporarily alleviated the crisis in the fiefdom. The two also had some exchanges about new things in practice, and they both benefited a lot. So now they are enthusiastically grilling the beautiful woman's meat by themselves, and invite Ji Jisheng to taste the meat that is not the same. Of course, Zhu Xiaobao's top-quality roasting knives are indispensable during the dinner. At this moment, his trusted guard hurriedly ran in to report to the eldest prince.
Report? Report to Chitos? A large number of unruly people have escaped from the western border. It is estimated that there are thousands of people. You bastard. Come and report this little thing. Isn't it just 1,000 people? Kill those who can be killed. Those who escape will be counted as their fate. Report. Qi Qian is 1,000 years old, and 5,000 of the unruly people escaped. And 3,000 of our soldiers also surrendered in the name of chasing them.
That makes no sense. Who is the commander of the garrison? Catch him immediately. Report. Today at Chinchur, another 20,000 unruly people fled the fiefdom, along with 10,000 soldiers. Wow!
A jar of top-quality burning knives was smashed to the ground. This time the eldest prince couldn't sit still. Chapter 750, Breakthrough B. After a series of reports, the eldest prince finally realized that something was wrong, and the chaos started from within. At least tens of thousands of people were lost in the past few days. And what made him even more annoyed was that there were still quite a few soldiers among them.
Chitos, don't worry. The top priority is to immediately control the families of the generals who are guarding the city. If their families are all here, then it won't be a big problem. Otherwise, Chitos may have to bring heavy troops to quell the chaos.
Ji Jisheng also said even though he was relatively calm, he was also worried because those who escaped were all his cultivation resources. You must take control of this situation immediately. Otherwise your plans will be disrupted. What he planned was to make 2 blood sacrifices here. The poor people in the eldest prince's fiefdom would almost have enough. If they all ran away, wouldn't it be in vain? Sure enough, the families of the generals guarding the border have been moved away. And some of them were just picked up a few days ago. Now they only have a few servants left in their house in the royal city. All of whom are insignificant people. But that's it. These people are also imprisoned. In desperation, the eldest prince had no choice but to mobilize troops from the 2 surrounding counties. And then transferred some troops from the troops guarding the palace. And hurried towards the western border. Even though the eldest prince claimed to have an army of 1 million. In fact, it was less than 1 million in all. Coupled with the several rebellions in the fiefdom. The eldest prince's men and horses seemed to be stretched thin. Now that we have temporarily mobilized 100,000 troops. We have made the greatest effort. It took the eldest prince several days just to mobilize the troops. And Zhu Xiaobao got the news early and immediately sent a message to Duan Muqi. Of course, this is to be expected. It's just that accurate information can make Duan Muqi more prepared. It turns out that the reason why people came from all directions so quickly was entirely because the news about Yi Qinghong's walk played a huge role. The news spread by others may be false. But in the minds of those slaves, Yi Qinghong is like a god. She exists. And as soon as she appears, she can summon a large number of people, including those rebels who have risen up. In fact, these rebels had no choice but to rebel in order to survive. Their combat effectiveness was quite poor. They were basically in a situation of fighting, fleeing and robbing. Now that they could escape from the eldest prince's fiefdom, many people were more willing to believe Yi Qinghong. So in a short period of time, a large number of people came from all over the country. Zhu Xiaobao still stays at Lao Liang's house. Now there are only a few servants left here. And Zhu Xiaobao is completely in charge. Of course, there is also Liang Xinqin who follows him all day long. Now Liang Xinqin has become Zhu Xiaobao's follower. Or she is following his old apprentice. Anyway, she is determined to be a good cook. Of course, she also had her own little thoughts. But Zhu Xiaobao didn't regard her as a woman at all. Just as a girl. Now that Zhu Xiaobao is a mature man, he has no feelings for such a young girl. Zhu Xiaobao stayed here mainly to monitor Ji Zhixin's movements at all times. He didn't dare to get too close. Ji Zhixin's cultivation level was not low. He would be noticed if he got closer. The main source of information now is Qin Tianju. But until the young master led his troops to set off, Ji Zhixin did not show up. This time, the eldest prince sent his eldest son Xia Jinwu to take command. In order to protect his safety, there were 4 Wu Zun level guards around him. In addition, in order to express his gratitude, Ji Zhixin, my own sincerity, also made the demon martial saint follow me. Although the human demon martial saint was a little unhappy, he did not dare to disobey Ji Zhixin's orders and had no choice but to go on the expedition together. He was very unique, wearing sexy and revealing clothes. And he was not willing to ride a horse. Instead, he sat in a carriage and mixed in with the large army. Along the way, the human demon martial saint started to get angry again. Without Ji Zhixin by his side, no one could restrain him. His mind began to move again. He teased the eldest son Xia Jinwu in every possible way, which made Xia Jinwu feel uncomfortable all over. Don't dare to take action yet. Because he knew that the Shimel martial saint was a man. But his appearance was too coquettish and charming. What's more, even if he dares to try, he doesn't dare to take action. This is Ji Zhixin's person. And Ji Zhixin's cultivation level is higher than that of his father, the eldest prince. After a long journey, we are finally approaching the border. At this time, we can already see people in groups of 3 or 3, with their children and their children in tow, all hurriedly heading west. No need to ask. These are all people who want to escape from the fiefdom. Tricky people. Xia Jinwu felt angry when he saw these unruly people. He rode on his horse and ordered his soldiers to shoot them. Suddenly, there were cries and shouts everywhere. Many people were killed by the sudden arrows. They looked at the border to the west unwillingly. They were only a few miles away from the life they longed for.
Listen to me. Get back. Anyone who takes a step forward will be killed without mercy.
Xia Jinwu, the eldest son, shouted arrogantly. His cultivation level was pretty good, and he had reached the level of a great martial artist. Peak. So his voice also spread far. But the common people are running faster. Some people don't even want to leave their packages, just thinking that by rushing through these few miles, they can achieve the life they long for.
Damn these unscrupulous people. How dare you run away? You really don't know how to live or die. I'll chase them down and kill them all. Cut off their heads and hang them on a tree so that all the unscrupulous people who still want to escape can see this. This is the consequences of surrendering to the enemy and treason.
Xia Jinwu shouted angrily. But although Xia Jinwu was very radical, his soldiers hesitated to move forward. They were all the people of his own fiefdom. I feel like I can't do it. Not to mention that some of the people might be my fellow countrymen or tribesmen.
Do you also want to rebel? Didn't you hear my general order?
Xia Jinwu suddenly shouted sharply. This was definitely a great insult to him. But at this moment, a golden arrow flew so fast that no one could see its speed clearly, and it pierced Xia Jinwu's chest.
Ah!
Xia Jinwu yelled and fell off his horse. A golden arrow penetrated 2 layers of armor in his chest and came out from Xia Jinwu's back. The arrow shaft was twice as thick as an ordinary arrow, twice as long.
Ah! Jume! Oh my god!
The female martial saint immediately exclaimed. What he was most afraid of was Jume. He didn't expect what he was afraid of. How could this female man be here? The human demon martial saint shouted at the top of his lungs.
Quick! 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 Get into a defensive formation. Use shields, crossbows, rolling logs and rocks. Whatever you can use. Camp where you are and hold on tight. Quick! 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 Give it to the eldest prince.
Report.
Not to mention that this operation of the human demon martial saint was still somewhat useful. At least it stabilized the morale of the troops and prevented the troops from becoming chaotic. But the human demon martial saint himself panicked first. He hurriedly found himself a set of soft armor uniforms, mounted his horse, and fled back without risking his life. As for these 100,000 horses, he has no control over them. The human demon martial saint ran all the way, and in the end even the horse was exhausted. He no longer had to ride a horse, and he ran as fast as he could. A martial saint running with all his strength would be faster than a war horse, so it only took him half a day to return to the palace.
What? My prince was shot and wounded. How is the injury now?
As soon as the eldest prince heard the report from the human demon martial saint, he jumped up in shock and anger.
I didn't know. My opponent was that beautiful female man who was chasing me all the way. If I hadn't cast the illusion, I would have died in her hands.
The human demon martial saint curled his lips, not even noticing the eldest prince's defense line. He didn't care about Xia Jinwu's life or death. He just made up a lie to deceive the eldest prince.
Ji Jishi looked at the human demon martial saint and understood a little in his heart. Knowing that he was afraid of Jume, he probably fled back without even fighting. Otherwise there would be no need to change into armor. But Ji Jishin didn't point him out, and the eldest prince never thought of these details.
Come here. Prepare horses and weapons for me. I want to go to Qinga County myself.
The eldest prince did not have time to pay attention to the human demon martial saint, and shouted loudly. After all, he is his eldest son, and he was still very anxious.
That's fine. Shitos, please go first, and I'll go and prepare. And I'll be there soon.
Ji Jishi thought for a moment, and then said, he must show some sincerity at this time. After all, he still has to use the princes. But how many people are there on the other side? Jume alone, or the descendants of the 4 great beasts are here? Ji Jisheng is still unclear. He wants to follow behind and see the situation clearly before making a decision.
Okay. Thank you.
The eldest prince is quite grateful to Ji Jishin. At least, he is more reliable than the human demon martial saint. At this time, on the border of Qinga County, a large number of people were trying to escape. They all saw the eldest prince's reinforcements arriving, and they were afraid that they would be shot if they were delayed.
Don't panic. Don't panic. It's safe when we get here.
Duinmuki and his men are trying their best to guide these people. Otherwise the situation will be very chaotic. And now it is a bit out of control.
Hey! Stop squeezing. What about you? If you keep squeezing around, I'll throw you back.
Jume simply maintained order through violence. Not to mention, her place is relatively orderly. People dare to run around, because several people were really thrown back by Jume. I couldn't get up even for half a day. It turns out that it was Jume who shot that arrow just now. She is quite depressed now. The injuries on her body have fully recovered, but his turtle shield and golden armor hammer have not been repaired, so she can only use the golden armor now. The stone bow is shooting. Otherwise, with just that little distance, just by using the earth escape technique, one could sneak up to Xia Jinwu and kill even the human demon martial saint. The eldest prince, with his most proud golden armored guards and 5,000 troops, rushed over non-stop. As for Ji Zixinga's failure to follow, he didn't think about it. Now he was concerned about Xia Jinwu's injury. Soon, the eldest prince arrived at the camp. When he saw Xia Jinwu, he was already out of breath. The golden arrow on the chest has been pulled out, revealing a wound the size of an egg, which penetrated both the front and back. He was probably killed on the spot.
Ah! I'm so angry. I want to kill this giant beauty. Come on. Get your team together and rush over.
The eldest prince suddenly shouted angrily. They arrived in a blink of an eye after a few miles, and saw the fortifications that were supposed to belong to them. The people standing on them were all the troops of the King of the West, with Jialanga's troops on both sides. Jialanga is excitedly carrying coal from here. The eldest prince's fiefdom is rich in coal, with the popularization of Zhu Shubao's briquette stove. The tribes of Shuang Fief and Jialanga have gradually become accustomed to using it. Coal replaces firewood. No, taking advantage of this time to send troops. Jialanga was not idle. He came to take advantage of the situation.
Bold! Jialanga, you are trying to start a war. Get out of my fief yet.
The eldest prince roared angrily.
You're here so quickly. Okay, I'll be ready soon. Brothers, hurry up. The master is back. It's time for us to call it a day.
Jialanga actually smiled when he saw the eldest prince. S reply,